Chapter 1. Frozen Fruit. Within an underground base in Sokovia. What is this place? The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the chilling wails echoed throughout the dissection room. Struggling to break free from the darkness was Li Qi, desperate to comprehend his surroundings. However, his body lay motionless, akin to that of a patient in a vegetative state, leaving him to rely on his limited peripheral vision to gaze towards the source of the agonizing cries. Yet upon finally discerning the object of torment, his pupils dilated in terror, and his heart raced to an insurmountable dread that a boy, scarcely 10 years of age, was grotesquely restrained upon a frigid iron table, subjected to vivisection by two individuals clad in white protective suits. The boy's viscera, spinal cord, eyeballs, and flesh. Like a mere puppet at the mercy of its puppeteers, the child was systematically dismantled and placed into glass containers filled with an unidentifiable liquid. The sight left Li Qi trembling uncontrollably, yearning to scream and flee, yet he found himself utterly powerless, incapable of any response. Experimental report. Date: May 15, 2004, 10:35 a.m. Subject 166 has lost all research value following dissection. It will be transferred to cold storage No. 13 and scheduled for disposal at the end of the month alongside other waste specimens. After completing his notes, one of the figures beside the iron table turned to the other, bowing respectfully. Dr. Parson, the next test subject is Subject 167. Although he has temporarily withstood the TX-1 super soldier serum without significant side effects, I urge you to exercise caution. In recent months, the depletion of your test subjects has exceeded acceptable levels. If this continues without results, Baron Strucker will restrict your resources, prioritizing other laboratories for research. John Deal's gaze darkened momentarily, yet constrained by the scarcity of experimental resources, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. After all, Strucker had never placed much importance on the super soldier serum, preferring instead to focus on the development of the extremist virus and superhuman abilities. Had it not been for Deal's insistence and Baron Zemo's proposal, this base would likely have vanished from the ranks of Hydra long ago. That I'm feeling a bit fatigued. The extraction of Subject 167's bone marrow, blood, and organ slices is now your responsibility. Please deliver them to Laboratory Number 1. With that, John Deal paid no further heed and exited the dissection room. Watching his retreating figure, the assistant shook his head in resignation before turning to Li Qi. Don't look at me like that, it's the law of nature. Observing Li Qi's horrified expression, the assistant spoke in a calm murmur before proceeding to organize the instruments, slicing open his abdomen to extract tissue samples and bone marrow. Although Li Qi could not fathom why he felt no pain, witnessing his own organs and marrow being removed instigated a profound psychological shock. He found himself ensnared in an unending state of terror, unable to succumb to unconsciousness. After countless times teetering on the brink of collapse, Li Qi was discarded like refuse into a cell scarcely 5 square meters in size. Damn it, what on earth is happening? After more than an hour, perhaps as the effects of the anesthetic began to wane, Li Qi finally felt the reins of his body return to him. Shakily leaning against the cold wall, he gazed at the bloodstains on his abdomen and back, and for the first time, he comprehended the true essence of a life worse than death. Super soldierum, Baron Stella. Recalling the conversation between them, though Li Qi remained oblivious to the exact circumstances, the two terms, so familiar to him, elucidated his reality. He was no longer on Blue Star, but had traversed into an unknown, numbered universe of Marvel. Yet, devoid of any memories of his former self, and with little to grasp in this strange realm, even his vague understanding of the Marvel timeline proved futile, offering no assistance to his current plight. I merely wished to live a good life. I never sought to traverse worlds. Why was I chosen for this damn place? Fine, I'll adapt, and if worst comes to worst, I can flee back to Huagua. But why must I become a mere specimen for experimentation? As Li Qi continued to scream and lament within, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Multiverse sign-in system activated. Would you like to proceed with the first indiscriminate sign-in? The instant the notification appeared, rather than feeling joy, Li Qi was consumed by fury, vehemently questioning, "Damn it, are you the one who brought me to this world?" However, his inner outcry was met only with a chilling inquiry. Would you like to proceed with the first indiscriminate sign-in? Seeing that the system offered no further response, despite his seething rage, Li Qi had no choice but to nod in acquiescence to commence the sign-in. Regardless of whether the system had indeed brought him here, the situation had already solidified. He could only pray for the system to be benevolent, allowing him to escape this den of despair and live peacefully in this world. Indiscriminate sign-in commencing. Congratulations. You have obtained a nature type, frozen fruit, and basic armament hockey. As the system's voice faded, Li Qi felt as if his consciousness were drawn into a black hole, where amidst the infinite darkness, specks of silver light surged towards him, dissipating all wounds and the torment of fear that had previously plagued him. But a torrent of imagery regarding the cultivation of armament hockey flooded his mind, while at the same time, his once frail physique visibly strengthened and filled out at an astonishing pace. Truly, in a world where all bodies are monstrous, merely awakening armament hockey has propelled my battered form beyond human limits, achieving a strength of 500. At the moment of completing the awakening of armament hockey, Li Qi returned to reality, feeling the immense power coursing through him, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes now. Surely no one can impede my pursuit of freedom. The guard patrolling outside the cell, upon witnessing Li Qi rise from the ground with a peculiar fruit in hand, instantly furrowed his brow and barked sharply. What is that in your hand? Who gave it to you? Hand it over immediately. Yet Li Qi paid no heed to his shouts, suppressing the discomfort within. He resolutely stuffed the frozen fruit into his mouth. Chapter 2. Eruption. As soon as the frozen fruit touched his palate, Li Qi could not suppress a heave. The intensely sour flavor was unbearable, even for his enhanced physique. However, alongside this sharp taste, a surge of power began to spread through his body. In an instant, frost climbed up the surrounding walls, and the temperature plummeted below zero. In addition to the powers of the frozen fruit, inexplicable memories surfaced in Li Qi's mind. Was this the experience of using the frozen fruit? Perhaps it was Akiji's recollections? After briefly absorbing these newfound memories, a smile broke across Li Qi's face. This would save him the time of familiarizing himself with the frozen fruit, making his escape considerably easier. The guards, taken aback by the transformation Li Qi underwent, were not overly flustered. They skillfully emptied their magazines at him. Ice shards whirled through the air, and a mist enveloped the area, obscuring Li Qi's figure from view. Where is he? Has he been dealt with? The voice of Dr. Parsons crackled through the guard's walkie-talkie. The moment Li Qi began to change, the alarm had already been triggered. After all, Li Qi was merely a test subject. Who could say what bizarre transformations might occur? This was not the first time such an incident had transpired. Once a subject gained power, resistance was the natural choice. The guard's words remained unfinished as a hand of ice pierced through his chest, encasing him entirely in a frozen sculpture. Don't worry, you are merely the first. Your turn will come soon enough. As the mist gradually dissipated, an ice figure emerged, radiating an aura of chilling energy. Grasping the guard's walkie-talkie, it declared, Test Subject 167. You have no idea how great an entity you are offending. If you can return now, I may choose to overlook this. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. Do not think that possessing some special power grants you the ability to escape. Dr. Parsons' icy voice emanated from the walkie-talkie. Then come at me. I am eager for the encounter. Li Qi retorted with a cold laugh, crushing the walkie-talkie in his hand. The shrill blare of the alarm reverberated through the corridors, prompting all guards in the laboratory to spring into action. In mere moments, over 30 armed guards had gathered in the corridor before Li Qi without the slightest hesitation. They hurled more than 10 grenades in his direction and began to empty their magazines upon him. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a situation. They executed their actions with practiced ease. Li Qi scoffed and, with a powerful stomp, transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, appearing directly before the guards. The explosions from the grenades had no effect on his elemental form. Drawing upon the memories within, he swung his right hand with ferocity. Ice storm. A sudden onslaught of ice shards struck, leaving the guards no time to react, and they were instantly reduced to mere fragments of flesh. In the frigid temperatures, their blood froze instantaneously, crystallizing their agonized struggles. For these guards, deploying the vicious beak seemed an extravagant overkill. Even with only the power derived from the armed color of hockey, Li Qi felt no pressure after disregarding the guards' firearms. However, the intoxicating thrill of such overwhelming dominance was simply irresistible. What in the world is this monster? Quickly, open fire. Don't let him approach. Amidst the chaos, the guards, witnessing such a brutal scene, were thrown into disarray, their frantic shouts echoing as they fired their weapons indiscriminately. Alas, to Li Qi, who had mastered elemental transformation, their firearms had long since become ineffective. He transformed into an embodiment of ice, impervious to the hail of bullets, advancing relentlessly. With a mere gesture, ice blades over 2 meters long materialized, unstoppable by any means. The massacre commenced, overwhelmingly one-sided. During this onslaught, Li Qi gradually absorbed memories imbued with the experience of utilizing the ice fruit, growing increasingly adept and swift in his lethal endeavors. Above the corridor corner, surveillance cameras blinked with crimson light, steadfastly transmitting the unfolding events to the rear despite the biting cold. Baron Stella sat behind a screen, observing Li Qi's ruthless slaughter of his guards. a smile spreading across his face. Indeed, splendid. Such low temperatures and freezing capabilities, completely immune to ordinary firearms? As he watched Li Qi grow more proficient in his killing spree, Baron Stella's smile blossomed even brighter. He held no belief that Li Qi could escape. Rather, he welcomed the prospect of Li Qi's burgeoning power. The more extraordinary the ability, the greater the benefits it could bring him. As for the guards, merely expendable resources. Serving as data collectors, their demise was a worthy sacrifice. Behind Baron Stella, John Deere rushed over, breathless. Baron Stella, this is entirely unexpected. I never anticipated this fellow would suddenly attempt to escape. John Deere's countenance was grim. He was irked by Li Qi's shattering of the intercom. Baron Stella had arrived too swiftly for him to capture Li Qi, and to protect his future experimental resources from being compromised, he had no choice but to concede. I understand this was an accident. It's precisely what I have long wished to witness, is it not? Indeed, after expending so many test subjects, results are finally emerging. Regarding the changes in Li Qi, Baron Stella instinctively assumed them to be the fruits of his experiments. The outcome justified the excessive use of test subjects, rendering the losses inconsequential. As long as results were achieved, he was indifferent to the toll this process had taken. Convey my command, at all costs. We must capture this specimen alive. As he gazed at the screen showcasing the formidable prowess of Li Qi, the smile upon Baron Stella's face grew ever more radiant. The capabilities of this experimental subject were astonishing. Should he succeed in extracting the data from this being, he could potentially command an army of countless ice warriors. In the midst of slaying the guards, Li Qi abruptly turned to face the surveillance camera, the flashing red light proving to be exceedingly conspicuous at that moment. With a swift motion of his hand, an ice blade materialized, shattering the camera into fragments. Chapter 3. Unmatched Baron Stella. The casualties among the laboratory guards have been substantial. Perhaps we should consider reallocating some heavy weaponry? A subordinate behind Baron Stella, perusing the casualty reports, ventured to suggest. If Li Qi continues to wreak havoc, our safety here will soon be compromised. Fool, do you not yet comprehend the value of this subject? Baron Stella narrowed his eyes, casting a frigid glance at his subordinate. If the laboratory guards are insufficient, then we shall transfer personnel from elsewhere. This has been the most successful subject in many years. What magnificent power! As he beheld the images of Li Qi's slaughter, Baron Stella's gaze burned with fervor. Mere expendables are of no consequence to him. As long as he could capture Li Qi and replicate the experiments within him, he could swiftly amass an inexhaustible army of superpowered beings. Just imagine. A legion where everyone possesses such terrifying strength, completely impervious to firearms. Such power could easily dominate the world. In light of this potential future, a handful of guards are but a trivial price to pay, especially if they can expend some of Li Qi's energy. Upon receiving Baron Stella's command, his subordinates dared not defy him and promptly called for reinforcements. Naturally, Baron Stella had not come alone. His team, positioned not far from the laboratory, arrived swiftly. The target is currently on the second floor. Teams 1 and 3 will encircle from the flanks, while Team 2 and I will mount a frontal assault to draw fire. The objective is singular. We must capture him alive. Even in dire circumstances, the use of lethal weaponry is prohibited. Repeat, we require the target alive. Understood? Understood. Commence the operation. These operatives were strikingly different from the laboratory guards, fully armed and moving with precision, an elite force. However, even the elite faltered before Li Qi. In a mere encounter, Team 2 was annihilated in an instant. Aside from their distinct attire, these individuals bore no difference to the laboratory guards in Li Qi's eyes. Cursed be it, what manner of monster is this? As Teams 1 and 3 closed in, witnessing the obliteration of Team 2, they momentarily stood frozen, despite the battlefield's chaos. My God, are we truly meant to capture this fiend? The captain of Team 1 wore an expression of disbelief. Not only was capturing him improbable, but escaping also seemed questionable. An elite anomaly? Li Qi, now fully aware of the disparity between his foes and the laboratory guards, bent slightly and lunged forward with explosive speed, eschewing the powers of his freezing fruit, relying solely on his physical prowess to appear before Team 1. With a swift, devastating punch, he obliterated the captain's skull. Indeed, my power has transcended that of an ordinary individual. Li Qi clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength coursing through his body. The remaining members of the first squad, though they opened fire at the first opportunity, found that Li Qi had already vanished from sight. Soon, both the first and third squads faced utter annihilation. In the conference room, silence reigned. They had witnessed the downfall of the three squads from beginning to end. And it was precisely this that allowed them to perceive Li Qi's formidable prowess with such clarity. How magnificent it was, besides that extraordinary freezing ability. His physical strength was astonishing as well. Baron Stella's smile grew ever brighter. Even as Li Qi continued his carnage, it could not diminish his visions of a splendid future. Let us proceed, continue gathering data on the experimental subjects, and mobilize the remaining squads, Baron Stella commanded, fixated on Li Qi's statistical data. This data had been compiled by John Deere and his team of researchers based on Li Qi's performance in battle. While there were some discrepancies, they were certainly minimal. The power revealed through this data captivated Baron Stella, for this was the most successful experimental subject he had encountered throughout his extensive research. Such power must be under his control. As he watched Li Qi mercilessly dispatch his subordinates, Baron Stella was utterly entranced. Damn it, the monster is coming. Run, God. Save me. A chorus of terrified screams erupted before Li Qi. He paid no heed to their cries. Each one of them was unworthy of survival. Stepping forward, Li Qi suddenly felt a strange bounce beneath his feet. His pupils constricted, leaving him no time to react before an explosion erupted instantaneously. Realizing Li Qi's invincibility, the guards could not simply resign themselves to their fate. This was their final resort. After the explosion, dust and smoke filled the air, drawing all eyes toward the shroud of fog. Damn it, who ordered them to use explosives? In the conference room, Baron Stella's expression soured. Just as he was about to speak, he fell silent. As the smoke cleared, there stood a disheveled Li Qi, appearing quite ragged. Yet, remarkably, he bore no injuries whatsoever. Is this what true power feels like? Li Qi mused, gazing at the astonished guards. The slaughter continued. In merely 5 minutes, Li Qi had eradicated the supporting squads and all the guards on this level of the laboratory. These guards offered no resistance against him. Rather than continuing his assault, Li Qi began to search for other experimental subjects, intent on liberating them from this dire predicament. After experiencing the power of the frozen fruit, he realized that he possessed the ability to survive in this world. Naturally, the desire to thrive accompanied his survival instinct. Li Qi instinctively contemplated the establishment of his own faction. After all, it was impractical for him to undertake every endeavor alone. Having a personal force would ensure he would never lack assistance in his future pursuits. As for the candidates, the other experimental subjects in the laboratory presented an ideal selection. However, he would only take those who were willing to believe in him, leaving those who did not believe in him behind without any concern. Chapter 4. Breaching the laboratory. Li Qi's brief experience of the life of the test subjects filled him with despair, let alone those who had been trapped here for an indeterminate length of time. Having liberated these individuals from the confines of the laboratory, he felt assured that they posed no threat of betrayal. They were undoubtedly his finest choice. After a meticulous search, Li Qi discovered a prison. After considerable effort, it became evident that this was the most likely place to find those who had been imprisoned. Confronting the lock of the prison, he delivered a decisive kick. With a resounding crash, the door swung open. Such obstacles were now utterly incapable of resisting him. Follow me. I have dealt with all the guards of the laboratory. I will lead you out of here. Inside the prison, a multitude of children filled the space, at least several hundred, to be precise. These children had been acquired through various means by the laboratory, having undergone extensive training and trials to emerge as the elite specimens. Li Qi's words instantly incited a stir among the children. However, not all of them harbored a desire to escape. The majority gazed at him with blank expressions, showing no interest in what he had to say. After some time, the commotion gradually subsided and silence reigned. Are you not aware of the fate that awaits you? Li Qi furrowed his brow, astonished that not a single soul yearned for freedom. Had the laboratory employed some form of brainwashing? With a sigh, he shook his head and turned to leave. I will follow you. At that moment, just as Li Qi was about to turn away, someone finally resolved to join him. Then come along, he replied, a smile breaking across his face. Fortunately, there were still those unwilling to accept the fate of becoming mere test subjects. Without pausing, he strode to the prison entrance, unleashing the power of his ice fruit. In an instant, the entire prison was reduced to ruins. A girl, clutching the hand of a boy beside her, resolutely followed in Li Qi's wake. After exchanging glances, several other children gradually decided to join them. These were the test subjects. When John Deere glimpsed Li Qi once more on the surveillance, he quickly noticed the group of children beside him, his eyes widening in disbelief. These test subjects were the most valuable assets of his laboratory. Once they successfully captured Li Qi, these individuals would serve as potential recruits for the military. The guards of the laboratory paid no heed, but the test subjects were an entirely different matter. Send that squad to capture the test subjects alive. Baron Stella's expression darkened considerably. His previous admiration for Li Qi dissipated in an instant. He would not allow his leniency towards Li Qi to extend to these test subjects. With a command, his subordinates sprang into action. This squad, referred to by Baron Stella, was one of his notable accomplishments over the years. His experiment had persisted for many years. Although it yielded little in terms of significant results, it was not entirely bereft of gains. That small team was one of his acquisitions. Soon, an aircraft soared above the laboratory, and a large iron crate plummeted directly to the ground. With a resounding crash, it stirred a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, 3 figures emerged from the twisted remnants of the crate, tearing their way out. Each of these 3 individuals bore extensive mechanical modifications, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen. All three stood over 2 meters tall, their faces partially obscured by machinery, with electronic eyes replacing their natural ones. The flesh visible on their bodies was vastly outnumbered by their mechanical components. These three were the byproducts of a disastrous experiment, possessing strength far surpassing that of other subjects, yet remaining remarkably unstable. Their operational capacity was sustained solely by the extensive mechanical enhancements they bore. Baron Stella had invested considerable effort and resources into these three individuals. With a clear objective, they surged forward in a straight line towards Li Qi's location. After ensuring the safety of the children, Li Qi began his search for Baron Stella. He knew that without dealing with this individual, escaping the laboratory would not guarantee him a peaceful existence. Just as he reached the staircase, an arm suddenly extended from the wall, striking him forcefully on the head. With a loud thud, Li Qi instinctively tilted his head back, the arm crackling with electricity and sustaining minor damage. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the arm and yanked, sending the person hidden behind the wall crashing through it. Before he could continue his assault, the ground beneath him suddenly fractured. Caught off guard, Li Qi fell through the opening. Before he could hit the ground, the three figures moved simultaneously, grasping him midair. Elementalization. Li Qi remained unfazed as he transformed into an ice entity, rendering their attacks entirely ineffective. Activating the powers of the ice fruit, the temperature plummeted rapidly, frost forming on the bodies of the three individuals. In an instant, their movements slowed, clearly affected by the frigid temperature. Cold light emanated from Li Qi's hands as he encased the three figures in ice and then delivered a decisive kick, shattering the frozen forms. The three, along with the ice, were reduced to fragments. Observing the scene on the surveillance monitors, John Deere's expression darkened. Li Qi was advancing towards their location. Baron Stella, that experimental subject is about to arrive. Should we consider relocating? John Deere hesitated for a moment before speaking. There was no alternative. The laboratory's guards were on the brink of annihilation, and remaining here would likely yield disastrous results. He had not anticipated that this experimental subject would so effectively counter that small team. Baron Stella furrowed his brow. That team had been a crucial asset in his arsenal. Yet it had proven utterly ineffective. Let us withdraw. Even if he escapes the laboratory, he cannot evade Siberia. Baron Stella cast a glance at the image in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips, brimming with confidence. This was his stronghold. Escaping from here would be as arduous as scaling the heavens. Before retreating, he ordered the complete backup and subsequent destruction of all data within the laboratory, leaving no chance for exposure. With that, Baron Stella departed with his entourage. Less than 5 minutes after their exit, Li Qi stepped into the conference room, treading upon a pool of blood. Had that fellow truly fled so swiftly? His disappointment lingered, for he had not located John Deere. Although the guards within the laboratory posed little threat to him, they certainly served to impede his progress. However, there was no need for haste. After all, another opportunity for reunion would surely arise. Chapter 5. Escape. After a thorough inspection, Li Qi finally confirmed that no one remained. John Deere had already fled with his group. He located the children he had previously secured, and upon seeing their bright eyes, his spirits lifted. Their immediate task was to scour the laboratory for supplies, ensuring they gathered sufficient food and water before departing. Although John Deere and Baron Stella had escaped, it was inevitable that they would not let Li Qi off easily. Soon enough, more would converge upon their location. He could not afford to linger here for long. The presence of so many burdensome companions could jeopardize their chances of survival. The priority was to locate maps, food, and potable water. Li Qi refrained from saying much. Despite their youth, these children possessed a remarkable maturity, having been carefully selected for their roles. Those who failed the selection process had not survived. As the savior of these test subjects, Li Qi's directives were swiftly followed. During their endeavor, another group of children trailed behind them, led by a boy with dark skin. "Sir, we wish to accompany you in leaving this place," he stated, his demeanor somewhat timid, his gaze flickering away from Li Qi's. "If you wish to join us, then let us depart together," Li Qi replied, raising an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded the boy, and instructed the newcomers to assist in gathering supplies. However, the boy's behavior seemed peculiar, as did that of some individuals in his group. Nevertheless, Li Qi chose not to dwell on it. Their most pressing concern remained the acquisition of adequate resources before fleeing the laboratory. As for these new companions, he would address them after their escape. With the addition of new members, their efficiency improved significantly. In addition to ample food and water, they also scavenged some jewelry and a modest sum of cash. These items would undoubtedly aid their escape. Most critically, they discovered a map located within John Deere's office. Furthermore, Li Qi experienced some unexpected fortune. Within John Deere's safe, he uncovered over 30 gold bars, more than $200,000 in cash, and a scattered array of rubles. It was evident that John Deere had embezzled a portion of the laboratory's assets, as such a wealth of cash would not otherwise be present. Not to mention, the gold bars alone were astonishing. Once Li Qi secured these treasures, the children gathered around him. Behind them lay an abundance of canned goods and drinking water, along with a few scattered energy bars. The children awaited Li Qi's next command. "Well done," he remarked, inspecting the cans with a nod of approval. The majority contained meat, accompanied by a small selection of staple food and offal. These provisions could sustain these individuals for at least 10 days. It must be said that the laboratory is quite well equipped, which has inadvertently benefited them. Observing that the supplies were nearly sufficient, Li Qi led the children in search of a cargo truck. Fortunately, although Li Qi had eliminated the guards, he did not cause widespread destruction to the laboratory, and the vehicles remained intact. The laboratory was outfitted with several large cargo trucks. After meticulously inspecting them and confirming the absence of any tracking devices, Li Qi, along with the children, loaded the supplies onto the truck. Once they drove beyond the confines of the laboratory, Li Qi disembarked, took a deep breath, and unleashed the full power of his freezing abilities. The Ice Age. Glacial ice rapidly proliferated, swiftly enveloping the entire laboratory. After completing this, he returned to the vehicle. Li Qi was not very familiar with this type of truck and nearly collided with surrounding trees several times. However, thanks to his extraordinary reflexes, he managed to drive adequately. The location of the laboratory was deep within the mountains, and after more than 10 minutes of driving, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Where to next? As Li Qi focused intently on driving, he inquired of the girl in the passenger seat. This girl was the one who had initially left with him, and Li Qi held a degree of trust in her. Since he needed to concentrate on driving, he entrusted her with navigating. "Wanda," the girl replied, glancing down at the map. "What?" Li Qi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the name. "Wanda? Could it be Wanda, the Scarlet Witch?" "Wanda Maximoff," she clarified, lifting her head to speak earnestly. "Yes, Wanda. It truly was the Scarlet Witch." Li Qi began to grasp the timeline he was in. It seemed that among these children, his greatest gain was indeed Wanda and her brother Quicksilver. Although Wanda and Quicksilver were just ordinary children at the moment, their presence was enough to elevate Li Qi's spirits. At the very least, understanding the current timeline had reduced the number of significant combatants under Baron Strucko's command. They were currently situated in an unnamed mountain range within the Siberian wilderness, close to the Russian border, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Wanda glanced at the map and briefly introduced the area before casting her inquisitive gaze towards Li Qi. Their next destination would still require his decision. What is the nearest city? After a brief contemplation, Li Qi arrived at a conclusion. If it were solely up to him, he would not need to worry excessively. However, given the magnitude of their Group S objective, they were likely to be discovered easily. Therefore, they needed to blend into the crowd to better conceal themselves. A city, naturally, was the most prudent choice. Thus, they would head towards Ekaterinburg. Wanda swiftly provided a response. Li Qi nodded, setting their sights on the city of Ekaterinburg. With Wanda's guidance, Li Qi found the journey considerably more manageable. After a monotonous 3-hour drive, darkness enveloped the landscape. While engaging in a lackluster conversation with Wanda, Li Qi navigated the road. Fortunately, not long after their departure, snow began to fall from the sky. The heavy snowfall quickly concealed the traces left by the truck. Otherwise, their attempts at concealment would have proven far more troublesome. Chapter 6. The commander's vision. As Li Qi was about to continue speaking, his extraordinary vision suddenly caught sight of a house concealed within the nearby forest. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to drive towards it. Although he had no qualms, the children accompanying Wanda needed a place to rest. Their departure had left no trace, and with numerous routes available, there was little concern about being pursued by Baron Stella's men in the immediate future. The house appeared quite dilapidated, showing clear signs of having been abandoned for a long time. Fortunately, its basic structure remained intact. Despite its worn state, it offered adequate shelter for the night. Upon entering, the children could not help but shiver. The temperature inside was painfully low. Li Qi stepped outside, chopped down several trees, and split them into manageable pieces to start a fire. Gradually, the warmth of the flames began to elevate the chill within the house, and as the darkness receded, the children's bright eyes became visible, all gazing at Li Qi with an expression filled with yearning. Hungry? In an instant, Li Qi understood their unspoken plea. They had been through much, and after the bumpy journey, it was no surprise that even he felt a pang of hunger. From the truck, he retrieved a large pot, a dozen cans, and a sizable container of water. Lacking any seasonings, he opened the cans and poured their contents into the pot, adding a bit of water to create a makeshift stew. After tasting a spoonful, he was pleasantly surprised. Despite its unappealing appearance, the flavor was quite decent, certainly palatable. "Help yourselves," he said, distributing a can to each child as a makeshift bowl. Soon, everyone was eating heartily. As Li Qi consumed his meal, he couldn't help but reflect on their bizarre predicament. Thrown into this unfamiliar place and having endured so much, he felt a mix of emotions. Being in such a strange environment, it was evident that Baron Stella would not easily let them go, especially with a group of children in tow. Li Qi's circumstances were indeed precarious. While he pondered these thoughts, a virtual interface from the system unexpectedly materialized before him. Initiating sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Commander's Vision. What is Commander's Vision? After some deliberation, Li Qi finally grasped its significance. This ability granted him a perspective akin to that of a deity, enabling him to discern the loyalty of each individual. Glancing at the children nearby, he sighed. Among them, a select few, led by Wanda, radiated a green hue, indicative of subordinates, signifying their growing sense of allegiance towards him. However, there were only 5 or 6 of them. Among the remaining individuals, the majority radiated a hue of white, symbolizing their neutrality. In contrast, those who had only recently aligned themselves with him predominantly emanated a hostile red, with only 2 individuals displaying white. Li Qi was not at all taken aback. He had intended to deal with these individuals from the outset. However, he was pleasantly surprised that the system provided him with such a useful tool, sparing him the effort of discerning who harbored ulterior motives. Without a moment's hesitation, a frost swirled in his hand, and he instantly encased all those glowing with red light and ice. The individuals had no time to react, swiftly transforming into ice sculptures. Among the remaining crowd, most appeared anxious and hastily distanced themselves from Li Qi, unable to contain their panic as they shouted. After all, Li Qi's sudden aggression was quite startling, especially since they had been dining together moments ago. As for Wanda, her expression remained unchanged. The individuals behind her, influenced by her demeanor, also bore uneasy expressions but remained still, appearing considerably steadier than the others. Observing this scene, Li Qi finally smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Wanda, your performance is commendable. He affectionately patted her head in praise. Compared to the others, Wanda had truly excelled. She smiled in response, but chose not to elaborate, sensing that Li Qi seemed somewhat different. However, she had long ceased to concern herself with such matters. Once she decided to leave the laboratory alongside Li Qi, there was no turning back. Moreover, she had witnessed the freezing of the entire laboratory, and there was no returning for them now. Perhaps Wanda's composure had a calming effect on the others, as those who had been shouting gradually quieted down. Sir, why did you resort to killing them? After a lengthy pause, someone finally spoke up, understandably shaken by Li Qi's abrupt actions. They were not part of your group, were they? Li Qi began to explain slowly. Of course, he could not disclose that it was due to his commander's perspective. Nonetheless, those individuals did indeed seem suspicious. Although Li Qi's explanation contained some inconsistencies, it was still somewhat plausible. The others swiftly accepted his reasoning, and after they removed the ice sculptures, the atmosphere in the room began to recover, albeit not to its previous state. Meanwhile, the laboratory they had just fled was soon visited by an unexpected group, a contingent of well-equipped, fully armed individuals clad in black stood before the ice blocks created by Li Qi, engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, Commander. The satellite has detected an area where an ice mountain has suddenly emerged, encasing what appears to be a laboratory. Indeed, this could not possibly be a natural formation. The area has recently experienced a heavy snowfall, concealing all traces and rendering it impossible to discern any signs in the vicinity. Yes, this laboratory possesses no valuable information. The figure clad in black gazed at the Hydra emblem before him, maintaining an unwavering composure as he spoke. Once the call was terminated, he could no longer contain his frustration. What on earth has Baron Stella done? Why has it suddenly provoked such a significant uproar? Fortunately, they were among the first to uncover the situation here. Otherwise, the news would have been utterly impossible to conceal. Chapter 7. Nick Fury in action amidst a group of men clad in black. One individual, though obscured by a mask that concealed his visage, exhibited a certain dullness in his eyes. He ambled back and forth, yawning intermittently, his demeanor betraying a sense of ennui. Behind the mask, his tongue flicked about with remarkable agility, and after a prolonged moment, he nibbled at something within his mouth, ultimately crushing it with his teeth and swallowing it whole. In a clandestine base beneath the streets of New York, a computer abruptly powered on, transmitting a message into the ether before shutting down silently, unnoticed by anyone. Within the halls of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury perused a document when a subordinate knocked on the door, delivering an urgent message and placing it before him. Siberia? Fury furrowed his brow upon reading the contents. What mischief were they up to this time? After a moment of contemplation, he gently tapped a button on the side of his desk, leaning back into his chair, enveloped in thought. Before long, a strikingly adorned woman entered, her presence commanding. There's been some trouble in Siberia, linked to Hydra. You need to investigate, Fury stated with remarkable directness. The newcomer was Natasha. Upon hearing Fury's words, her eyes widened in alarm. Siberia? That's hardly a desirable location. I thought I would never return there. Fury nodded, fully aware of Natasha's past experiences in that region. Precisely because you have lived there, you are the most suitable candidate. Among those I can trust, you are the best choice. Then I must express my gratitude, Natasha replied, her expression grim, yet she did not decline the assignment, turning on her heel to depart. Remember, all actions must remain clandestine. Do not disclose this information to anyone but myself, Fury cautioned. The first team to discover this matter seems intent on concealing the news. I suspect they are affiliated with Hydra. Incredulity washed over Natasha as she glanced back at Fury. His expression remained impassive, his gaze icy, sending a chill through her core. I will. Once Natasha had exited, Fury cast his eyes upon the message before him, tilting his head toward the ceiling, lost in profound contemplation. Hydra. In the office above Fury's, another figure was equally consumed by the implications of this situation. Baron Strucker, what have you done? Do you have any idea how much effort I have expended over the years to obscure Hydra's presence? What is your aim in creating such a commotion? Pierce seethed, glaring at the screen before him, unable to contain his frustration as he slammed his fist onto the desk. Hasn't the information already been suppressed? This incident was merely an unfortunate accident. Baron Stella's countenance was equally grim. He and Pierce did not share a definitive hierarchical relationship, and being berated by Pierce understandably provoked his ire. However, he could not refute Pierce, as the situation undeniably stemmed from his own oversight. The information has been concealed? Upon hearing this, Pierce nearly erupted in laughter from indignation. Did he truly believe that other espionage organizations were inept? The commotion he had caused would only delay the dissemination of information. Complete concealment was utterly impossible. Enough of this discussion. These matters do not concern you. Pierce waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to delve further into the issue. The blunder committed by Baron Stella required considerable effort to rectify. Otherwise, the ramifications would be utterly catastrophic. What exactly went awry? Such a frozen state cannot occur naturally. Pierce was more concerned with what Baron Stella had actually discovered. He had observed the laboratory's condition, and the extent of the freezing was indeed alarming. If such power could be harnessed, it would serve as a tremendous asset to him. Otherwise, he would not have suppressed his anger to converse with Baron Stella. There was a slight error in the experiment, but everything is under control. Once results are obtained, I shall share them with you, Baron Stella remarked, unable to stifle a chuckle. The experimental outcomes concerning Leech filled him with greater excitement than the repercussions of the incident. He had never anticipated that Leech's freezing abilities would prove so astonishing. He had witnessed that iceberg firsthand, compared to Pierce. He was more acutely aware of the magnitude of this power. Remember, do not create such a disturbance in the future. Pierce cast a penetrating glance at Baron Stella, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Once the communication ended, Pierce stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. It appeared that Baron Stella had indeed made some strides. It was imperative to ascertain the nature of his power. Although they were both affiliated with Hydra, their leadership differed significantly. Pierce harbored ambitions for such power, wishing to seize it for himself. He could hardly believe that Baron Stella would share this strength with him. After all, if he possessed such power, he would never consider sharing it with others. Naturally, Pierce was not naive enough to think otherwise. However, he could not fathom that the very architect of this upheaval, Leech, was still on the run, entirely beyond Baron Stella's grasp. Where are we now? Leech inquired, glancing towards the distant signs of habitation, finally allowing himself to exhale in relief. After driving for such an extended period, even though his physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary person, he still felt a twinge of discomfort. Upon encountering signs of civilization, it seemed they were not far from their destination. This vicinity was near Sokovia. Traversing that forest would lead them directly to it. Wanda, without consulting a map, spoke in a somewhat subdued tone. Have you been here before? Observing Wanda, who had grown notably quieter, Li Chi began to sense something. This is my hometown. Wanda's mood remained rather melancholy. Although there was nothing left here to which she felt any attachment, the sight of the place inevitably evoked memories of a once beautiful life. Then let us stay here, Li Chi proposed with a smile after a moment's contemplation. Chapter 8. The ruined fortress. Must we truly remain here? Wanda suddenly lifted her gaze, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. Though this place no longer held anyone dear to her, her homeland still retained immense significance. Undoubtedly, this locale presented itself as a commendable option. Li Chi had not arrived at this decision impulsively. He had deliberated earnestly, recognizing the merit of this choice. Of course, Wanda's sentiments were a factor in his considerations, albeit a minor one. As soon as Li Chi concluded his statement, Wanda could no longer contain her excitement. Leaping up to embrace him, her form draped around his neck. Li Chi merely smiled, choosing to remain reticent. Having made their decision, Li Chi commenced the search for a suitable dwelling. This area was indeed promising, with numerous potential residences available. After a thorough exploration, he ultimately discovered a site that resonated with his aspirations. It was a long-abandoned fortress, its walls bearing the vivid scars of conflict. The most appealing aspect of this fortress was its strategic location. Despite its desolation, it still occupied a defensible position. Behind the fortress loomed a mountain, with a river coursing at its base, ensuring that both security and resources would be readily accessible. The prospect of restoring this forsaken place captivated Li Qi immensely. Upon entering the fortress, however, Li Qi's countenance betrayed his dismay. Although he had anticipated its dilapidation from afar, proximity revealed the extent of its ruin. It appeared as if it had been subjected to a cataclysmic bombardment, with the primary structure reduced to mere remnants. As for the interior, it was scarcely necessary to elaborate. The entire expanse had devolved into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any intact constructions, with even the remnants barely maintaining their form. What kind of brutal warfare could have wrought such devastation? Li Qi hesitated momentarily, but resolved to designate this fortress as their refuge. While its condition was undeniably precarious, he considered it a manageable challenge. Li Qi was no longer an ordinary individual, and with Wanda and the others' assistance, he was confident that restoration could be achieved in a relatively short span. Though Wanda and her companions were youthful, their physical prowess was unparalleled, a testament to their transformation in the laboratory. Their survival indicated their adaptation to these enhancements. They had undergone the modifications of super soldiers, even at the most rudimentary level, granting them extraordinary stamina akin to that of formidable beings. While it would require considerable effort, the goal was still within reach. Moreover, with the formidable leech at the helm, the task of reorganizing was swiftly undertaken. As for the necessary tools, Leech could easily procure them from Sokovia, which was not too far away. Having made up his mind, Leech led Wanda and the others in clearing out the remnants from the fortress. After a full day of labor, they managed to dispose of the majority of the debris. The smaller stones, once the area was tidied up by Wanda and her companions, were promptly loaded onto a vehicle for removal. As night fell, Leech guided them to a makeshift shelter they had assembled. The walls were cobbled together from the ruins, barely forming a refuge from the elements after being frozen. The living conditions were undoubtedly harsh, yet Wanda and the others refrained from voicing any complaints. After a day of intense effort, even they, despite their extraordinary resilience, felt a profound weariness. Additionally, the process of clearing and constructing bestowed upon them a novel sense of purpose. Unbeknownst to them, in the eyes of Leech, the once neutral white of Wanda and her companions had transformed entirely into vibrant green. This unexpected development was a pleasant surprise, one that Leech had not anticipated prior to their undertaking. On the following morning, Leech drove to Sokovia, spending considerable resources to acquire a substantial amount of equipment, particularly essential supplies. While the equipment would alleviate some burdens, it was these supplies that they truly required. After clearing the majority of the ruins, Leech oversaw the construction of their living quarters, leaving the remaining areas untouched for them to tackle as a form of training. The leftover debris consisted mainly of small stones, which could be managed with relative ease. Leech continued to fortify the fortress while delegating other matters to the group. Furthermore, he began to train Wanda and her companions in the techniques of armament hockey based on his recollections. Although Leech was uncertain whether they would successfully awaken this ability, there remained a glimmer of hope. These individuals had been chosen to help establish his own faction, and it was imperative to enhance their capabilities. Wanda, in particular, was someone Leech held in high regard. Beyond her obedient and sensible nature, he believed in her potential. If anyone among them were to awaken armament hockey, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. The canned goods they had brought from the laboratory had been consumed rapidly over the past few days, now nearly depleted. Given their considerable daily exertion, such consumption was to be expected. Consequently, Leech also began to cultivate their driving skills, enabling them to freely venture to Sokovia to procure their desires. Wanda exhibited remarkable learning abilities, becoming the first among her peers to master the art of driving. However, after acquiring this skill, she hesitated to venture towards Sokovia, possibly due to a sense of trepidation as she approached familiar territory. Following Wanda, a few others gradually learned to drive, and the task of procuring food was entrusted entirely to them by Li Qi during this period. Li Qi found himself exceedingly busy, far more so than the others. Thanks to his diligent efforts, some rudimentary structures have begun to take shape within the stronghold, which is now barely distinguishable as an embryonic form of a fortress. Though still somewhat crude, it is evident that a vibrant new atmosphere is beginning to emerge. Chapter 9. Attendance and Reward Draft. A month later, the entire fortress had been thoroughly constructed. The fortress appeared rejuvenated, although the buildings and facilities were somewhat rudimentary. They stood in stark contrast to the previous ruins. Surrounding the fortress, Wanda led others in planting numerous crops, which, though only just beginning to sprout, exuded a vibrant vitality. Everything seemed infused with life. Li Qi surveyed the fortress and could not help but smile with satisfaction. It was quite a feat to have transformed the fortress in just 1 month. Attendance. In a buoyant mood, Li Qi chose this moment to check in. It had been a month, and after such a lengthy interval without checking in, surely the system would reward him with something remarkable. The system's attendance feature accumulates rewards over time, and the longer the accumulation, the better the rewards. Aside from his initial attendance, Li Qi had only checked in once. Over the month, he had earned 1 opportunity for an off-road attendance and 30 opportunities for ordinary attendance. With no external pressures at present, he was eager to discover what rewards prolonged attendance might yield. After some hesitation, Li Qi converted his 30 opportunities into 3 sets of 10-day attendance. Given his current lack of survival pressures, it was a perfect opportunity to explore the different rewards each type of attendance might offer. Moreover, the daily ordinary rewards were unlikely to provide him with anything particularly valuable, as such items would not hold much significance for him at this stage. 10-day indiscriminate attendance begins. Congratulations! You have received the reward, resilience. 10-day indiscriminate attendance begins. Congratulations! You have received the reward, weaponry. 10-day indiscriminate attendance begins. Congratulations! You have received the reward, food in abundance. The results of the 3 10-day attendances left Li Qi in a contemplative silence, his earlier elation evaporating entirely. Was this truly the outcome of 10-day attendance? How disheartening. Was it a matter of his luck or perhaps the quality of his rewards? Upon review, the first reward was relatively decent. This resilience was akin to a passive skill from a hero character in a game he had played before his arrival in this world, and could be deemed a modest surprise. However, the remaining rewards of weaponry and food offered no further excitement. They were merely commonplace items, albeit in substantial quantities that filled 2 warehouses to the brim. Taking a deep breath, Li Qi regarded the final monthly attendance opportunity with newfound seriousness. Monthly attendance. Please grant me something truly useful. Do not let me down again. With anticipation building, the attendance commenced. The indiscriminate sign-in for January has commenced. Congratulations. You have received the reward, Navy 6 styles. Is this considered a fortunate draw? Li Qi's mood instantly brightened. The Navy 6 styles were indeed quite remarkable and could be imparted to others. After taking a moment to delve into the memories within his mind, Li Qi realized that the challenge of mastering the Navy 6 styles lay not only in the comprehension, but also significantly in the physical prowess required. Of course, Wanda and the others need not worry excessively about this aspect, as subjects of the super soldier serum. While they had yet to fully absorb the powers contained within the serum, they were barely able to meet the training requirements for the Navy 6 styles. Li Qi's expectations of them were not particularly high. As long as 1 or 2 among them could master the Navy 6 styles, it would suffice. After all, such superhuman techniques are not easily learned by just anyone. In the world of pirates, the prevalence of the Navy 6 styles can be attributed to the extraordinary physical capabilities of its inhabitants. They were entirely different. Wanda, feeling quite pleased, Li Qi promptly called for Wanda. By now, he had become the leader of the entire fortress, and Wanda had assumed the role of the chief steward. He could delegate most matters to her. What is it? Wanda rushed over, her face brimming with curiosity as she gazed at Li Qi gather everyone. I wish to teach them something new. A smile adorned Li Qi's face. However, do inform them in advance that what I am about to teach is quite challenging, and most may not succeed in their training. Wanda nodded, unfazed by Li Qi's comments on difficulty. She was confident in her abilities. If anyone among them could learn, she was certain she would be one of them, just as she had made progress with the armament hockey that Li Qi had previously taught. Although she had not yet fully mastered it, she had certainly made a start. It would not be long before Wanda could completely master it. Soon, under Wanda's guidance, everyone gathered together. To date, not a single person had truly mastered the armament hockey that Li Qi had previously instructed them on. Yet they could all sense the benefits they had gained. Their bodies had become significantly more resilient than before. They were unaware of the source of Li Qi's vast knowledge of such extraordinary techniques, but they certainly would not refuse the opportunity to grow stronger. The skill I shall teach you today is called the Navy 6 styles. It consists of 6 techniques: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger pistol, all of which transcend human physical limits and possess immense power. First, I will teach you shave. In theory, this technique allows you to rapidly stomp the ground multiple times in an instant, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. Allow me to demonstrate. Having spoken, Li Qi inclined his upper body slightly, and with a resounding crack, he instantaneously appeared at a distance, leaving behind only a shallow crater on the ground. The efficacy of this technique in combat requires no further elaboration, does it not? Li Qi then shifted his body once more, returning to his original position. Observing the excitement etched upon Wanda and her companions' faces, he inquired with a smile. This was his first experience with the capabilities of the Marine 6 styles, and he had to admit that it surpassed his expectations significantly. It proved to be immensely beneficial, augmenting his arsenal of methods to confront adversaries. Amidst the enthusiasm of Wanda and her companions, Li Qi gradually began to impart his teachings. Chapter 10. 2 years later, a silver aircraft gracefully descended from the sky, and Li Qi, accompanied by Wanda, emerged from its confines. Behind them, dozens of children stepped out with wide eyes, their faces brimming with anticipation. Leader, you have finally returned. As soon as Li Qi disembarked, he was promptly greeted by someone. How has the situation in the fortress been? Li Qi gestured to Wanda, indicating she should follow. And they departed together with the individual. Wanda took charge of the children's accommodation, guiding them to a designated room. This is your new room. 2 of you will share it, and everything is brand new for your choosing. Over there is the cafeteria, if you feel hungry. You may go there at any time to eat. These are your new clothes, and each room is equipped with a private bathroom. After you have refreshed yourselves, you can change into these new outfits. Wanda efficiently organized the children, clearly adept at managing such matters, as this was not her first experience. Now, 2 years had elapsed since Li Qi's initial escape from that laboratory. During this time, the construction of the fortress had progressed rapidly, surpassing its original scale. The current fortress boasted a substantial armed presence and was well constructed, becoming the most formidable force in the vicinity. In these 2 years, Baron Stella had discovered the fortress. However, by that time, the fortress had already been established. Although there were not many personnel at that time, the geographical advantage, combined with the knowledge some of Wanda's group had acquired in naval 6 styles, along with Li Qi's formidable strength, successfully repelled Baron Stella's assaults. Subsequently, leveraging the advantages of a commander's perspective, Li Qi led Wanda and their group in several fierce battles against Baron Stella, forcing him into a state of disarray. From that point onward, Baron Stella abandoned any thoughts of attacking the fortress, as the losses inflicted by Li Qi had been substantial. Nevertheless, Li Qi did not relent against Baron Stella. Instead, utilizing the intelligence gained from his commander's perspective, he began to strike at Hydra's laboratories. Initially, his assaults affected only the outermost ordinary laboratories. Now, Baron Stella had been compelled to relinquish the periphery, concentrating all his forces around his base, fearing an imminent attack. In just 2 short years, the population within the fortress had exceeded 10,000. Throughout the fortress's development, Baron Stella had played an indispensable role. This was because both the individuals and the funding for the construction had originated from Baron Stella. Approximately half of the inhabitants in the fortress were children from the war-torn nations, taken by Hydra from their homes. Li Qi reaped the benefits as a bystander, plundering resources amidst the Hydra, thus nurturing the construction of an imposing fortress. The remaining populace represents the fruits of the fortress's burgeoning strength over the past 2 years. Some of them, originally from war-torn nations, sought refuge upon hearing of the fortress's renown. The others are specialized talents that Li Qi diligently sought after. After all, managing a community of thousands within the fortress is no trivial task. Li Qi could not dedicate all his thoughts to such matters, hence the significance of these specialized individuals. Over the past 2 years, many talents have emerged under Li Qi's command, among whom Wanda stands out. Wanda has awakened to her true potential, and having learned much from Li Qi, she has surpassed her former self as the Scarlet Witch. Presently, Wanda is also bestowed with the title of the Scarlet Witch, a moniker that originated from a casual compliment by Li Qi when Wanda showcased her newly acquired skills in the Navy 6 forms and armament hockey. Li Qi expressed his satisfaction with her progress, exclaiming, "You truly embody the Scarlet Witch." From that moment, Wanda embraced this title and began to refer to herself as the Scarlet Witch. Now, the Scarlet Witch has gained a small but notable reputation within Baron Stella's laboratory. Chief, 2 more individuals in the fortress have mastered your Navy 6 forms, reported a blonde woman standing behind Li Qi, providing a detailed account of the situation within the fortress. As the populace grew increasingly numerous, Li Qi abandoned the notion of assigning Wanda to manage the fortress. After all, Wanda is not a specialized administrator, and entrusting such responsibilities to her would be a misallocation of her talents. Compared to managing trivial affairs, Wanda excels in accompanying Li Qi as they conquer the laboratories under Baron Stella. This blonde woman, Erin, was specifically invited by Li Qi. Originally the head of a logistics department in a war-torn nation, Li Qi learned of Erin's capabilities from a boy he rescued from one of Baron Stella's laboratories. The fortress had expanded too rapidly, leaving Li Qi overwhelmed with tasks. To address this issue, he promptly ventured to the war-torn country, only to find Erin's logistics base had already been bombed by the enemy. Braving the explosions, Li Qi charged into the base and brought Erin back. From that day forward, Erin became the true head of the fortress, allowing Li Qi to fulfill his desire to lead without the burden of management. For Li Qi, strength is the paramount concern. The very reason he established such a force was to facilitate his own development, not to expend all his energies on its maintenance. Very well, I shall distribute the rewards shortly, and I will visit them tonight. Li Qi nodded with great satisfaction, his heart brimming with joy at the development of the fortress. It is worth noting that the difficulty of the 6 styles of the Navy is inherently profound. Even among the first batch of individuals he personally instructed, not all have mastered it to this day. Presently, the ones teaching the 6 styles are primarily those same individuals, and their teaching abilities are indeed commendable. For these 2 to learn the 6 styles under such circumstances is already a remarkable achievement. After all, not everyone possesses talents akin to Wanda's. Even her brother Quicksilver pales in comparison to her exceptional abilities. Chapter 11. The mice Wanda's talent, even in Leech's eyes, was remarkably extravagant. The 6 powers of the Navy. Such superhuman techniques were not easily mastered even in the world of One Piece. The fact that Wanda could command such skills was a testament to his innate gifts. Naturally, Leech discerned that Wanda's application of the 6 powers also harnessed the power of chaotic magic. Otherwise, with Wanda's physical constitution, the initial consequence of employing the 6 powers would have been detrimental to his own body. After addressing the matters at hand, Leech activated his Commander-S vision. It could even be said that the Ford's smooth development was significantly aided by this commanding perspective. In this state, a multitude of figures emerged in the vicinity of the fortress, represented by numerous red dots that suddenly appeared before Leech. It seemed yet another group of little mice sought to wreak havoc. Over the past 2 years, the number of individuals attempting to disrupt the fortress had been considerable. These intruders included terrorist organizations, the probing forces of Hydra, and various military or noble factions from neighboring small nations. After all, the territory occupied by Leech and his allies was quite expansive, nearly rivaling the landmass of some countries. Had it not been for the ongoing turmoil in the region, this stronghold would have long since been besieged. Observing the visible red units in his field of view, Leech did not dwell on the affiliations of these factions but instead summoned Wanda and Pietro to his side. Upon receiving Leech's command, a subordinate swiftly relayed the message to Wanda and Pietro. The chief is calling for us. Upon hearing the news, Pietro wasted no time and activated his super speed, vanishing from his spot. In an instant, his figure materialized before Leech. Chief, what do you need us for? 2 years had passed, and Pietro had undergone more significant changes than Wanda. Compared to his former self, he now exuded a maturity that was undeniable. Wanda will be here shortly. We will discuss matters together. Leech regarded Pietro with satisfaction. Under his guidance over the past 2 years, Pietro had evolved into an exceptionally skilled superhuman. His combat acumen and personal strength had undergone comprehensive transformation. It could be said that the days of being felled by bullets were behind him. While Leech observed Pietro, Wanda approached. Another group of mice has infiltrated our surroundings. You two take your team and deal with them. Leech informed both Wanda and Pietro of the situation. Upon hearing Leech's words, Pietro and Wanda exchanged glances. Rest assured, this minor task is well within our capabilities. With the prospect of confronting invaders, Pietro expressed confidence that such endeavors would be a walk in the park. Beside him, Wanda harbored no objections either. Now, among the fortress, aside from Leechy, the 2 strongest individuals could effortlessly handle the intruders. In the surrounding forest of the fortress, a group of agents clad in combat attire congregated. At the forefront was Brock Rumlow, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., gazing at the serene base before him. Rumlow recalled the instructions imparted by his superiors before his departure. This seemingly modest village had nearly obliterated their Hydra operations in Eastern Europe over the past 2 years. Indeed, had it not been for Hydra's exceptional talent for concealment, their previous arrangements would have faced dire consequences in the presence of these individuals. If not for their cunning leader, Pierce, who had exaggerated the situation to Nick Fury, prompting Fury to dispatch them to eradicate this terrorist organization, Hydra would have had no capacity for resistance in Eastern Europe. Captain, the drones have been deployed, reported a bespectacled member beside Rumlow. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Rumlow turned to observe the images relayed by the drone. The expanse of the base was indeed vast, yet it appeared utterly devoid of inhabitants. A nearby S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, cradling a sniper rifle, gazed at the footage and found it increasingly peculiar. Although the fortress bore the hallmarks of a terrorist organization's base, the surrounding farmlands and children seemed entirely inconsistent with such an establishment. Could there be a misunderstanding in the intelligence? Another member pondered aloud. Soon, other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents began voicing similar sentiments, perceiving the fortress more as a noble domain sheltering children rather than a terrorist stronghold. Do not be deceived by appearances. According to intelligence, this terrorist organization has claimed numerous lives in Europe, committing heinous acts, Rumlow asserted, detecting wavering resolve among the S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Nevertheless, he believed that the quality of this contingent of agents was lacking. Had it been seasoned veterans, even upon witnessing these children, they would have refrained from expressing such doubts openly. Meanwhile, those in the crowd who remained silent were members of Hydra, unconcerned with the truth of the mission. They simply followed Rumlow's directives. After Rumlow's guidance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents adjusted their mindsets. Observing their current demeanor, Rumlow felt a sense of relief. He could not underestimate the base before him, as the obliteration of previous Hydra installations served as a cautionary tale. It is important to acknowledge the presence of the Winter Soldier among them. Nevertheless, they suffered significant losses when confronting this group. On this occasion, they have also deployed a considerable amount of new equipment from S.H.I.E.L.D. With these advancements, Langlo feels confident in his ability to eradicate this band of adversaries. At this moment, the drone has thoroughly surveyed the environment surrounding the fortress. Observing the returning drone, Langlo prepares to signal for combat. Chapter 12. The initial battle of the naval six styles. As everyone was preparing, a few individuals emerged from the fortress's grand entrance. Leading the group were two figures, one with flowing red hair and the other with sleek silver locks. These were Wanda and Pietro, following the orders given by Leech. The duo selected several adept members well-versed in the naval six styles to accompany them. Over there, Wanda, having just stepped out, sensed the presence of Romulo and his companions through her chaotic magic. At that moment, Romulo and his group remained oblivious to the fact that they had been discovered, engrossed in discussions about how to infiltrate the fortress. Forgive the interruption, but are you planning to assault our fortress? A chilling voice abruptly resonated near Romulo and his associates. Reacting swiftly to the unfamiliar voice, Romulo and his team instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at the suddenly appeared Pietro. Upon seeing him, Romulo's expression darkened. He recognized the silver-haired youth who had just emerged from the fortress. How could he be here when they had just seen him miles away? Bang, 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 bang. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Romulo and his team quickly squeezed the triggers of their firearms. Bullets instantly engulfed the space surrounding Pietro. However, their efforts were in vain. The moment they pulled the trigger, Pietro had already activated his powers and darted forward. To him, the bullets seemed to freeze mid-air, suspended in time. With a mere flick of his finger, he could effortlessly alter their trajectory. When Pietro finally halted, the bullets scattered in all directions, inadvertently injuring several agents. Romulo glared at Pietro, now understanding that this mysterious individual had manipulated the bullets' paths with some unknown ability. Before Romulo could utter another word, several figures appeared around them. Witnessing this turn of events, Romulo's frustration toward Hydra and SHIELD's intelligence personnel surged. Sending such a force of mere few individuals was tantamount to a death sentence. In that fleeting moment, Romulo pondered whether he had offended anyone, questioning why such a perilous task had been assigned to him. Kevin, these fellows are in your hands, Wanda called out to one of the combat members. Addressing Romulo's team, the three combatants who accompanied Wanda, Kevin, Belle, and Rashika, were all masters of various techniques of the naval six styles. Upon hearing Wanda's command, Kevin sprang into action, leaping towards the nearest agent and delivering a powerful punch directed at his adversary. Finger gun. Although the technique was named finger gun, it was executed with the entirety of his arm. Though Kevin and his companions have undergone certain physical enhancements, they still fall short of the superhuman physiques typical of the pirate world. Consequently, the Marines' six styles they wield have been modified by Li Chi take. For instance, the finger gun technique, although executed with the arm, its potency remains undiminished. A single strike left a hollow mark on the agent's body. Fire. Upon witnessing this, Romulo, disregarding Pietro and Wanda who had yet to make a move, commanded his subordinates to launch an attack. The agents, upon receiving the order, raised their firearms and pulled the triggers towards Kevin. This time, it was not Pietro who intervened, but Rashika. Unlike Kevin, who mastered the finger gun and paper drawing techniques, Rashika was adept in shave and iron blocks. Clad in specially designed bulletproof attire, Rashika was impervious to the rifle bullets, which couldn't inflict the slightest injury. Clang, clang, clang. The bullet struck Rashika, instantly losing all momentum and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Romulo, numb by the scene, glanced at the new SHIELD submachine gun in his hands, then at Kevin and Rashika, feeling a sense of hopelessness. At that moment, Bell also showcased his prowess, wielding the Marines' six styles of paper drawing and the sky leg. With swift kicks, he unleashed invisible air blades that severed the limbs of those unfortunate enough to be caught in his onslaught. In mere moments, Romulo's subordinates suffered substantial losses. Realizing that failure to resist would lead to their demise, Romulo tapped into his skills as a senior agent. He silently tossed a grenade while his submachine gun spat fire. The bullets raced from the muzzle, their target unmistakably set on Rashika's eyes. Despite the submachine gun's inherent lack of accuracy in Romulo's hands, it seemed to possess a homing capability, not faltering in the slightest. Aware of his limitations, Rashika crossed his arms before him to shield against the bullets. Bang! The grenade that rolled from Rashika's waist exploded instantly. Unprepared, Kevin was hurled away by the blast. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from significant harm, while Rashika, at the center of the explosion, withstood the force, thanks to the power of his iron block. However, as the grenade detonated, other agents began to throw their own grenades. Their arsenal was far from simplistic. RPGs, flamethrowers, and heavy machine guns were all on hand. Alas, the sudden appearance of Pietro thwarted their ability to arm themselves promptly. Retreat. Romulo silently pressed the distress button on his earpiece, then shouted to his subordinates. Observing Pietro and Wanda, who remained unengaged, Ramlo pressed a button on his glove. In the next moment, the crate containing weapons and ammunition erupted in a violent explosion. As a highly skilled agent and a member of Hydra, Ramlo conducts his operations with utmost caution and meticulousness. He always prepares for contingencies, and for this particular mission, he brought along an array of remote-controlled explosives. Originally intended to eliminate evidence, they were unexpectedly put to use at that moment. In the instant of the explosion, Ramlo plunged into the depths of the forest without looking back. Consequently, he failed to witness the flames and the explosion that were supposed to intensify, instead diminishing gradually in Wanda's grasp. Chapter 13. The Quinjet, a crimson chaos magic manifested in Wanda's hands, gradually extinguishing the explosion of the bomb. Ultimately, it vanished without a trace in her palms. In the next moment, Wanda pressed the chaos magic entwined around her hands down towards the ground. A terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, surging forth like a tidal wave and sending Hydra agents flying. Seizing the opportunity, Pietro charged forward and toppled Ramlo to the ground. Although Pietro exerted little force, it was sufficient to snap Ramlo's leg. One must wonder what audacity drives you to provoke us. Pietro scoffed at the silent Ramlo lying on the ground. This fellow is of no further use. Let us eliminate him, Wanda asserted decisively, as neither she nor Pietro had received any instructions from Leech to spare Ramlo. Very well, Pietro responded, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. However, at that very moment, 3 black fighter jets unexpectedly appeared in the sky. As the hatches of the Quinjets opened, machine guns emerged, targeting Wanda and her companions, unleashing a merciless barrage of gunfire. Everyone, take cover, Wanda shouted, and with a swift motion of her hands, she conjured a crimson energy barrier before her. The bullets struck the shield, only to be devoured by the red magic. Despite their formidable power, the bullets posed little threat to Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. While Wanda and Pietro remained unscathed, Ramlo and the other agents were not so fortunate. The metallic storm of bullets showed no mercy, tearing through their bodies with horrifying devastation. Observing the audacious jets, Wanda raised her arm and unleashed a red energy attack towards the aircraft. Boom! The crimson energy struck the Quinjet, and with Wanda's clenching fist, the jet erupted into a shower of sparks. What manner of creature is this? Exclaimed the pilot of another Quinjet, witnessing his comrade's explosion. Forget them. Let's proceed to blow up that fortress. The pilot of a third jet, equally startled, was taken aback by the realization that these adversaries could indeed strike back. After a brief discussion, they retracted their machine guns and steered their jets towards the fortress. As the 2 Quinjets departed, Wanda retracted her magic. They held no concern for the jet's intentions. The 2 Quinjets, now approaching the fortress, launched their missiles into the air. 2 missiles, endowed with terrifying power, shot straight towards the fortress. Yet, as the missiles approached, Li Qi's figure materialized in midair. Ice birds, 2 avian forms, sculpted from solid ice, erupted from Li Qi's outstretched arms, intercepting the missiles with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, the missiles were entirely encased in ice, transformed into 2 frozen masses. Time-freezing capsules. A gust of frigid air emanated from Li Qi's palms, and before the 2 distant pilots could react, their Kun-type aircraft were encapsulated in ice, plummeting from the sky. 3 Kun-type planes. Surely even Nick Fury would feel a pang of regret. Observing the 2 frozen aircraft and 1 destroyed, Li Qi sensed that even Nick Fury would be disheartened. Meanwhile, in far-off New York, Nick Fury furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the report in his hands. 3 Kun-type planes and the presence of these individuals on the mission list puzzled him. Hearing Nick Fury's voice, Natasha, standing nearby, inquired with confusion, "Was it truly not your command?" This was meant to be a straightforward briefing. After receiving Romulo's distress signal, Natasha had come to seek out Nick Fury. However, upon reviewing the operation report, Nick Fury recognized something amiss. The extra personnel and the 3 Kun-type aircraft were entirely unfamiliar to him. Observing Nick Fury's demeanor, Natasha quickly realized that there might be an issue with an S-H-I-E-L-D. If Natasha could discern this, then Nick Fury, the king of spies, had undoubtedly sensed it long before. Due to Li Qi's involvement, Hydra had exposed numerous matters over the past 2 years. This was a principal reason why Pierce was so eager to eliminate Li Qi and his associates. The exposure of their European base had caused significant turmoil. Were it not for S-H-I-E-L-D's vast influence to tidy up the situation, these matters would not have been concealed for so long. Yet, it was precisely because of S-H-I-E-L-D's frequent interventions that Nick Fury became aware of the disarray within the organization. This operation by Romulo and his team was also part of Nick Fury's strategy. However, he never anticipated that the individual who would falter would be Romulo himself. If a seasoned agent like Romulo had encountered difficulties, it would be nearly impossible to discern friend from foe within Hydra. Having just received Romulo's distress signal, it was likely already too late. At this juncture, Natasha also cautioned Nick Fury, contemplating the unfamiliar force represented by Li Chi. Nick Fury found himself intrigued. This time, Natasha, you should investigate, prioritize safety above all else. Given Romulo's predicament, Nick Fury realized he had very few individuals he could trust. Thus, he could only assign Natasha to this task. Understood. Natasha did not refuse the mission. However, infiltrating would require some clever tactics. The fortress. After removing the drivers, Li Chi and his companions acquired 2 Quinn-class fighters. The technology of SHIELD is indeed impressive. Gazing at the Quinn-class fighters before him, Li Chi felt quite pleased. After all, the arrival of Lang Moro and his team not only inflicted no harm on the fortress's inhabitants but also contributed 2 Quinn-class fighters. It seems we are in need of some talented researchers. Chapter 14. Breathing techniques. Gazing at the 2 Quinn-style fighters before him, Li Chi felt a sense of helplessness. The base was not devoid of valuable assets, yet most were irreplaceable. Although his subordinates possessed remarkable learning capabilities, their youth and limited experience hindered their progress. Presently, the greatest deficiency for Li Chi was the absence of competent individuals. Wanda, during this period, you and Eileen must be diligent in organizing the items stored in the warehouse. The mere thought of the disarray within the warehouse gave Li Chi a headache. That warehouse was exclusively his, filled with treasures acquired through sign-ins. However, the unpredictability of these sign-ins meant that both good and bad items were included. Some items that Li Chi deemed insignificant were haphazardly piled away. Yet they still held value for others. Leave it to us. Li Chi felt a great sense of reassurance as he looked at Wanda. Wanda and Eileen had become indispensable to him. All affairs, big and small, revolved around these 2 individuals. Peter, take some people to Serbia and drive back those troops. Our restraint has only emboldened them. A flicker of disdain crossed Li Chi's eyes as he mentioned Serbia, once a nation ravaged by Hydra. The situation had not improved even after Hydra's demise. Instead, chaos had intensified. Previously, there were only government forces and rebels. But now several factions were locked in a brutal struggle for power. The area where Li Chi and his team resided was nearly perfect, aside from its inconvenient transportation, making it an object of envy for the factions within Serbia. Li Chi had previously lacked the time to confront them, resulting in their audacity to station troops at the borders. Leave those ruffians to us. Although both Wanda and Peter were Serbians, Li Chi held no sentimental ties to the country. As he watched Wanda and Peter depart, Li Chi immersed himself in his tasks. This time, they had returned with a considerable number of individuals, all of whom required careful organization. A week swiftly passed. Under Peter's leadership, the fortress's combatants annihilated the hostile troops, impressing upon the Serbians the danger Li Chi and his crew posed. The factions quickly fell into line. May my sign-in yield something remarkable. With Li Chi's words, a small booklet fell before him. This is, picking up the booklet, Li Chi realized the nature of the reward from his latest sign-in, the breathing techniques from Demon Slayer. From the initial sun breathing and moon breathing to the subsequent insect breathing and beast breathing, it contained a comprehensive array of techniques. With this newfound knowledge, their strength could be significantly enhanced. Gazing at the booklet in his hands, Li Chi felt a sense of satisfaction. The breath of the Demon Slayer was indeed commendable within the realm of monthly sign-ins, as it possessed considerable efficacy. Just as Li Chi was about to present the breathing technique to Wanda and the others, Wanda approached him first. Li Chi, someone has arrived at the base. And they seem quite similar to that previous group. Wanda informed Li Chi, stepping closer to relay her discovery. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Li Chi immediately activated the commander's vision. Indeed, he spotted a unique unit. However, contrary to his expectations of encountering an adversary, it turned out to be a neutral entity. This piqued Li Chi's interest, for it was his first encounter with a neutral unit at the base. Let us proceed. I wish to see for myself. At the castle entrance, Eileen was engaged in conversation with a stunning red-haired woman. Are you a mercenary hired by Serbia? Has Serbia begun recruiting from the outside? Eileen pondered the woman's words with curiosity. Although Serbia was embroiled in fierce internal conflict, they had not ventured to recruit externally until now. Who knows? Natasha, who had infiltrated under Nick Fury's orders, observed the children laboring nearby, astonished by how they had managed to retain Romulo and his companions indefinitely. Had it not been for the 2 Quinjet aircraft, she would have doubted her location entirely. Eileen, who is this? Pietro suddenly appeared, startling Natasha. Instinctively, she reached for her weapon, only to remember it had been confiscated. This is Miss He-Man. A prospective addition to our mercenary group, Eileen responded, her uncertainty evident regarding the mercenaries' intentions. Just as Pietro furrowed his brow, Eileen promptly added, Wanda has already informed the elder brother. Upon hearing Eileen's words, Pietro ceased to inquire further. They were well aware of Li Qi's capabilities. As long as Li Qi confirmed the newcomer's background, the specifics of her origins became irrelevant. As the conversation unfolded, Li Qi and Wanda emerged from the castle. Natasha. The moment he laid eyes on the woman, Li Qi recognized her instantly. It was impossible to overlook Natasha's iconic appearance. However, upon seeing her, Li Qi deduced that this was likely Nick Fury's investigation into their operations. The reason for her neutral classification was probably due to Natasha's own circumstances. Despite being an agent, her past experiences rendered her different in many respects. Perhaps it was this very distinction that led to her being categorized as a neutral entity in the commander's vision. Upon spotting Li Qi, Natasha was taken aback by his youth. She had anticipated that this so-called leader would be in his 30s or 40s, but he appeared to be merely in his 20s. Greetings, leader. My name is Shimon. Before I could finish speaking, Li Qi interjected, saying, "It doesn't matter. No one here will concern themselves with your past." There was a thought that Li Qi refrained from expressing. Regardless of your intentions, they would be inescapable in his presence. For now, you shall accompany Wanda, he instructed. Observing Natasha, Li Qi made arrangements, finding her arrival intriguing, especially with Wanda accompanying her. This brought him a sense of reassurance. Chapter 15. The Enterprise. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda cast a glance at Natasha. Although Wanda did not employ chaotic magic to delve into Natasha's thoughts, Li Qi's demeanor suggested that Natasha had not gained their approval. Let us proceed, Wanda urged, and she began to explore the surroundings with Natasha. Having come with the intent to investigate, Natasha held no objections. However, after merely strolling about, her astonishment grew profoundly. Natasha observed that the majority of individuals here possessed physical capabilities that vastly exceeded those of ordinary humans. In fact, several among them exhibited prowess that was nearly comparable to her own. This realization led Natasha to surmise that Li Qi and his associates must possess a sophisticated serum for human enhancement. Otherwise, it would be implausible for nearly everyone to wield such strength. This revelation weighed heavily on Natasha's heart, as the sacrifices of Langmulo and others had already made her and Nick Fury aware that this was not merely a mundane terror organization. Given the abundance of enhanced warriors, it was no wonder that Langmulo and his companions had met their demise here. Without adequate preparation, it seemed that even a greater influx of individuals would be futile. After this brief exploration, Li Qi's significance in Natasha's mind had escalated tremendously. In Li Qi's office, Aaron, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "That woman is clearly concealing something. Why allow her to remain here?" As someone entrusted with managing the entire base, Aaron was undoubtedly astute. She recognized what Wanda had discerned. The woman named Natasha was an exceptional operative, affiliated with the same organization as the group from days past. Li Qi had no intention of shrouding his own in mystery. He promptly disclosed Natasha's identity to Aaron. "I intend to make another trip to New York, where we require someone well-versed in the rules, and Natasha fits that description." In recent years, Li Qi had not solely focused on expanding the base. He had investments across various nations. Aware of the developments within the Marvel Universe, he had established several assets in the United States, even founding a conglomerate utilizing some trinkets acquired through signing agreements. However, the group had encountered difficulties of late, necessitating Li Qi's presence in New York to take charge. "This time, I plan to bring Wanda along. You and Pietro will remain here to guard against those Serbians." Aaron harbored no discontent regarding Li Qi's arrangements. Her earlier inquiry was merely directed at Natasha. "The base will be in our capable hands, and with Pietro here, we will face no issues." Aaron held great trust in her comrades within the base. Whether they practiced the Marine Six styles or were Pietro, their strength was beyond the reach of ordinary adversaries. "Indeed, with you present, I feel considerably more at ease." Pietro often neglects to use his intellect. As Li Qi presented the breathing technique to Aaron, it contained a method that, once mastered, could bestow extraordinary strength. He instructed her to arrange for others to learn it. Li Qi did not place excessive importance on the breathing technique. In terms of sheer power, it could not compare to the Navy's Six styles. Yet its learning curve was significantly less daunting. Upon receiving the technique, Aaron's eyes sparkled, for even she found the Navy's Six styles exceedingly challenging to grasp. The advent of this new power was a source of joy for many within the base. Furthermore, news of Li Qi's impending trip to New York quickly reached Natasha and Wanda. Learning that Li Qi had established enterprises in America left Natasha feeling exasperated with the intelligence personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was ironic that, despite their role as information gatherers, they remained oblivious to the reality that a base of enhanced warriors was mischaracterized as a terrorist organization. With even Li Qi's position as leader going unnoticed. "Not a problem. I am quite familiar with New York," Natasha replied, glancing at Wanda. Upon hearing Natasha's agreement, Wanda departed with a smile, elated at the prospect of accompanying Li Qi on his first outing with her. In stark contrast, Pietro, who appeared suddenly beside her, felt no joy whatsoever. Why am I not going to New York this time? I wish to explore too. Although Pietro had matured considerably, he still longed to experience the vibrancy of the big city. His ability to move at incredible speeds allowed him to traverse all of Europe in a single day. However, due to Li Qi's orders, he seldom ventured out. Li Qi harbored his own concerns regarding this. As the world was rife with dangers, who could predict whether Pietro might encounter someone capable of countering his speed? The trip to New York was urgent, and the following morning, Li Qi set off with Wanda and Natasha. In New York, at Wilson Tower, Wilson inquired, "Have we yet located the owner of that umbrella corporation?" Although he displayed no outward signs of anger, beads of cold sweat trickled down James Wesley's forehead. According to our investigation, the owner of Umbrella rarely makes public appearances, managing the company's affairs primarily through remote control. All we have discerned is that this individual seems to reside in Europe. James spoke with his head lowered, fearful that any movement would provoke the wrath of this formidable figure. Europe, you say? Wilson mused, taking up a cigar, his thoughts inscrutable. The Umbrella Corporation, which had captured his attention, was, in fact, Li Qi's enterprise in America. During its inception, it had provided a wealth of games and electronic products, which played a pivotal role in establishing the largest gaming empire in the United States and supplying Li Qi's base with unfathomable financial resources. It is precisely due to this funding that Li Qi hastened to New York upon receiving the news. As he slowly ignited his cigar, Jean remarked, "Umbrella has now become a globally renowned gaming company, notably without any substantial backing." Chapter 16. Undercurrents. James sighed in relief upon hearing Wilson's voice. Wilson's lengthy discourse to Tianya implied that he still held value and would not be eliminated. I will ascertain the identity of his superior promptly, James thought, fully grasping Wilson's clarity. The Umbrella Corporation, that lucrative cash cow, had grown considerably, attracting more than just their faction, which necessitated James's swift actions. Unbeknownst to Wilson and James, the individual they discussed had already arrived in New York. At the airport, Wanda descended from the aircraft, her gaze filled with wonder as she beheld the bustling metropolis. "Lee, do we have time to enjoy ourselves here? I wish to explore the city." Seeing Wanda's childlike enthusiasm, Li Qi realized for the first time that he had not shown much concern for them. Although he had been nurturing them for 2 years, his own circumstances had curtailed their freedom. Pietro and Wanda had been confined to a mere mountainous region during that time. Now, observing the eager look in Wanda's eyes, Li Qi found it difficult to refuse her. "Of course, we have ample time this trip. We can go wherever you wish." With Li Qi's permission, Wanda displayed the exuberance typical of her age. Ultimately, she was just a young girl. Meanwhile, Natasha, listening to their exchange, formed a clearer image of the two, albeit lacking significant details. At S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon disembarking, Natasha had already compiled a report to send to Nick Fury. As he reviewed the documents in hand, Fury's already dark expression deepened. Human enhancement and extraordinary strength, two coveted assets that Fury had long sought, were now reported to be in the possession of a small base. Yet, as the king of spies, Fury was not swayed by his emotions. After the initial surge of greed, he immediately thought of Langmello. It seemed that Langmello and his backing were well aware of the powers they had acquired, compelling them to act despite the risks. Merely from Natasha's intelligence, Fury had deduced a wealth of information. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that even Pierce lacked comprehensive knowledge regarding Li Qi's operations. Much of the intelligence was concealed even within Hydra. Alongside Natasha's report, another dossier lay before Fury, detailing information on Li Qi and Umbrella. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been keeping a watchful eye on the rising enterprise of Umbrella, and Fury was well aware of the troubles it had faced recently. This time, however, as Li Qi returned to address these matters, Fury had no intention of intervening. Rather, he wished to observe Li Qi's methods. For Nick Fury no longer trusted the information from Europe. Some things are indeed better witnessed firsthand. On the other hand, Li Qi, accompanied by Wanda and Natasha, opened the commander's perspective, which took him by surprise. Aside from half of the neutral units, the remainder were predominantly hostile. The few entities that could be deemed friendly were exceedingly scarce. It seemed that his employees truly held multiple roles. Although Li Qi had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the scene. After all, his company offered salaries and benefits that far surpassed those of competitors, yet even so, loyalty among employees was in short supply. After presenting his credentials, Li Qi led Wanda and Natasha directly to the CEO's office on the top floor. Meanwhile, news of the umbrella holder's appearance spread rapidly. Upon entering the office, Li Qi pushed the door open to find CEO House, who had received the news, standing with a beaming smile. "Boss, you've finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I feared the company might truly crumble." House's expression of sorrow hinted at the immense pressure he had been under during Li Qi's absence. However, Li Qi found House's performance quite ludicrous, as Within the commander's perspective, House was unmistakably a hostile entity, marked in red. Wanda. Li Qi called out to Wanda, dismissing House with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing his command, Wanda spread her palm, unleashing a burst of crimson magic that struck House instantly. Natasha, following closely behind, widened her eyes in astonishment. Initially, they believed that the Superman serum in the Navy 6 style constituted all of Li Qi's arsenal, but it appeared there was much more at play. As House fell under Wanda's enchantment, his demeanor shifted to one of dazed confusion, his dilated pupils indicating he had succumbed to her control. Speak. For whom are you currently working? Li Qi inquired, gazing at the bewitched House. With Wanda, who wielded chaos magic, few could conceal their secrets. Even if someone could, House would not be among them. It's James. James provided me with a substantial sum and assured me that even if the company's ownership changed, my position would remain unchanged. Hearing the name, Li Qi was taken aback. He did not recognize the widely known James, who seemed to be an unexpected player in this scenario. He had anticipated that an influential entity would be targeting his company, or at least someone of notable reputation. Instead, it appeared to be a nameless individual. Who is James? Li Qi pressed. James Wesley, House continued. He works for a significant boss. With this, Li Qi began to understand that this James was likely someone else's puppet. Beyond this inquiry, House had little more to divulge. It is evident that House has not been informed of the deeper matters at hand. However, House's ignorance does not imply that others are equally uninformed. Heyman, are you familiar with the individual known as James Wesley? Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Natasha too became anxious, observing House's condition, and she began to doubt whether she had been under any form of control herself. Chapter 17. Natasha, though her mind was rife with thoughts, exhibited no sign of it on her countenance. James Wesley was presumably a subordinate of Wilson, who, apart from being a renowned businessman and philanthropist, was also the emperor of the underworld, Jean Bing, wielding considerable underground power. Upon hearing the name Jean Bing, Li Qi instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was not unfamiliar with this man who stood at the pinnacle of humanity, Jean Bing. It dawned on Li Qi that the recent surge in profits for his organization, Umbrella, had likely attracted the envy of many, with Jean Bing being one of them. However, Li Qi remained largely unconcerned, no matter how formidable Jean Bing might be. He was still merely a mortal. To Li Qi, a being like Jean Bing could be effortlessly subdued, even without his direct intervention. Once Li Qi learned that Jean Bing was behind the plot against Umbrella, he turned to House for further inquiries. After a thorough discussion, it became apparent to Li Qi that he had been neglectful. Umbrella's predicament had escalated significantly. Besides Jean Bing, numerous other factions were also targeting Umbrella. It was evident that Umbrella, with its substantial financial resources, had become an enticing prize in New York, coveted by many. Upon grasping the full extent of the situation, Li Qi instructed Wanda to release her control over House. What have you done to me? House gasped in terror as he regarded Li Qi and Wanda. Fully cognizant of the events while under her manipulation, this realization only intensified his fear. House, a mere professional manager, had never encountered such a terrifying power as Wanda's. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he was utterly petrified. Observing the crumpled figure of House, Li Qi lost any desire to engage him further and promptly called security to have him expelled. Wanda, you and He-Man should explore a bit. I have numerous matters to attend to. Although the issue with House had been resolved, Umbrella still faced a plethora of challenges. Li Qi suggested that Wanda and Natasha enjoy their time in New York. All right, Wanda eagerly nodded, having long wished to wander through the vibrant city. Meanwhile, House, cast out by Li Qi, harbored resentment and swiftly contacted James, divulging information about Li Qi's arrival. Unbeknownst to House, James and his associates had already received word, and his attempt to sell Li Qi's information resulted in his immediate capture by James and his men. Are you saying that the woman accompanying Li Qi possesses the ability to control others? Therefore, you divulged our affairs? Dressed in a pristine white suit, Jean Bing approached House, who was pleading for mercy. With a friendly demeanor, he extended his hand to assist him up from the ground. Indeed, after enduring a bitter experience at the hands of James, House had come to terms with reality. Faced with the towering figure of Jean Bing, he hesitated not to betray Li Qi, divulging that in addition to Li Qi, 2 women had returned with him, and he also revealed the issue concerning Wanda. I do not know what power that female patient possesses. With just a wave of her hand, I lost control and divulged everything I knew. I truly did not intend to betray you. As he noticed Jean Bing's countenance shift, House hastily attempted to clarify. Unlike House, who was oblivious, Jean Bing, as the emperor of the underworld, was well versed in many clandestine secrets. Although he was unaware of the means employed by Wanda, he understood that it was not something an ordinary person could contend with. You mentioned that 2 women accompanied Li Qi. What abilities does the other woman possess? To Jean Bing, it was evident that Li Qi's return to New York with 2 women implied he had his own sources of confidence. The woman named Wanda had already demonstrated her uniqueness, suggesting that the other was not a mere nobody. The other woman had not exhibited any particular traits, but she must be well acquainted with New York, as her identity was known to Li Chi. House contemplated for a moment before speaking. I see. Then you are of no further use. With that, Jean Bing's grip on House's shoulder tightened. The sound of bones creaking filled the air as excruciating pain overwhelmed House, rendering him speechless and unconscious in an instant. Under Jean Bing's formidable strength, House's shoulder was crushed in one swift motion. Eliminate him. Jean Bing commanded James, who stood nearby. To Jean Bing, House had become utterly valueless. As James departed, Jean Bing dialed a number. In New York, Natasha strolled through the city with Wanda, who was brimming with curiosity about her surroundings. Compared to her previous home, this place was undeniably more vibrant. Observing Wanda's keen interest in everything around her, Natasha inquired, "Have you always been holed up in the mountains, never venturing out?" Initially exuberant, Wanda's demeanor shifted upon hearing Natasha's words, reminding her that the person beside her was not entirely trustworthy. Though Wanda's change in attitude was subtle, Natasha was perceptive enough to notice it. This realization left Natasha feeling quite helpless. Despite having joined their ranks, almost everyone harbored distrust towards her. Even Natasha, adept in the arts of infiltration and disguise, was perplexed by the reasons behind their skepticism. She had initially thought that she had fallen under Wanda's control, much like how Wanda manipulated House. During her recent stroll, Natasha discerned that Wanda harbored little suspicion towards her. This indicated that she had not revealed her true intentions. Yet her casual inquiry elicited a response that revealed Wanda's persistent lack of trust. Natasha could only attribute this to the peculiarities surrounding Li Chi and his companions. Just as the atmosphere between Natasha and Wanda grew increasingly delicate, a small truck unexpectedly veered towards them, catching both women's attention immediately. Chapter 18. Bullseye. Both Wanda and Natasha possess extraordinary capabilities beyond the ordinary realm. While others may have found the movement of the truck surprising, Natasha and Wanda discerned its intentions with remarkable clarity. As the truck barreled toward her, Wanda, without a moment's hesitation, summoned the power of chaos magic into her hands. She has never been one to show mercy towards threats against her. The concentrated force of chaos magic swirled in her grasp, poised to obliterate the oncoming vehicle in an instant. However, while Wanda could disregard the consequences, Natasha could not afford to do so. Revealing Wanda's powers in such a public setting would undoubtedly lead to far graver repercussions. Just as Wanda was about to unleash her magic, Natasha swiftly grasped her and pulled her away from the impending danger. This intervention disrupted Wanda's spell casting. Boom. The truck showed no signs of braking and collided violently with the wall behind. As it came to a halt, a masked man emerged from the vehicle. "Hey, wouldn't it have been wiser for you to stand still? You could have spared yourself some suffering." Bullseye. Upon seeing the masked figure, Natasha instantly recognized him. He was a professional assassin endowed with extraordinary skills. Natasha was familiar with this individual, given that one of her colleagues was a sharpshooter akin to Bullseye. Albeit her colleague wielded a bow and arrow while Bullseye utilized various projectiles. "It seems you've heard of my name. You must be the woman House mentioned, the one well-versed in the dynamics of New York." Natasha's words confirmed Bullseye's assumption about her identity, as he had been summoned by Kingpin to eliminate the two women. Due to insufficient intelligence, Kingpin was unable to ascertain their true capabilities and thus dispatched his most formidable assassin, Bullseye. In Kingpin's view, removing Wanda and Natasha would leave only Li Chi, an easy target thereafter. "Who is this person?" Wanda inquired, her gaze fixed on Natasha. "A killer sent by Kingpin," Natasha deduced. Having pieced together the circumstances upon laying eyes on Bullseye, she was acutely aware of the connection between Bullseye and Kingpin. Wanda's expression turned icy upon hearing Natasha's words. An assassin? No sooner had she spoken than crimson magic erupted from her hands. Although Bullseye was uncertain of the nature of the red energy, his past experiences informed him that it was undeniably perilous. With a swift motion, he leapt from the truck, hurling a seemingly ordinary coin towards Wanda. Yet, in Bullseye's hands, that coin possessed a power surpassing that of firearms. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the coin was hurtling directly toward Wanda. In the next moment, a crimson magic enveloped Wanda, disintegrating the coins that came into contact with it into mere dust. Witnessing this scene, Hawkeye felt a pang of dread. Had he not evaded just in time, he might have been slain in an instant. While an ordinary individual would likely retreat upon witnessing Wanda's formidable power, Hawkeye's mental state was far from typical. Instead, he boldly initiated an attack, hurling a multitude of throwing knives from his hand. These knives, as if imbued with life, diverged in direction, yet all aimed at Wanda. "Oh, are you attempting a juggling act?" Wanda scoffed at the barrage of knives. In the next instant, a magical barrier erupted, obliterating all of Hawkeye's projectiles. The fierce clash between Wanda and Hawkeye sent bystanders fleeing in terror. Natasha, observing the chaos, felt a sense of helplessness. Wanda's uniqueness would surely become the talk of the town before the day was out. Yet, Facing Hawkeye, Wanda found herself increasingly irritated. This adversary, despite his apparent capabilities, seemed to evade her magic with ease, often finding the most advantageous way to withstand her attacks. Since you enjoy this so much, let us see how long you can keep it up, she declared, raising her hands as the chaotic power of her magic surged forth. Vehicles and debris within a radius of several hundred meters were suddenly manipulated by Wanda, hurtling towards Hawkeye. Oh no! Hawkeye was taken aback by the overwhelming onslaught. Although he took pride in his abilities, the sheer force before him resembled a natural disaster, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. With a thunderous crash, he was buried beneath the falling rubble. However, Wanda's assault did not cease there. Peering at the mound that concealed Hawkeye, she clenched her fists tightly, causing the heap of debris to constrict inward. A sound of crushing echoed as blood seeped through the cracks. Natasha, witnessing the fate of Hawkeye at Wanda's hands, was reminded that this girl was anything but benevolent. We should leave. The commotion here is too great, she advised, exasperated by the onlookers capturing the moment on their phones. She found herself at a loss regarding how to report this incident to Nick Fury and realized that since her involvement with the likes of Leech and others, her troubles had only multiplied. Very well, Wanda nodded in agreement, and with a wave of her hand, she cast a spell that concealed both of their forms. Moments later, as they departed, several vehicles rushed to the scene. After clearing the debris and wrecked cars, they stumbled upon the grotesquely mangled remains of Hawkeye. Is this truly something a human can do? One of the onlookers gasped, swallowing hard. It was no wonder he felt fear. Without his mask, it would be nearly impossible to recognize that grotesque mass as a person. Under Wanda's relentless assault, the body of Target I had been utterly reduced to a mere pulp. A few individuals wielding shovels gathered the remnants of Target I before hastily departing the scene. Following their exit, a steady stream of others began to arrive, clearly drawn by the fierce confrontation between Wanda and Target I, which had not gone unnoticed by various factions. Chapter 19. Jessica and Murdoch. When Leech received news from Wanda and the others, he had already learned of their battle through the media. He felt a sense of helplessness. Life in the base had left Wanda and the others unaware of many matters. Additionally, without his guidance, their use of magic during combat had become second nature. Leech did not dwell on this too much, for he had already confronted the most troublesome foe, Hydra. The remaining factions and ambitious individuals were merely inconsequential distractions. As for Bullseye, it seemed he was sent by Kingpin. Leech was well aware of the connection between Bullseye and Kingpin. Upon discovering that Bullseye was behind the attack on Wanda and her companions, Leech knew that the rotund mastermind was the one pulling the strings. It appeared that this time, he truly needed to leave a profound impression on these adversaries. Watching the red units continually appearing near the company through the commander's perspective, Leech recognized them as the tentacles of various powers in New York. If he could not mount a sufficient counterattack, these individuals might encircle him like ravenous hyenas. At that moment, he regretted not bringing more personnel with him. That way, he would not have to handle everything personally. These thoughts filled Leech with exasperation. However, with Kingpin already making his move, Leech resolved not to allow him to see the dawn of another day. In Hell's Kitchen, within a bar, a girl clad in a jacket was embroiled in a dispute with the bartender. "I'm sorry, miss, but you are not of legal drinking age." The bartender reiterated his refusal to serve her alcohol. Is age really a consideration for drinking here? Jessica felt a pang of anger in her chest. In this Hell's Kitchen, where drug trafficking was rampant, she found it absurd that she had to verify her age to enjoy a drink. Had she known, she would have refrained from disclosing her age upon entering. As Jessica pondered her predicament, a voice emerged from behind her. "A bottle of whiskey, my age should suffice." A man wearing sunglasses approached the bar, placing some change atop the counter. "Murdoch, your timing is impeccable." Jessica smiled upon seeing him, cheerfully accepting the whiskey from the bartender and joining Murdoch at a table in the corner. "Murdoch, is there something you wish to discuss?" After taking a sip of whiskey, Jessica turned her gaze towards him. Although both were superheroes frequenting Hell's Kitchen, Jessica felt like a novice compared to Murdoch. Bullseye has been eliminated. Kingpin has stirred up considerable trouble. Though Murdoch was blind, his extraordinary hearing allowed him to capture details unnoticed by others. As Bullseye's longtime adversary, he had received news of Bullseye's demise almost instantaneously. To this end, he personally visited the scene, utilizing his abilities to reconstruct the events surrounding the battle with Target. This revelation left Murdoch utterly astonished. The individual known as Target had scarcely a chance to defend himself, being ruthlessly overwhelmed from beginning to end. This discovery piqued Murdoch's curiosity about the girl who had dispatched Target. The audacity of that character was such that his demise seemed inevitable. Jessica had also encountered Target, albeit in a one-sided manner where she was toyed with. Though her strength was formidable, she had yet to refine her skills. Against the cunning and treacherous Target, she had not laid a finger on him throughout the ordeal. With Target, the vicious dog, no longer in the picture, it was likely that many dissatisfied with Kingpin would take action. Jessica turned to Murdoch and spoke again. While Kingpin was indeed the kingpin of the underworld, there were numerous factions that defied his rule. The gangs near Hell's Kitchen openly flouted Kingpin's authority. Were it not for the formidable strength of Kingpin's enforcers, these factions would hardly remain in line. However, with the most potent weapon in Kingpin's arsenal now shattered, it was uncertain whether they would refrain from harboring ulterior motives. Indeed, the news of Target's demise had spread, and many factions were beginning to stir. If it were only one or two, Kingpin might still manage to suppress them with his waning influence. But now, owing to that enigmatic woman, many had begun to doubt Kingpin's power. Murdoch recalled the accounts of Wanda's displayed prowess, and it seemed that Kingpin's downfall was imminent. "So what brings you to me?" Jessica, intrigued by Murdoch's lengthy discourse, inquired about his intentions. "I hope you can join me in restoring stability to Hell's Kitchen." Upon hearing Murdoch's words, Jessica wore a look of incredulity. Although aware that Murdoch could not see her expression, she could not help but react. "Are you jesting? You know better than I what kind of place Hell's Kitchen is. The notion of stabilizing it is utterly preposterous." Jessica perceived Murdoch's request as indicative of a troubled mind. This was Hell's Kitchen, a realm where even the law dared not tread. Gangs, drug dealers, terrorists. This place had an abundance of all, save for peace and tranquility. Observing Jessica's reaction, Murdoch fell silent for a moment before responding. "I understand this is a daunting task, but if we do not take action, we cannot fathom how many lives will be lost in Hell's Kitchen. Even the deaf mutes in the restaurants have begun to arm themselves." The deaf mutes Murdoch referred to were the employees of a drug manufacturing facility. "And so what? That has nothing to do with me." Unlike Murdoch, Jessica remained in a state of confusion, finding little distinction between being a hero, a private investigator, or engaging in nefarious deeds. Furthermore, even if she were to assist him, the vast expanse of Hell's Kitchen would be impossible to manage entirely. In Jessica's view, regardless of her presence, Murdoch's aspirations were destined to remain unfulfilled. "No. In addition to you, I have also sought the counsel of several other friends." Upon hearing Jessica's words, Murdoch realized that she was indeed in agreement with him. Chapter 20. Chaos approaches within the factory of the Hand Association. Madame Gao observed the individuals before her with a smile, remarking, "It appears that Jean Bing has suffered a significant setback at the hands of Umbrella." One can only imagine that had they known the identity of the target behind the scenes was Jean Bing, they would not have hesitated to eliminate him. As she spoke, a grin crept upon her lips. As one of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association, she found herself perpetually overshadowed by Jean Bing's dominance in New York. This engendered considerable dissatisfaction within her. Were it not for the fact that she was no match for him, she would have long since orchestrated his assassination. Indeed, it is likely that the leader of Umbrella has already received my message. The leader of the Black Gang, known as Tombstone, regarded Madame Gao with a sinister smile. Like Madame Gao, Tombstone harbored grievances against Jean Bing. The assembly gathered here consisted of those discontented with Jean Bing's reign. Among them were the likes of Purple Man, Stiltman, Hammerhead, and Mysterio. Individually, none could stand against Jean Bing, lacking even the courage to confront him. Yet united, their collective strength posed a significant threat to him. "What shall we do?" inquired Hammerhead, a brash character from the Russian mob, his excitement palpable at the prospect of toppling Jean Bing from his lofty perch. "We wait for that Umbrella operative to make the first move." Meanwhile, having concluded his matters, Leach awaited the return of Wanda and Natasha. "So, how was New York?" he inquired playfully, noticing Wanda's pouting demeanor. "It was dreadful. There were eyes on me everywhere. If it weren't for He-Man holding me back, I would have taken them all out." Wanda's behavior, under Leach's indulgence, had become increasingly reckless. However, with Leach as her support, she felt emboldened. Natasha, overhearing Wanda's remarks, felt a twinge of concern. She was certain that among those surveilling Wanda were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and their numbers were considerable. "Huh. Who told you to reveal your powers in front of so many? Next time you go out, you might need to don a disguise to evade those individuals." Even Leach found little recourse against the watchful eyes. After all, for every group eliminated, another would inevitably take their place. Yet as long as their actions remained within reasonable bounds, he was not overly concerned. "It is likely that Jean Bing is behind the recent aggression towards us. Although I cannot fathom why he is acting with such impatience, now that he has made a move against you, we must retaliate." To Leach, this entire affair seemed uncharacteristic of Jean Bing. It was far too clumsy. The absence of hesitation from the moment they returned to the moment of confrontation suggested either an arrogance on Jean Bing's part, underestimating them, or perhaps he was entangled in a more insidious plot. Regardless of the motive, Leach had no intention of letting Jean Bing escape unscathed. "I shall accompany you." Upon hearing that Leachy intended to take action against Jean Bing, Wanda spoke up without hesitation. The battle with Hawkeye had ignited a fierce anger within her towards the shadowy puppeteer, Jean Bing. Now that an opportunity had arisen to eliminate this adversary, Wanda was resolute. She would not remain idle at home. "I shall join as well." My abilities should prove beneficial to you. Natasha, observing Li Qi and Wanda, felt compelled to express her intent. However, a sense of perplexity lingered in Natasha's mind. Why had Nick Fury yet to make a move? Based on her understanding of him, there was no way Fury could overlook the power Wanda had displayed on the streets. Meanwhile, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury found himself embroiled in a heated argument with Pierce. Nick, the power this individual has exhibited poses a threat to national security. It is our duty as S.H.I.E.L.D. to apprehend him, Pierce exclaimed, pointing at the display of Wanda's prowess on the computer screen. This girl hails from a European terrorist organization. Not long ago, Agent Rumlow led a team to eradicate that group, only for them to meet utter annihilation. Fury's expression remained inscrutable, his dark visage betraying no emotion. Save for his piercing gaze fixated on Pierce. His current strategy hinged on drawing out the formidable fish lurking within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s depths. Fury surmised that this group had conducted extensive research on Li Qi and his associates, and once they set foot in New York, the hidden figures would inevitably reveal themselves. What Fury had not anticipated, however, was that his former superior, Pierce, would be the first to lose his composure. This complicates matters. This individual must not remain at large. And the Umbrella Corporation CEO is likely entwined in this chaos as well. Pierce, reading Fury's expression, felt a sinking sensation. Simultaneously, he berated Baron Strucker internally for creating such a formidable weapon of war that had now turned against them. It was no wonder Pierce felt urgency. Strucker had concealed far too much information. Upon noticing Natasha accompanying Wanda, Pierce realized that Fury had also set his sights on them. He could not afford for Fury to establish a deeper connection with Li Qi and his group, as the intelligence they held on Hydra was alarmingly extensive. Should Fury glean any information from them, the years of Hydra's efforts would be rendered futile. Pierce was well aware of Fury's capabilities. He understood that stepping forward would inevitably raise suspicion. Yet, given his position and Fury's character, he knew Fury would not act against him without irrefutable evidence. However, should Fury obtain intelligence on Hydra from Li Qi's circle, he would find himself ensnared without a means of escape. This predicament elucidated why Pierce sought out Fury in the first place. We indeed bear the responsibility of safeguarding our homeland. Yet the operatives capable of combat are not present in New York. Only clerical staff remain, devoid of any power to confront them. Observing Pierce, Nick Fury delivered a decisive blow. Upon receiving Natasha's message, Nick Fury employed various tactics to extract S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives from New York. Under his meticulous orchestration, not a soul detected any anomalies. Chapter 21. Arrival at the Wilson Tower in the wake of Bullseye's demise and Wanda's display of formidable power. The various factions that had been suppressed by Kingpin began to stir restlessly. However, these individuals refrained from launching an immediate attack on Kingpin, opting instead to lurk in the shadows, observing Leech and his companions. Even though one Bullseye had fallen, Kingpin still commanded a formidable array of skilled individuals. Thus, these opportunists awaited the moment when Leech and his team would strike first, allowing them to pounce like wolves and divide Kingpin's spoils. Leech, not one to disappoint their expectations, set out towards the Wilson Tower with Wanda and Natasha as dusk descended. In the vehicle, while Leech and Wanda remained calm and composed, Natasha busily armed herself. From basic bulletproof vests to an assortment of firearms and an array of peculiar gadgets, she adorned herself with an impressive arsenal. As Natasha equipped herself, she keenly observed Leech and Wanda. Noticing their lack of preparation, she deduced that Leech, like Wanda, likely possessed superhuman abilities. Having witnessed the powers of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha was naturally curious about the capabilities Leech possessed. Navigating the vehicle, Leech soon arrived alongside the Wilson Tower. Kingpin's edifice was situated merely a few streets away from Hell's Kitchen, making it exceedingly close. Yet at that moment, the entire street appeared eerily desolate. Not only were there no passers-by, but even the usual gangsters had vanished from sight. With a sudden screech, as Leech brought the vehicle to a halt, several figures emerged on a nearby rooftop. These individuals, armed with rocket launchers, unleashed a barrage of rockets towards Leech and his companions. Just as a chilling aura emanated from Leech's arm, Wanda swiftly intervened. A burst of crimson chaos magic erupted from her, effortlessly dissipating the rockets in midair. Upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of their assault, the figures quickly retreated, only to be replaced by a cadre of gunmen who opened fire on Leech and his team. Ice spear formation. A frigid aura enveloped Leech, as ice spears formed behind him. In the next instant, these icy projectiles hurtled towards the distant gunmen with astonishing speed, freezing them before they could react. On the rooftop, clad in a pristine white suit, Kingpin observed Leech's display of power and remarked to his loyal subordinates. The power of ice, it seems to surpass that of the girl. Standing behind Kingpin were his most trusted allies, the formidable Shocker Mary. who had transformed her arms into biomechanical weapons, and Owl, a fellow figure in the underworld. In addition to these notable figures, a multitude of elite assassins stood ready. Although Kingpin maintained a stoic exterior, deep within, he seethed with fury. The actions of Jean Bing and his companions were as clear as day. He had not anticipated that merely showing a hint of fatigue would embolden these ruffians to bare their fangs at him. Do they wish to witness my folly? Jean Bing lifted his gaze towards the direction of Hell's Kitchen, regarding the subtle maneuvers of Madame Gao and her allies with disdain. Downstairs, Li Qi unleashed 2 thorn spears, annihilating all the gunmen. Wanda and Natasha also advanced towards the building. Natasha followed closely behind Li Qi, deep in contemplation. The power of ice seemed, at first glance, less formidable than Wanda's abilities, which Natasha perceived as both abstract and immensely powerful. Although Li Qi's displayed freezing power was indeed potent, it did not quite meet Natasha's expectations of strength. As the two entered the building, the waiting gang members surged forward, armed with submachine guns and shotguns, unleashing a barrage of fire upon Li Qi and his companions. Ice Age. Li Qi's body transformed instantaneously into solid ice, an overwhelming chill emanating from him and freezing everything in its path. The bullet striking Li Qi had no effect whatsoever, merely shattering some ice fragments without inflicting any real damage. Witnessing Li Qi's display of power, Natasha finally grasped the extent of his strength. It was not solely the terrifying force of his freezing abilities that impressed her, it was also his utter lack of fear towards firearms. Just moments prior, Natasha had seen Li Qi's body pierced by bullets, yet the subsequent shattering of ice made it clear that he was unperturbed by such projectiles. This revelation significantly heightened Natasha's perception of Li Qi's danger level. With the enemies on the first floor neutralized, Li Qi and his companions ascended to the next level. Meanwhile, Jean Bing, observing the scene through surveillance, lost his previous calm demeanor. Such power, can you defeat him, Mary? Jean Bing inquired of his most formidable subordinate, the unstable yet powerful SHNGH and Mary, as he regarded Li Qi's displayed abilities. SHNGH and Mary possessed remarkable capabilities, generating energy shields or force fields, firing destructive energy, levitating, flying, absorbing and controlling flames, and telepathy. Her other persona could even conjure weapons and armor. These abilities underscored her strength, though her unstable mental state often hindered her from fully harnessing her powers. Perhaps I should give it a try. SHNGH and Mary replied. Her eyes filled with a fierce intensity as she watched Li Qi on the screen, clearly indicating that the most dangerous aspect of her personality, bloodthirsty Mary, was in control. Nodding at her response, Jean Bing declared, "Let us proceed to greet our guests." Leading a cadre of elites, he was the first to step into the elevator. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Qi and his companions encountered the descending elevator. It appeared that our strength had indeed been underestimated by the enemy. As he observed the descending elevator, Li Qi felt that Jean Bing's actions clearly indicated a disregard for both him and Wanda. In contrast, Natasha exhibited a lack of the confidence displayed by Li Qi and the others. She raised her firearm, aiming it at the elevator's entrance. Ding! As the elevator arrived, its doors gradually opened. Standing at the forefront, Shanghan Ma Li and the executioner launched their assault even before the doors fully parted. Chapter 22. Battle with a resounding boom. The force of the shockwave and the explosion of energy surged towards Leech and Wanda. Prepared in advance, Wanda immediately extended her arms, conjuring an energy shield that successfully deflected the onslaught from the executioner and Typhoid Mary. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd like a cannonball. The immense Kingpin displayed surprising agility. Tat, tat, tat. Natasha aimed her firearm at Kingpin and unleashed her attack. Although Natasha was not as skilled as Hawkeye or Bullseye, her proficiency with firearms was of the highest caliber. The bullet struck Kingpin's body, but unfortunately, Natasha's weapon was merely an ordinary firearm. The impact of the bullets was entirely ineffectual against him. Kingpin, lacking any superhuman abilities or enhancement serums, had honed his strength through relentless training, surpassing many enhanced individuals. Disregarding Natasha, Kingpin swung his staff towards Wanda's head. To Wanda's astonishment, her magical barrier shattered instantly under the force of his strike. Yet the staff halted just before making contact. Should I call you Kingpin or Wilson? Intervened Leech, whose unassuming physique belied an extraordinary strength that far exceeded normal expectations. Just call me Kingpin. The moment Kingpin acknowledged Leech, his wrist twisted, and the hand grasped by Leech erupted with a plume of crimson poison. Insidious. Wanda's chaotic magic enveloped the toxic mist, obliterating it in an instant. Mary. As Kingpin's voice faded, Typhoid Mary and her companions launched their assault on Leech and his allies. Behold, Icebird. An icy avian creature erupted from Leech's arm, soaring towards Typhoid Mary and her group. The frigid air froze everything in its wake, and the speed of the Icebird was staggering. Aside from a few swift individuals and the trio led by Mary, the remaining elite were instantly encased in ice. Meanwhile, Wanda engaged Kingpin, employing her magic finger gun. In a flash, Wanda appeared beside Kingpin, her fingers, entwined with chaotic magic, pierced into his flesh. A hole materialized in Kingpin's body, yet little blood was shed. Impressive. My body is primarily composed of muscle. Such an attack is utterly trivial to me, Kingpin declared, swinging his arm towards Wanda. Compared to Wanda, Kingpin's assault was a manifestation of sheer speed and strength. His punch struck Wanda, sending her hurtling away. Subsequently, Kingpin charged towards Leech alongside Typhoid Mary. Prepare to witness the true six styles. Gale Foot. As the two individuals charged forward, Li Chi unleashed a powerful kick, causing a blue slash to rapidly expand in all directions. With Li Chi's formidable physical strength manifesting in the Gale kick, its might far surpassed that of Wanda. The range of the slash extended to several dozen meters, and its power could be described as capable of cleaving through anything. Jean Bing felt an overwhelming sense of death as the slash approached him. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, he was still left with half of his arm severed. Although Shan Han Mali promptly erected a protective barrier of spiritual energy, it was shattered by the slash, sending her reeling into unconsciousness. The executioners behind them fared even worse, being cleaved in two by the onslaught. Who are you? Jean Bing stammered, hastily wrapping his severed arm with his clothing. His countenance dark as he glared at Li Chi and his companions. Jean Bing was not the only one in shock. Natasha, standing nearby, was equally astonished. The instant freezing of a group of foes by the Frost Crow and the subsequent display of the Gale kick left her awestruck. Such terrifying power, in Natasha's view, would not only overwhelm SHIELDS agents, but also render the military helpless against Li Chi's strength. At this moment, Jean Bing grasped the reality that he had lost, despite possessing numerous strategies yet to be employed. However, in the face of Li Chi's terrifying power, he surmised that his contingencies would be of little use. Let me go, and I shall compensate you, Jean Bing implored, eyeing Li Chi as a cunning villain. He believed that survival would allow him to make a comeback. Spare you? Are you jesting? Li Chi responded, incredulous at Jean Bing's words. I apologize, but I have no interest in your so-called compensation. As he spoke, a chilling aura began to emanate from his arm. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as a group of uniformed police officers rushed up from below. The leader, an elderly man, addressed Jean Bing and Li Chi. Wilson, you're under arrest. What transpired here? Although the old man declared the intent to arrest Wilson, his gaze remained fixed on Li Chi and his companions, clearly aligning himself with Wilson. These individuals intruded into my company without cause and slaughtered my subordinates, Jean Bing retorted, now feeling a sense of relief as the police surrounded him. Natasha approached Li Chi and whispered in his ear, this man is the police chief of New York, Das Rand, closely associated with Jean Bing, and he is also a candidate for mayor. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Chi recognized that this man was indeed one of Jean Bing's safeguards. In a typical scenario, any superhero would be left helpless, watching Jean Bing escape while facing police scrutiny. However, it was unfortunate for them that Li Chi was neither a superhero nor a mere civilian. He was a harbinger of terror. Ice Age. A frigid chill erupted from Li Chi's feet, instantly encasing the entire building in ice. I am afraid you cannot leave, he said, tilting his head to regard Jean Bing and Das. An ice military knife materialized in Li Chi's hand. Observing that Jean Bing and the others were already frozen in place, Li Chi contemplated entombing them all right there. As for the repercussions that might ensue, Li Chi remained indifferent. He could always return to Europe if necessary. Chapter 23. The emergence of the Defender. Although Li Chi remained remarkably indifferent, Natasha was wide-eyed at the spectacle he had created. Gazing upon the ice-encased edifice, her heart brimmed with incredulity. In an era where superhumans were still a rarity, most possessed abilities akin to that of a Typhoid Mary, the sheer power Li Chi exhibited, freezing an entire building in an instant, was something Natasha had never witnessed before. Despite having spent merely 2 days in his presence, her curiosity about the secrets Li Chi harbored had grown immensely. Kim, observing Li Chi's unleashed power, ceased his pleas for mercy. Under such overwhelming force, any schemes he concocted were rendered futile. As the Underground Emperor, Kim understood that no amount of cunning could counteract the might Li Chi displayed. Meanwhile, the police chief was on the verge of fainting from sheer terror. Natasha glanced at Dars and, after a moment's contemplation, chose to remain silent. Even if Li Chi spared Dars's life, the state he was in would leave him incapable of any action. The mayoral position was now irrelevant to him. As for any potential repercussions on Li Chi, Natasha believed that was a concern for that scoundrel Nick Fury. She was certain Nick Fury would not overlook Dars's movements. Since Nick Fury seemed unconcerned about Dars's fate, Natasha felt even less inclined to care. With that, she bid farewell. Observing Kim and his associates, Li Chi hurled away the ice dagger in his hand. In midair, the shattered ice transformed into frigid mist, enveloping Kim and his companions. When the haze dissipated, It revealed lifelike ice sculptures in their place. Although the scene Leech had conjured was grand, it paled in comparison to the tumult unleashed in Hell's Kitchen. After inviting Jessica, Murdoch took her to meet two other allies, Luke Cage and the Punisher, Frank Castle. Initially, Murdoch had no intention of including Frank Castle, as their ideologies were fundamentally opposed. While Murdoch fought as a masked vigilante, he did not believe he possessed the authority to judge the guilty. Consequently, most adversaries he encountered were severely injured, but not fatally so. In contrast, the Punisher sought to eradicate enemies entirely, leaving no chance for survival. Due to their differing philosophies, the two had clashed on several occasions in the past. However, the current threat was grave, with multiple gangs conspiring to dismantle Kim's influence. This was a significant event, even in Hell's Kitchen. Night Devil, I hardly think a child can contribute anything meaningful to this mission, Frank remarked, suppressing his frustration as he glanced at Jessica trailing behind Murdoch. Although Jessica appeared rather carefree, and thus seemed older than her years, Frank could discern her true age at a glance. "Are you underestimating me?" she declared, lifting a nearby sports car and fixing her gaze on Frank before Murdoch had even spoken. Witnessing Jessica's display of strength, Frank had to concede that she was indeed qualified to partake in their endeavor. Luke Cage, observing Jessica's actions, felt a kinship with her as well. After a brief introduction among the group, Murdoch presented the intelligence he had gathered. The adversarial forces involved in this operation comprised a myriad of factions, including the Hand, the Russian Mafia, the Black Gang, the Irish Mob, and several others. Among these, the most troublesome were the triad led by Madame Gao, along with the Stone and Hammer. Madame Gao's organization was arguably the most formidable among the assembled factions, second only to Kingpin. Were it not for her inability to mobilize the full strength of her four other fingers, she alone could have potentially devoured Kingpin's empire. The ninjas from the Hand were indeed a nuisance. While their strength was mediocre, their tenacity was remarkable. Luke Cage, having faced the Hand in battle, shared this sentiment, finding their emotionless disregard for pain and death particularly vexing. This time, it wasn't just the ninjas. Madame Gao's mutant enforcers were also in play, indicating her intent to usurp Kingpin and claim the title of true underground emperor. As an underground monarch, Kingpin's power stemmed not only from his own strength, but also from the multitude of factions he commanded. Currently, due to the pressures exerted by Leech, a visibly weakened Kingpin had become akin to a poisoned delicacy. Madame Gao, unafraid of toxins, was precisely the predator in this scenario. Are these individuals truly formidable? Jessica inquired, turning to Murdoch and the others, her knowledge limited by her relatively brief stint in Hell's Kitchen. Although she had mingled in the area, many of the clandestine matters remained obscure to her. Madame Gao is exceptionally skilled. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would not stand a chance against her. Stone and Hammer have undergone significant physical enhancements. They are far from ordinary thugs. Noticing Jessica's puzzled expression, Murdoch took the time to elucidate further. To thwart them is rather straightforward. Eliminate Madame Gao, and their alliance will inevitably dissolve. Frank, polishing his grenade launcher, found Murdoch's analysis overly complicated. In his view, the simplest solution to deal with this gang was to eliminate them all, whether employing remote explosives or a rocket launcher to eliminate them from a distance. He believed it to be far more pragmatic than Murdoch's plan of charging in to defeat them. However, this time, Frank ultimately owed Murdoch a favor, and thus could only proceed according to Murdoch's intentions. Just as Murdoch was about to speak, Luke Cage, who had been silent until then, suddenly interjected. The battle at the Wells Tower has concluded. The entire building has been transformed into an icy sculpture, and it seems that the vigilantes have lost. Chapter 24. The chaotic Hell's Kitchen. Luke Cage had always kept a vigilant eye on the situation surrounding the Wells Tower. This was the moment everyone had been anticipating. Should Kingpin falter, Lady Gao and her associates would likely spring into action immediately. The entirety of New York City would likely plunge into disarray. As the underground emperor, Kingpin's stability stemmed from his ability to maintain an equilibrium within the criminal underworld. We may not have the luxury of time for further arrangements. We shall follow Frank's lead when the moment arrives. Upon hearing Luke Cage's words, Matt Murdoch realized the urgency of their predicament. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the sounds of anguished cries and frenzied shouts began to echo from the streets outside. The news of Kingpin's defeat spread like wildfire. The gangs, having long been prepared, commenced their operations. Hell's Kitchen was swiftly engulfed in a maelstrom of chaos, a vortex that continued to expand, drawing more factions into its tumult. S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury gazed at the encased Wells Tower, his singular eye wide with contemplation as he murmured, "Is this the extent of your power? Quite formidable indeed." Reflecting on the last time he encountered such formidable strength, he recalled Carol Danvers, whose prowess overshadowed that of Leech. At that moment, a twinge of regret washed over Nick Fury. He had foreseen the potential repercussions of allowing Leech to engage in battle, yet he had not anticipated such a grand spectacle. This frozen edifice would likely ignite global discourse come dawn. As for the current chaos in New York, Fury viewed it as an opportunity, a chance to uncover the myriad secrets lurking within the city under the watch of their fallible S.H.I.E.L.D. After parting ways with Pierce, doubts about his former superior had begun to surface, leading Fury to question the integrity of New York itself. After all, in times past, many of the city's arrangements had been orchestrated by Pierce, driven by Fury's trust. Now, he pondered whether New York had transformed beyond recognition. Wells Tower. As Leach and his companions prepared to depart, they too noticed the commotion erupting from Hell's Kitchen. The chaos over there was indeed palpable. Wanda, gazing towards the tumult, was astonished that such a vibrant locale could devolve into a place reminiscent of Serbia. Hell's Kitchen could undoubtedly be deemed the most chaotic corner of New York. Natasha nodded in agreement upon hearing Leach's remarks, stating, with Kingpin's demise, those he kept in check will surely emerge, plunging New York into further turmoil. Wanda continued to observe the scene, her eyes fluttering with excitement. The recent skirmish had ignited her competitive spirit, yet Leach's intervention had interrupted the fray, leaving her restless. Shall we venture forth? Perhaps we might witness something fascinating. Observing Wanda's incessant blinking, Leach, having spent many years with her, comprehended her intentions. He also harbored a keen interest in the superheroes residing in Hell's Kitchen. Unlike Iron Man and other yet-to-debut heroes, street-level champions like Daredevil and the Punisher had already made their mark. Let it be known, if there is to be a battle, allow me and He-Man to engage. Do not intervene again, he asserted. Upon hearing Leach's intention to bring her to Hell's Kitchen, Wanda quickly interjected, as you wish. Leach held no belief that the denizens of Hell's Kitchen could pose a threat to Wanda, who wielded chaos magic. If they could indeed reach that level, the Underground Emperor would not be the Kingpin. In Hell's Kitchen, Luke Cage and Daredevil found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. As superheroes, their presence was instantly recognized. The factions, initially entangled in conflict amongst themselves, united against the duo upon noticing them. Faced with an increasing number of adversaries, Luke Cage charged forward. Impervious to the bullets from the gangsters, his toughened skin rendering their attacks futile. Accompanying him was Jessica, and together they bulldozed through the opposition. Their formidable defenses akin to twin bulldozers scattering the enemy formation. Daredevil, brandishing his baton, joined the fray, skillfully incapacitating foes with swift strikes that left some with broken limbs and others unconscious. Yet, among them, Frank was the most lethal. In his hands, a rifle transformed into a Grim Reaper, each pull of the trigger marking the end of a life. While Frank had consented to assist Daredevil, he did not pledge to refrain from killing. As reinforcements continued to arrive, the number of standing foes dwindled, prompting the gangsters to panic and scatter. At that moment, a group of black-clad ninjas appeared on the rooftops, launching poisoned shurikens towards Daredevil and Frank. Luke Cage and Jessica were evidently aware that the ninjas' projectiles would not pierce their resilient skin. The shurikens were primarily aimed at Daredevil and Frank, both of whom were mere mortals. "Little girl, your superhero experience has come to an end," the affable Madame Gao declared as she confronted Luke Cage and Jessica. From the outset of their operation, she had set her sights on them. Fully aware of the superhero's prowess, she understood that mere gangsters would be insufficient to impede them. Only her direct intervention could resolve the matter. Accompanying Madame Gao were the formidable Hammerhead and Tombstone, both of whom harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate these superheroes. The presence of Murdoch and his associates has undeniably inflicted substantial losses upon them. With Lady Gao at the helm, they intend to eliminate these superheroes once and for all. Once these bothersome vigilantes are dealt with, coupled with the demise of the deceased Jean, it is reasonable to assume that their future will be exceedingly bright. Chapter 25. The distressed Jessica envisioning a future where he reigns as the Emperor of the Underworld, commanding awe and respect, the gravestone charged boldly towards Luke Cage. "Come on." Luke Cage, equally eager, met the advance head-on, his iron fist striking directly at the gravestone's chest. Bang! The impact resonated with a dull thud as Luke's fist connected with the gravestone. Although the blow sent the gravestone flying, it emerged relatively unscathed. Confounded, Luke examined his fist. Despite exerting all his strength, his adversary remained unharmed. Rising from the ground, the gravestone, with a sly grin, remarked to Luke, "You are not the only one with special abilities." His experiences bore some resemblance to Jessica's. Both had serendipitously encountered chemical substances that granted the gravestone invulnerability and the ability to regulate his body temperature. It was precisely this power that enabled him to ascend to one of New York's most formidable gang leaders. "Is that so?" Luke mused, nodding in acknowledgement of the gravestone's words. Fueled by renewed determination, he charged once more. Having perceived that this foe's strength was not markedly superior to that of an ordinary person, he raised his fists again and lunged at the gravestone. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Luke, striking the Hammerhead, who had attempted a sneaky ambush from behind. Had it not been for Frank's timely intervention, Even Luke's impressive defenses would likely have succumbed to the Hammerhead's attack. In terms of experience, Luke, a mere street brawler, fell short compared to Frank, a seasoned special forces operative. The Hammerhead, propelled by the gunshot, was unfazed. His head had undergone significant modification. Not only was he impervious to bullets, but his destructive capacity was formidable. Even the sturdiest walls crumbled effortlessly under his assault. Though Luke possessed an invulnerable physique, he was not entirely immune to injury. Frank's shot, while averting the Hammerhead's surprise strike, allowed the gravestone to charge at Luke once again. The gravestone's pale skin radiated intense heat, signaling a serious escalation in his approach. Meanwhile, Lady Gao's battle with Jessica unfolded with remarkable ease, in stark contrast to Jessica, who had only recently acquired her superpowers. Lady Gao, with countless years of combat experience, deftly maneuvered Jessica with sheer skill and strategy. Every time Jessica launched an attack, Lady Gao skillfully evaded or neutralized the force with her uncanny techniques. After several exchanges, Jessica found herself not only unable to harm Lady Gao, but also drenched in sweat from the relentless exertion. Confronted by Lady Gao, Jessica felt the weight of her predicament. This opponent was exceedingly difficult to contend with. No matter how vigorously she attacked, her efforts yielded no damage. Even when strikes landed, they were deftly deflected by Lady Gao's enigmatic techniques. The young girl, upon observing her surroundings, seemed distinctly different from those around her. Perhaps it would be wise for her to retreat. Lady Gao possessed a keen insight, effortlessly discerning Jessica's inner turmoil. Beyond her formidable martial arts acquired from Kunlun, Lady Gao also wielded profound brainwashing techniques. With mere words, she could disrupt her adversary's thoughts and invade their mind. This mental aspect was precisely what Jessica lacked. Due to her past experiences, although Jessica boasted a robust physique, her mental fortitude was remarkably fragile. Now, confronted by Lady Gao's insidious rhetoric, she found herself wavering. Seizing the opportunity, Lady Gao struck Jessica with a powerful blow. The force penetrated Jessica's body, impacting her vital organs. Blood trickled from her lips. And just as Lady Gao prepared to press her advantage, a short staff swept in, forcing her to retreat. Jessica, do not let Lady Gao sway you. Murdoch, having freed himself from the grasp of the hand and the ninja, overheard their exchange. Among the assembled superheroes, only Murdoch was familiar with them. Aware of Lady Gao's abilities, he hurried to assist Jessica. Upon hearing Murdoch's words, Jessica emerged from her stupor, her gaze now filled with fury. Just a brief conversation had left her disoriented. Had it not been for Murdoch's timely arrival, this elderly woman capable of inflicting harm might have truly defeated her. This momentary respite allowed Jessica to devise a strategy against Lady Gao. While Murdoch engaged Lady Gao, Jessica unleashed a powerful punch against the ground. The impact shattered the earth, and debris, under Jessica's control, surged toward Lady Gao and Murdoch. Realizing her combat skills were being thoroughly outmatched by Lady Gao, Jessica shifted her approach. If direct attacks yielded no results, she would expand her range of assault. With his acute hearing, Murdoch quickly detected the encroaching debris and swiftly dodged, launching a grappling hook to propel himself away from the danger. Lady Gao's reaction lagged a few seconds behind Murdoch's. Initially intending to use her telekinesis to shield herself from the oncoming stones, she soon realized that the force behind Jessica's attack was overwhelming. In an instant, the debris broke through her mental barriers. Left with no choice, Lady Gao hastily maneuvered her body to evade the falling rocks, using her cane for support to withstand the onslaught. Having discovered a method to counter Lady Gao, Jessica charged forward once more. Meanwhile, Luke Cage continued to maintain his advantage against the assaults of the gravestones and the Hammerhead. Seizing the moment when the gravestone was sent flying, it plunged directly into the adjacent shop. Subsequently, it grasped the nearby water pipe to ensnare the gravestone's limbs. Although the gravestone possessed formidable strength, its inherent weaknesses rendered it at a disadvantage against Luke Cage. Had it not been for the support of the Hammerhead nearby, it would have been vanquished by Luke Cage long ago. Chapter 26. The Purple Man Who Was Instantly Defeated as the fierce battle unfolded below. Li Chi and Wanda arrived at the scene. Observing the conflict, Wanda expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "Those two individuals are remarkably powerful. Not only are they incredibly strong, but their physical defenses surpass even our ironclad members." Her gaze fell upon Luke Cage and Jessica, whose prowess stood out more prominently compared to Frank and Matt, who employed firearms and stealth techniques to combat hand ninjas. Both Luke and Jessica had undergone extraordinary experiences, endowing them with bodies impervious to harm and astonishing strength. As Li Chi regarded Luke and Jessica, he offered some insights. Though their defenses are commendable, they do not reach the level of invulnerability. With sufficient power, they can be overcome, especially by you. In Li Chi's perspective, Wanda's abilities would effortlessly counter Jessica and Luke. The might of magic was a natural adversary for brute force. Meanwhile, Natasha, observing Luke and Jessica from the sidelines, lamented the shortcomings of S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury had been tirelessly seeking candidates for his super soldier program. Yet he had failed to identify any suitable individuals. Now, in the unassuming Hell's Kitchen, two formidable superhumans had emerged. Watching the combat between Luke and Jessica, it was evident that they relied solely on their innate capabilities. With some training, their strengths could be significantly enhanced. Contemplating this, Natasha shook her head. Below, Matt had overheard the conversation among Li Chi and the others. Yet, facing the formidable Madame Gao, even he found it impossible to divert his attention, despite Jessica's relentless efforts. They struggled to subdue Madame Gao, who began to mount a fierce counterattack after acclimating to their combined assault, drawing a long blade from her cane. Each strike left a wound on either Matt or Jessica. Although Jessica's defenses were formidable, the weapon wielded by Madame Gao could be deemed a legendary instrument. Aside from their skirmish, the hand ninjas continued to pour in relentlessly. Were it not for Frank holding back the overwhelming pressure from the ninjas, Matt and the others would have succumbed to the tactics of sheer numbers long ago. Are you not planning to intervene? Li Chi teased, glancing at Jessica, who was engrossed in the battle. Wanda shook her head in response to Li Chi's remark, saying, I expected them to be akin to Kingpin. Their attacks are far too straightforward. I believe, even without employing chaos magic, I could defeat them. Wanda was confident that the might of the Navy 6 style would compensate for her shortcomings in combat techniques. Unexpectedly, a voice rang out from behind Li Chi and the others as they engaged in discussion. A gentleman clad in a tailored suit had stealthily approached from behind a small group, his presence exuding an air of excitement as he addressed Li Chi and his companions. Initially, my objective was merely Jessica. However, I did not anticipate encountering you all. With the likes of Kingpin eliminated by your hands, it seems that controlling you would enable me to seize dominion over the entire nation. With each utterance, the man's demeanor grew increasingly ostentatious, leaving Li Chi bewildered regarding his identity. The truth was, this individual possessed no distinctive features. Be cautious. Wanda suddenly unleashed a torrent of chaotic magic, overpowering the man and pinning him to the ground. Release me. I command you to let go. The unexpected assault left the man in disbelief, his frustration boiling over as he shouted at Wanda. Though I cannot fathom the reason, your abilities must pertain to mind control. Red magic surged from Wanda, visibly illustrating her fury reaching its zenith. You audacious fiend, how dare you attempt to manipulate us? As Wanda's anger intensified, the chaotic magic began to gnaw at the man's flesh. Control? Could you possibly be the Purple Man? Li Chi recalled Wanda's words, faint memories surfacing of Jessica's nemesis. The Purple Man, a being capable of wielding his pheromones to hypnotize others, with the potential to command thousands. Yet, in matters of the mind, he paled in comparison to Wanda, who had sensed his pheromones the moment they were released. Damn it, how could you discover my intentions? The Purple Man was now in a state of panic, fully aware of Li Chi and his companions' formidable prowess and his desire to dominate them. To his astonishment, his powers proved ineffective against them. We are not like Jessica. Just as Li Chi was about to retort further, he unleashed a wave of icy energy, encasing the Purple Man in a solid block of ice. With a sharp crack, Wanda intensified her grip, shattering the frozen figure into countless fragments. After dealing with the Purple Man, Li Chi turned his attention to the ongoing battle, which was nearing its conclusion. With the arrival of the Purity Society, Madame Gao and her cohorts opted to retreat. This operation had been a comprehensive failure for Murdoch. Although they had thwarted Madame Gao's group, they could not prevent the fallout from her remaining forces. Countless lives had been lost in Hell's Kitchen alone that night. Not to mention the chaos wrought by Kingpin's factions outside. Once ensconced in a safe house, Murdoch relayed the intelligence he had gathered about Li Chi and his companions to Jessica and Frank. Have they truly eliminated Kingpin? Frank, employing his own methods, had acquired insights into the inner workings of Wilson Fisk's tower. Aside from the missing Typhoid Mary, all others had perished, including Kingpin and the chief of police. What stance does this man, Li Chi, truly hold? Luke Cage felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the nature of Li Chi and his companions. It remained unclear. Yet they were certainly different from us. Jessica, standing nearby, casually replied, her current perplexity centered on why someone would be fixated on her. Chapter 27. Hearthstone. Li Chi and his companions eradicated the wretched Purple One, thereby, to a certain extent, rescuing Jessica from a fate of despair that awaited her. Departing from Hell's Kitchen, Li Chi brought Wanda and Natasha to his residence in Queens. That evening, after everyone had retired for the night, Natasha relayed her observations to Nick Fury. Unbeknownst to her, Wanda had been acutely aware of all her actions. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury furrowed his brow upon receiving the news. Although he had long suspected that Li Chi was not an easy person to deal with, it was Natasha's analysis that truly illuminated Li Chi's character. Was it impossible to recruit him into S-H-I-E-L-D? Nick Fury had dispatched Natasha to Li Chi with the primary intention of integrating him into the organization. If Li Chi could be brought under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s wing, then the extraordinary powers he currently possessed would also belong to them. However, after hearing Natasha's assessment, even Nick Fury felt that enlisting Li Chi would not be a straightforward endeavor. The following morning, Li Chi awoke and promptly checked in. Check-in successful. Reward. Hearthstone X5. Hearthstone? Li Chi was taken aback by the rune-etched stone that appeared in his hand. According to the system's description, this Hearthstone was derived from the world of Warcraft. Once bound to its user, it could transport them back home. In other words, by linking his home to the Hearthstone, he could teleport at will. Grasping the stone in his hand, Li Chi felt a sense of satisfaction with this check-in. Indeed, the Hearthstone was the most valuable item he had acquired thus far. With this teleportation tool in his possession, he could promptly return to Serbia should any matters arise. Wanda entered Li Chi's room, her gaze immediately drawn to the Hearthstone in his hand. As a magical artifact, the aura emanating from the Hearthstone caught Wanda's attention. What new treasure have you obtained? Having grown accustomed to Li Chi's occasional discoveries of peculiar items, she was intrigued. This is called a Hearthstone, possessing the power of spatial teleportation. Once linked to a home, it allows the user to return instantly. Li Chi, observing Wanda, chose not to withhold the Hearthstone's capabilities and handed one to her. In his estimation, Wanda's mastery of chaotic magic had progressed remarkably, yet deeper knowledge could not be achieved solely through personal practice. The only places Li Chi was aware of where one could learn magic were Kamar Taj, the abode of the Ancient One, Asgard, where deities like Odin resided, and the elusive Darkhold, currently in unknown hands. However, none of these were accessible to him or Wanda at present. Now, with the Hearthstone, it seemed likely that Wanda could also glean some knowledge from it. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Wanda nodded in agreement. Feeling the power emanating from the Hearthstone, Wanda too sensed an opportunity for enlightenment. As Leech and Wanda descended the stairs, Natasha was already awake. The aftermath of yesterday's battle weighed heavily upon them. Fortunately, it would not significantly affect their plans. The demise of Kingpin had unleashed a torrent of factions eager to carve up his territory. Natasha was astonished that Kingpin's death had instigated such a monumental upheaval. Throughout the night, various gangs assaulted Kingpin's domain, leading to a rapid disintegration of his influence. This turmoil was merely the surface of gang rivalries. The business world proved to be even more ruthless. Without Kingpin's protection, companies found themselves swiftly appropriated by others. Listening to Natasha's account, Leech began to grasp the magnitude of the previous night's chaos. Kingpin's death had liberated the underworld of New York entirely. Others, including the Hand and the Syndicate, could not suppress rival factions as Kingpin once did. Meanwhile, as Leech and his companions conversed about New York over a delightful breakfast, the atmosphere within the precinct was notably grave. Following the death of Doss, George Stacy had ascended as the new police chief. The circumstances surrounding the sheriff's demise were intricately linked to this man. Those who sought to understand the conflict between Leech and Kingpin would find the information readily available. George was not oblivious to this knowledge, though the case had been transferred to another department, relieving them of direct responsibility. Observing the grim expressions of his subordinates, he spoke up. He understood their apprehensions. Even among them, the power displayed by Leech instilled a sense of dread. After all, the frozen edifice had remained unscathed through the night. Such a formidable entity was beyond the reach of mere officers wielding sidearms. Yet the military and certain clandestine organizations had set their sights on Leech, ensuring that the matter did not fall to their jurisdiction. Our current focus must be on the missing persons from last night, George stated, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. According to reports that morning, over 2,000 individuals had vanished. He slammed the documents on the table with force. In addition to the gang conflicts, there were unidentified forces engaged in human trafficking, which had now become the focal point of their investigation. George looked at his invigorated subordinates and nodded in approval. As long as they were not confronting monsters like Leech, his officers remained spirited. The gravity of the situation was not an exaggeration. After his morning inquiries, aside from those caught in gang warfare, there were still over 1,000 mysteriously missing persons. Most of the disappeared were young men and women in their 20s. This revelation led George to suspect that a shadowy group had exploited the chaos to abduct numerous individuals. Umbrella. Upon returning to the company with Wanda and Natasha, Li Chi had scarcely taken a seat when he received a call from the front desk. A representative from the military wished to meet with him. Hearing this, Li Chi felt no surprise. Given the power he had displayed, the military, eager to recreate the legacy of Captain America, would undoubtedly seek him out. Chapter 28. An olive branch from the military under the guidance of the receptionist. A representative from the military soon approached. To Li Chi's surprise, instead of a familiar face, the visitor was a young and strikingly beautiful woman. He had not anticipated such an individual to exist within the military ranks. Observing her, Li Chi felt genuinely astonished. in his recollection. The military figures from the Marvel Universe were typically individuals like Rhodes or the cantankerous Ross. This spirited woman standing before him was indeed a novel sight. "Thank you. Although you are not the first to say so," she accepted Li Qi's compliment with poise, gracefully taking a seat opposite him to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Kyle. My superior is General Thunderbolt Ross." Upon hearing this familiar name, Li Qi nodded in acknowledgement. This was as expected. Compared to unfamiliar figures, he was quite acquainted with Ross. The revelation that this Kyle was an aide to Ross piqued his curiosity. To represent Ross, Kyle must surely have been entrusted with significant responsibilities. However, in the original world, there was no mention of a character named Kyle. "I wonder why General Ross has sent you here," Li Qi remarked, looking directly at Kyle. He possessed a certain understanding of the hawkish General Ross. He was aware that Ross had never abandoned his pursuit of the super soldier program. At this point, with Iron Man and others yet to make their appearances, the only substances circulating through various laboratories were enhancement serums, many of which came with side effects. Ross was the foremost investor in these projects. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable that after Li Qi had demonstrated his formidable power, General Ross would send Kyle. "Your company must have considerable expertise in human enhancement serums, which undoubtedly piques General Ross's interest," Li Qi conjectured. Observing Li Qi's demeanor, Kyle wasted no time and directly articulated the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing Kyle's words, Li Qi nodded, finding them consistent with his expectations. Given the formidable powers that both he and Wanda had exhibited, it would not take much for an astute investigator to uncover the extraordinary capabilities of those he had previously led. While those individuals had not displayed the same level of power as Li Qi and Wanda, their abilities were certainly beyond that of ordinary humans. This naturally led to associations with the super soldier program and human enhancement serums. Thus, Li Qi harbored speculations regarding Ross's desire for collaboration. He had never given much thought to the enhancement serums procured from Hydra. Although the serums from Hydra had minimal side effects, they also fell short of achieving the enhancement seen in Captain America. It was for this reason that Li Qi had consistently regarded these serums as standard equipment during his time in Serbia. Upon hearing Kyle's words, Li Qi suddenly realized that although the potion in his hand could not compare to the extraordinary ones, its affordable price rendered it a promising commodity. Of course, it's not an issue. However, should we consider collaboration, it would be prudent to wait until my umbrella biotech company is established. Li Qi harbored no reservations about engaging in trade with Ross. In fact, leveraging General Ross's influence could facilitate the establishment of the biotechnology firm. Otherwise, Li Qi would have to exert considerable effort to realize his ambition. With General Ross's assistance, the situation was markedly different. Ross's extensive power within the military made the establishment of a biotech company a trivial endeavor. "No problem," Kyle responded, expressing no reluctance. The acquisition of human enhancement serums from Li Qi was paramount, far surpassing the importance of aiding in the company's formation. Through their conversation, Li Qi gleaned that General Ross placed great emphasis on human enhancement serums, having invested not only in the Osborn Group, but also in smaller enterprises such as the Life Foundation. While Li Qi and Kyle deliberated on the transaction model, a long-standing group arrived in New York. Within a dilapidated tavern, a man clad in a trench coat addressed a black individual, saying, "Elsa summoned us all." "What is the matter?" The man, adorned with sunglasses, replied, "It likely pertains to the vampires that have emerged in New York. A large number of them suddenly appeared in the city last night, and crucially, these vampires are not affiliated with any clan." As a blade warrior and vampire hunter, he had detected the vampires' movements the previous night, promptly dispatching many of them. However, one individual was insignificant compared to the vast vampire horde. This urgency was the primary reason he had hastened to Elsa's call that morning. Seated opposite the blade warrior was another legendary figure, the cursed werewolf, Jack Russell, known as the Night Werewolf. Apart from these two and the absent Elsa, there was also Jericho Drum, a humanoid and voodoo doctor. Collectively, they represented some of the finest hunters of malevolent creatures in the contemporary world, vampire hunters. Yet, in comparison to the Blade Warrior and the Night Werewolf, the humanoid and voodoo doctor were equally extraordinary beings. The humanoid seldom interacted with others due to his unique nature, and it was only through Elsa's influence that he could be summoned. As for Jericho Drum, his power stemmed from the force of Loa. Though he could not manipulate it directly, he possessed the ability to control snakes, dogs, frogs, birds, and even command flames and smoke, showcasing formidable prowess in the realm of witchcraft. As a few individuals awaited, the tavern's door swung open, and Elsa, clad in leather, strode in from the outside. "My apologies, everyone, for making you wait." Elsa Bloodstone, the initiator of this gathering and the heir of the Bloodstone family, had summoned them, endowed with extraordinary strength, agility, speed, regenerative abilities, and endurance through the Bloodstone's influence. Elsa was also an exceptional marksman, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess among her peers. Chapter 29. The Midnight Child's Actions. Elsa, what have you summoned us for? Inquired the Night Wolf, his gaze fixed upon Elsa as she entered. As the frontline defenders against the dark creatures, each of them found themselves exceedingly occupied. The summons from Elsa meant their workload would only intensify upon their return. You have all heard of the vampires that appeared in New York yesterday, I presume? Elsa remarked as she hung her firearm by the door and approached the bar, pouring herself a glass of liquor while addressing her companions. I dispatched several of them last night. According to their accounts, they are not progeny of the clans. Blade furrowed his brow as he spoke. A warrior deeply familiar with the enmity towards vampires, Blade possessed the most profound understanding of their kind. The vampires, originating from the legend of Dracula, are now predominantly governed by the 13 clans. Regardless of the region, all vampires ultimately fall under their dominion. Yet, the vampires that emerged last night were not sired by any of the 13 clans. This implied that there existed vampires who had evaded the watchful eyes of the clans and had successfully developed independently. Indeed, these vampires differ significantly from the antiquated ones. According to my investigations, they appear to have been influenced by some external force, which has augmented their powers. However, they have simultaneously lost the ability to wield the magical arts of their kind. Elsa continued, her prowess in gathering intelligence evident in her swift findings. The newly emerged vampires, while still capable of feeding and creating progeny, lack the magical abilities characteristic of their kin. Consequently, the absence of these magical faculties resulted in a remarkable enhancement of their physical attributes. Their speed and regenerative capabilities had escalated to unprecedented levels. Most critically, these vampires no longer adhered to the regulations set forth by the 13 clans, viewing humans solely as a source of sustenance. Elsa's mention of the regulations highlighted a significant issue. In this modern age, the existence of vampires was no longer a secret to the higher echelons of humanity. It was the established rules between the human elite and the 13 clans that had ensured a semblance of stability. Even vampire hunters like themselves could not recklessly charge in to eliminate these creatures. However, the emergence of this new breed of vampire, which blatantly disregarded the established order, was precisely why Elsa had convened them. Upon hearing Elsa's words, Blade and the Night Wolf recognized the gravity of the situation. If these vampires were not contained, it would not be long before a formidable army of vampires emerged within the city. At that juncture, confronting them would not be a trivial endeavor. Elsa, upon perceiving the gravity of the situation after seeing the Blade warrior, promptly spoke up. I have located the hideout of those individuals. It appears we must act swiftly this time. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Kyle, Leech gazed at the briefcase on the table, somewhat astonished by General Ross's generosity. Clearly, the terms of their collaboration had been reached, yet the mere token of a meeting gift amounted to $5 million. Though not an exorbitant sum, it evidently reflected General Ross's magnanimity. It seemed that collaborating with General Ross was indeed a prudent choice. Tossing the briefcase casually to Wanda, Leech remarked, "It seems quite a favorable deal." Hearing his words, Natasha rolled her eyes. She found it hard to believe that Leech would partner with General Ross without the allure of financial compensation. In Natasha's perspective, individuals like Leech would hardly consider aligning with Nick Fury either. This sentiment was not merely due to their shared domineering personalities, but rather because Nick Fury was unlikely to offer substantial benefits to Leech. Natasha was acutely aware that Fury preferred to leverage ideals of humanity to compel others to serve him rather than provide tangible rewards. She suspected that Leech would dismiss Fury's manipulative tactics altogether. He-Man, I entrust you with the matters of the biotechnology company. If you encounter any issues, communicate with Kyle. Leech directly assigned the biotechnology affairs to Natasha, recognizing that the most effective operatives were the already exposed infiltrators. These individuals would not only diligently fulfill the tasks assigned to them, but would also utilize their existing networks to enhance the execution of their missions. Natasha, upon hearing Leech's words, grew increasingly skeptical about her own compromised identity. As a graduate of the Red Room, she had long noticed Leech's ambivalence towards her, distrustful, yet reliant on her skills. This contradiction perplexed her, leading her to believe that Leech must have been aware of her true identity, thus his reliance coupled with distrust. Despite her suspicions, Natasha, having encountered Leech's formidable prowess, found herself unable to confront him directly. After all, this man was distinctly different from the targets she had previously engaged. His strength seemed to render him indifferent to the machinations of S.H.I.E.L.D. Once Natasha had completely departed, Wanda finally voiced her concern to Leech. Leech, why do we still tolerate her presence? Wanda harbored a palpable disdain for Natasha, not solely because she was a spy, but primarily due to Natasha's constant presence around Leech. Wanda, already predisposed to dislike Natasha, felt a surge of irritation whenever she witnessed Natasha attempting to allure Leech. Unbeknownst to Natasha, upon departing from Leechy, she returned directly to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base to await the arrival of Nick Fury. "Where's that guy, Nick?" As Natasha stepped into the Hydra headquarters, she soon encountered Agent Hill. Within the organization, Hill occupies a rather unique position. In contrast to Nick Fury, Maria Hill garners greater admiration from the council members. Chapter 30, Issues Within Hydra. In contrast to Natasha and Coulson, who are subordinates of Nick Fury, Hill, as one of Fury's subordinates, possesses a significant degree of autonomy, and her trust in Fury is not absolute. It is precisely for this reason that, upon receiving news of Fury's withdrawal from New York, she chose to remain. Nick, that fellow, seems to be engrossed in some endeavor, having not left his office for an entire day. Upon learning that Natasha sought Nick Fury, Hill instinctively sensed that the two were conspiring in secrecy. Were it not for Natasha's preoccupied demeanor, she would have inquired about their recent activities. Both Fury's inexplicable decision to evacuate all operatives from New York and the enigmatic mission Natasha was undertaking left her perplexed. Disregarding Hill, Natasha strode into Nick Fury's office. Upon encountering Fury once more, Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment. Fury's remaining eye was bloodshot, and he appeared exceedingly haggard. Despite their brief separation, he seemed to have aged several years. "Nick, what on earth has happened to you?" At Natasha's words, Fury set down the documents in his hands. Ever since he became aware of Pierce's troubling existence, Fury had begun investigating events during Pierce's tenure. The more he delved, the more alarmed he became, especially as the intelligence began to intertwine with the implications of the Claw plan. Fury was left with a stark realization about Pierce and his associates. They were Hydra. Fury had never anticipated that the Hydra they had vanquished would resurrect themselves under the guise of Hydra. Upon discovering that those aligned with Pierce were indeed Hydra, Fury grew increasingly agitated. Particularly troubling was the revelation that many individuals who had been close to Pierce over the years were likely Hydra operatives, leading Fury to realize that he had very few trustworthy allies left within Hydra. Aside from Natasha, Coulson, Barton, and Hill, he found it hard to place his faith in anyone else. "Natasha, your return is indeed timely." Seeing Natasha back, Fury felt a sense of relief. With her assistance, he was confident he could manage the internal turmoil within Hydra. "I'm truly sorry, Director Nick, but I fear I cannot return just yet." Although Natasha was unaware of the full extent of Fury's discoveries, his current state suggested that the situation was even more dire than with Liberty. Regardless of whether she could extricate herself from Liberty's grasp, Natasha was unwilling to become embroiled in the internal strife of Hydra. Having safely exited the Red Room, her priority was self-preservation. Natasha was no longer the individual willing to sacrifice herself for the Soul Stone. She was merely a competent agent, lacking the bonds with the Avengers that once defined her. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Nick Fury's expression darkened. Sensing his discomfort, Natasha quickly spoke up. "Li Chi and his associates seem to be aware of my identity. If we retreat now, it could lead to a confrontation." Nick Fury, upon hearing her explanation, felt a sense of resignation. Ever since he learned that Li Chi and his group had been opposing Hydra, he could no longer underestimate them. As one of the individuals most familiar with Hydra, Nick Fury was acutely aware of its formidable strength. The fact that Hydra had been compelled to leverage the resources of Hydra speaks volumes about the capabilities of Li Chi and his allies. Furthermore, with Li Chi now collaborating with General Ross to establish a biotechnology firm aimed at developing super soldier serum, Nick Fury fell silent at Natasha's words. He was reluctant to provoke someone like Ross. As a hawkish figure, General Ross possessed considerable political clout and influence, making him a formidable presence in the homeland. Even Hydra was cautious in dealing with him. Yet, at that moment, Nick Fury began to entertain other thoughts. Utilizing Li Chi to counter Hydra within Hydra could prove to be a shrewd strategy. Natasha, unaware of Nick Fury's inner machinations, would undoubtedly find amusement in his fanciful notions. Although their interactions had been limited, Natasha had gleaned much from Li Chi's demeanor. His assertiveness and keen focus on personal gain stood out as his most prominent traits. For Nick Fury to manipulate Li Chi, he would need to present substantial incentives. "Since we have no other option, you may remain with Li Chi for now. I will summon Barton and Coulson back to Hydra," Nick Fury stated. It was then that Natasha realized the extent of the troubles within Hydra. Calling back both Barton and Coulson indicated that Nick Fury had run out of resources. Meanwhile, under Elsa's leadership, the Midnight Suns had launched a surprise assault on a vampire stronghold. As seasoned vampire hunters, they would not choose the cover of night for their ambush, as nighttime was when vampires thrived. This particular stronghold masqueraded as a bar, a common ruse among vampires. After all, it was entirely normal for a bar to remain closed during the day, and the chaos within such establishments provided ample opportunities for vampires to hunt. As the door was shattered by a humanoid figure, the vampires inside were stirred from their slumber. One by one, pale-skinned and robust vampires emerged from the shadows. Upon seeing the intruders at the entrance, one vampire gasped in terror, "Daywalker." It's the Daywalker. In the vampire circles of New York, the name Blade carried significant weight. The titles Daywalker and Vampire Hunter were indeed well known among their kind. After all, compared to others, Blade exhibits a more singular dedication in his pursuit of vampires. Rarely does he engage in combat against other dark creatures, allowing these vampires to readily discern his true identity. Chapter 31. The Vampire's Restaurant. Upon recognizing the Blade Warrior, the vampire initially turned to flee, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he pivoted to face the Blade Warrior and bellowed, "We are not what we once were. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the vampire lunged forward. As he advanced, the other vampires underwent a transformation. Their once ordinary human physiques rapidly swelled. The garments they wore were torn asunder by their burgeoning muscles, and their overall forms grew larger. In the blink of an eye, the fastest among them had reached the Blade Warrior. However, they were no match for him. As the vampire charged at him, the Blade Warrior unsheathed his silver longsword and plunged it into the creature's skull. The vampire had no time to utter a scream before being reduced to ash. Simultaneously, the other members of the Midnight Suns did not remain idle. Elsa, producing 2 handguns from an unknown source, unleashed a barrage of silver bullets upon the advancing vampires, each shot incinerating its target upon impact. Meanwhile, the humanoid and nightwolf hybrids plunged into the throng of vampires, their robust physiques allowing them to maintain the upper hand against these enhanced foes. The voodoo doctor stood at the rear, casting spells to obliterate one vampire after another. Yet, amidst the brief skirmish, the Blade Warrior and his companions discerned a notable difference in these vampires. Compared to those they had previously faced, these creatures exhibited greater physical strength and accelerated healing. What once could be vanquished with a single silver bullet now required precise shots to the head or heart to ensure their demise. This realization elevated the challenge of their battle, but fortunately, they were no ordinary fighters. Within the swarm of vampires, the Blade Warrior wielded his silver longsword with exceptional skill, maneuvering deftly even amid the onslaught. With each swing, he harvested the lives of one vampire after another, causing the remaining creatures to lose their resolve. "Flee. We cannot contend with these foes." One vampire cried out, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the depths. As the first vampire fled, the remaining ones, who might have fought on, were likewise gripped by fear. With the first to bolt, the others felt no qualms about retreating. "Humanoid," Elsa shouted as she noticed the vampire's intent to escape. Upon hearing her command, the humanoid hybrid immediately expanded his form, utilizing his abilities to transform the ground into a quagmire. Those vampires unable to flee found themselves ensnared, with Elsa and her companions hastening their assault. The remaining vampires were swiftly reduced to ashes. Let us venture forth and uncover the true nature of these individuals. With the vampires entirely eradicated, Elsa addressed the group. Upon entering the bar, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed their senses. This sanguinary odor could not be masked by the abundance of liquor, especially since several members of the Children of Midnight were far from ordinary. The Night Wolf nearly succumbed to the primal urge within him, a testament to the oppressive atmosphere that pervaded the establishment. Guided by the scent of blood, the group swiftly made their way to the bar's cellar. What was once a storage space for fine wines was now cluttered with an array of blood extraction apparatuses. Dozens of individuals were suspended from the ceiling, undergoing the gruesome process of bloodletting, with the collected blood stored in barrels nearby. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Elsa clenched her teeth and remarked, "How fortunate for those wretches." The sight before her was reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, a spectacle she had not encountered in many years. As time progressed, vampires had gradually fallen prey to advanced weaponry. The tales of yore had transformed into mere legends, with most vampires now collaborating with hospitals to access blood supplies. Only the rebellious or newly transformed vampires would dare to target the living. However, the brutality displayed here was a rarity that Elsa had not witnessed in many years. Clearly, this group of vampires held a great deal of confidence in their power. The Blade Warrior, upon confirming that these individuals could not be saved, remarked that the previous day's assault was no mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated act. The Night Wolf, who had been gathering intelligence elsewhere, emerged with a computer in hand. This group referred to themselves as the New Blood Clan to distinguish themselves from the 13 clans. Though the origins of their powers remained unclear, the Night Wolf had uncovered a wealth of information, including the existence of a chatroom where these modernized beings engaged in discussion. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the rest of the group realized that this enemy would not be easily vanquished. regardless of the animosity between them and the vampires. Their sense of responsibility would not allow them to ignore such a threat. Jessica, what brings you to me? Leech, awaiting the arrival of various parties at the company, was taken aback to find that the second person seeking him out was none other than Jessica. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. I wish to understand the situation regarding that purple figure. Although Jessica had not noticed Leech and his companions, Murdoch overheard their exchange and learned that an individual referred to as the purple figure had intended to confront him, only to be inadvertently dealt with by Leech and his group. After hearing this from Murdoch, Jessica found herself in a state of confusion, even once doubting that everything she had encountered was meticulously orchestrated by the enigmatic figure known as the Purple Man. Jessica now found herself grappling with the reality of his demise. The only individuals capable of unearthing any clues remained those who had crossed paths with him, including Li Qi and his companions. With this notion in mind, she hastened to Umbrella at the break of dawn. Chapter 32. Nick Fury's decision. As Li Qi gazed at Jessica before him, he found himself perplexed by her inquiry regarding the Purple Man. Admittedly, his knowledge of this enigmatic figure was scant. He had no intention of deceiving Jessica, for he too was not well versed in the details surrounding the Purple Man. What he did know was that this individual had initially set his sights on Jessica, even going so far as to imprison her. The Purple Man possessed a rather peculiar ability. He could manipulate others through the pheromones he emitted. It was evident that even someone of Jessica's caliber could not escape his control if their mental fortitude was insufficient. Li Qi took a moment to elucidate the Purple Man's capabilities to Jessica. Thus, she intended to wield such power to dominate me? Although Jessica was still in the nascent stages of her career, her intellect was undeniably sharp. Upon hearing Li Qi's explanation, she grasped the nature of the threat posed by the Purple Man. Jessica was acutely aware of her own state. Her habitual indulgence in alcohol had likely dulled her resolve. Confronted by a being like the Purple Man, she realized she would be utterly powerless against his influence. In other words, this individual targeted me only after I acquired my powers? As Jessica muttered to herself, Li Qi began to comprehend the situation. While it was not ideal to express, the events that had transpired in Jessica's life were indeed mere happenstance. Observing the young woman before him, Li Qi couldn't help but reflect on the tragic origins of street heroes. Luke Cage, Matt Murdock, and the Punisher each bore a past that was far from idyllic. Even the future Spider-Man and Iron Fist had endured their own share of suffering. Perhaps such tribulations had become the inevitable fate of these urban champions. Thank you for sharing this with me. Upon learning that her misfortunes were not orchestrated by anyone, Jessica felt a sense of relief wash over her. She then rose to express her gratitude to Li Qi. Just as she stood to leave, the office door was thrust open by Wanda, who entered with a figure bound by magic trailing closely behind her. A vampire? Recognizing the sharp fangs of the woman behind Wanda, Jessica identified her as a vampire. Having encountered such creatures a few times in Hell's Kitchen, she was no stranger to the bizarre. Indeed, this individual had startled her with a sudden attack. Seeing that Jessica recognized the vampire, Wanda nodded in acknowledgement, casually suspending the captive aside before addressing Li Qi. Li, this individual is not affiliated with our company. Her target is me. Wanda's annoyance was palpable as she regarded the vampire. It seemed that her brief time in New York had already attracted unwanted attention, prompting her to question her suitability for venturing far from home. A vampire, you say? Li Qi felt no unfamiliarity with the creature before him. Compared to New York, Europe was the true cradle of vampire lore. During the quest to eliminate Hydra, Li Qi frequently encountered these vampires. However, these creatures, aside from their formidable self-healing abilities and peculiar magical skills, were not particularly challenging to deal with. A single silver bullet or an ultraviolet flashlight could easily extinguish their lives. It was indeed amusing that these beings dared to set their sights on us. Li Qi observed the vampire controlled by Wanda, and his expression became quite intriguing. These vampires were no match for Wanda, who could effortlessly dispatch them all. Unless Dracula were to be awakened, ordinary vampires would stand no chance against Wanda. Meanwhile, Jessica, who was initially about to leave, found the sight of the vampire under Wanda's control fascinating and scrutinized it intently. This vampire is somewhat different from those I have encountered before, she remarked after a moment of observation. The vampires I have met were considerably more intelligent than this one. Hearing Jessica's words, Li Qi also took a closer look at the vampire. Indeed, he discerned that this particular vampire was peculiar. He was quite familiar with vampires, typically. They appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans, with only those newly transformed into vampires losing their senses in the presence of blood. However, this one exhibited behavior that starkly contrasted with the usual vampire demeanor. Wanda, could you investigate what is happening with this one? Li Qi asked, intrigued by the vampire's choice to attack Wanda, which was evidently no coincidence. Given its unique nature, Li Qi was eager to uncover the truth. Upon hearing his request, Wanda invoked her magic. A crimson aura enveloped the vampire's head, and soon Wanda had thoroughly explored its memories. This creature was originally an ordinary vampire. But in their pursuit of power, these individuals had undergone modifications provided by an organization called the Life Foundation. After the transformation, they became what they were now. Their interest in us stemmed from their belief that by turning us into vampires during our battle with Kim, they could overthrow the rule of the 13 clans and ascend as the new leaders of the bloodline. Li Qi nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Wanda's revelation. The audacity of these vampires was truly remarkable, setting aside the challenges they would face in transforming us into vampires. The disparity in strength between their kind and Wanda's made their ambitions seem futile. While many vampires might not possess strong magical abilities and seldom employed them, the magic they did wield was a legacy from Dracula, and its power was far from impressive. Eliminated. It is nothing but worthless debris, Li Qi declared, finding the vampire before him exceedingly dull. If the 13 clans were truly so easily overthrown, they would not have persisted into this era. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda unleashed her crimson magic with fervor. The vampires were instantly obliterated, their bodies reduced to ashes. Who could have anticipated that with the demise of Jean Bing, these vampires would emerge? Jessica, observing the scene, couldn't help but reflect on the considerable turmoil triggered by Jean Bing's death. Chapter 33, Bloodline Serum. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Li Qi paid little heed. The presence of Kingpin was ultimately more beneficial than detrimental for New York. Despite his numerous misdeeds, he maintained a semblance of order amid chaos. However, with Kingpin's demise, the fragile equilibrium of the underground world has completely unraveled. When Natasha returned, she coincidentally overheard Li Qi and the others discussing vampires. The influence of vampires in this realm remains quite significant. Wanda, intrigued by Natasha's remarks, listened intently. Noticing Wanda's curious gaze, Natasha spoke. It is essential to understand that although the vampires are no longer living as they once did, the wealth they amassed in the past is still beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, especially in a nation governed by capital. The vampires, particularly the 13 clans, have inherited wealth over millennia, rendering them capable of rivaling entire nations in affluence. Moreover, the existence of vampires provides many affluent individuals who wish to evade death with a chance at survival. Natasha continued, the vampire's ability to endure in the present moment is significantly attributable to their powers. For even the most privileged must face death one day. In such times, the strength of vampires becomes a lifeline for these individuals. This suggests that the schemes of those plotting against them are destined for failure. Li Qi, indifferent to the forces behind the vampires, acknowledged that the only one worthy of attention among them was Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. Although Dracula was not the first vampire, he undoubtedly stands as the most formidable. His terrifying immortality is something that even Li Qi would prefer to avoid provoking. It is said that Dracula's power stems from Varna, who derived his strength from the Darkhold. It remains uncertain whether Wanda could harness the Darkhold's power. At this moment, Li Qi contemplated the origins of Dracula's might. Varna, an Atlantean, transformed into the first vampire after encountering the Darkhold. After a lifetime of existence, he transferred all his power to Dracula, which implies that the source of vampire strength lies within the Darkhold. Furthermore, the Darkhold is merely a remnant of the power left on Earth by Thawne, sharing a lineage with Wanda's scarlet magic. Li Qi recalled having seen a narrative before his journey wherein Wanda wielded the Darkhold's power, though that Wanda seemed to succumb to darkness due to its influence. Natasha and Wanda exchanged glances at Li Qi, who had suddenly fallen into deep contemplation, unsure of what transpired. Ultimately, Li Qi decided that as long as these vampires posed no threat to them, it would be best to disregard them. With little concern for the vampires, he shifted his focus to Natasha and inquired, "How is the progress with the biological company?" To which Natasha replied, "With General Ross at the helm, the establishment of the biological company is proceeding smoothly. I believe it will be completed once the laboratory is set up." Although Natasha had not approached Ross directly, she had garnered information through her own channels regarding the progress on his end. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Qi nodded in agreement. He had already conferred with Eileen and arranged for a contingent from the base to reinforce their influence in New York. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly burdensome for either Li Qi or Wanda to intervene in any ensuing chaos. Natasha remained unaware of this arrangement. The series of events unfolding left her in a state of perplexity as the turmoil in New York, the enigma surrounding Li Qi, and the internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D. contributed to her growing agitation. In the following days, New York maintained an appearance of tranquility, while chaos simmered beneath the surface. Numerous factions sought to forge alliances with Li Qi, including Osborne and the Life Foundation. However, having already allied with Ross, Li Qi paid little heed to their overtures. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Midnight Suns and the vampires intensified, drawing even Johnny, who had exiled himself, back into the fray at Elsa's behest. As Johnny entered Elsa's tavern, His demeanor was one of despondency, but he was taken aback by the sight within. The members of the Midnight Suns bore visible wounds, indicating that the vampires they faced were indeed formidable adversaries. Although Elsa and her companions were not as powerful as the vampires, their remarkable healing abilities typically rendered them unscathed in ordinary battles. Grabbing a bottle of liquor, Johnny approached Elsa and inquired, "What on earth is going on? Please, enlighten me." As the Ghost Rider, Johnny had little interest in battling vampires and harbored a certain disdain for his own identity. His motivation for assisting Elsa stemmed from the time she had roused him from the control of the Ghost Rider. Thus, he found himself compelled to come. The vampires had adapted to modernity, collaborating with the Life Foundation to develop a serum for their kind, which granted them enhanced powers but also led to a loss of reason and an increase in savagery. Elsa shared with Johnny the findings of their recent investigations into these vampires. Tracing their connections to the Life Foundation had proven relatively straightforward after dismantling several vampire strongholds. The bloodline serum they co-developed with the Life Foundation had significantly augmented the vampire's strength. As their investigation progressed, the adversaries they faced grew increasingly powerful and monstrous. "Look at this," Elsa exclaimed, pulling out her phone to display a video of their confrontation with a vampire. The creature had become nearly unrecognizable as human, sporting enormous, grotesque wings and a visage that resembled a fiend from the depths of hell. This entity is their latest creation, entirely immune to ultraviolet rays, with only silver capable of inflicting harm upon it. Its regenerative abilities are astonishing. If not swiftly vanquished, it will quickly recover. It is precisely due to this creature that Elsa summoned Johnny, for only his judgment eye possesses the capability to swiftly eliminate this monstrosity. Chapter 34. The agitated Wanda. Johnny gazed at the monstrous figure displayed on his phone, perceiving it as reminiscent of a creature from the depths of hell. Were it not for Elsa and the others' assertions, one would scarcely deduce that this being was a vampire. Apart from its two elongated fangs, there was little resemblance to the traditional notion of a vampire. What means had they employed to transform these vampires into such grotesque forms? Johnny prided himself on having witnessed numerous outrageous occurrences, even having encountered the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Yet, he had never before seen a vampire metamorphosed into such a bizarre entity. It remained unclear to him that the collaboration between the Life Foundation and vampires had been ongoing for some time. It was through the vampires' wealth that the Life Foundation had flourished so rapidly. The one to speak now was Blade, who possessed a deeper understanding of vampires. While they were unable to uncover much regarding the Life Foundation, the remnants of the vampires suggested that the so-called bloodline serum appeared to be derived from a certain organism. This was the extent of the information they had gathered. As for other details, even Blade and his companions were at a loss. After all, they could not deal with the Life Foundation in the same manner as they did with vampires. Upon absorbing the information collected by his companions, Johnny began to grasp the situation. He was taken aback to find that even among these antiquated vampires, anomalies had emerged. His knowledge of vampires was somewhat limited, primarily revolving around the underworld. However, prolonged exposure to the Dark Realm had afforded him some insight into vampires, including several encounters with ancient ones, which had made him acutely aware of their disdain for novel concepts. Yet, this particular breed of vampire was evidently different. The collaboration with the Life Foundation and the creation of the bloodline serum indicated a remarkable entity at play. In addition to these two factions, Johnny speculated that other forces might be lurking in the shadows. Otherwise, the development of the so-called bloodline serum would not have proceeded so smoothly. While the Life Foundation wielded considerable influence, their expertise did not lie in serum research. At this juncture, Elsa suddenly contemplated other possibilities and voiced her thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Blade and the others nodded in agreement. The foundational strength of the Life Foundation was indeed inferior to conglomerates like Osborn, and their research was rather disorganized. When it came to matters such as the serum, they were far more preoccupied with extraterrestrial life forms. To suggest that they could have swiftly produced the bloodline serum seemed rather implausible. Regardless, these vampires could not be left unchecked. The power of such vampires was formidable, and few could contend with them. The night werewolf, recalling the strength of one particular vampire, felt a twinge of concern. Should the number of vampires injected with the bloodline serum increase, the military and police forces would likely be incapable of thwarting them. Hasten to locate the strongholds of these vampires. It is imperative that the environment is suitable for the injection of the vampire serum, as it cannot be administered casually. Jericho Dram addressed the assembly. The administration of the serum is not merely a matter of piercing the skin with a needle, particularly when dealing with such perilous substances as the vampire serum. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of Jericho's statement. The sophisticated equipment observed at the site of the previous vampire's demise attested to the fact that the process of serum injection was far from trivial. A thorough investigation is in order, especially concerning the Life Foundation. I have a nagging suspicion that they may provoke even greater calamities. At home, Li Chi, returning from work. Noticed the sullen expression on Wanda's face and remarked with curiosity, "What troubles you? You seem devoid of laughter today." In response, Wanda lifted her downcast face and lamented, "This place is utterly dreary. There is nothing to engage in." Having grown accustomed to the freedom in Serbia, she found the numerous regulations here stifling. After the initial novelty wore off, Wanda realized the burdens of this locale were excessive. Nestled against Lychee, the thought of those who had been tailing her incited a desire to obliterate them. Those lurking in the shadows were no match for Wanda's keen perception. Were it not for Lychee's injunction, she would have already taken action against them. Lychee felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Wanda's words. It was not only Wanda who struggled to adapt. Many of the children he had rescued from Serbia found themselves ill-equipped for the external environment. Their immense power rendered them somewhat combative. In Serbia, they had been surrounded by companions who had also undergone enhancement procedures and mastered the Navy's 6 styles. However, upon encountering ordinary individuals, their reckless aggression could easily lead to fatal consequences. This disparity contributed to their comfort in Serbia, but upon arriving in the bustling city, they felt increasingly constrained. Compared to them, Wanda, who had revealed her capabilities, attracted even more attention. The number of individuals surveilling her rivaled that of Lychee's observers. Once Barry and Wuda arrive, let them deal with those nuisances. It was not merely Wanda who harbored disdain for the Watchers. Lychee too felt a surge of animosity towards this group. A few probing attempts did not particularly concern him, especially since the uproar following his confrontation with Jean had yet to subside. However, these individuals had become increasingly audacious. If no decisive action were taken, they might presume him to be easily intimidated. Should Jean and his associates learn of Lychee's sentiments, they would undoubtedly voice their outrage. After all, who would consider themselves easily bullied by someone who had previously launched an assault during the night? Although Lychee's heart brimmed with murderous intent towards those observing them, he had no intention of taking matters into his own hands. After all, Barry and Wuda have already arrived. Such matters can be entrusted to them when the time comes. Dealing with adversaries of this nature is a task that Barry and his companions can manage with ease. Once this swarm of nuisances is dealt with, both Wanda and I should be able to enjoy a period of tranquility. Chapter 35. Arrival of the members the following morning. Lychee awoke as usual and proceeded to check in. Daily check-in, red crystal. Upon completing his check-in, a crimson crystal materialized before him. Initially, Lychee felt a surge of joy, for this red crystal, like the blue crystal he had previously acquired, was an artifact from the League of Legends universe. However, to his dismay, he soon realized that this red crystal was merely an ordinary one. Aside from its higher monetary value, it possessed no extraordinary qualities. Casually tossing the red crystal into a nearby box, he planned to gift it to Wanda later. Considering such items of solely economic worth to be the least desirable among his check-in rewards. Upon entering the hall, Lychee was taken aback to find Natasha with red-rimmed eyes. It was evident that she had not rested for a considerable time, startling even Lychee with her appearance. "What happened to you?" he inquired, concerned. "The general is quite anxious. Cal contacted me last night to discuss the establishment of the bio company," Natasha replied, omitting the truth while recounting an incident from the previous evening. Lychee nodded in understanding, placing his trust in this agent who had emerged from the Red Room. Meanwhile, Wanda seemed unusually animated today. "Barry and Wuda are arriving today, right?" Wanda exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the thought of reuniting with Barry and Wuda, companions she had lived with for many years. Lychee contemplated their flight schedule and responded, "They should arrive by afternoon. Perhaps you could go pick them up." With thoughts of Barry and the others landing in New York later that day, Lychee decided to delegate the task of welcoming them back to Wanda. She nodded in agreement, finding this minor task quite manageable. "You can count on me." Having completed matters concerning the company, Lychee chose not to visit Umbrella but rather remained at home, honing his abilities. His power over the frost fruit was on the verge of awakening, requiring only a catalyst to unleash its full potential. Wanda, ever diligent, stayed by Lychee's side, engrossed in studying the magic upon the hearth. In the afternoon, Wanda drove the car she had procured from Natasha to the airport. Soon, Barry and his 3 companions emerged from the terminal. "Is everything all right at the base?" Wanda inquired as she approached Barry. "All is well. Ever since Pietro dealt with those fellows from Serbia, they haven't been causing us any trouble," Barry replied earnestly. It was indeed Pietro's warning that had quelled the Serbian insurgents. For them, Pietro's powers were somewhat staggering. Wanda nodded in agreement, acknowledging Barry's words. Before this, Wanda had never left the base, and her prolonged absence caused considerable concern among the personnel. Barry's arrival provided Wanda with an opportunity to assess the current situation at the base. The turmoil in several neighboring countries had driven many refugees to seek refuge with us. Without you and the Elder, we were unable to ascertain the identities of those individuals, so we had no choice but to accommodate them nearby. At this moment, Wanda recounted the recent events that had transpired at the base. Typically, when new members joined, they would first undergo evaluation by Wanda, followed by arrangements after meeting Li Qi. However, with both Wanda and Li Qi away, Aaron and the others found themselves at a loss regarding how to manage these newcomers. Wanda drove a group back to the Queen's district. Among them, the strongest, Dogma, suddenly spoke up. "Leader, someone has been tailing us." Unlike the others, Dogma was known for his rigorous training at the base and had an exceptional grasp of the Navy's 6 styles. Although he could not master all 6 like Wanda, he had a firm command of 3. Moreover, Dogma's character was marked by meticulousness and sharpness, which enabled him to be the first to detect the stalkers. "Those individuals are truly relentless." Wanda furrowed her brow at Dogma's words. However, recalling Li Qi's remarks from the previous day brought her joy. She then addressed the 4 companions beside her. "Those individuals seem to be from a faction that Li specifically left for you." Upon hearing Wanda's words, the group exchanged glances and disembarked from the vehicle. In a white car behind them, a man in a suit observed the halted vehicle and urgently spoke into his phone. "Wanda's car has suddenly stopped, and the individuals picked up from the airport have also exited." "No, they've vanished. Those individuals have disappeared." The man, who had been fixated on Wanda, suddenly realized that the 4 who had disembarked were nowhere to be seen. In the next moment, an arm tore through the car door, yanking him out. "Are you looking for me?" Barry confronted the man and delivered a punch that obliterated his skull. "Barry, you are exceedingly uncouth." 5, standing nearby, dealt with his own target. Though his method left merely a small hole in the chest, a stark contrast to Barry's gruesome brutality. It's difficult to master the finger gun technique. "I can't reach your level." Indeed, both Barry and 5 employed the finger gun technique, but their paths diverged during training. Unable to fully grasp the technique, Barry amplified its power by allowing his body to sustain the pressure it exerted. In contrast, 5, possessing natural talent, mastered the technique well, but required external aids to execute it effectively. Had it not been for the finger cots he wore, the one to suffer the most from this maneuver would have been Wuda himself. There were numerous pursuers. It was not merely these 2 individuals. Dagmar and Kyra had also located their respective targets. Mastering the moonstep technique, Dagmar swiftly entered a room on the 3rd floor. Chapter 36, Blood Diamond No. 1. The man, holding a camera and monitoring Wanda, swiftly drew his submachine gun and pulled the trigger at the suddenly appearing Dogma. Unfortunately, as the strongest among them, Dogma was not one to be easily hit by such an attack. With a swift motion, Dogma vanished from sight, causing the man's shots to land in vain. In the next instant, Dogma reappeared before the man, wielding a short blade that effortlessly tore through his throat. "I am the only one here," Dogma remarked to Kyrala, observing the absence of any other presence around them. "I have dealt with my share as well," Kyrala declared, gracefully stepping over the corpses of the 3 men as she returned to Wanda, communicating with the others through the intercom. As the only woman among the quartet, Kyrala had mastered the Navy 6 styles, specifically the paper drawing and gale kick. Perhaps due to her physique, most practitioners of paper drawing within the base were women. Only a few exceptionally talented men could learn such techniques. While the requirements for physical prowess and skills like gale kick and moonstep were so demanding that very few women could master them. "All taken care of," Barry chimed in as he returned to Wanda's side. Observing Barry, who was drenched in blood, Wanda felt a wave of relief that she had activated her chaos magic to confuse the senses of the bystanders at the very beginning. Otherwise, given the ruthless nature of these individuals, they would undoubtedly have attracted a crowd. In that moment, Wanda finally understood the sentiment she felt while shopping with Natasha. "All right, it won't be long before the forces behind them arrive. We should leave," Wanda urged, tousling her hair. "The forces behind them? Why not eliminate them right here?" Wanda retorted, somewhat exasperated by the bloodthirsty demeanor of her companions. Just as they were returning to the Queen's district, the Midnight Suns finally discovered another laboratory of the vampires. Inside the bar, the Night Wolf expressed his frustration. "Hell's Kitchen is truly chaotic. We hadn't even encountered those vampires when we were ambushed by a gang. Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I might have lost control and taken them all out." Glancing at his newly grown fur on his arm, he felt a sense of relief. They had not anticipated that the self-proclaimed noble vampires would establish their laboratory in such a tumultuous area. It was well known that the vampires residing in Hell's Kitchen were at the very bottom of the vampire hierarchy. Only those who had nowhere else to turn would choose to survive in Hell's Kitchen, a place where even the blood was likely tainted with drugs. If they were not truly desperate, no vampire would opt to dine there. Indeed, Hell's Kitchen is inherently chaotic, and considering the historical habits of vampires, we had not thought in that direction. Elsa also realized that they were somewhat too hasty. Despite several clues pointing towards Hell's Kitchen, they had habitually overlooked that location due to the past tendencies of vampires. They completely forgot that this particular vampire was entirely different from those they had encountered before. Nevertheless, their visit to Hell's Kitchen was not without merit. They had unearthed a new type of drug that had been circulating in that area, Blood Diamond No. 1. Observing her despondent companions, The night wolf retrieved a small pouch of red crystals from his attire. It was precisely this small item that had drawn the attention of that gang. I detected the scent of that monstrous vampire from it. As the night wolf opened the blood diamond number 1, the Blade Warriors rose in unison. It resembles it quite closely, Blade Warrior remarked first. This substance is undoubtedly linked to vampires. Elsa, caressing the bloodstone, confirmed that this so-called new drug had an undeniable connection to vampires. Meanwhile, Johnny stood aside, somewhat puzzled by the excitement of the two. To put it plainly, Johnny was still a novice when it came to dealing with vampires. His expertise lay in combating the demons of the underworld. The scent of this substance is strikingly similar to that of the vampire fiends. And this very item could provoke a reaction in my bloodstone. It's certainly extraordinary. Pondering over the pouch of drugs, Elsa couldn't fathom what the vampires intended to do with it. Regardless, we must make another trip to Hell's Kitchen, Jericho Drum remarked as he stood up. Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Each of them had other matters to attend to, so they acted with remarkable decisiveness. Without taking a moment to rest, they swiftly prepared their gear and set off towards Hell's Kitchen. In the off-road vehicle, Elsa gazed at the blood diamond number 1 in her hands. Expressing her concerns to Blade Warrior beside her, these vampires are unlike any we have faced before. They are far more acclimated to this society. Blade Warrior nodded in response to Elsa's words. Previously encountered vampires were merely those who clandestinely fed in nightclubs. Yet, the current batch not only collaborated with the Life Foundation to produce vampire serum, but had also ventured into drug trafficking. In Blade Warrior's eyes, this group of vampires had far surpassed any he had previously encountered. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Blade Warrior composed a text message and dispatched it. Shortly after their vehicle entered Hell's Kitchen, the tires began to fail one by one. The scattered nails along the roadside indicated that this was no mere accident. A gang of heavily made-up ruffians wielding flamboyant weaponry surrounded them from all directions. At the forefront, a boy adorned with multiple earrings and nose piercings addressed them. "You lot are the ones who swiped our goods, aren't you? We had prepared that shipment for quite some time." Upon hearing the young man's words, Elsa produced blood diamond number 1 and inquired, "Are you claiming that this object is your creation?" "Of course, it represents our wealth," replied the boy. Elsa shook her head in disbelief. She could not fathom that these ordinary individuals could possibly create something as extraordinary as blood diamond number 1. "Hand over the item swiftly, or we may consider selling you to those corporations." Chapter 37. The Laboratory of Hell's Kitchen. Upon hearing the words of the young man, Elsa realized the gravity of the situation. "Why am I explaining so much? Let's go." The man seemed to recognize he had spoken too extensively and immediately commanded his subordinates to charge towards Elsa and her companions. Faced with this gang of ruffians, Elsa and her team chose not to hold back. These individuals were evidently not ordinary delinquents. They clearly had affiliations with a certain group of vampires. Such beings would not be regarded as typical adversaries by Elsa and her allies. Just as this gang was about to reach them, a short baton descended from above, striking the leader to the ground. In the next moment, the Night Devil, clad in a tight red suit, surged forth. With swift motions of the baton, he dispatched each member of the gang effortlessly. The leader of the ruffians, upon seeing Murdoch, was so frightened that he turned to flee. Observing this, Johnny swiftly unleashed the chain from his waist, binding the man and pulling him back. In a matter of moments, Murdoch had neutralized the entire gang. "It's been a while, Eric." After stowing away his baton, Murdoch approached Blade and addressed him. Although Murdoch was unable to see, his acute hearing allowed him to discern that none of the individuals before him were ordinary. Nevertheless, by detecting their heartbeats, he recognized Blade among them. While he was less familiar with the others, he had encountered Blade on several occasions. This gang of ruffians was likely connected to the recent emergence of vampires. And according to our investigations, one of their laboratories should be situated within Hell's Kitchen. Blade understood that in order to trace the whereabouts of these vampires in Hell's Kitchen, Murdoch's assistance would be invaluable. Vampires? Murdoch was no stranger to the recent appearance of these creatures. He had crossed paths with them in Hell's Kitchen on several occasions. Yet their swift movements had made it difficult for him to keep track of them. Hearing Blade mention the vampires now filled Murdoch with a sense of urgency to take action. "Follow me. If one wishes to establish a laboratory in Hell's Kitchen, electricity is absolutely essential. Aside from the occupied areas, the most suitable location remains that particular site." Murdoch listened intently to Blade's conditions, pondering deeply. Growing up in Hell's Kitchen, every facet of the area was etched in his memory. There were indeed several locations that could accommodate a laboratory, as mentioned by Elsa and Blade. But most had already been transformed into various factories. After much contemplation, the most likely site appeared to be the fringe area of Hell's Kitchen. As the others observed Murdoch's demeanor, a sense of relief washed over them. With Murdoch, a denizen of Hell's Kitchen, at the helm, there was no need for them to flounder about like headless chickens in search of their quarry. Under Murdoch's guidance, Elsa and her companions swiftly arrived at the location he had indicated, situated on the periphery of Hell's Kitchen. This place appeared far less chaotic and filthy than its infamous interior. The night werewolf twitched his nose and spoke to the group. Indeed, this must be the place. The scent of those vampires is overpowering. Upon hearing the night werewolf's words, the others adopted a serious demeanor. Even Murdoch tightened his grip on his baton. Now that they had confirmed the vampire's hiding spot, Murdoch was resolute in his intent not to let it slip away. With the night werewolf leading the way, the group soon discovered a rather inconspicuous hidden door. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Elsa raised her weapon and fired a shot, obliterating the locked door. The gunfire roused the vampires within the laboratory, their eyes glowing crimson as they exchanged startled glances. One of them spoke up, "Cut the surveillance. Let us see who is intruding." Promptly, another vampire responded, "It's the Blade Warriors. Quickly, release those subjects." The mention of the Blade Warriors and Elsa sent a wave of panic through the resting vampires, who were acutely aware of the relentless hunting the group had been conducting over the past few days. In no time, the laboratory's array of test subjects was liberated. Having undergone modifications in recent days, the creatures they referred to as Crimson Brutes now appeared less monstrous than before. In a brief moment, Elsa and her comrades surged into the fray. Johnny, the first to enter, let out a furious roar. Flames erupted from his form, incinerating his flesh and blood, transforming him into the Ghost Rider. The chains he wielded ignited with hellfire, and with a swift flick, any vampire they touched was reduced to ash. The night werewolf also morphed into his Lupin form, charging alongside the Blade Warriors towards the vampires. Bang, 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 bang. However, this was ultimately the vampires' territory, and a cadre of gun-toting vampires burst forth from all directions, targeting Elsa and her companions. Bullets flew in rapid succession, prompting Elsa and the Voodoo Doctor to evade the onslaught. Despite the enhancement from the Bloodstone, Elsa, being merely mortal, struggled to withstand such a barrage of gunfire. Successfully dodging, she retaliated by drawing her own firearm. Though Murdoch lacked weaponry specifically designed for combating vampires, his formidable strikes were sufficient to incapacitate the vampires in short order. In a matter of moments, the group had annihilated the entire floor of vampires. It appeared that the laboratory extended even deeper underground. Murdoch struck the ground with the short staff in his hand, the sound waves resonating through the vast emptiness of the environment. He had also gained a general understanding of the layout of the laboratory. Below, there were 4 additional levels, teeming with numerous vampires lurking in the depths. Chapter 38. The Crimson Brute. Let us proceed, Johnny exclaimed, twirling the chain in his hand before retracting it. As he spoke, flames erupted from his mouth, instantly melting a large hole in the ground. Navigating an elevator in such a perilous territory was undeniably fraught with danger, even in the guise of the Ghost Rider. Johnny would not indulge in such folly. In the face of the seared passageway, Elsa and her companions promptly leaped down. Below, a throng of vampires had gathered. Compared to those on the first floor, the vampires here exuded a far more formidable presence. Their robust physiques, paired with lethal weaponry, posed a significant threat even to Murdoch, who would surely suffer grievous injury if caught off guard. However, it was the humanoid figure, unperturbed by such assaults, that plunged into the fray first. The being surged into the crowd, unleashing its might with reckless abandon. Despite having undergone enhancements, the surrounding vampires could not withstand its overwhelming strength, being sent flying one after another. Quickly following suit, the Blade Warrior and Elsa descended, swiftly engaging in the slaughter of the nearby vampires. "These scoundrels!" One of the leading vampires bellowed into his walkie-talkie. "Have our behemoth preparations concluded? We are on the brink of collapse here." The vampire, acutely aware of his limitations, recognized that a charge would yield little more than a few additional blows. Thus, he cried out to those below, "They're coming." With a chime, the elevator doors slowly parted. 3 vampires, their eyes aglow with crimson, charged forth from within. Upon sighting these formidable creatures, the battling vampires hastily retreated into adjacent rooms. The vampire clutching the walkie-talkie cursed, "You didn't even inform me of their arrival. Are you intent on bringing about my demise as well?" Even he, a vampire, felt a twinge of fear towards these experimental beings, knowing they regarded their kind as mere fodder. Recalling the horrors witnessed within the laboratory, he quickly concealed himself. Devoid of targets, the 3 Crimson Brutes turned their gaze upon Elsa and her companions. These monstrosities appear to have been significantly enhanced. The Voodoo Doctor observed the Crimson Brutes before him, recognizing them as even more potent than the devilish creatures they once were. Regardless, it was imperative to uncover the origins of these beings. Loading a specially crafted bullet into her firearm, Elsa aimed at the foremost Crimson Brute and fired. The specialized bullet struck its chest, and in an instant, the impact site erupted, leaving a gaping hole the size of a basketball. Were a regular vampire to be struck by such a bullet, they would likely be obliterated into fragments. However, the physical strength of this crimson behemoth is rather astonishing. Having sustained such injuries with only minimal damage, flesh continually regenerates from the edges of the wound, healing significantly within mere breaths. Compared to vampires, the self-healing capability of these crimson behemoths is far more terrifying. Nevertheless, as the wounds mend, their appearance begins to deviate from that of humanity. It appears their genes are unstable, and the monstrous form is not what they desire. Observing the transformation of this crimson behemoth, the Nightwolf could not help but voice his thoughts. Meanwhile, Johnny was on the verge of unleashing the power raging within him. From Johnny's perspective, the three creatures before him were enveloped in immense malevolence. Chains entwined with hellfire lashed out, ensnaring the swiftest of the crimson behemoths. With a surge of strength, Johnny yanked the behemoth skyward. As it approached him, Johnny seized its head. "Look into my eyes," he commanded as his judgment eye activated. The crimson behemoth, once held in high regard by the vampires, let out a pained wail in the face of Johnny's overwhelming power. Yet, this crimson behemoth was no ordinary foe, nor merely a denizen of hell. Flames continued to engulf its body, yet its remarkable regenerative ability incessantly battled against the damage. The clash of these two forces elicited continuous cries of anguish from the crimson behemoth. Witnessing this, Elsa and her companions exhaled in relief, realizing that recalling Johnny was the wisest decision. They could all see that it was merely a matter of time before Johnny would vanquish this crimson behemoth. The remaining two crimson behemoths charged forward, confronting the Blade Warrior, the humanoid, and the Nightwolf. These crimson behemoths possessed greater strength, making it impossible for even the humanoid to fully subdue them, while the Blade Warrior's silver sword could inflict harm upon these creatures. Their extraordinary healing ability allowed them to recover almost immediately. Seizing the moment as the Blade Warrior engaged the crimson behemoth, Elsa reloaded her gun with specialized bullets and dashed to their side. Pressing the muzzle against one crimson behemoth's head, she pulled the trigger with a sudden force. A bullet erupted against its cranium, scattering red and white matter across the ground. Yet, this crimson behemoth did not perish. Its flesh continued to writhe, and its body twisted grotesquely. "Is it not dead yet?" murmured Murdoch, noting the commotion from the two, alarmed by the sounds emanating from the corpse. He found himself astonished by the creature. "Be careful." The voodoo doctor was the first to notice the anomaly. The head, once shattered into pieces, had now reformed, appearing even more grotesque than the fiends of hell. The Crimson Warrior underwent a remarkable transformation. Scales adorned its entire body, and two grotesque arms sprouted from its back, rendering it an exceedingly peculiar sight. Upon regaining consciousness, the Crimson Warrior immediately lunged toward Elsa with an intent to bite. Chapter 39, The Blood Orchid. In the dimly lit surveillance room at the lowest level, a bespectacled man gazed at the unfolding scene on the screen, his voice dripping with fascination. "Remarkable. This individual is truly extraordinary. Even the legendary demons cannot possess such prowess. An immortal creature has been brought to fruition through my efforts." It was evident from the man's words that the Crimson Warrior was his magnum opus. Dr. Carolambos acknowledged the formidable regenerative capabilities of the Crimson Warrior, yet he lamented its lackluster offensive strategies. "With sufficient numbers, we vampires can certainly vanquish him," remarked Busra, furrowing his brow as he observed Dr. Carolambos. Although the Crimson Warrior was a collaborative creation of their vampire clan and the Life Foundation, the technological advancements were primarily sourced from Dr. Carolambos himself. The vampire's contributions were limited to providing experimental materials and a modicum of vampire genetics. Indeed, your kind should inherently possess greater strength. However, once merged with the power of the Blood Orchid, they lose control. Dr. Carolambos nodded in agreement with Busra's assertion. As a man striving to create angels and demons akin to a deity, Dr. Carolambos found the current iteration of the Crimson Warrior to be lacking. If we could harness the powers of those two individuals, our Crimson Warrior would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Dr. Carolambos lamented the unattainable potential of his ideal subjects. "Regrettably, even if we vampires successfully approach Li Chi and Wanda, we remain no match for them." The formidable prowess displayed by Li Chi and Wanda was not only coveted by Dr. Carolambos, but also deeply envied by the vampire clan. Unfortunately, despite dispatching several teams, some had barely grazed the presence of Wanda and Li Chi, while others had vanished without a trace. This predicament filled Busra with a profound sense of regret. Nevertheless, if we could seize their powers, I am confident that we could elevate the Crimson Warrior's strength to another echelon. Although Dr. Carolambos felt a twinge of disappointment at the prospect of not acquiring the abilities of Li Chi and his companions. He could not suppress his greed as he observed the prowess exhibited by the Blade Warrior and the Night Wolf on the screen. "However, I do not wish to belittle your expertise, Doctor. These individuals are formidable figures in the dark world, and relying solely on 3 Crimson Warriors to subdue them seems unrealistic." In contrast to Dr. Carolambos' unwavering confidence, Busra expressed skepticism regarding the feasibility of triumphing over the Blade Warrior and his allies with merely 3 Crimson Warriors. If it were so simple to defeat the Blade Warrior, he would not have remained active until now. I am well aware of their strength. Yet do not underestimate the power of humanity. Dr. Carolambos, still fixated on the progress displayed on the adjacent screen, brimmed with anticipation. In addition to the Crimson Warrior, he had concocted a batch of exceptional products. These products remain elusive even to Brass. Over here, Elsa and her companions are confronted with the mutated Crimson Behemoth, whose strength has been significantly amplified. Even when united, Elsa and her allies find it challenging to subdue this formidable foe. With Murdoch's assistance, the humanoid beings manage to contain the Crimson Behemoth, though they cannot defeat it. The Voodoo Doctor continuously channels his sorcery, and as his power culminates, flames erupt from his hands, engulfing the mutated Crimson Behemoth in a fierce blaze. Under the scorching fire, the fully mutated Crimson Behemoth begins to disintegrate. However, it is Johnny who ultimately vanquishes the adversary first. A heart-wrenching wail echoes as the Crimson Behemoth succumbs to Johnny's judgment eye. Observing the ashes of the fallen creature, Johnny swings his chain, ignited by hellfire, piercing the body of another mutated Crimson Behemoth nearby, igniting the inferno within it. With the flames conjured by the Voodoo Doctor outside and the hellfire raging within, even after a significant power enhancement, the creature is reduced to ashes in mere seconds. Now, only one remains. These foes are indeed formidable. The Voodoo Doctor reflects on the situation, astonished by the Life Foundation's capabilities, which have transformed these generally weak vampires into such monstrous beings. The last Crimson Behemoth is swiftly eliminated through their combined efforts. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, the other vampires have managed to flee. Dr. Carolambos, due to the rapid extermination of the Crimson Behemoth, finds his contingency plans rendered unnecessary. On the other hand, as the figures monitoring them fall to Dugma and the others, Dugma presents the enhancement serum they brought to Li Chi upon receiving the news. Kyle promptly arrives to meet Li Chi during dinner. General Ross places great importance on this transaction. It is a gift from the general. Kyle opens a box at his feet and retrieves a compact life support device. Inside, vibrant red orchids float in their nutrient solution. This is the blood orchid, a product discovered in Borneo, for which many lives have been sacrificed. Kyle explains this to Li Chi. Although he already understands the significance of the blood orchid upon hearing its name, Li Chi is familiar with the film Anaconda. The blood orchid, also known as the immortal flower, is a miraculous entity that remains dormant for 7 years, blooming for only 6 months. It contains unique chemical components capable of extending cellular lifespan and enhancing certain species to a degree. The original serpents became impervious to blades and weaponry due to their consumption of the blood orchid. In this realm, however, the orchid possesses an even more extraordinary essence. If it merely prolonged life, General Ross would not hold it in such high esteem. Chapter 40. Casual conversation. The quantity of blood orchid is rather limited. Unless there are breakthroughs in research, one can only obtain a certain share each month. Observing Li Chi's familiarity with the blood orchid, Kyle inquired, "Which institutions are currently researching the blood orchid?" Li Chi, intrigued, pondered the companies engaged in such studies. Both the Life Foundation and the Osborne Group are actively involved in this research, along with several other biotech firms. Nodding in acknowledgement of Kyle's words, Li Chi recalled the vampire they had previously captured. It now seemed evident that those vampires had likely harnessed the power of the blood orchid, which contributed to their formidable strength. The transformations exhibited by those vampires vividly illustrated the potency of the blood orchid. Regrettably, Li Chi lacked the scientific expertise to merge the powers of the blood orchid with enhancement serums, so he would have to await the insights of the scientists at the base. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Li Chi extended his hand towards Kyle. Indeed, to a successful partnership. Kyle reciprocated, their hands clasping firmly. Natasha, observing their handshake, couldn't help but smirk. She was well aware of the nature of the blood orchid, having acquired some during their early missions with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, after the military took full control of Borneo, they had not procured any new specimens. Even from Natasha's perspective, the blood orchid was remarkable. It could extend life without requiring alteration. It was precisely because of the blood orchid's extraordinary properties that the military chose to collaborate with biotech companies. If the enigmatic substances within the blood orchid could be deciphered, it would unlock the secrets to immortality. After bidding farewell to Kyle, Wanda and the others returned from outside. "Lee, it seems the surveillance has significantly diminished," Wanda remarked, having noticed the reduced number of eyes watching them. Although some observers remained, the situation was far less daunting than before. "By the way, I've noticed that the media has been covering the vampire incidents over the past few days." Having spent considerable time in New York, Wanda had become informed about various happenings. Creatures like vampires were typically unknown to the general populace, yet the recent turmoil had attracted considerable journalistic attention. "Those vampires are indeed audacious." Before Li Chi could respond, Natasha seized the newspaper first. The article depicted the scene of a group of vampires being exterminated, although the identities of their vanquishers were not captured. The image itself attested to the existence of vampires. Natasha felt a twinge of exasperation as she read the portrayal of the vampires. Due to internal matters within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who would ordinarily act in such situations, was currently confined within the organization's headquarters. Having lost contact with Nick for some time, Natasha found herself questioning the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. The transformations of these vampires are likely connected to the Blood Orchid. After all, the last vampire's memory storage revealed the existence of the Life Foundation. Observing Natasha furrow her brow, Li Chi felt a surge of curiosity regarding her unusual concern for the affairs of vampires. Being her subordinate, he decided to share the information he had gathered with her. The Life Foundation? Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Natasha began to sift through her own memories regarding the Life Foundation. This organization had only emerged in recent years, and their research was notoriously chaotic. Natasha herself had infiltrated their ranks for a time, yet she had not uncovered any alarming issues during that period. These vampires appeared rather unimpressive. Silver weapons could easily dispatch them. Wanda, engrossed in her phone, observed the online discussions surrounding vampires and found them peculiar. Despite the evident mediocrity of these creatures, even Pietro could effortlessly eliminate them. Yet, the online discourse revealed a surprising admiration for these vampires. When Li Chi noticed Wanda's bewilderment, he offered an explanation. Indeed, to you, vampires may seem feeble, but in comparison to ordinary humans, they are formidable beings. It was clear to Li Chi that Wanda felt the vampires were excessively weak and could not comprehend the fervent admiration they received. However, this perspective stemmed from her constant interactions with him and Pietro. Compared to vampires, they were the true anomalies. Possessing powers such as chaotic magic and Pietro's super speed, abilities that were far from commonplace. Comparing them to vampires was, in fact, an overestimation of the latter. Yet, in relation to everyday humans, even the most inept vampire far surpassed them. With their robust physical attributes and extended lifespans, each vampire represented something that ordinary individuals could only dream of possessing. With their mere weaknesses, fear of darkness and thirst for blood, rendered trivial in the grand scheme of existence. It could be said that the vampire's ability to thrive in this era was significantly aided by the presence of the Hague clan. Though these individuals were human, they loyally served the vampires. Listening to Li Chi's insights into vampires, Wanda realized her previous understanding had been superficial. However, the question lingered. Why had these vampires become so active recently? Li Chi, too, found himself perplexed, unable to fathom the sudden surge in vampire activity. According to his recollections, their schemes typically revolved around resurrecting blood gods or figures like Dracula. Yet, the current actions of the vampires did not seem to indicate a desire to revive any such beings. Natasha, overhearing Li Chi's thoughts, interjected, I have heard that these vampires seek to alter their very nature, striving to eliminate their vulnerabilities to sunlight and silver. Natasha has also gleaned some information about these vampires from her own sources. However, she remains somewhat unaware of the specific identities of these vampires, as the number of vampires in New York is not insignificant. Chapter 41. The Hydra strikes. After carefully placing the blood orchid, Li Chi rose and addressed Wanda and Natasha. Let us depart. We have guests at the company today. The news of the Osborn Group's visit took Li Chi somewhat by surprise. In contemporary America, the Osborn Group undeniably holds a preeminent position in biotechnology, akin to that of Stark Industries in the realm of weaponry. Thus, Li Chi's curiosity regarding the motives behind their visit was piqued. On this occasion, Li Chi brought only Wanda and Natasha with him to the company, allowing the others the freedom to pursue their own activities. However, as he drove towards the office, he noticed a conspicuous reduction in the number of people on the streets. Without needing to activate his Commander-S vision, Li Chi's observation hockey alerted him to the lurking presence of adversaries in the vicinity. Suddenly, a rocket-propelled grenade soared towards them from afar. In an instant, a wall of ice materialized before them, effectively intercepting the projectile. Yet, it was evident that their assailants were acutely aware of Li Chi and his companion's capabilities, understanding that a single rocket would not suffice to subdue them. A barrage of dozens of rockets soon followed, raining down from all directions. Before Li Chi could take action, Wanda, having sensed the surrounding threat, waved her hands to envelop their vehicle in chaotic magic. A crimson shield of indomitable energy formed, impervious to the onslaught of rockets that struck against it, leaving no mark. Clearly, their attackers had been meticulously preparing for this confrontation. As figures emerged from the shadows, Li Chi surmised that they were indeed agents of Hydra, as the advanced weaponry they wielded could not belong to an ordinary faction. Attack! With this command, the hidden assailants launched their offensive. Blue energy beams erupted from their weapons, striking against Wanda's chaotic shield, which now showed signs of strain. The ripples across the surface indicated that these energy attacks could indeed inflict harm upon Wanda. Natasha, observing the weaponry in their enemies' hands, widened her eyes in astonishment. These were instruments she had witnessed being developed, and now, seeing them in the hands of foes, she finally grasped the magnitude of the predicament faced by Nick Fury. As the attackers realized their assaults were effective, they intensified their onslaught. With each successive wave, Wanda's complexion grew increasingly pale. Enough, leave the rest to me. Li Chi, noting Wanda's condition, felt a sense of satisfaction. Her transformation during this New York visit had become his greatest reward. Compared to her life in Sylvania, her experiences in New York had evidently fostered her growth. Upon hearing Li Chi's encouragement, Wanda began to retract her chaotic magic. The eruption of such intense chaotic magic was an experience Wanda had yet to encounter. The destructive power of these energy weapons far surpassed that of ordinary arms when it came to dismantling chaotic magic. Just as Wanda was about to withdraw the chaotic magic, a chilling aura emanated from Li Chi, the Ice Age. The cold surged forth instantaneously, freezing the armed assailants surrounding them in mere moments. A few scattered attacks were intercepted mid-flight by Li Chi's formidable ice. It appeared they remained confident in their abilities. Gazing at the frostbound adversaries, Li Chi felt a pang of confusion. With such power, how could Hydra dare to provoke him? Crack! Crack! Just as Li Chi prepared to depart with his companions, a series of crisp sounds resonated around them. When he turned, he was astonished to find that the group he believed to be completely encased in ice had somehow broken free from his grasp. However, the cost of their liberation was steep. Their bodies were battered and mangled, unrecognizable as complete beings. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these wretches began to heal rapidly, albeit at the expense of their once robust physiques, which now appeared frail. The earlier voice echoed once more. Li Chi, after battling you for so long, do you truly think we were unprepared? Sniveling cowards. Should you dare to show yourselves before me, perhaps I would regard you with a modicum of respect. Li Chi retorted, unfazed by the taunts emanating from an unseen speaker. He held no regard for these lurking scoundrels. How could they possibly be vampires? Natasha observed the unmistakable traits of these creatures with astonishment. After all, during their initial assault, they had seemed like mere mortals. Yet now, they had undergone a transformation into vampires, a sight that was hard to fathom. It must be a contingency mechanism. They were activated while frozen. Li Chi surmised as he glanced at the shattered vials among the ice fragments. The reason for their vampiric transformation was likely due to the effects of that serum. It seemed that Hydra had a hand in the machinations behind these vampires. A faint smile played on Li Chi's lips as he regarded the newly transformed monstrosities. Unlike the vampires he had encountered before, these specimens, injected with the serum, evidently bore significant flaws, though they feared not the sun. They seemed akin to mindless beasts devoid of intellect. As soon as they regained their footing, they lunged toward Li Chi and his companions with alarming speed. Despite his subordinates, who were adept at swift movements, these creatures moved with a velocity that ranked among the swiftest of vampires. However, to Li Chi, they were merely nuisances to be dispatched with ease. Ice block, violent sparrows. A colossal ice bird soared forth from Li Chi's arm. This time Li Chi exerted all his strength. The frigid energy unleashed was unparalleled to any prior attempts, rapidly diminishing the surrounding temperature. The vampires that rushed forward most swiftly were instantaneously encased in ice. This freezing was exceptionally thorough. Propelled by inertia, they shattered upon impact with the ground, scattering into countless fragments. Chapter 42. The might of Li Chi under Li Chi's dominion, the ice block, violent parrot beak technique obliterated half of the adversaries. These vampires, devoid of intellect, continued their relentless charge towards Li Chi, even after witnessing the annihilation of their brethren. As the vampires approached, Li Chi, wishing to test his physical prowess, refrained from utilizing the abilities of his ice fruit once more. Crack! A vampire lunged at him, only to be met with the sound of metal colliding. A dark, armored hue enveloped Li Chi's arm, rendering the vampire's attack utterly ineffective, leaving no trace behind, while the creature itself shattered a tooth against his defenses. Years had passed, and Li Chi's mastery of hockey had transcended to new heights. With a swift counterstrike, he crushed the vampire's skull with a single punch. In the next moment, Li Chi surged into the throng of vampires. The Gale Step unleashed. A blue arc cleaved through the vampires, bisecting them with precision. Had they been mere mortals, they would have perished instantly. However, the resilience of these vampires was formidable. After a brief recovery, they staggered back to their feet. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a vampire, just risen, was felled with a bullet to the head. In the following instant, a werewolf and a black man charged forth. Blade Runner? The iconic figure of Blade Runner was instantly recognizable to Li Chi, yet he could not identify the night werewolf. As for the woman wielding a shotgun behind them, she was entirely unfamiliar to him. These vampires, already at a disadvantage, stood no chance against the onslaught of Blade Runner and the night werewolf. Li Chi, intending to continue his assault, instead returned to the side of Wanda and Natasha. Observing the proficiency of these vampire hunters, he marveled at their expertise. Soon, Elsa approached Li Qi and the others, addressing them. Greetings, I am Elsa Bloodstone. May I inquire about the nature of these vampires? They appear quite peculiar. From the onset of the battle, Elsa sensed something amiss. Although these vampires bore some resemblance to those she had encountered previously, their strength was vastly disproportionate. Blade Runner and the Night Werewolf joined them. Blade Runner remarked on Elsa and Li Qi's presence. They are not true vampires. They resemble humans more closely. Upon hearing Blade's words, Li Qi glanced at him. Surprised by the Daywalker's insights. His understanding of this Daywalker was limited. He knew only that it was a hybrid of human and vampire, unafraid of sunlight. Beyond that, he possessed little knowledge. These beings were once ordinary humans, transformed into vampires after the injection of a particular serum. Elsa, recalling Li Qi's words, contemplated the experiments she and her companions had witnessed in the Hell's Kitchen laboratory. It appears that this matter pertains once more to Dr. Caloranbos, who has indeed created something extraordinary. Observing the individuals before him, Li Qi realized that they were likely the ones who had been battling the vampires recently. Be cautious. Li Qi's observation Haki sensed an impending threat, and with a swift gesture, he conjured an ice wall that swiftly enclosed the group. Bang! Bang! The sounds of impact reverberated as several towering monsters, each over 2 meters tall, collided with the ice spikes. They were the Crimson Brutes. Elsa, already familiar with these creatures, immediately paled at the sight. They had a reasonable understanding of these Crimson Brutes, knowing that defeating them in a one-on-one encounter would require considerable time. However, the sudden appearance of 7 of them, coupled with Johnny's absence, posed a daunting challenge. Boom! One of the Crimson Brutes shattered the ice wall and lunged toward Li Qi. In an instant, Crimson chains sprang forth, ensnaring the creature. The one who acted was Wanda, who had just regained her strength. Furious that the monster dared to strike at Li Qi in a fit of rage, Wanda unleashed a terrifying surge of chaotic magic. The inherently robust Crimson Brute found itself utterly powerless against Wanda's spell. With a resounding explosion, the creature's head was obliterated, leaving it with no chance for recovery, as it was reduced to ashes by Wanda's might. Frosted moment. Before the remaining ice walls could shatter, Li Qi initiated his assault. A wave of frigid air erupted from beneath him, instantly encasing the 6 remaining Crimson Brutes in ice. However, much like the vampires before them, Li Qi's freezing ability was not yet potent enough to dismantle their cellular structure directly. Thus, their formidable self-healing capabilities still allowed them to struggle against their icy confines. Li Qi mused that awakening the full potential of his freezing fruit would render these adversaries easily vanquished. Nevertheless, the power demonstrated by Li Qi and Wanda was enough to draw the attention of Elsa and her companions. You are the one who killed Jean Bing. Elsa suddenly recalled the individual responsible for slaying Jean Bing, noting that the ice-encased building had only recently thawed. Though they exchanged words, Elsa and her companions did not relent in their onslaught. The ice-encased Crimson Brutes found their self-healing abilities significantly hampered, allowing the once formidable foes to be dispatched with relative ease by Elsa and her team. With the defeat of these Crimson Brutes, the Dark Knight werewolves reverted to their normal state. I never imagined your strength would be so formidable. I had always thought it was mere rumor, Elsa expressed, glancing at Li Qi and Wanda. Such power on their side would likely only be matched by Johnny. Your prowess is not to be underestimated either. A werewolf, a vampire, and a bloodstone. Gazing at the stone upon Elsa's chest, Li Qi was reminded of the nature of this bloodstone. Although he had only witnessed snippets of its significance before his journey, this bloodstone held remarkable properties for dark beings. This is not an appropriate place for conversation. Let us depart for now. As Li Qi and Elsa appeared poised to engage in dialogue, Natasha hastily interjected. Chapter 43. Norman's invitation for collaboration. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Qi glanced at the surrounding battleground and realized that it was imperative to depart swiftly. After all, the Hydra's scheme had faltered, and the lockdown of this area would likely be lifted soon. As Li Qi activated his fruit abilities, the ice-encased environment shattered in an instant. The fragments of solid ice scattered through the air before dissipating. Such a magnificent display left Elsa and the others in awe. Let us proceed. Li Qi beckoned to his companions to accompany him to Umbrella. Elsa, contemplating the situation, had numerous questions to pose to Li Qi after all. They had pursued the vampires for an extended period, only to suddenly confront a multitude of them attacking Li Qi. Surely, he must possess a wealth of knowledge regarding the matter. Upon arriving at the company, Li Qi momentarily set aside his thoughts of Elsa and the others. To his surprise, the individual who had come from Osborn's side was none other than Norman Osborn himself. Greetings, Mr. Li. Norman Osborn remarked, awestruck by Li Qi's youthful appearance. He marveled at the advantages of possessing power, having established such a foundation at such a tender age, and collaborating with General Ross. Without the prowess demonstrated during the confrontation with King, such achievements would have been inconceivable. Hello, Mr. Osborn. I did not expect you to come personally, Li Qi replied, finding it challenging to reconcile the amiable gentleman before him with the deranged green goblin he would later become. Under Li Qi's guidance, Norman Osborn followed him into the lounge, while Elsa and the others were escorted away by Natasha. "I wonder what brings you here, Mr. Osborn," Li Qi inquired, observing the distinguished figure before him. "You are likely aware of our company's prowess in biotechnology. We have been diligently researching super soldier serum and have developed our own products." Rather than divulging his intentions directly, Norman Osborn engaged Li Qi in conversation about Oscorp. As he listened to Osborn's discourse, Li Qi nodded in agreement, acknowledging Oscorp's capabilities. After all, the technological advancements they had achieved, such as the lizard serum and rhino armor, were indeed impressive. One could easily form a team of superheroes if the users possessed righteous intentions and unwavering resolve. "I am quite familiar with Oscorp's capabilities. But I presume your visit today is not merely to extol your company's virtues, Mr. Osborn?" Li Qi surmised, convinced that this man was not one to indulge in trivialities. Indeed, upon hearing Li Qi's words, Norman Osborn responded, "I have come to seek collaboration. I wish to partake in the development of the human enhancement serum alongside General Ross and your team, and I am prepared to share my own formulas for human enhancement with you." Norman Osborn gazed intently at the figure of Li Qi before him, his expression grave. It is no wonder that Norman Osborn has made such a monumental decision. The afflictions plaguing his family have begun to manifest. However, the human enhancement formula developed by his laboratory has proven ineffective in addressing this issue. During a casual conversation with General Ross yesterday, the general hinted at the enhancement serum associated with Li Qi in a state of desperation to salvage his circumstances. Norman Osborn found himself unusually eager to seek out Li Qi. Indeed, the human enhancement formula is a significant investment for Mr. Osborn. Observing the earnestness of Norman Osborn, Li Qi could not help but admire this grand initiative. It is well known that one of the pivotal factors in Norman Osborn's transformation into the Green Goblin was this very enhancement formula. The fact that he is now willing to present it indicates his genuine desire to collaborate with Li Qi. Li Qi pondered the necessity of such a partnership. The enhancement serum in his possession, sourced from Hydra, boasts commendable stability, though its strength remains rather average. In contrast, Norman's formula promises a far greater enhancement in power. A collaboration between the two could indeed be beneficial, especially considering the intriguing technology within the Osborn Corporation. A fruitful partnership. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Norman Osborn extended his hand. Meanwhile, in the adjoining lounge, Wanda, Elsa, and others engaged in light conversation. It was revealed that these vampires had once been human, and the prospect of such serums falling into the wrong hands could spell disaster. Blade reflected on the savage vampires he had just vanquished. These creatures, transformed by serum, posed an even greater threat than ordinary vampires. At least the latter retained some semblance of reason and could weigh their actions, whereas these beings were driven solely by destruction. Jack Russell recognized the stark difference between these creatures and their more conventional counterparts. They bore a resemblance to the mindless beasts known as the Crimson Warriors, devoid of any rational thought. Elsa speculated that these beings might indeed be byproducts of the Crimson Warriors' creation. "Miss Wanda, do you know who these individuals are?" As their conversation unfolded, Elsa and Wanda grew more familiar. Upon hearing Elsa's inquiry, Wanda responded directly, "If I am not mistaken, those beings should belong to Hydra." "Hydra? How is that possible? Wasn't Hydra eradicated?" Upon Wanda's declaration, both Elsa and Natasha expressed their disbelief. "Indeed, it is Hydra. They have remained quite active in Europe, and we have been entangled with them for quite some time. We have eliminated countless such beings." Though Wanda had heard tales of Hydra's past glory from Li Qi, her experiences in recent years had made it abundantly clear that Hydra was not as formidable as Li Qi had depicted. Elsa and the Blade Warriors exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of incredulity. They were quite familiar with Hydra, having lived in America. In fact, the Blade Warriors had once battled against Hydra themselves. Chapter 44, Collaboration against Vampires. If it were indeed Hydra, reaching this stage would certainly be plausible. As a warrior who has engaged in battle with Hydra, I reflect on their former might. Creating monstrous beings like the Crimson Berserker is far from impossible. However, amidst the few present, it was Natasha who appeared most astounded. The weapons wielded by the assailants were unmistakably those of S.H.I.E.L.D., and if Hydra was truly behind this, it would confirm the existence of another faction within S.H.I.E.L.D. If it is indeed Hydra, Natasha felt compelled to inform Nick Fury. Hydra is entirely distinct from other factions. Is it genuinely Hydra? Why, after all these years, have we heard nothing about them? Elsa still harbored doubts, wondering if Wanda and the others might have erred. After all, Hydra's history is exceedingly distant. Hydra has never been eradicated. Even those defeated in the past were merely the faction led by Red Skull. Upon entering, Lee heard the discussion about Hydra and immediately interjected. You're all aware of the clipping plan orchestrated by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, and those Hydra operatives have indeed concealed themselves utilizing this very scheme. Natasha listened intently to Lee's words, her heart brimming with astonishment. If the clipping plan is as Lee described, then S-H-I-E-L-D may not have traitors within its ranks. Rather, it could be they who are the betrayers. Hey man, Wanda's voice broke the trance, awakening Natasha from her sweat-drenched reverie. At that moment, Natasha realized that her identity had long been known to Lee and the others. Given their extensive knowledge of S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, how could they be unaware of her status as A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent? Just call me Natasha. I presume you've known for quite some time. Noticing that neither Wanda nor Lee reacted much to her name, she sighed softly. What is this? Are you looking to return to S-H-I-E-L-D? You're still my subordinate. Upon hearing Lee's words, Natasha shook her head. I think I'll stay here for now. I can't comprehend S-H-I-E-L-D anymore. As she grasped the profound entanglement between S-H-I-E-L-D and Hydra, Natasha felt a wave of confusion wash over her. After all, her escape from the Red Room was motivated by a flicker of justice, yet it now seemed that S-H-I-E-L-D bore little difference from the Red Room. Perhaps it would be better to remain with Lee. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Lee chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he turned his attention to Elsa and the others, stating, the vampires you are currently confronting are likely backed by Hydra and the Life Foundation. It will be exceedingly difficult for just the few of you to vanquish them. Certainly, Li Qi would not let these vampires go unpunished, especially with a ready-made ally at hand. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Elsa felt a surge of hope. Are you planning to assist us in combating these vampires? They had witnessed Li Qi's formidable power. Even the mightiest of the crimson brutes among the vampires fell effortlessly before him. Any other adversary would likely meet an even swifter demise. I still have some matters to attend to, but Wanda and Natasha can indeed aid you. And I shall seek additional assistance for your cause. Wanda acknowledged the mission against the vampires with a nod. For like Li Qi, she harbored a deep-seated grudge. I am on board, but my equipment is at S-H-I-E-L-D. I will require you to provide some gear for the battle. In response to Natasha's request, a box materialized in Li Qi's hands. This is called the cocaine, a rather extraordinary weapon. Upon receiving the box, Natasha opened it to reveal weapons resembling flesh and blood. Furrowing her brow, she grasped the handle, and as she extracted the cocaine, the grotesque mass rapidly assembled into a firearm akin to a rifle. The weapon's primary component was Yuhua, capable of firing solid projectiles or energy blasts, effortlessly dispatching creatures like vampires. Li Qi had possessed the cocaine for quite some time, yet it proved ineffective in the hands of ordinary individuals. As for Wanda and Pietro, they had no need for such weaponry, given that Yuhua's sole advantage lay in ranged attacks. However, for Natasha, the cocaine represented a significant enhancement to her current capabilities. Observing Natasha's satisfaction, Li Qi reached out to gather further reinforcements. In that case, we shall prepare as well. I have additional personnel at my disposal. With a shared glance between Wanda and Natasha, Elsa realized this was indeed the opportune moment to eradicate this band of vampires. She proposed they part ways, as Johnny and Dr. Voodoo awaited their return. All right. As they departed, Wanda approached Li Qi and remarked, these individuals possess considerable strength, yet they do not seem to share our ideals. Wanda discerned that both Blade and the Nightcrawler bore heavy burdens, while only Elsa appeared somewhat aligned with her group. Indeed, yet we do not require their strength. Rather, it would be beneficial if Jessica could join us. In New York, amidst the proliferation of superheroes and villains, it was Jessica who piqued Li Qi's interest. Despite her potential, Jessica seemed to shy away from utilizing her abilities. Otherwise, she would not merely be a street-level hero wandering the Hell's Kitchen. His abilities can entirely be likened to a diminished version of the Hulk. However, he possesses a level of rationality that the Hulk notably lacks. While listening to the conversation between Li Qi and Wanda, Natasha chose to disregard them and instead fiddled with the cookery in her hand. Chapter 45. The Spirit of Vengeance on the Other Side. Elsa, upon returning to the tavern, encountered Johnny and the others. Their expressions were somber as they saw Elsa and her companions return. The investigation into the vampires had reached an impasse, and Johnny felt the spirit of vengeance within him growing increasingly restless over the past few days. Despite the suppression offered by Elsa's bloodstone, he was nearing the point of losing control. Johnny resolved to temporarily depart. Otherwise, he would become the greatest adversary to Elsa and the others once the spirit of vengeance was unleashed. After expressing his concerns to Elsa, she felt a sense of helplessness. Assisting Johnny was a vastly different endeavor than aiding the Nightwolves. While the Bloodstone could provide some restraint on the spirit of vengeance, the disparity in their powers was insurmountable. It could only suppress the spirit momentarily, as Mephisto's influence was far beyond what a mere bloodstone could manage. Perhaps it is unnecessary to continue suppressing the power within you, Elsa suggested. The vampires are linked to Hydra, an organization that thrived during World War II. They seem to align perfectly with your objectives. Elsa understood that the spirit of vengeance sought to deliver wicked souls to hell. And both Hydra and the vampires would undoubtedly meet Johnny's requirements. Hydra, you say? Upon hearing this revelation, Johnny's interest peaked. Having grown up reading Captain America comics, he was no stranger to this nefarious organization. Although he was uncertain why Hydra still existed, he surmised that they would certainly satisfy the spirit of vengeance's appetite for retribution. However, if Hydra was truly behind these entities, confronting them would not be a trivial task. Jericho interjected, sharing his perspective. He believed that if Hydra was indeed involved in the vampire affair, dealing with them would pose significant challenges. Regardless of how Hydra had managed to endure, such a large-scale organization was beyond the capabilities of their small group. Jericho was well aware of their limitations, aside from Johnny's unique situation. The rest would find it difficult to contend with Hydra. Fortunately, we have allies against Hydra, Jericho continued. The group that recently dealt with Kingpin has been engaged in a relentless battle against them. Upon hearing Jericho mention Hydra, Elsa recalled Leech and his companions. Their strength was formidable, and she had witnessed their power firsthand that day. Reflecting on Leech's ability to freeze the very air around them, Elsa concluded that numbers were no longer of primary concern. She firmly believed that Leech's strength was sufficient to shatter Hydra. Given such power, Elsa could scarcely fathom how Hydra could hope to prevail against them. If their might was indeed as you suggest, then defeating this band of vampires, along with Hydra and the Life Foundation, would not be an impossible feat. Jericho gazed at the fervent Elsa and the Nightwolf, contemplating the possibility that, if their assertions held true, they might indeed eradicate the entire vampire faction this time. Without further delay, we must first locate the vampire's lair, and then we shall ensnare them all at once. Upon hearing unanimous agreement from the group regarding his proposal, Elsa hastily added, speaking of their stronghold, we have yet to investigate the location I discovered last time while following those vampires. At this moment, the Nightwolf recollected the place he had tracked down after pursuing the vampire's sin in Hell's Kitchen. It seemed improbable that this would be their base. I hardly believe those superior vampires would situate their headquarters near a refuse dump. In response to the Nightwolf's words, the Blade Warrior interjected. As one most familiar with the existence of vampires, the Blade Warrior understood that while these creatures may exhibit variances, their intrinsic habits would not undergo significant alteration. In his view, Hell's Kitchen was already the utmost limit for these vampires. A refuse dump, a locale no normal person would linger, was certainly no place for vampires to reside. I have asserted that location is undoubtedly a trap. Listening to the Blade Warrior's remarks, the humanoid expressed his delight, acknowledging that he too recognized it as a trap, leaving only the Nightwolf unaware. The others regarded the excitable humanoid with some exasperation. Ever since his transformation into a swamp creature, his intellect had fluctuated considerably. Upon hearing the humanoid's comment, the Nightwolf felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, he had pursued the vampire's scent to that repugnant refuse dump, only to find nothing and subsequently lose his appetite for an entire day. Although these vampires were connected to Hydra, the most crucial lead to track them down now remained with the Life Foundation. Jericho observed the group, sensing that they should not allow Hydra's emergence to divert their focus. The reason they had previously located the vampire's laboratory was that they had followed the trail of the Life Foundation. If they recklessly altered their target, they might once again lose the vampire's trail. The others nodded in agreement with Jericho's words, sharing the sentiment that Hydra should not cloud their judgment. Umbrella. Leech, after handing the human enhancement formula to the researcher who had hastened from Serbia, inquired, Yuri, what is your assessment of the efficacy of this human enhancement formula? Indeed, the chief researcher under Leech was named Yuri. However, he bore no relation to the mind-controlling Yuri, for Leech had bestowed upon him NZT-48, a reward for his displayed aptitude during a monthly signing event. The personnel at the base, having injected the human enhancement serum, possessed inherently formidable learning capabilities. Coupled with the effects of NZT-48, Yuri could undoubtedly be regarded as a brilliant scientist. However, in comparison to that Yuri, this Yuri has only just begun to unfold his narrative. Chapter 46. Yuri and Wanda's new abilities. This human enhancement formula is significantly more potent than the human enhancement serum we have injected. The latter is merely a diluted version in many aspects. Yuri's first project upon completing his studies was the human enhancement serum, and the one currently utilized in the base was developed by him. Although this human enhancement formula is complete, its side effects are exceedingly severe. Its enhancements primarily affect physical attributes, while the adverse effects target the brain. Consuming this formula renders the user exceedingly radical. Listening to Yuri, Li Chi felt quite satisfied. As Yuri stated, The side effects of the human enhancement formula brought by Norman Osborn are markedly evident. Perhaps this was not the formula that Norman Osborn personally used. However, he is destined to become the Green Goblin, which is inextricably linked to this formula. Moreover, Norman Osborn's research on this formula was merely to sell it to General Ross and to treat his family's hereditary affliction. Therefore, the effects of the human enhancement formula predominantly manifest in physical enhancements. Li Qi pondered whether this formula would be of any use to them and inquired of Yuri. Indeed, this human enhancement formula excels in physical enhancement far beyond what we possess. By integrating this formula, our human enhancement serum may yield a new version. Yuri remained confident in his abilities. Had he not been limited by the scant knowledge previously accessible to him, primarily derived from the fallen Hydra, he would have already created something extraordinary with his current intellect. Observing Yuri's unwavering confidence, Li Qi readily expressed that once Umbrella's laboratory was fully operational, he would entrust its management entirely to Yuri. Yuri responded with a calm demeanor. After parting ways with Yuri and returning home, Li Qi found Natasha engrossed in tinkering with the quinks. What's this? Do you have a fondness for this weapon? Upon Li Qi's return, Natasha, already aware of the commotion, was not startled by his sudden inquiry. This weapon is remarkable. It does not resemble a conventional weapon but rather an organ. Natasha manipulated the quinks in her hands. Her curiosity about Li Qi's various secrets piqued. After her assessment, she concluded that this weapon was on par with the energy weapons currently developed by SHIELD. In fact, it might even surpass them in certain aspects. In terms of portability and energy efficiency, it has already outperformed the energy weapons crafted by SHIELD. This revelation struck Natasha as somewhat absurd, considering that those energy weapons required a considerable investment of resources and manpower from SHIELD. Now, it seemed that Li Qi had casually produced something that eclipsed their efforts. This suggested that the secrets Li Qi harbored were undoubtedly far more extensive. Indeed, this quinks was derived from the organs of some unique entities. Upon encountering Natasha, who had discovered the uniqueness of quink, Leech promptly divulged the information to her. Even Natasha, who could be considered well-versed and knowledgeable, inhaled deeply upon hearing Leech's casual admission. Just as Leech and Natasha were about to converse further, Wanda poked her head from the second floor. Leech, come quickly. Seeing Wanda's exuberant expression, Leech sensed she had delightful news to share. With a leap, he landed on the second-floor balcony and quickly approached Wanda. What is it? What good news do you have for me? Leech gazed at Wanda affectionately. Realizing that under his attentive care, she had blossomed into an even more remarkable version of herself. Even her previously unremarkable features now appeared majestic. Wanda, noticing Leech's admiring gaze, puffed out her chest with unabashed pride. I intended to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to catch on so swiftly, she pouted playfully. In the next moment, Wanda clasped her hands together, and a swirling red chaos magic materialized around her, collapsing inward. In an instant, she vanished from sight. Soon after, chaos magic also enveloped Leech. And as the magic expanded, Wanda reappeared beside him. Just as she was about to startle Leech, he turned his head, astonishment etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Teleportation magic?" The vividness of Wanda's recent display was strikingly reminiscent of scenes he had witnessed in films, specifically, the teleportation of the mutant known as Quicksilver. Albeit with one leaving behind the sin of sulfur and hellish energy while the other exuded the essence of chaos magic. Indeed, Wanda affirmed, nodding at Leech's recognition of her abilities. She then produced the Hearthstone that Leech had gifted her not long ago. During this time, I have harnessed its power to develop this magic. As she spoke, Wanda enveloped the Hearthstone in chaos magic, and in the next moment, it appeared before Leech. Currently, aside from myself, I can only teleport inanimate objects, and the destination must be one I am familiar with. My current range is rather limited, confined within the borders of the United States. Listening to Wanda, Leech remained contemplative. Her capabilities were already impressive, especially considering that only a few days had passed since she had acquired the Hearthstone. The prospect of her eventually being able to open teleportation gateways akin to Heimdall's traversing the 9 realms no longer seemed far-fetched. This ability is indeed formidable, and you must not become complacent. Once you master it, you will be able to travel to and from our home as effortlessly as Pietro, Leech remarked, recognizing the strength of Wanda's newfound teleportation ability. It was noteworthy that in the world he inhabited, mutants did not exist. Aside from the Tesseract, the only individuals capable of opening portals were the sorcerers from Kamartash. As for the inhabitants of Asgard, they cannot truly be counted among them. After all, it is only Heimdall who can open the Bifrost. And he does so not by virtue of his inherent abilities, but rather through the key that he wields. Chapter 47. The Shadow Ninja. Li Qi observed Wanda's remarkable abilities, truly impressed by her extraordinary talent for magic. With merely a handful of runes from the Hearthstone, she had self-taught the art of teleportation. If Wanda were to undergo a systematic study of magic akin to that of the practitioners from Kamartaj, it is conceivable that the next Sorcerer Supreme might not be strange at all. In Li Qi's eyes, Wanda's aptitude was nothing short of formidable. Upon hearing Li Qi's praise, Wanda nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I have a firm grasp of this magic. With a bit more effort, I shall achieve what you envision." Wanda also harbored a deep longing for Eileen and the others. Should her magical prowess reach the level Li Qi described, she could effortlessly return to Serbia by day and reunite with Li Qi by night. The ensuing days passed relatively peacefully, while the midnight suns sought traces of vampires. Meanwhile, Li Qi continued to develop steadily. According to Natasha's intelligence, SHIELD had commenced a campaign to purge Hydra from within. The long-missing Nick Fury had returned to New York, accompanied this time by Captain America. Initially, Fury intended for Natasha to return and assist him, but the increasingly perplexed Natasha made the rare choice to decline. Fury, understanding her turmoil, said nothing, with Captain America, a figure well acquainted with Hydra, by his side. He believed that Hydra would not instigate further upheaval, thus he refrained from pressing Natasha. Once again, when Li Qi signed in and received the Shadow Ninja, he couldn't help but feel exasperated. The rewards from the past few days had been exceedingly repetitive, with each reward merely differing in quantity of Shadow Ninjas. Over the course of several days, the number of these ninjas had surpassed 200. The sole source of joy for Li Qi was that with the acquisition of the Shadow Ninjas, a Shadow Kingdom had manifested within his own shadow. These ninjas remained in a dormant state, ready to be reborn in the same location if vanquished. As Li Qi lamented, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he surmised that Elsa and her team had likely located the vampire's den. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called so early in the morning. Indeed, upon answering, he heard Elsa's animated voice exclaiming, "We have discovered the lair of those vampires. They are quite cunning, as their laboratory and resting quarters are entirely separate. We almost fell into their trap." From her tone, Li Qi could discern that Elsa was overly exhilarated. "All right, share the location with me, and I will send assistance your way." While Li Qi held little interest in the vampires themselves, he was rather keen on the so-called laboratory. The serum capable of transforming humans into vampires and enhancing vampires into more formidable creatures surely held significant potential. As Li Qi pondered, he addressed Elsa on the other end of the line. "Are you not planning to take action? Behind these vampires lies Hydra, and I fear that if Hydra intervenes, we may find ourselves outmatched." Elsa was not one to feign strength. She knew her own limitations. While dealing with vampires was manageable, confronting an entity like Hydra was an entirely different challenge. After all, Hydra's arsenal was vastly different from the brute force exhibited by the vampires. "Rest assured regarding Ian, I will personally handle Hydra. They will not have the opportunity to confront you." Li Qi spoke this truthfully, as he indeed intended to confront Hydra himself. A decision stemming from the intelligence he had received from Natasha. The ongoing conflict between Hydra and SHIELD had intensified, although both sides had tactfully avoided bringing their struggles into the open. Nevertheless, casualties were escalating, and without Captain America's intervention, SHIELD might have already been on the verge of collapse. Li Qi had also set his sights on the substantial assets controlled by Pierce's faction of Hydra. Even acquiring a fraction of those assets would leave him quite prosperous. Moreover, Hydra harbored animosity towards him, which only fueled his resolve. If Hydra refrains from making a move, we should be fine. Upon hearing that Li Qi would confront Hydra, Elsa felt a wave of relief. They were veterans in dealing with vampires and had no cause for concern in that regard. Furthermore, she had witnessed Wanda's formidable abilities firsthand. With Wanda's assistance, even adversaries like the Scarlet Centurion would be easily manageable. Not to mention, they also had Johnny, the Ghost Rider, on their side. After conversing with Elsa, Li Qi began contemplating whom to send against the vampires. Initially, he intended for Wanda and Natasha to lead Dagmar and the others in the effort. However, since he needed Natasha by his side to confront the Hydra members, he felt uneasy about sending Wanda alone. Who knew what hidden cards these vampires might hold? It was then that Li Qi thought of Jessica. Although she lacked specialized training against vampires, her immense strength and defense would make her a valuable asset in the combat. With this in mind, he retrieved Jessica's phone number, a remnant from her last visit. After dialing, the phone rang for a moment before being answered. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was muffled, and Li Qi could easily imagine how much Jessica had indulged in alcohol. "Jessica, it's Li Qi." Upon hearing his voice, the sound on the other end briefly faded. After about a minute, Jessica's voice returned, sounding considerably more alert than before. "Li Qi, what do you need? You previously mentioned that you owed me a favor, and now you have the opportunity to repay it." Li Qi's prior act of eliminating the purple ones has indeed been acknowledged by Jessica. Thus, upon hearing Li Qi's words this time, she responded with remarkable clarity. As long as it does not contravene my principles, I shall comply. Chapter 48. Natasha's preparations. I shall not contravene your principles, this time. I request your assistance in dealing with a group of vampires. Jessica initially anticipated that Li Qi would present a request that would place him in a difficult position. To her surprise, it was merely a call for aid against vampires. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Jessica. Given Li Qi's methods in dealing with Jean, it was evident that he was no paragon of virtue. Consequently, Jessica harbored concerns that Li Qi might involve her in some nefarious scheme. However, upon hearing that the task was to confront vampires, she promptly replied, "Dealing with vampires poses no problem." In response to Jessica's declaration, Li Qi continued, "The number of adversaries will not be insignificant. Should your companions be willing to assist, I shall ensure ample retribution." Indeed, aside from Jessica, Li Qi intended to enlist her in abducting Murdoch and his band of street heroes. Even if it required a financial expenditure, it was of little concern. Once these vampires were eradicated, their amassed wealth would more than compensate for the losses incurred. Previously, Li Qi had found it quite challenging to seize the wealth of these vampires. Even if they managed to eliminate them, other vampires would inevitably emerge to claim their riches. Yet, with Ross's backing, the prospect of plundering the vampires' wealth had transformed from a mere fantasy into a tangible possibility. These vampires, having existed for centuries, had accumulated an astonishing fortune. Even General Ross could not afford to overlook such wealth, especially considering the exorbitant costs associated with his super soldier program. With Li Qi's formidable prowess at the feast of wealth laid before him, he would undoubtedly claim his rightful share. Unbeknownst to Jessica on the other end of the line, Li Qi's true intentions remained obscured. She believed that Murdoch and his allies would not refuse the opportunity to eradicate vampires. "Very well, I shall consult them," she informed Li Qi after concluding the call. Jessica proceeded to reach out to Murdoch and Luke Cage. As for the Punisher, she chose not to contact him. Although their interactions had been limited, she was well aware of his character. The Punisher's vendetta was solely directed at the criminal underworld. As long as vampires posed no hindrance to his quest for vengeance, he would likely remain indifferent to their existence. Following his conversation with Jessica, Li Qi sought out Natasha, who was engaged in her training regimen. Since her identity had been unveiled, Natasha had shed her former cautious demeanor. The pretense she had maintained was entirely discarded. In Li Qi's presence, she felt free to jest. "Oh, you are up unusually early today. This is unlike you," Natasha remarked, somewhat surprised by Li Qi's early appearance. Having cohabitated for an extended period, she had never witnessed him rising at such an hour. Typically, he would only stir from slumber as midday approached. This early awakening was decidedly out of character. Observing Natasha's peculiar gaze directed at him, Li Qi felt a tinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he spoke up. "I, too, would prefer not to be awakened so early by Elsa. They have already discovered the vampire's lair and laboratory." Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Natasha paused her exercise and inquired, "So, do you intend to take action?" Li Qi had previously confided in Natasha about the Hydra situation, so she refrained from probing further. Indeed, as Elsa had mentioned, the spirit of vengeance was on the verge of breaking free. The flaming skull that had recently been sighted in New York was none other than him. Johnny could no longer contain the vengeful spirit, and at night, he roamed the streets of New York as the Ghost Rider. Many have been sent to hell by his judgmental gaze. In this city of sin, there were countless individuals deserving of his retribution. It could be said that the emergence of the Ghost Rider had instilled a sense of dread among many politicians in New York. The return of Steve to S.H.I.E.L.D. had also prompted many who had not been brainwashed to realign themselves. During this period, multiple confrontations had erupted between the two factions. Natasha, having a close friend, Barton, at S.H.I.E.L.D., was well aware of the internal happenings. It could be argued that had it not been for Nick Fury's efforts to bring Steve back, S.H.I.E.L.D. might have been rebranded as Hydra Shield. Yet, it was precisely Steve's return that had nudged the neutral parties and those who had not been completely brainwashed back towards Nick Fury's side. From which angle should we launch our assault? Li Qi looked at Natasha, who inquired of him. Regarding Pierce's faction of Hydra, Li Qi possessed limited intelligence. However, he was acutely aware that this particular Hydra branch was the most formidable and numerous. To vanquish them, a surprise and swift strike would be optimal. The S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters had now been seized by Pierce, and Nick Fury had been dismissed from his position. If they could eliminate Pierce and the Hydra members within, the remaining Hydra would pose little threat. Upon realizing Li Qi's intent to confront Pierce, Natasha remained active. Analyzing the situation, she noted that while Hydra members were exceedingly clandestine, this very characteristic meant that their connections would be entirely severed upon the death of their superior. Currently, most of Hydra's upper echelons were congregated within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, with Pierce himself conducting operations from there. His current status led him to believe that no one would dare to confront him directly, and thus, after expelling Nick Fury and others from SHIELD, he chose to remain and command the personnel from behind the scenes. Is that so? Upon hearing Natasha's observations, Li Qi nodded. However, SHIELD possesses weaponry designed to counter you, and your broad area of effect attacks may be significantly weakened. We still need to gather additional personnel. Li Qi felt no surprise at the prospect of his abilities being targeted. In the realm of Marvel, an array of advanced technologies emerges incessantly, and one's own abilities are manifested with remarkable clarity. It would indeed be a concern if there were no adversaries to contend with. Chapter 49. The abandoned vampire. Li Qi was utterly unconcerned about the prospect of his abilities being studied. The knowledge they had gathered would be rendered obsolete the moment his devil fruit powers awakened. After all, the disparity between the pre-awakening and post-awakening states of a devil fruit user is nothing short of profound. Even if Hydra or SHIELD devised countermeasures against him, such strategies would become futile once his powers fully manifested. As for manpower, there was no need for worry. A glance at Natasha beside him reassured him. After all, his recently acquired Shadow Legion would soon prove its worth. Each member of this formidable legion possessed remarkable strength. Despite their previous defeat at the hands of Jackie Chan and his allies, it is vital to note that they had held the upper hand against the agents of the 13 districts. The ninjas of the Shadow Legion were more than capable of handling not only ordinary individuals, but also elite soldiers with ease. Their array of ninja tools were lethal instruments of death. Li Qi was confident that, with the Shadow Legion at his disposal, dealing with the Hydra operatives would be more than manageable. These Shadow ninjas were effectively immortal, even in death. They would resurrect within the Shadow Kingdom that resided in Li Qi's shadow. To annihilate them entirely would require magic or powers of a higher order. Mere conventional weaponry would prove inadequate. Seeing Li Qi's self-assured demeanor, Natasha chose to place her faith in him. In contrast to their operations against Hydra, Elsa and her team were evidently moving with greater urgency regarding the vampire threat. Upon receiving Wanda's call, they arranged to meet at the very tavern where Elsa and her companions had gathered. Wanda, accompanied by Dagmar and others, set out without Li Qi this time, necessitating that she take charge of the mission herself. This independence made Wanda somewhat anxious. She was used to having Pietro or Elaine by her side. Now, she found herself alone, which heightened her tension. Dagmar, our adversaries this time are unlike those we faced before. This time, we are up against a band of vampires. Exercise caution during combat, and do not overly rely on the powers of the 6 styles, Wanda cautioned as they departed. Those trained in the Navy's 6 styles often found themselves overly dependent on these formidable techniques. While Dagmar and her team were proficient in various martial arts and firearms, their first instinct in battle remained to utilize the 6 styles. Previously, confronting foes armed solely with conventional firearms had been manageable. However, this time, they faced not only vampires, but potentially Hydra operatives wielding energy weapons as well. Wanda had first-hand experience with Hydra's energy weapons. Even her chaotic magic had been affected in their presence, underscoring the formidable nature of those weapons. The adults have already informed us about these matters, and we are equipped with weapons. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Wada appeared somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that he and his companions would be perceived as mere brutish fools in Wanda's eyes. Although they lacked Yuri's innate talent, the enhancement serum they had administered had significantly elevated their capabilities beyond that of ordinary individuals. They possessed a clear understanding of their own strength. Employing the Navy 6 styles against weaker adversaries would allow them to swiftly dispatch their foes. However, they would not be foolish enough to confront a large-scale enemy using the same approach. Satisfied with Wada's remarks, Wanda nodded in approval. Regarding the vampire's abilities, Li Qi had already briefed Wanda. Apart from the exceptional Crimson Berserkers, the remaining vampires posed little threat in Wanda's estimation. Furthermore, Dagmar and his allies were equipped with silver weaponry, which was particularly effective against vampires. In Elsa's bar, Johnny prepared to confront the vampires today. Eliminating them would grant him his freedom. Jericho observed Johnny, who was sulking with drink in hand, feeling a sense of helplessness. The power of the spirit of vengeance was indeed overwhelming, even with Elsa's bloodstone aiding in its suppression. Yet, the infernal force still nearly overturned everyone present. Fortunately, Johnny had reached a level where he could withstand some of the spirit of vengeance's madness. Otherwise, when he transformed into the Ghost Rider, he might have condemned their souls to hell. After all, in the eyes of the Ghost Rider, they could be deemed as irredeemably wicked. Indeed, New York was no ordinary place. Johnny had stirred considerable trouble during this period. Even Blade was somewhat perplexed by the chaos Johnny had wrought in recent days. Among those sent to hell by Johnny were several influential figures, and their demise had drawn the attention of many. Fortunately, Elsa and Jericho had some connections that helped shield Johnny from scrutiny. It was all that scoundrel Mephisto's fault. Upon hearing their words, Johnny was filled with hatred for Mephisto. If it weren't for Mephisto's temptations and deceit, he would not have ended up in his current predicament. Over the years, Johnny had discerned something peculiar about the spirit of vengeance within him. He was not the sole ghost rider chosen by Mephisto. During his years of evasion, Johnny had encountered other spirits of vengeance. Yet, none of them exhibited the same characteristics as the one residing within him. The other spirits of vengeance were lifeless, like mere automatons, whereas the one within him was exceptionally volatile. This group of vampires had been entirely forsaken, whether by the 13 clans or other factions. They had been abandoned. At this juncture, Elsa revealed a piece of information. According to the intelligence Elsa had gathered over the past few days, both the 13 clans of vampires and other entities had expressed discontent with these rule-breaking vampires. Their ability to swiftly locate the lair of these vampires this time is undoubtedly attributed to the efforts of this group of individuals. Clearly, they intend to employ a cunning strategy, allowing them to eliminate the forsaken vampires. Chapter 50, Preparations before the battle. Upon hearing Elsa's words, the few patrons within the tavern displayed no surprise. They were well aware of the matter at hand. Vampires, indeed, are peculiar beings, striving desperately to align with the new era while simultaneously adhering rigidly to the traditions of the past. The Blade Warriors found themselves perplexed by the nature of these vampires, having encountered numerous of their kind throughout their relentless hunts. It left them pondering whether these creatures had simply lived too long, as they had witnessed an alarming number of mentally unstable vampires. As Elsa's phone chimed, Wanda and her companions arrived at the tavern's entrance. Shortly thereafter, Elsa emerged to usher them inside. Upon seeing Wanda, Jericho expressed a hint of surprise. His strength stemmed from the power of Rhea. Though he could not wield it directly, he could nonetheless sense the formidable magic emanating from Wanda. This immediately informed Rhea of Wanda's prowess as a powerful sorceress. Noticing the presence of Dagmar and Kayrilla, who followed closely behind Wanda, Jericho discerned that they too were far from ordinary. At this moment, Jericho and his companions began to trust Elsa's earlier assertions. However, just as Elsa was about to introduce them, the door swung open once more. Here they were, dressed in simple attire. Jessica entered the tavern alongside Matt Murdock and Luke Cage, who had donned their Night Devil persona. Upon spotting Wanda, Jessica realized she was indeed in the right place. "The owner of this establishment has hired us to assist you," Jessica explained, noting the bewildered expressions on Elsa and the others. Among the trio, only Matt Murdock had already made a name for himself in Hell's Kitchen as the Night Devil. Jessica and Luke Cage had yet to achieve any notable recognition. After a conversation with Lee, Jessica had reached out to Murdock and the others. Luke Cage had readily agreed to the employment, partly to combat the nefarious vampires, and partly due to his pressing financial needs. As for Murdock, his motivation was solely to confront these vampires, having witnessed their perilous threat during their last encounter. He could not bear the thought of allowing them to persist and inflict harm upon countless innocents. This time, Murdock had equipped himself with silver weapons, determined not to experience the impotence of wielding mere ordinary batons against these fiends again. Familiar with Murdock, Elsa and her companions felt a sense of joy at his arrival. There were two locations where these vampires congregated. One was their resting place, and the other was the Life Foundation's laboratory. With everyone gathered, Elsa retrieved a tablet and marked both locations on its screen. Given the considerable distance between the two sites, it was imperative that they split into teams. Otherwise, any news reaching either side could result in complications. As soon as Elsa finished speaking, the Blade Warrior followed suit, stating that they placed immense importance on this laboratory, and the defenses would undoubtedly be far more formidable than those of their resting place. Listening to their conversation, Murdock inquired, "Do you know their specific numbers?" To Murdock, the quantity of these vampires was of paramount significance. Otherwise, it would be utterly imprudent to charge an unprepared. The numbers would not be few. Even though we have eliminated quite a number recently, many vampires still remain. However, it is genuinely impossible to estimate the exact count of this batch of vampires. Unlike those of the 13 clans, this group does not produce new vampires recklessly. Their indiscriminate creation of vampires makes it impossible to ascertain their numbers. The exact quantity of ordinary vampires, however, need not be overly concerning. At this moment, Kayla interjected, reminding them, "Our leader has provided several large ultraviolet irradiation devices, which should be quite effective against those ordinary vampires." Ever since discovering various shortcomings of these vampires, Kayla and her companions had begun to look down upon them. Their own strength was not particularly formidable, and they possessed numerous vulnerabilities. They feared silver, sunlight, and even items such as crosses and garlic. Kayla found it perplexing how such a flawed being could become a notorious villain in tales. If such weaknesses exist, ordinary vampires are indeed not to be feared. The Blade Warrior nodded in agreement with Kayla's remarks. In his past encounters with vampires, he had also utilized ultraviolet light and concentrated garlic juice. These proved far more effective against ordinary vampires than silver weapons. The others, witnessing this exchange, ceased their discussion on numbers. With the ultraviolet light as a formidable weapon, ordinary vampires posed little threat. They were left to ponder how many crimson behemoths would emerge this time, as these creatures were the most challenging to confront. Johnny, having faced the crimson behemoths most frequently, also shared his thoughts. The self-healing ability of the crimson behemoths posed a considerable challenge, and a few of them could easily ensnare them. There is no need for excessive concern regarding the crimson behemoths. I have procured a serum specifically developed to counter them. The Blade Warrior stated, retrieving a box of serum from beneath a nearby table. Due to the haste, although the serum could not directly eliminate the crimson behemoths, it could indeed restrict their regenerative capabilities. The others were somewhat taken aback by the Blade Warrior's revelation. For the most troublesome aspect of the crimson behemoths was indeed their self-healing ability. Once this power was curtailed, dealing with them would become considerably simpler. In that case, let us set forth, Wanda declared, observing that everyone was thoroughly prepared. After a brief discussion, Wanda, Elsa, Johnny, Kayla, and Jessica would take charge of the laboratory. After all, according to their current intelligence, the peril posed by the laboratory far surpasses that of their resting location. The remaining individuals are tasked with confronting the congregated vampires under the leadership of Blade and Jericho. Chapter 51. The mastermind behind the scenes, the St. Ho Relief Center. A renowned shelter for the homeless, even in New York. Who could have imagined that this very place served as a research facility for the Life Foundation and vampires? Elsa gazed disdainfully at the bustling entrance of the St. Ho Relief Center, scoffing to herself. These individuals believed they were rescuing the homeless, oblivious to the fact that their actions ultimately led to the demise of these unfortunate souls. Since discovering that this location was a collaborative base for the vampires and the Life Foundation, Elsa and her companions realized the origin of the experimental subjects. The neglected homeless individuals could indeed be considered the ideal candidates for human experimentation. With the St. Ho Relief Center as their cover, the agents of the Life Foundation and the vampires could conduct their experiments without restraint. There were far too many people here. It was imperative to disperse them first. Jessica frowned as she observed the homeless individuals and volunteers within the shelter. I'll take care of it, she announced. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Wanda readily volunteered. Among them, only Wanda possessed the capability to manage the situation effectively, her magic being the sole means to achieve this. Witnessing Wanda's willingness to step in, the others expressed no dissent. Given the circumstances, there was truly no other method more suitable than Wanda's intervention. The power of chaos magic radiated from Wanda's hands. This form of magic, which influenced others, was not yet mastered by her. It was the tragic fate of the slain Purple Man that had provided Wanda with a clearer understanding of emotional manipulation. Within the St. Ho Relief Center, as chaos magic was unleashed, the homeless individuals and volunteers emerged in a daze, one by one. Their unusual behavior was swiftly detected by the monitoring personnel in the underground laboratory of the Relief Center. Looks like it must be those superheroes who have appeared recently, commented Dracula, the vampire leader, glancing at his companion, Jark, from the Life Foundation. These pests truly are relentless. They have even found their way here. Jark harbored a deep-seated disdain for Elsa and her companions. Had it not been for their incessant disruption of their laboratories, their research results might have already been realized. Send someone to intercept them and relocate the experimental data first, he ordered. As a faction of the Life Foundation, Jark had no intention of eliminating Elsa and her group on this occasion. Their strengths had been thoroughly assessed through numerous confrontations. Jark did not believe that their currently imperfect Scarlet Warriors could manage to contain this group of superheroes. So the best course of action was to relocate their materials before the heroes arrived. If this place were to be destroyed, it would be catastrophic. All of their research data was stored here, and failing to relocate it would result in severe losses. I shall release those blood slaves to obstruct them. Without the Crimson Warriors, they cannot be halted. Though Drog possesses ambition, he is not devoid of intelligence. He understands that annihilating Elsa and her companions is beyond the capability of those newly transformed into vampires. As the individuals within the St. Ho's Rescue Center departed, Elsa and Wanda made their way inside. One by one, vampires emerged from the underground, filling the once desolate St. Ho's Rescue Center anew. Leave these fiends to me, Jessica declared, wielding a large spotlight as she followed Elsa and the others inside. As the vampires lurking in the shadows beheld their entrance, they lunged forward in an instant. These newly transformed vampires moved with astonishing speed, reaching Elsa and Wanda in the blink of an eye. Fortified by the bloodstone, Elsa reacted swiftly, drawing her shotgun and aiming it at the nearest vampire, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet erupted from the shotgun, shattering the vampire's skull in an instant. Before Wanda could make a move against the vampire charging at her, Karila swiftly dispatched it. Behind them, Jessica activated the spotlight. Intense ultraviolet rays projected from the light, incinerating the surrounding vampires as if they were ice cream under the scorching sun. The freshly turned blood slaves possessed no resistance to ultraviolet light whatsoever. Apart from a few who sensed danger and managed to evade, the remaining vampires were utterly vanquished by Jessica's hand. Ha ha ha, this contraption is truly effective, Jessica exclaimed, enamored by the ashes of the vampires before her. In the underground laboratory, Drog's face darkened at the swift obliteration of the blood slaves. Damn it. Your human technology is excessively targeted against us. Drog seethed, filled with a desire to traverse time and eliminate the one who discovered ultraviolet rays. Were it not for these ultraviolet weapons, vampires would not be relegated to hiding in the shadows as they are now. The advancement of technology is an unstoppable force. Are we not engaged in a similar endeavor? Jock adjusted his glasses. Observing the video of Wanda and her companions neutralizing the remaining vampires while searching for the entrance to the underground laboratory, he promptly commanded the detonation of the elevator. Prepare for evacuation. We cannot halt these superheroes now. Drog, lacking confidence in overcoming Jessica and her allies, resolved to retreat alongside Jock after awakening the Crimson Warriors. However, at that moment, a surge of red energy materialized within the basement. Wanda and her companions emerged from the Crimson Aura upon witnessing the destroyed elevator. Wanda recalled the teleportation magic she had recently acquired. Utilizing her newfound ability, she effortlessly transported Elsa and Jessica down with her. Upon the sudden appearance of Wanda and her companions, Drago immediately commanded the Crimson Warriors to launch an assault against them. Stop them, he ordered. In the next instant, Drago transformed into his vampiric form, sharp fangs, pointed ears, and a visage reminiscent of a skull. His lineage was evidently pure, and the power unleashed upon reverting to his true appearance was formidable. With a single punch, he sent Jessica hurtling through the air for several dozen meters. Had the wall behind her not been sufficiently sturdy, she might have been propelled even farther. How swift! Elsa too reacted in an instant. Chapter 52. The other team in trouble. Elsa, as the new generation of Bloodstone, has engaged in combat with numerous vampires. However, she has encountered very few formidable vampires like Dragu over the years. The speed and strength unleashed by Dragu surpass even that of the Crimson Behemoth, though he is hindered by his own vulnerabilities. As Dragu erupted with power, the released Crimson Behemoths surged towards the group. Johnny, observing the oncoming beasts, transformed into the Phantom Knight. Seizing the opportunity, Kayla swiftly loaded the elixirs obtained from the Blade Warrior into her rifle. Among them, other than Elsa, Kayla possessed the most formidable marksmanship. She aimed her weapon at the fastest advancing Crimson Behemoth, firing a specially crafted bullet. Bang! The bullet struck the beast, instantly dissolving into black mist, which was absorbed by the Crimson Behemoth. In the next moment, a black toxin manifested within the beast's blood. Witnessing this, Johnny swung his chain, enveloped in ghostly flames, wrapping it around the Crimson Behemoth. The infernal flames blazed fiercely, and this time, the beast could not recover as it had before under the hellfire. Within mere seconds, the Crimson Behemoth was reduced to ashes by the infernal flames. Seeing the elixir from the Blade Warrior take effect, Kayla swiftly reloaded and fired round after round. Jessica, having regained her footing, charged towards Dragu. She had just been flung away due to her lack of preparation, otherwise. With her current strength, Dragu would not have been able to toss her aside so easily. Jessica aimed a punch at Dragu's head. Thud. However, her blow failed to connect. And even with two more Jessicas, it would be a challenge to land a hit on Dragu. As an ancient vampire, Dragu's power was undeniably formidable. Yet, there were still those capable of contending with him. Wanda swung her arm, unleashing the force of chaotic magic. In an instant, Dragu was forced out of his afterimage, spitting blood. Seeing this, Elsa drew her silver longsword from her back. Should that sword pierce him, even Dragu would face significant constraints. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the sword and Wanda's subsequent attack were about to strike Dragu, an explosion suddenly erupted from the underground base. The violent blast interrupted their assault. Jock, hiding behind numerous Crimson Behemoths, recognized the dire situation and decisively chose to detonate the bombs within the base. In his view, Dragu and his allies had no chance of victory. He certainly did not wish for his research data to fall into the hands of these so-called superheroes. The explosion granted Dragu an opportunity to retaliate, but the terror instilled by Wanda had left him devoid of any fighting spirit. After rising from the ground, he dashed towards the exit. However, no matter how swift Drago was, he could not outpace magic. Wanda unleashed her chaotic magic, manifesting chains that ensnared Drago, rendering him immobile. The scarlet chaos magic emanated from Wanda, tightening the chains inch by inch, causing Drago to howl in agony. The vampire's once proud regenerative abilities paled in comparison to the chaos magic. At least the wounds inflicted by the chaotic spells could not be healed. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider displayed formidable power, wielding chains ablaze with hellfire, which the surrounding Crimson Beasts, deprived of their healing abilities, were powerless to resist. After expending her ammunition, Kayla joined Elsa in dispatching the Crimson Beasts. Bulk, witnessing the unfolding scene, began to regret his earlier decision to trust Drago's boastful claims. This individual was utterly incapable of self-preservation. As Bulk stealthily approached the exit, he was intercepted by Jessica. It appeared that those remaining were not as formidable as they seemed. Jessica, pulling Bulk back, observed the situation stabilizing and felt that Leech had perhaps overestimated these vampires. In stark contrast to Jessica and her allies' overwhelming success, the vampires guarding their lair were far from the feeble adversaries everyone had imagined. Instead, the full strength of this vampire faction was concentrated here. Although Murdoch and his companions had effortlessly dealt with the recently transformed vampires upon their arrival, they soon discovered an overwhelming number of vampires within the ancient castle. There were hundreds of newly transformed vampires, alongside dozens of ancient ones. While there were no Crimson Warriors present, each was a formidable member of the vampire elite. Recklessly invading this stronghold, even Murdoch's team found themselves cornered. A humanoid figure was manipulated by the magic of an ancient vampire, which rendered the two strongest members of Murdoch's team ineffective. After all, without Jericho, it would have been exceedingly difficult for the others to halt the humanoid's advance. Damn it. The intelligence was flawed. Blade exclaimed coldly after cleaving through a vampire before him. The light was shattered by them. We acted too hastily. Hearing Murdoch's words, Luke Cage felt a pang of guilt, replying, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, the light wouldn't have been destroyed. Much like Wanda's group. The light had been wielded by the strongest, Luke Cage. Unfortunately, compared to Jessica, Luke was rather reckless. After vanquishing the blood slaves outside, the light was carelessly draped over his shoulder. This also led to their immediate destruction by those vampires upon entry. Otherwise, had there been a combination of light, these vampires would not have been so rampant. It seems we can only await good news from Jessica and her companions. After Murdoch repelled a vampire with a sharp strike, he also maneuvered the Blade Warrior to evade another vampire spell. To his astonishment, these vampires possessed such formidable powers. Murdoch had always believed that vampires were merely bloodsuckers, stronger and swifter than humans. He never anticipated that they could wield magic as well. Chapter 53, The Powerful Vampire Elder Kale. An ancient vampire who has lived for over 5 centuries. Holds a position second only to Drago within their clan and is among the few vampires adept in the arcane arts. The magical abilities possessed by their kind are scarce, primarily derived from their bloodline. An example of such magic is that which can disturb the consciousness of humanoids. Observing the resilient Blade Warriors below, Kale conjured a swarm of bats composed of blood in his palm. These magical bats swiftly took flight from Kale's hands, launching themselves towards the Blade Warriors. Jericho, who was engaged in restraining the humanoid, ceased to conceal his own powers upon witnessing the bats. Daniel, concealed within Jericho, manifested in a spectral form and collided with the humanoid, which had been under Kale's influence, now falling under Daniel's control. With the intelligence of a human, the humanoid seized a nearby vampire and hurled it towards the swarm of blood bats, as if tossing a baseball. A corrosive sound ensued as the vampire made contact with the blood bats, instantly disintegrating into a pool of blood. Be cautious. These sorcerers are formidable, Jericho cautioned as he rejoined his comrades. Indeed, the night werewolf, having torn apart a vampire, grew increasingly agitated. Jack, mind yourself, Jericho admonished, not wishing to see the night werewolf become an adversary just after restoring the humanoid. I am aware, Jack replied, fully cognizant of his condition, concerned that he might not be able to suppress his primal instincts. Kale, observing the dwindling number of competent vampires below, decided against further hesitation and rallied the elder vampires to attack. Do not waver. If they continue to kill, we shall not survive. Upon hearing Kale's command, the vampires transformed, their fangs and ears sharpening. In this state, their speed and strength received a significant enhancement. Luke Ketch, the swiftest among them, quickly became the prime target of the elder vampires. These elder vampires, with far greater combat experience and power than Luke Ketch, became nearly impossible to track, appearing beside him in an instant. A flurry of assaults rained down upon Luke Ketch, who had no chance to catch his breath before being sent flying. Despite his formidable defenses, Luke Ketch found himself in a dire predicament, blood spilling continuously from his mouth, a clear indication of his severe injuries. Seeing this, the night werewolf and the Blade Warriors surged forth from the vampire encirclement, launching an attack against the elder vampires. Although Murdoch's strength was commendable, it was insufficient to confront the vampire elders. At this moment, both the humanoid and Jericho found themselves ensnared by a multitude of vampires, unable to extricate themselves. Bang, bang. Blade Runner repeatedly squeezed the trigger at the vampire elders, yet to no avail. The swiftness of the elders allowed them to disregard the bullets fired from the handguns. Conversely, the Night Wolf was able to pursue the vampire elders, effortlessly tearing through their skin with its sharp fangs and claws. Under the moonlight, the vampire castle was engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. As the battle raged on, the vampire elders grew increasingly formidable. Kaylee's magic further suppressed Blade Runner and his companions. Among the group, it was not the ordinary Murdoch who first fell, but rather Luke Cage. As an enhanced individual, Luke Cage lacked a steel body. His musculature and bone density had merely been augmented. Against ordinary foes, his physique rendered him nearly invincible. However, in the face of these powerful vampire elders, he appeared somewhat inadequate. Every strike from the elders shattered Luke Cage's defenses, preventing him from relying on his prior combat experience. After a brief skirmish, he sustained severe injuries. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Night Wolf, Luke Cage might have been transformed into a blood slave by the vampire elder. Nevertheless, the defeat of Luke Cage came at a considerable cost to the vampires. The ordinary vampires had suffered significant losses. With 2 elder vampires slain in the recent conflict, one beheaded by Blade Runner's silver sword, the other torn apart by the Night Wolf. Yet, compared to the vampire losses, the fatigue endured by Murdoch and his companions was far more grave. I have already informed Elsa. They have concluded their engagement. Jericho's words alleviated the previously tense atmosphere amongst the group. Meanwhile, Elsa, having received the message, prepared to lead Wanda and others to assist Murdoch. After all, the mightiest among them could easily contend with the vampire elders, be it the Phantom Knight Johnny or Wanda. To their astonishment, the hidden powers of these vampires proved unexpectedly potent. Upon learning that the vampires confronting Murdoch wielded magic, Wanda's eyes sparkled with excitement. She knew well that Leech had been gathering magical knowledge for her, yet progress had been slow over the years. If she could acquire the magic from the vampires, it would surely delight Leech. With this thought in mind, Wanda contemplated teleporting directly to the vampire castle. However, her unfamiliarity with the location rendered her unable to cast the teleportation spell. Thus, she and her companions were left with no choice but to travel by vehicle with Elsa to the castle. Meanwhile, within Leech's villa, he and Natasha were watching the unfolding battle through satellite surveillance. It appears that the challenges faced by your S.H.I.E.L.D. are indeed significant, as evidenced by the current circumstances with no agents in sight. Li Chi jestingly remarked to Natasha, observing the absence of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in the video. The current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. remains unclear to me. Natasha, too, feels a sense of bewilderment regarding the present situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that Hydra and vampires have found advocates within its ranks. Nick Fury now struggles to command the agents, which elucidates his urgent desire to enlist Li Chi's external assistance in dismantling Hydra's influence. Chapter 54. The Annihilation of Vampires, whether it be Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. In my eyes, neither is worthy of admiration. As for the so-called intelligence organizations, Li Chi holds them in utter contempt. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. under Nick Fury's command or the one manipulated by Hydra, they are merely jesters in his view, lacking formidable power. No amount of boasting by these organizations holds any significance. S.H.I.E.L.D. fancies itself as humanity's last bastion, yet its very inception was a blunder. Hydra, too, is an ailment of moderate size that holds no value for the strong, without even mentioning Li Chi's exceptional combat prowess. Just Quicksilver alone would suffice to dismantle S.H.I.E.L.D. Presently, S.H.I.E.L.D. is incapable of managing the overarching situation, and the recent vampire incident has seen many influential figures intervening. Natasha possesses some understanding of the vampire situation. The clan led by Draco and his ilk has been designated as traitors by the major vampire houses. This operation by Elsa and her companions has been tacitly approved by the Dark World, which explains why Kaylee's faction received no reinforcements. Their demise is all but predetermined. Even if Elsa and her group were to fail, other forces would inevitably rise to eradicate them. However, the vampires still possess considerable depth. Such sorcery is likely beyond the capabilities of most within S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon hearing Li Chi's words, Natasha did not dispute them. Were it not for her possession of the Cookin, defeating an adversary like Kaylee would prove exceedingly difficult. Only a marksman like Barton stands a chance against such foes. As Li Chi and Natasha engaged in their conversation, Elsa and her cohort arrived at the ancient vampire castle. Upon disembarking, Wanda levitated herself with magic, subsequently unleashing a powerful spell that obliterated the castle's outer walls. Johnny, transformed into the Ghost Rider, charged into the throng of vampires, rendering ordinary vampires mere fodder before his might. Even a casual strike from the Ghost Rider could annihilate a vampire, prompting Kaylee to retract the bat wings from her back as she observed Elsa and her companions. It seemed Drackle had indeed faltered. In response to Kaylee's remarks, Elsa approached and declared, "Your plans are destined for failure. Even if we do not thwart you this time, success will elude you." As the new generation of Bloodstone, Elsa commands great respect in the Dark World. She possesses knowledge of Kaylee, the ancient vampire. This failure stems from Drackle's impatience. Had he awaited the completion of the potion, the clans would not have resorted to such measures. Kaylee acknowledges the truth in Elsa's assertions, recognizing that the vampire clans are indeed the reason for the impossibility of her success. However, Kaylee is not mistaken. Once the potion succeeds, it would liberate vampires from the constraints of sunlight and silver. The clans of vampires will undoubtedly be their most ardent supporters, for the allure of a vampire devoid of weaknesses is simply irresistible. Observing the despondent Kale, Wanda swiftly approached him. "Surrender your magic." Wanda's chaotic magic surged in her hands, ready to unleash its formidable power should Kale dare to refuse. "Magic? As long as you dare to ask, I have no reason to deny you," Kale replied, surprisingly unperturbed by the notion of relinquishing his powers. It was Elsa who interjected, "The magic of the Blood Clan is controlled by the 13 clans. Should you seize their possessions, they would undoubtedly place a bounty on your head." In response to Elsa's words, Wanda scoffed, "Let them come." With that declaration, Wanda's chaotic magic erupted, obliterating 2 vampire elders nearby. As Kale surveyed the devastation surrounding him, he retrieved a somewhat tattered ancient tome. "Here you go." This book contained the essence of his dark magic and was one of the treasures of the 13 clans. Although this faction of vampires may not be as ancient as the 13 clans, they had existed for a considerable time. This magic was precious even to the 13 clans. And now, as this faction faced inevitable annihilation, Kale was curious to see how much trouble this woman could bring to the 13 clans. Natasha, observing the scene from a satellite, alerted Li Qi the influence of the 13 vampire clans is vast, particularly in Europe, where many powerful figures are their supporters. As a skilled agent, Natasha had conducted thorough research on vampires during this period. These vampires had existed for millennia, despite numerous events throughout history. The wealth amassed by the 13 clans is staggering. In recent times, the emergence of the Hydra clan has significantly bolstered the power of these vampires. Humph. A bunch of rats hiding in the shadows. Aside from Dracula, few vampires merit serious consideration. As the stronghold of vampires, Europe had seen Li Qi engage with them on several occasions. He found their instinct for self-preservation somewhat absurd. Despite their considerable strength, they would retreat at the mere display of Li Qi's power. One can only wonder how Dracula would feel upon learning of his kin's current state. Within the castle, having acquired the tome filled with invaluable spells, Wanda escorted Kale away, wrapping him in chaotic magic until he transformed into ashes, vanishing from sight. Seeing that she could not persuade Wanda, Elsa approached to use the power of the Bloodstone to aid the injured humans and Nightwolves in their recovery. "This is my fault," Elsa lamented, gazing at the wounded. Had it not been for the intelligence she provided and the disjointed actions of the organization, Murdoch and the others would not have found themselves in such peril. Had it not been for the swift conclusion of the battle at the St. Hope Rescue Center, she might have lost several companions. There is no need for self-reproach. Perfection is unattainable in such circumstances. Luke Cage gently patted Elsa on the shoulder. Despite being the most severely injured, he bore no resentment towards her. This encounter revealed Luke Cage's own shortcomings. The arrogance stemming from his physical prowess during their time in Hell's Kitchen dissipated with this battle. "You truly are in a sorry state, Cage," Jessica remarked upon noticing the extent of his injuries. "You are not faring much better yourself," Luke Cage retorted, his tone laced with weary sarcasm as he regarded Jessica. Chapter 55, The Dilemma of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Blade Warrior surveyed the surrounding ruins, feeling somewhat disoriented. For the first time, he sensed the inadequacy of his own strength, as the powers exhibited by the Ghost Rider and Wanda left him in awe. At last, this ordeal seemed to draw to a close. Murdoch returned the silver dagger to the Blade Warrior, harboring no intentions of sparing the vampires. However, it would be premature to declare it an end. Elsa secured the Bloodstone and explained to the others. Although this plan was initiated by the vampires, the role played by the Life Foundation is undeniably significant. With that, Elsa shook her head slightly. Yet, such matters do not fall under our jurisdiction. As Elsa pointed out, while they will manage the vampire situation, the capabilities of ordinary individuals like those at the Life Foundation are beyond our handling. Should they choose to confront the Life Foundation, it is likely that everyone would become a wanted criminal. Upon hearing Elsa's words, Murdoch pondered briefly before responding, "I will keep a close watch on the Life Foundation." While Elsa and her companions could disregard the Life Foundation, Murdoch could not afford to ignore its existence. The disturbances caused by the Life Foundation and Hell's Kitchen were far more egregious than those of any gang. These individuals conducted inhumane experiments on the unfortunate souls of Hell's Kitchen. Moreover, although the vampires had been eradicated, the Life Foundation had merely lost one scientist, leaving the status of any ongoing research on vampire serums within the organization uncertain. Murdoch would not turn a blind eye to such matters. Only a superhero of Murdoch's caliber would truly appreciate the gravity of this situation, as the Blade Warrior and his companions were entirely different from conventional superheroes. As for Wanda, after perusing the spellbook a couple of times, she declared to Kayla and the others, "I shall return." With that, she utilized her chaos magic to transport herself back to the villa. Upon her arrival, she found Leech and Natasha seated, watching the events unfold on the screen. "Oh, so you have been watching us all along." Realizing that their actions had been closely monitored by Leech, Wanda leaped towards him, only to be embraced in return. "You performed splendidly this time. You have gained remarkable control over your powers." Leech had observed Wanda's battle from beginning to end. Compared to before, her mastery of chaos magic had grown significantly. Initially, Wanda could only employ chaos magic in a manner akin to telekinesis against her foes. However, she had since discovered numerous applications of chaos magic, including the ability to reduce vampires to ashes by disintegrating them at the cellular level, and utilizing formidable spells reminiscent of the deep crimson chains of Sidorak. It can be said that Wanda has now established herself as a formidable force. How has the magic obtained from the vampire fared? Leech inquired of Wanda, observing her closely. Although Kayla had not demonstrated many spells, primarily due to the absence of a personal source of magical energy, it is noteworthy that in the Marvel Universe, magic is rarely cultivated independently. Most of it is harnessed from other dimensions or divine entities. While vampires are capable of wielding magic, their reservoir of magical power is rather limited. This sets Wanda apart entirely. The chaos magic she commands originates from Thawne, a fact that elevates her above all vampires. It is important to note that even the existence of vampires can be traced back to the dark grimoire crafted by Thawne. Wanda handed her tattered spellbook to Leech, who accepted it and began to peruse its pages. The tome contained numerous spells, predominantly blood magic associated with vampires, as well as some potent dark magic. These spells undoubtedly serve to augment Wanda's capabilities. With an S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury received the intelligence regarding the eradication of the vampire threat. Yet at that moment, he had little inclination to concern himself with such matters. During the investigation into Hydra, both parties had been exposed due to Leech's involvement. Pierce was acutely aware that Nick Fury had begun to harbor suspicions about the integrity of S-H-I-E-L-D's ranks, but thanks to Fury's prior actions, New York had managed to extricate itself from Hydra's grasp. Presently, eliminating Fury directly within the S-H-I-E-L-D base was far from a simple task. However, Pierce could still leverage his influence to obstruct the dissemination of Fury's orders. "Director, the information you requested." Coulson, his expression grave, handed a dossier to Nick Fury. This document contained intelligence that Coulson had secretly gathered regarding personnel within S-H-I-E-L-D. "Director, your suspicions are not unfounded. Many agents' identities are questionable." This investigation had instilled a sense of dread in Coulson, as it became evident that even within S-H-I-E-L-D, they could not ascertain the identities of certain agents. This realization underscored the magnitude of the troubles facing S-H-I-E-L-D. "Yes, I understand." Without examining the dossier, Nick Fury accepted it, instructing Coulson to continue the investigation solely for the purpose of final confirmation. At this juncture, Fury could surmise that the most significant issue within S-H-I-E-L-D likely stemmed from an old acquaintance at the highest level. "Let us recall our operatives and have them stand by at the base." Fury was uncertain about whom he could trust. Yet he was confident in a select few who were not affiliated with Hydra. This group represented Fury's greatest asset. The funds he had embezzled were not solely allocated for the construction of safe houses. Do not inform Hill for the time being. Regarding Maria Hill, Nick Fury found himself unable to extend his trust. After all, even Pierce is affiliated with Hydra, and no one can ascertain the true identity of Hill Maria. Despite the dire circumstances before him, Nick Fury remains imbued with the confidence to overturn everything and start anew. This confidence stems not only from his status as the king of spies, but also from the possession of a remarkably potent trump card. However, the uncertainty surrounding Natasha leaves Fury feeling that his available allies are regrettably scant. Had he a cadre of operatives akin to Kayla, he would have launched a counteroffensive against Pierce long ago. Consequently, Nick Fury finds himself increasingly envious of the power wielded by Li Chi. Chapter 56. Signing in again with the demise of the vampires and the death of Jean Bin, New York underwent significant transformations. During this month, Umbrella rapidly expanded, assimilating Jean Bin's power. Transitioning from a mere online gaming company, Umbrella evolved into a colossal conglomerate encompassing biotechnology, technology, military industry, finance, and the internet. Relying on the presence of characters like Kayla, Li Qi managed to acquire a substantial portion of Dragu and their assets. Were it not for Li Qi's terrifying display of power and the attention-grabbing mage, Wanda, the 13 clans of vampires would not have so easily relinquished their wealth. However, as this transfer of assets proceeded smoothly, Li Qi consented to cease hunting vampires. Compared to the century-long losses of vampires in America, the European vampires were already terrified by Quicksilver. As a speedster, Quicksilver found it exceedingly easy to dispatch vampires, often eliminating a room full before they even realized the danger. In this month, two significant events unfolded in New York. The first was the disappearance of Tony Stark, the largest shareholder of Stark Industries. And the second was a terrorist attack that occurred in the city. Li Qi received both pieces of news promptly. Upon learning of Stark's disappearance, he immediately directed his associates to short Stark's stock price. Such an opportunity for profit was not to be missed. As for the task of rescuing Stark, a quintessential beginner's quest, Li Qi had no interest whatsoever. The so-called terrorists were, in fact, the handiwork of Nick Fury. Even Li Qi was somewhat astonished by this revelation. Nick Fury had managed to persuade the long-retired Agent Carter to recruit members from the Howling Commandos, including Dum Dum Dugan, the Killer Mongoose, and the Winter Soldier. This effort allowed Fury to eradicate the Hydra presence within the New York base. Likewise, after severing ties with Pierce, Fury found himself targeted for assassination by Hydra. Both Fury and Pierce feared that escalating matters could lead to the disbandment of SHIELD, and thus neither reported the situation to the council. Upon discovering these developments from Barton, Natasha felt utterly disillusioned with Nick Fury. Within the villa, after washing his hands and burning incense, Li Qi prepared for this round of lottery draws. 30 daily draws and 1 monthly draw had been accumulated over a long period. This was a newly discovered feature, allowing accumulated sign-in attempts to be used collectively. Looking at the system, Li Qi initiated a 10 consecutive draws. SOAP, Standard Navy Weapon Set GTA 6 Source Code. After the 10 draws, Li Qi exhibited no emotional fluctuations. The results were rather unimpressive. The so-called naval equipment originated from the world of pirates, consisting of a standard naval uniform, a cutlass, and a flintlock pistol. For Li Qi in his current state, these items were of little assistance. However, the GTA 6 source code could be handed to the company for the release of this groundbreaking game. It remains uncertain whether the player's graphics card can withstand the demands. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Qi commenced his second series of 10 draws. Hogwarts Magic Book, first year. Soybeans, 20 tons. Wind-up toy, Poro, 5. This time, the results of the lottery left Li Qi quite satisfied. The Hogwarts Magic Book and the 5 Poros alone were substantial gains. Moreover, the other items were commendable as well. With a flick of his wrist, 5 fluffy creatures materialized before him. Although the Poros bore a striking resemblance to one another, subtle distinctions were discernible, particularly in their sizes. The largest Poro was nearly twice the size of the smallest. Li Qi's understanding of Poros was limited. He only knew that these enchanting little beings were not only immortal, but also altered their appearances according to their masters. Gurgling with excitement, the Poros gathered around Li Qi. And after he distracted them with a pastry he had casually picked up, he proceeded to conduct his final series of 10 draws. Death, Gatling, Jenny Lilet, Detonation Rune, $1,000, $1. Upon witnessing the results of this round, Li Qi found it hard to believe his fortune. It appeared as if Lady Luck had smiled upon him, as he had drawn 2 subordinates. However, he was curious about their capabilities. Contemplating this, Li Qi summoned Death Gatling and Jenny Lilet. The first to materialize was Death Gatling, a man with wild hair and a modified Gatling gun in his left hand. Upon seeing his appearance, Li Qi recalled who this individual was, an A-class hero from One Punch Man, disarmed by the Wolfman. "I am Jet, boss," Jet declared, unsure how to address himself in front of Li Qi, nodding at Jet's words. Li Qi acknowledged that although Death Gatling did not excel in the One Punch Man universe, his inherent strength was commendable, and the firepower of that modified Gatling could not be underestimated. "Just a moment, another comrade will arrive," Li Qi said as he summoned Jenny Lilet. In contrast to Jet's rugged appearance, Jenny Lilet exuded a far more refined aura. Stylish, dazzling. This was Li Qi's immediate impression of Jenny Lilet. "Hello, President. I am Jenny Lilet." Upon seeing her, Li Qi felt momentarily bewildered, struggling to recall who she was, and bluntly asked, "What abilities do you possess?" "Magic absorption." With that, a magical circle illuminated around Jenny, and she donned a striking red battle suit. As he beheld Jenny Lilet before him, Li Qi finally dredged up from the recesses of his memory who she was, a mage hailing from the world of fairy tale. A sorceress, akin to Jeremy. Harnesses the power of acceptance through magic, yet there remains a discernible gap in strength between them. "I recall your magic grants you the prowess and capabilities of machinery, correct?" In response to Leech's inquiry, Jenny Lilet affirmed, "Indeed, the power I wield is that of the mechanical soul, enabling me to acquire the strength of machinery." Upon hearing Jenny Lilet's reply, Leech suddenly found himself anticipating her encounter with Tony Stark. Would Jenny, possessing the might of the mechanical soul, be able to assimilate Tony's Mark armor? If she could, it would render her the bane of Tony himself. Magic, in many instances, behaves in an utterly irrational manner. Chapter 57. The New Corps and Preparations Before the Return. After assessing the formidable capabilities of Jet and Jenny Lilet, Li-Chi made arrangements for them to become superheroes under the Umbrella Corporation. Unlike Li-Chi's other subordinates, these two possessed a strong sense of justice. Tasking them with assassination or warfare would be incongruous with their inherent natures. Thus, becoming superheroes was indeed a commendable choice in this era. Even Jet could be considered a frontline hero, not to mention Jenny, whose magical prowess seamlessly aligns with the times. While the soul of machinery may not have stood out in the world of fairy tale, given its relatively underdeveloped technology in the current world, there were countless mechanical opportunities for Jenny to exploit. With a swift decision, Li-Chi concluded that having two superheroes as the face of Umbrella would undoubtedly elevate its reputation. He gestured for them to wait aside and proceeded with the final monthly check-in. Shadow Corps, Ninja Corps, Nightbat Corps, with the distribution of rewards. Li-Chi felt a surge of power within him. Moreover, his dominion over the Shadow Kingdom expanded into a minor dimension. This time, he did not merely acquire dozens or defeat the Shadow Corps. Rather, he obtained the full authority over the Ninja Corps and Nightbat Corps, akin to what the Shadow General possessed. Currently, the Ninja Corps and Nightbat Corps, while not the elite tier within the Shadow Corps, still held significant potential. The Nightbat Corps, capable of flight and emitting light waves, was hindered by its frail physique and moderate speed, making it less remarkable. Conversely, the Ninja Corps, as a quintessential shadow entity, boasted numerous capabilities, exceptional combat skills, mastery of weaponry, proficiency in ninjutsu, and an extensive arsenal. However, none of these aspects were honed to perfection, relegating the Ninja Corps to a somewhat precarious position as expendable forces. Nevertheless, within the Marvel Universe, the Ninja Corps could achieve quite a bit, far surpassing the ninjas cultivated by the hand. Previously, when their numbers were merely in the hundreds, Li-Chi had dismissed them. But now the Ninja Corps had grown so vast that their numbers were uncountable, a formidable force indeed. Just as Li-Chi intended to venture into the Shadow Dimension, Wanda and Natasha burst through the door. "Who are you?" Wanda demanded, channeling chaotic magic, her gaze fixed intently on Jet and Jenny Lilet, initially preparing breakfast with Natasha. Wanda sensed a strange aura emanating from Li-Chi's quarters. While she did not particularly worry about Li-Chi's safety, her concern prompted her to accompany Natasha upstairs. "These two are our new allies, Jet and Jenny Lilet," Li-Chi announced, addressing Wanda's vigilant demeanor directly. Li-Chi was indeed quite concerned about Wanda's direct approach towards Jet and Jenny Lilet. At the dining table, upon hearing Li-Chi's plans for Jet and Jenny Lilet, Natasha incredulously inquired, "Do you intend to elevate superheroes to the status of celebrities?" Li-Chi's notion shattered Natasha's previous understanding. After all, throughout the past, whether in the Red Room or SHIELD, the archetype of a superhero was invariably based on Captain America. Now, reflecting on Li-Chi's words, Natasha found herself momentarily lost in thought. What was the issue? Wasn't Captain America initially a celebrity as well? In Li-Chi's perspective, Captain America epitomized the first commercialized superhero. The imagery of him donning his uniform to garner votes appeared in every comic related to him. Thus, Li-Chi's proposal to promote Jenny Lilet and the others seemed entirely reasonable. "I have no objections, President," Jenny Lilet exclaimed with palpable excitement. She had never been one to shy away from the spotlight. As a top model in the magical world of fairy tale, she relished being in the limelight. She had no reservations regarding Li-Chi's plans. Meanwhile, Wanda regarded Jenny Lilet with a peculiar expression. To Wanda, Jenny Lilet posed a significant threat. Even Aaron paled in comparison to the danger Jenny represented. After all, Jenny's beauty and physique were of the highest caliber, rivaling Wanda's own, and in terms of figure, she even surpassed Wanda. This was precisely why Wanda's expression was so odd. "Now that we've nearly wrapped up the company's affairs, shall we return to Serbia?" Wanda momentarily disregarded Jenny Lilet and inquired whether they should head back. Their visit to New York primarily focused on company matters, and with those concerns now addressed, the question of returning to their base arose. "We should indeed head back. The war in Serbia has persisted long enough. This time, we can bring it to a close." Although Li-Chi had long viewed Serbia as his own, he had refrained from initiating conflict due to insufficient manpower. However, with Jet, Jenny Lilet, and the Shadow Legion now at his disposal, eradicating both the government forces and the rebels would be a straightforward task. It was the perfect opportunity for Jet and the others to emerge as heroes saving the nation. No one voiced any dissent regarding Li-Chi's plan. Even Natasha saw no issue with Lychee's ambitions for a nation, having been by his side for so long. She was well aware of the relationship between Serbia and Lychee. She understood that Serbia could never free itself from Lychee's grasp. With Pietro and Wanda alone, they were already capable of upending the country's military, had it not been for the absence of capable individuals to govern the nation. Natasha believed that Lychee would not have waited until now. Presently, Umbrella has flourished, evolving into a formidable conglomerate, more than capable of supporting the development of smaller nations like Serbia. Natasha, it would be best for you to remain in New York. I will arrange for Aaron to assist you. After careful consideration, Lychee resolved to keep Natasha in New York, as it was the focal point of significant events. He could not afford to neglect this place, especially with the notable return of Tony Stark demanding his attention. You need only gather intelligence, should complications arise. Let Kayla and her team handle them. As for Jessica and her associates, we can integrate them to the best of our ability. Chapter 58. The new speedster. Natasha nodded at Leech's words. She held no disdain for street heroes like Jessica and her companions. Before the arrival of Kook, Natasha, unprepared, found herself unable to contend with these street champions. It would certainly not displease them to hear about the circumstances of Jenny Lilet and her team, as the allure of becoming celebrated heroes was likely to be irresistible. The they Leech referred to were none other than Jessica and Luke Cage. Unlike Daredevil and the Punisher, Jessica and Luke Cage did not embody their sense of justice with the same fervor. As newcomers just embarking on their journey, they had yet to discover their own paths. Luring them over would not pose a significant challenge for Natasha. Leave it to me, she declared, fully confident in her success. Leech felt compelled to caution Natasha about Hydra, as they possessed numerous hidden tactics. Although they had never lost a battle against Hydra, this was primarily due to Leech's formidable abilities. Without him, relying solely on Quicksilver and Wanda would render them vulnerable to Hydra's counterattacks. Apart from the faction with an S, H, I, E, L, D, other branches of Hydra wielded different powers. For instance, the faction in Europe that had persistently opposed them was endowed with the abilities of Inhumans. The individual Leech spoke of was Baron Strucker, who commanded a faction of Inhumans. After advising Natasha, Leech instructed Wanda to open a portal, allowing the three of them to return to the base on the outskirts of Serbia. Upon their arrival, the once desolate castle was now surrounded by several new buildings. If the previous base resembled an agricultural era, the current one had transitioned into an industrial age. Aaron, who was organizing weapons and equipment, beamed with joy at Leech's sudden appearance. However, her maturity prevented her from behaving like a little girl. Thank you for your hard work, Leech said, affectionately ruffling Aaron's hair. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards her. Managing such responsibilities was beyond his capabilities, and neither Wanda nor Pietro possessed the requisite talent. Aaron was the only one capable of handling the myriad tasks within the base, which had unfortunately burdened her with an overwhelming workload. Without Aaron's diligent oversight, Leech would not have been able to linger in New York for so long. And where is Pietro? Wanda interjected, her tone tinged with jealousy as she observed the camaraderie between Leech and Aaron. Being Aaron's close friend, she was well aware of Wanda's feelings but still remarked, Pietro seems to be out every day for some unknown reason. Perhaps he's in love. Aaron's comment left both Leech and Wanda wide-eyed in disbelief. Could someone as wooden as Pietro truly find a girlfriend? As Wanda spoke, she cast a glance at Leech, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Although Leech did not vocalize his thoughts, he agreed wholeheartedly with Wanda's assessment. Who could know? Observing the exchanged glances between Leech and Wanda, Aline merely shrugged. She was not particularly well-versed in the affairs of Pietro, the speedster. However, this matter did not trouble Leech for long, as Pietro returned shortly thereafter. As a speedster, Pietro's travels were akin to a leisurely stroll, regardless of the destination. What have you been up to during this time? Upon his arrival, Wanda immediately interrogated him. She distinctly remembered that Leech had entrusted the responsibility of maintaining the base to Pietro before his departure. Under Wanda's scrutinizing gaze, Pietro recoiled slightly and hastened to justify himself. I had matters to attend to. I encountered someone akin to myself. Another speedster? Upon hearing Quicksilver's words, Leech was intrigued, wondering if there were other speedsters in the Marvel universe. To his recollection, Quicksilver was the only notable speedster in that realm. Unlike the DC universe, which birthed numerous speedsters due to the presence of the Flash, the Marvel landscape was markedly different. This speedster is a fellow named Stanley Stewart. He has not had his powers for long and still lags significantly behind me in speed. Leech could not recall who that individual was at all. You ought to train harder. Battles among speedsters hinge on who is swifter. Despite his ignorance of the speedster's identity, Leech felt compelled to advise Quicksilver. Often relying on his speed, Quicksilver had a tendency to take things easy. The emergence of a new speedster would likely instill a sense of urgency within him. As Leech spoke, Jenny Lilet approached, indulging in a dessert while walking. Following her were 5 adorable porks, who instantly became the darlings of Wanda and her companions. The Porg's charming appearance and endearing nature proved to be irresistibly captivating to Wanda and the others. Meanwhile, Jet was absent, having gone to the laboratory to upgrade his mechanical arm. Currently, Jet's Gatling arm was rather rudimentary, merely a Gatling gun affixed to his limb with average power. After a thorough modification by the researchers, while it could not transform into an energy weapon, it evolved into a highly advanced multifunctional arm. In addition to the foundational Gatling gun, the researchers incorporated a flamethrower and a grenade launcher, thereby significantly enhancing Jet's offensive capabilities. As the transformation of Jet's arm remained incomplete, he continued his work in the laboratory. When shall we strike? I am rather eager to begin, Wanda inquired of Leech, glancing at the approaching Ginny Liolet. No rush, let our ninja team make the first move. Upon Leech's return, he summoned a multitude of ninja clans to infiltrate Serbia for the purposes of intelligence gathering and assassination. Within the ranks of the insurgents, General Sorsko sat in his office, his expression fraught with worry. Despite the substantial backing from various factions, the insurgents found themselves unable to vanquish the government forces. Moreover, with the emergence of Leech and his cohorts, Sorsko discerned that the power behind him appeared to be abandoning him. Unbeknownst to Sorsko, the very force that had supported him was Hydra. In a war-torn nation, Hydra found the perfect refuge. Chapter 59. The Dawn of National Conspiracy. Currently, the support for the Hydra is waning, and Sorsko's grip on the troops is beginning to weaken. After all, it is a coalition formed primarily through financial interests. And without funding, the resolve to continue fighting inevitably dissipates. Those damn scoundrels. Sorsko mused that if it were not for the meddlesome interference of Leech and his associates, he might not have been able to seize the entire nation, but could have carved out a dominion alongside the government forces. While lamenting, Sorsko failed to notice a figure with glowing red eyes emerging from the shadow behind him. The following day, when his subordinate opened the office door, they discovered Sorsko lifeless in his chair. In a panic, the guard rushed to inform his superior, and soon the news of Sorsko's demise spread like wildfire. As the other commanders delayed their arrival, the lower-ranking soldiers began to sense something amiss. After a thorough search, they uncovered that the upper echelons of the insurgent forces had been nearly annihilated. Before these rebels could recover from their shock, the government troops launched an assault. As the battle surged, the insurgents within the city joined the fray. Although these rebels lacked substantial backing, their numbers were not insignificant, leading to a chaotic descent into warfare across Serbia overnight. All of this turmoil stemmed from the assassination orchestrated by the Shadow Legion, resulting in the deaths of key leaders from both sides, further exacerbated by deliberate provocation that ignited internal conflicts within Serbia. In the base, Leech surveyed the outcomes of the Shadow Legion's operation with great satisfaction. This time, utilizing only the Ninja Corps, they had achieved remarkable results without drawing attention. Serbia was now engulfed in chaos, and it was time for heroes to emerge and save the nation. Addressing Jet and Ginny Lilith, Leech remarked, "Our forces are ready to be deployed. We must act swiftly and deny Hydra any opportunity to react." Leech planned to execute a blitzkrieg. The timing was exceptionally rare. With Nick Fury and Pierce embroiled in their own internal strife within S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's largest visible faction was preoccupied and unable to attend to European matters. The Hydra presence in Europe had been significantly diminished in recent times, having been expelled from Serbia. One might say that Serbia, which was once embroiled in a web of conflicting forces, now finds itself in an unprecedented state of simplicity. Once the government troops, rebels, and insurrectionists are subdued, no one will be able to thwart Leech from seizing control of the nation. Upon hearing Leech's intentions, Pietro vanished from sight. As a speedster, Pietro has, under Leech's guidance over the years, gathered numerous Serbian refugees and orphans. The time has come to utilize their presence. While the chaos in Serbia might go unnoticed by others, Nick Fury, who aspires to command everything, received the news almost instantly. It appears that Leech has taken action. The mere thought of this terrorist plotting to establish a nation unsettled Fury. Should Leech succeed, Fury would no longer wield his authority as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to dictate terms in front of him. Even in a small nation, Fury, appointed by the Security Council, must be accorded respect. Moreover, the internal divisions within S.H.I.E.L.D. have become increasingly pronounced. The fact that Pierce is the leader of Hydra is not something that can be publicly acknowledged. The present situation starkly differs from that depicted in films. Fury has yet to reach a point of desperation where he must sacrifice S.H.I.E.L.D. Similarly, the non-Hydra agents find themselves wavering amidst this discord. Had Captain America, Steve Rogers, been present, these agents would not have hesitated for a moment. However, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., the so-called king of spies, Nick Fury, cannot inspire unconditional trust among his own personnel. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly intervene in Serbia. Coulson, Keep a close eye on the developments in Serbia, Fury pondered, realizing that his focus must remain on Pierce. Eradicating Hydra from within S-H-I-E-L-D is currently Fury's most pressing concern. Understood, sir. During this time, Coulson has been relatively unoccupied, assisting Fury with various tasks in lieu of field work. The battle against Hydra is perilous, with many field agents silently falling in combat. This reality is well understood among them. In Serbia, the sounds of gunfire and cannon blasts have persisted since morning. The rebels, government forces, and insurgents engage in relentless combat. Yet, it is evident that the upper echelon of the insurgents, suffering the most casualties, is beginning to show signs of fatigue. After a morning of conflict, all parties are growing weary. Unbeknownst to them, a group of bewildered refugees has appeared in their midst. Is it truly safe? Can those individuals protect us? Rest assured, you have witnessed Quicksilver's prowess. With him, we will be secure. Trust them. You surely do not wish for this battle to continue indefinitely. A group of refugees converses as they cautiously approach the battlefield, the first to notice them being the government troops. With a tense expression, the soldier, upon witnessing the group of refugees, instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet struck the foremost refugee, but fortunately it merely pierced his arm, sparing his life. In the next moment, a flash of crimson light illuminated the battlefield, and Jet and Jenny Lilet materialized. To launch an assault against the government forces, one must possess a justifiable cause. After all, the government troops still represent Serbia itself. Truly, you are all cut from the same cloth. Jet, observing the government forces attacking civilians, raised his Gatling arm in response. Chapter 60. Annihilation. The ominous whirring of the death Gatling attached to Jet's arm filled the air as it began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets that surged forth like a metallic tempest towards the government forces. The makeshift fortifications before the government troops proved utterly impotent against the onslaught of Jet's lethal weapon, disintegrating as if made of mere paper. Those huddled behind the barriers were similarly obliterated, reduced to nothing more than debris. The modified death Gatling, now exponentially more powerful, rendered any substantial wall or temporary cover futile against its penetrating fire. One could assert that Jet single-handedly suppressed this contingent of government soldiers, leaving them unable to raise their heads in defiance. Die! Cried a soldier from the government forces, his emotions boiling over as he hoisted a portable rocket launcher and aimed it at Jet. Typically, wielding a Gatling gun requires considerable exertion, but in Jet's capable hands, the death Gatling was a mere extension of his will. While maintaining relentless fire upon the government troops, Jet deftly evaded the incoming rocket. Witnessing this spectacle, the rebel and insurgent forces were invigorated, launching a coordinated assault on the government positions. Amidst this chaos, Jenny made her grand entrance. Prior to arriving, she had harnessed her absorption magic to assimilate the capabilities of a tank. Perhaps due to the distinct rules of this world, Jenny's mechanical essence had grown even more formidable, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. The surrounding soldiers stood no chance against Jenny, who barreled through their ranks with ease. Raising her arm, it transformed into the barrel of a tank, and she unleashed a shell upon the insurgents in close proximity. The explosion was deafening, engulfing everything in its wake. Fiery debris rained down, and the insurgents around her fell in droves. When Kevin and the others from the base arrived, they found the three factions thoroughly routed by Jet and Jenny. The remaining captives were gathered together, awaiting their fate. We must proceed to the next city. The situation here is now in your hands. Jenny addressed Kevin, her tone resolute. According to Li Chi's strategy, Jet and Jenny were to act as the spearhead, dismantling the various factions, while Kevin and his team would take control of the cities. The expanse of Serbia was vast, but the primary areas of interest lay within the autonomous province of Vojvodina and the autonomous province of Kosovo. Other regions, save for the capital, held little significance for Li Chi, primarily due to their stable political landscapes and the presence of established parties. Furthermore, Li Chi had little inclination to negotiate with those factions. Securing the war-torn provinces of Vojvodina and Kosovo, along with the capital, would suffice for Li Chi to establish a foothold. As the situation on the battlefield steadily progressed, Li Chi received a plethora of favorable news. With the absence of the Hydra's support, both the government forces and the rebel troops exhibited a diminished fighting spirit. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of Jet and Jenny Liera, soldiers capitulated at the mere sight of them. Only those leaders who had benefited from the chaos were reluctant to relinquish their grasp on power, even seeking to negotiate with Li Chi for further advantages. In response to these individuals, Li Chi promptly dispatched a ninja squad to deal with them discreetly. Within merely a day's time, the Vojvodina Autonomous Province had entirely fallen under Li Chi's control, and the situation in the Kosovo Autonomous Province prompted a mass exodus. It could be said that with the appearance of Li Chi's forces, resistance was nearly non-existent. During this conflict, Jet and Jenny Liera garnered significant attention, particularly Jenny Liera. whose displayed prowess left many observers utterly astounded. It was indeed astonishing. Li Qi, perusing the report delivered by Aaron, felt a sense of exasperation. The insurgent forces had been completely obliterated, and the government troops had retreated to the southwest. Aside from a few rebels who seemed to stir unrest for reasons unknown, Li Qi had seized control of the majority of Serbian territory. However, this situation also unveiled a considerable issue: the loss of population. Due to years of warfare, the number of residents remaining in Serbia, excluding soldiers, was alarmingly low. Aaron's report indicated that fewer than 30,000 individuals remained, with the majority having fled the country. The current population was insufficient to support the restoration of basic infrastructure, and declaring independence was no simple endeavor. Serbia had previously witnessed other regions proclaiming independence. Yet for Li Qi, who controlled half the territory, this task was far from straightforward. Fortunately, General Ross had decided to extend his support. Furthermore, the vampire clans in Europe were also allied with them. At this juncture, Li Qi articulated his alliances. Due to the serum, General Ross's collaboration with Li Qi was particularly amicable, especially since Yuri had developed a serum capable of stabilizing and enhancing physical attributes and longevity. The U.S. military, represented by Ross, had intensified its backing of Li Qi. It was not merely a matter of Li Qi seeking to declare a region's independence. Even the prospect of an entire Serbia was within the realm of their assistance. For the vampires, the situation was even more straightforward. Dealing with a nation was evidently simpler than managing an independent faction. From the perspective of the 13 clans, if Li Qi were to establish a country, they could exert influence through economic or other means. Even if they could not elevate Li Qi's faction to the status of recognized entities like the United States or other European nations, they could at least mitigate the current adversarial stance towards vampires. Indeed, the individuals under Li Qi's command are remarkably formidable. Each one possesses the prowess to effortlessly vanquish vampires as if they were seasoned vampire hunters. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Aaron nodded in agreement. With the backing of the American military and the vampire clans, Li Qi's ambition to secure Serbia's independence becomes a trivial endeavor. Although the vampires consistently plead for mercy in Li Qi's presence, the influence of the vampire clans remains exceedingly potent. It is only due to Li Qi's immense strength that ordinary methods pose no threat to him. Otherwise, the vampires would certainly not exhibit such demeanor in their dealings with Li Qi. Chapter 61. Return to New York. The residents of Serbia awoke to a world dramatically altered within the span of a single day. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered a new ruler had ascended to power. Strangely, the shift elicited little emotional response from the populace. For them, the state of their nation had long since become irrelevant, as various factions occupied territories one day only to relinquish them the next. Such relentless upheaval had rendered these innocent citizens numb to the turmoil surrounding them. The two continents could not be governed solely by the forces stationed within their bases. Even though the population of these states was currently sparse, it was clear that mere warriors could not restore order. Fortunately, the day's roll call granted Li Qi a contingent of RK-200 model android assistants, whose presence liberated Aaron entirely. As artificial beings, each of these entities exhibited remarkable capabilities, efficiently organizing the refugees within just a few hours and devising subsequent construction plans. Amidst the ongoing conflict among various factions, few buildings in Serbia remained unscathed, most of which lay within the territory controlled by the government forces. For Li Qi to foster development in Serbia, the foremost task was to restore basic infrastructure. While it was unrealistic to rejuvenate the entirety of the states, reviving at least one city was imperative. In this regard, Li Qi intended to reach out to the Eastern powers, known for their expertise in infrastructure development. After delegating responsibilities, Li Qi turned his thoughts to national reconstruction. Due to the system's influence, the workforce primarily comprised factions or individuals summoned by Li Qi, while the presence of external residents was of little concern to him. The inhabitants of the base, coupled with the orphans Li Qi had nurtured, provided a substantial labor force. Nonetheless, to maintain order within the nation, Li Qi dispatched numerous members of a ninja group, whose ability to operate stealthily made them invaluable. In the wake of events in the United States and parts of Europe, Serbia had become irrevocably divided. The faction led by Li Qi retained the name and international standing of Serbia, while the remaining territory was designated the Republic of Kosovo. As Serbia progressed steadily, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, perhaps out of pity from the system, Li Qi summoned an array of personnel, androids, scientific teams from other realms, and a significant influx of refugees from the world of Valoran. These refugees, displaced by the invasion of Noxus, boasted astonishing physical prowess, rendering them formidable even against the serum-enhanced individuals of the base, who could only manage 1 against 3 in direct confrontation. With the arrival of these new inhabitants, the new city, Li Qi's first restored urban center, came to life. Boasting the most advanced infrastructure among the recovery efforts, Li Qi, we can depart now. dressed in her casual attire. Wanda gently pushed open the door to the room and entered, casting a glance at the resting Li Qi while softly speaking. It can be said that the situation in Serbia has reached a temporary conclusion. What remains is the methodical development of the nation, a concern that no longer requires Li Qi's attention. Indeed, this time, it was fortuitous to bring back Eileen. Currently, Eileen is in New York, collaborating with Natasha on matters concerning Umbrella. Eileen is undoubtedly an SSR-level managerial talent, capable of meticulously handling both the base operations and Umbrella's affairs. In this regard, she surpasses many of her human counterparts. Let us take Pietro along this time. With the presence of the Shadow Legion, Li Qi no longer needs Pietro to remain in Serbia at all times. With the assistance of the Ninja Clan and the Night Bats, even Eileen can adeptly manage the responsibilities left behind by Li Qi. New York. Umbrella Tower. The Wilson Tower, once belonging to Wilson Fisk, has now become Li Qi's property. After undergoing extensive renovations, it has emerged as a landmark in New York. Within the office, Eileen and Natasha are diligently attending to the company's affairs. The oral solution extracted from the blood orchid has officially launched into the market. After continuous refinement and weakening, this product, named Superman No. 1, offers a subtle enhancement to human physical capabilities. Despite its modest effects, Superman No. 1 has garnered immense popularity, with each batch selling out upon production. It can be said that Umbrella has amassed a fortune merely from this single product. This is even after the original potency has been diluted. Had it retained its original efficacy, the frenzy among consumers would have been far more intense. When Li Qi and Wanda appeared in Natasha's office, Natasha exhibited no surprise. She had long grown accustomed to Li Qi's sudden appearances. Wanda's teleportation magic proved exceedingly efficient, allowing travel from Serbia to New York without wasting a moment. If it weren't for the inconvenience, Li Qi could spend his days in Serbia and return to New York at night for rest. Boss, Natasha remarked, setting aside her documents upon Li Qi's arrival. Nothing significant has occurred during this time, has it? Li Qi was not particularly well-versed in the happenings of New York. Aside from sending Eileen over, he had been preoccupied with matters in Serbia. He felt confident in trusting the affairs in New York to Natasha and Eileen, believing wholeheartedly in their capability to manage them effectively. The aftermath of Wilson Fisk's demise has now erupted, as the absence of his dominance has led to rampant conflict among the gangs, each refusing to yield to the others, resulting in daily skirmishes. The first issue Natasha raised was indeed connected to Li Qi. The elimination of Fisk by Li Qi had ignited a fierce desire among the gangs to vie for supremacy, each aspiring to become the next Wilson Fisk. However, due to the interference of Murdoch and his associates, there was an initial failure, followed by a period of silence attributed to the vampire dilemma. Now, New York has rejuvenated, and the gangs have become active once more. These ruffians are of little concern, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Li Qi pays little heed to these gangs, save for the intriguing pursuit of the dragon bone sought by the Hand. Any other superhero could easily vanquish them. Not to mention, the likes of Daredevil and the Punisher are currently in New York. Chapter 62. The rescued Tony Stark. Natasha nodded in response to Li Qi's words, indicating that the gangsters were not a significant concern. Unless they reached the level of Jean Bing, they were not even worthy of being considered a serious threat. The gangsters were well aware of their limitations and dared not provoke us. Aaron chimed in, noting that although the gangsters were quite active, they had been careful to steer clear of Umbrella. The memory of Jean Bing's demise was still fresh in their minds. Aside from the gang-related issues, General Ross also hoped for the development of a more potent serum, with some minor side effects deemed acceptable. Setting the gang matters aside, Natasha revealed a crucial piece of information. Blood Orchid Type 1 was quite popular within their ranks, but its effects were disappointingly slow. General Ross wished to improve this aspect. Blood Orchid Type 1 was the original version of Superman No. 1, significantly surpassing it in terms of enhancing physical capabilities. The serum's development relied on the blood orchid flower, and without it, Yuri's efforts would be futile. While Yuri had already made advancements with new products, the scarcity of blood orchids was a significant obstacle. If General Ross could increase his investment in Li Qi due to Blood Orchid Type 1, it was unlikely that even Superman No. 1 could be produced in abundance. Although Li Qi could potentially acquire blood orchids, it would ultimately be more convenient for Ross to procure them. Natasha seemed to grasp Li Qi's intentions and did not dwell on the matter further. The final piece of news was that Stark had been located. Natasha's revelation was somewhat surprising to Li Qi according to the typical timeline. It should have taken much longer for Tony to escape from the terrorist stronghold. It had been less than a month since Tony Stark's disappearance. When Li Qi expressed his confusion, Natasha explained the circumstances. Nick Fury appeared to place great importance on Tony Stark and had dispatched Barton, the cybernetic bird, and Coulson to search for him. Had it not been for Fury's relentless pursuit, Stark might not have been found so swiftly. Upon hearing that it was Nick Fury who intervened, Li Qi pondered why Fury would be so invested in Tony Stark. After all, it was uncertain whether Stark's Mark armor had even been completed yet. To most, he was merely a wealthy playboy, a genius at best while aboard a commercial flight. Although Fury had connections to Howard Stark, the black-hearted individual would not go to such lengths. Therefore, Fury's urgent mission to rescue Tony Stark must have stemmed from other reasons. What had transpired within S.H.I.E.L.D. recently? Contemplating this, Li-Chi could only speculate that some issues had arisen within the organization. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not have mobilized such extensive resources. Uncertain. Barton has gone on a mission, and you know that Nick Fury is a character who often obscures the truth. Without Barton as a source of information, Natasha has not been particularly diligent in seeking intelligence within S.H.I.E.L.D. With Hydra's existence looming, Natasha regards S.H.I.E.L.D. with a palpable distrust. Across the Pacific, a transport plane is en route to America. Inside the aircraft, Coulson gazes incredulously at a pile of mechanical components and inquires of Tony, "Are you suggesting that you intend to construct an armored suit to escape from that terrorist stronghold?" Were it not for the existence of a preliminary blueprint for the suit, Coulson would scarcely have dared to imagine such a feat of course. This is not an insurmountable challenge, is it? Having endured this life-threatening ordeal, Tony Stark has matured significantly. Faced with Coulson and the others who rescued him and Ethan, he remarkably refrains from any sarcasm. Truly astonishing. The mechanical bird observes the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest, its perception of the Playboy shifting slightly. "This device is a crucial component for sustaining my life." Noticing Barbara Morse's gaze upon his arc reactor, Tony smiles. However, his expression turns grave as he looks at Coulson. "You previously told me that those terrorists were hired by my dear uncle. Had they not coveted my technology, I would have perished on the day of the test, correct?" Although Tony Stark appears relaxed throughout the journey, turmoil brews within him. Obadiah Stane. This uncle holds a uniquely significant position in Tony Stark's life. On a personal level, since Howard Stark's passing, Obadiah is his only remaining elder. Professionally, Obadiah is Tony's most competent partner, managing the company with such efficiency that Tony need not expend any effort on it. In every sense, Tony harbors profound feelings for Obadiah. Thus, upon hearing Coulson's assertion that Obadiah hired these terrorists to eliminate him, Tony Stark finds it hard to believe. Indeed, according to our investigation, Obadiah seeks to monopolize Stark Industries. And you are his greatest obstacle. Coulson, observing Tony's reaction, is at a loss for how to comfort him. Truly, what a fine uncle. Having survived this brush with death, Tony has gained clarity on many matters. While Coulson's assertions may hold merit, Tony feels compelled to seek evidence himself, even after being saved. His impression of these agents remains less than favorable. As Tony arrives in New York, news of his rescue spreads rapidly. The stock prices, which had been plummeting for an entire month, surged in response to the return of Tony Stark. The increase was nothing short of astonishing, prompting joyous celebrations among everyone associated with Stark Industries for Tony Stark's safe return. Yet, in the solitude of his office, Obadiah was left to shatter a computer in frustration. Damn it, how could Tony possibly have come back? In that moment, Obadiah realized that the mercenaries had deceived him. Tony had not been killed, but rather kidnapped. Caught off guard, Obadiah found himself in a state of panic, for he had not even begun to execute his plans to seize control of Stark Industries, believing Tony to be dead. And now, Tony had returned. Chapter 63. The impact of Stark. It appears that I must seek another opportunity. After a brief tidying up, Obadiah prepared to meet Tony Stark. At this moment, Obadiah remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had already come to Stark's attention. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be hastily gathering his belongings to flee. Umbrella. Aaron, it is time to liquidate the shares of Stark Industries. Li-Chi, observing the continuously rising stock prices, instructed Aaron to sell their holdings in Stark Industries. Are we not to wait? With Tony Stark's return, the stock should still have room for growth. Having spent half a month in New York, Aaron had learned a great deal. From her perspective, Stark stock still possessed significant potential for appreciation. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Li-Chi remarked, "With Stark's return, uncertainty looms large. We have already profited handsomely." Li-Chi was uncertain whether the returning Stark would halt the sale of Stark's weaponry. Yet irrespective of the outcome, selling the stocks at this juncture would undoubtedly yield substantial gains. After all, he had purchased the shares when Stark Industries stock was at its nadir. Seeing Li-Chi's resolve, Aaron refrained from further discussion on the matter. Informing Aaron about the shares prompted Li-Chi to contemplate other matters. Stark's return signified the commencement of a new era for Marvel, and the emergence of Iron Man would inevitably draw forth various formidable entities. Umbrella and Li-Chi were destined to remain ensnared in this vortex. The previous incidents involving the Mandarin and vampires had already demonstrated that both Li-Chi and Umbrella wielded extraordinary powers. Now, as the grand stage unfolded, there was no possibility of escaping these entanglements. At the airport, As Tony Stark disembarked from the plane and gazed upon the familiar skyline of New York, he turned to Ethan and said, "Welcome to New York, Ethan." Observing the bustling city, Ethan expressed his admiration. If only my hometown could transform in such a manner, it would be truly wonderful. For Ethan, the allure of New York was somewhat diminished. He yearned more to revitalize his own hometown. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he would not have found himself in his current predicament. "Fear not, I shall assist you, Ethan." Tony Stark, clearly aware of Ethan's aspirations, offered words of comfort. He was immensely grateful to Ethan, his savior. Without Ethan's presence amidst the terrorists, Stark could scarcely fathom the fate that awaited him. Barton and Barbara had already departed upon the plane's landing. As agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., they preferred to remain in the shadows. Meanwhile, Coulson was engaged in discussions with military personnel, as the matter of rescuing Stark was evidently not to be attributed to S.H.I.E.L.D. The military sought to publicly assert that it was they who had liberated Tony Stark from the clutches of the terrorists. As Tony and Ethan emerged from the airport, a throng of reporters encircled Tony Stark, leaving no room for escape. "Tony Stark, who rescued you? Was your abduction related to your arms sales? What are your thoughts on this ordeal?" The cacophony of inquiries grew louder as the journalists clamored for Tony's attention. At that moment, a contingent of bodyguards arrived, firmly pushing the reporters aside, forming an impenetrable barrier around Tony Stark. With red-rimmed eyes, Pepper Potts rushed towards Tony, exclaiming, "I'm so sorry for worrying you." Initially, Tony had intended to lighten the mood with a jest upon seeing Pepper, but her weary visage compelled him to simply pat her back in comfort. "This is Ethan. He played a crucial role in my survival." Stepping out of Tony's embrace, Pepper expressed her gratitude to Ethan, saying, "Thank you for helping Tony." "All right, Pepper, let us hold a press conference. I'm sure these folks have many questions." He added, "And could you arrange some simple food for me?" Upon hearing Tony's request, Pepper turned to prepare. It was then that Obadiah had the opportunity to approach Tony. "Tony, I'm so relieved you're all right. You have no idea how worried I've been." As Obadiah spoke, tears streamed down his face, a sight that might lead outsiders to believe their bond was profoundly strong. Even Tony, observing Obadiah's expression, found himself questioning the veracity of what Coulson had conveyed. "Is everything all right now?" Tony thought, struggling to regain the faith he once held in Obadiah. Soon, under Pepper's direction, the reporters gathered, while Tony and Ethan were handed beef hamburgers. As he surveyed the crowd of journalists, Tony Stark, with a mouthful of hamburger, made a startling announcement. "This incident has provided me with much to reflect upon. I never anticipated that the weapons I developed could wreak such havoc on peace." Obadiah, sensing the gravity of Tony's words, hurried towards him, but it was too late to intervene. "I declare that, effective immediately, Stark Industries will cease its weapons division." The reporters, captivated by Tony's statement, rapidly clicked their cameras. Obadiah positioned himself before Tony, attempting to clarify. "Tony has just returned and is a bit disoriented. Our group will issue a statement." He added, "I'm relieved. And I am indeed Stark's largest shareholder." Tony observed Obadiah's eagerness to explain and promptly interrupted him. In that moment, Tony discerned Obadiah's profound concern for the weapons division, which only intensified his suspicions regarding Obadiah. After delivering the remainder of the news, Tony returned home with Ethan. The announcement regarding Tony Stark's decision to shut down the weapons division swiftly circulated following the press conference. The stock prices, which had been on the rise, plummeted abruptly as if they had fallen off a cliff, prompting numerous investors to flee in panic. The revelation that Stark Industries, a company founded on weaponry, was abruptly closing its weapons division struck terror into the hearts of shareholders. Chapter 64. Nick Fury's Thoughts Umbrella. Erin gazed in astonishment at the fluctuations in Stark Industries stock prices. She had not anticipated such a significant decline. Observing Leach's expression, her admiration for him deepened. Had it not been for Leach's decisive actions earlier, the value of their stocks would have plummeted dramatically. The speed at which Stark Industries stock fell this time surpassed even the rapid decline experienced during Tony Stark's disappearance. Had they not liquidated their assets in advance, the stocks acquired by Leach and his associates would likely have incurred substantial losses. This clearly illustrated the profound impact of Tony Stark's recent remarks. Only Leach understood that the current stock price had not yet reached its nadir. When it did, it would present him with another opportunity to acquire shares in Stark Industries. At that moment, Natasha looked at Leach with a hint of curiosity, inquiring how he had foreseen the drop in Stark Industries stock price. From Natasha's perspective, Leach seemed to possess an uncanny ability to stay one step ahead in all matters concerning Stark Industries. Had she not known that Leach had been preoccupied with affairs in Serbia, she might have suspected him of being involved in Tony Stark's abduction. "I not only predicted Stark's stock would fall, but I also know it will rise again in due time," Leach replied. Natasha's eyes brightened at his words, realizing this phenomenon could very well occur once more. In that moment, she entertained the notion of investing in Stark stocks. The prospect of earning money effortlessly piqued even her interest. In her former role as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had enjoyed a commendable salary, yet it paled in comparison to the fortunes possessed by the wealthy elite. If another opportunity like this were to arise, she would certainly seize it. Of course, this was a rare chance for financial gain. Such opportunities, even in Leach's experience, were exceedingly rare. Stark Industries stock had only reached its peak when Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man. Barton had informed her that their mission to rescue Stark was primarily driven by financial constraints. At that moment, Natasha received a message from Barton, the content of which left her incredulous. It was astounding to her that S.H.I.E.L.D. was experiencing a shortage of funds, a notion she deemed almost absurd. During her tenure at S.H.I.E.L.D., the budget for various projects was notoriously extravagant. The realization that S.H.I.E.L.D. could ever find itself in such a predicament prompted Natasha to feel a sense of relief for having departed the organization ahead of time. Although she had not formally resigned, her current actions bore a striking resemblance to betrayal. It was only due to Leach's formidable strength, coupled with the myriad issues plaguing S.H.I.E.L.D. internally, that Nick Fury had allowed Natasha to exit with such ease. S.H.I.E.L.D. After escorting Tony Stark back, Coulson returned to report to Nick Fury. The recent events have profoundly impacted Tony Stark, prompting him to take the drastic step of shutting down the weapons division upon his return. Even Agent Coulson found it somewhat incredulous that Stark Industries, a company primarily focused on weaponry, would choose to sever such a significant aspect of its operations. The mere notion of closing the weapons department raised concerns for Nick Fury, who furrowed his brow upon hearing Coulson's words. One of the primary reasons for Coulson and his team's mission to rescue Tony Stark was to secure the support of Stark Industries. However, funding from Congress had been obstructed by Pierce, resulting in numerous projects on Fury's and lacking financial backing. Fury had not anticipated that Pierce would meddle with the funding in such a manner. During this period, however, Fury was not idle. After a series of tests and observations, he confirmed that Maria Hill was neither an agent of Hydra nor a mere pawn of the Council, but rather an ally in the fight against Hydra. This revelation provided Fury with a crucial ally in his battle against Hydra. As a naturally suspicious individual, Fury refrained from directly approaching Hill, instead opting to subtly reveal the existence of Hydra to her, allowing her faction to take the initiative in confronting the threat. Several of Fury's plans executed flawlessly. Although he lamented the absence of Leach's involvement, Fury greatly coveted Leach's prowess. Securing his assistance would undoubtedly facilitate their struggle against Hydra. Nevertheless, Leach's operations appeared to be more closely aligned with the military than with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even the acquisition of Blood Orchid I necessitated a direct purchase, unlike the military's privileged access to Umbrella's resources. During their mission to rescue Tony Stark, they discovered that he was engaged in the creation of a mechanical suit. Coulson produced the covertly captured blueprints of the Mark I, showcasing its rudimentary design, yet revealing much about its construction. Was it truly a suit of armor? Fury remained contemplative, refraining from comments. Such technology was within the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. to replicate. Its complexity was not particularly daunting. Stark had managed to miniaturize the arc reactor, and Coulson could not help but commend Stark's genius. Having seen the enormous arc reactor at Stark Industries, Coulson was well aware of the depth of Stark's intellect. One could only wonder if they might acquire the technology for the arc reactor from Tony. It seemed rather greedy of Nick Fury to seek not only monetary support from this life-saving endeavor, but also the coveted technology of the arc reactor. At Tony Stark's residence. At this moment, Tony remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the target of a sinister figure. Upon his return, he had instructed both Potts and Jarvis to commence an investigation into Obadiah. Furthermore, he had declined Obadiah's visit under the pretense of needing rest, as his trust in Obadiah had completely eroded. Obadiah had also been stripped of access privileges by Jarvis. "Ethan, it seems you may need to stay with me a while longer," Tony remarked, while meticulously designing the next generation of the Mark suit. Given the uncertainty surrounding Obadiah's intentions, Tony felt compelled to prevent Ethan from leaving freely. Otherwise, there was no assurance that Obadiah or the unseen puppeteer would not take action against the very person who had saved his life. Chapter 65, The Resurrection of the Crossbone. No longer confined to the dark recesses of a terrorist hideout, Tony Stark now possesses an abundance of tools and materials at his disposal. He is currently engaged in the creation of the next generation of Mark armor. Assisting him is Ethan, who is more than capable of providing support. With the aid of JARVIS, the development of the Mark suit is progressing at an extraordinary pace. Ideas that had long been conceived are now materializing before him. As Tony immerses himself in the design of the new armor, Li Chi is reaping substantial rewards. Stark Industries, as the largest weapons manufacturer in America, has been significantly affected since Tony announced the cessation of arms production, allowing Umbrella to seize numerous downstream industries in this opportune moment. Within the confines of his villa, Li Chi observes a news report about Stark Industries on television and remarks with a smile to the women beside him. This time, Stark is likely to face serious consequences. I wonder what Obadiah will do next. In Li Chi's perspective, Ironmonger has lost any chance of re-emergence. Without Tony Stark's design blueprints, Obadiah would never conceive of such a creation. General Ross has already responded, indicating that they have discovered a considerable quantity of blood orchids, though many pythons guard them, necessitating some time to transport them back. Eileen chimes in with her insights regarding General Ross, noting that he did not refuse Li Chi's request for the blood orchids. However, dealing with the pythons near the orchids presents a significant challenge, especially since fire cannot be utilized in the dense jungle, which greatly limits their options. Otherwise, a single blaze in that rainforest would suffice to eliminate countless pythons. It appears that General Ross is quite optimistic about our serum. Reflecting on the persistent calls from Ross urging for action, Li Chi realizes that Umbrella's products are still highly regarded by the military. By the way, Natasha, do you know a scientist named Bruce Banner? Li Chi suddenly recalls that during this period, Bruce Banner should still be serving General Ross. Given Banner's intellect, it should not be overly difficult for him to conduct research on the blood orchids. Observing the urgency in Ross's demeanor, it is evident that the research on the blood orchids has not been entrusted to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Natasha feels a sense of unfamiliarity upon hearing the name. I only know that he is a highly skilled physicist, currently seemingly engaged in military research within a lab. Although Natasha finds Bruce Banner's name unfamiliar, after some contemplation, she recognizes the renowned physicist. Indeed, Bruce Banner shares a significant connection with General Ross. Upon hearing Natasha's words, Li Chi surmises that the emergence of the Hulk seems unaffected by his own presence. Listening to the conversation between Li Chi and Natasha, Wanda and Eileen appeared utterly bewildered. Clearly, they were not well acquainted with these international scientists. Who is this Bruce Banner? Is he of significance? Wanda tilted her head, gazing at Li Chi, curious about Bruce's identity. After all, someone whom Li Chi specifically mentioned must possess extraordinary qualities. A remarkably gifted scientist, yet his fate as a scientist has been tragically tumultuous. Contemplating Bruce Banner's future, Li Chi felt a profound sense of sorrow. As night fell and Li Chi and the others succumbed to slumber, Obadiah discovered that Potts had been rummaging through his computer. Sitting at the desk, Obadiah's expression darkened considerably. Have you already figured it out, Tony? Obadiah peered through the window at the scenery below, his inner turmoil palpable. To Obadiah, Stark Industries was a venture he co-founded with Howard. It was precisely for this reason that he contemplated eliminating Tony Stark to seize control of the company. However, now that Tony had returned and begun to suspect him, Obadiah understood that as the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, if Tony made up his mind, he would have no chance of recovery. As a capitalist, Obadiah realized he was left with only two options: to surrender and confess, or to gamble his life in a desperate fight. If he had a few more months to solidify his grip on Stark Industries, he would have the resolve to confront Tony. Yet now, with no time to act, Obadiah found himself at a loss for how to expel Tony from Stark Industries. You seem quite perplexed. A raspy voice emerged from behind Obadiah. Who? Startled, Obadiah instinctively drew his pistol, aiming it at the shadowy figure behind him. Given that this person had bypassed security and surveillance to silently approach, Obadiah did not perceive them as a benevolent presence. Do not be alarmed. I am here to assist you. The man slowly stepped forward, revealing a somewhat terrifying visage. If Wanda or Pietro were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this grotesque figure as Rumlow, the very individual they had slain. It was unclear how Hydra had managed to resurrect him. But Rumlow's first task upon revival was to target Obadiah. I believe you ought to take a look at this, Rumlow said, producing a tablet and opening a file before handing it to Obadiah. Obadiah scrutinized Rumlow for a moment, ensuring he would not suddenly launch an attack. Before reaching out to accept the tablet, the contents displayed were the design sketches of Tony Stark, along with the miniature arc reactor that resided within Tony Stark himself. It must be acknowledged that the most invaluable asset of Stark Industries is perhaps the brilliant mind of Tony Stark. When Rumlow beheld the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest, he was struck by the sheer genius of the design. Such a portable source of energy is capable of accomplishing an astounding array of feats. Meanwhile, Obadiah paid no heed to Rumlow's remarks, instead meticulously perusing the materials provided by Hydra. A glance at these documents reveals that Nick Fury has not entirely purged Hydra from within the ranks of his team. Otherwise, this intelligence would not have been leaked. Chapter 66. Dragon bone. As Obadiah laid eyes on the final piece of intelligence, an overwhelming fury engulfed him. In his perspective, this information epitomized Tony Stark's deceit and betrayal. Had he known of Tony Stark's formidable capabilities earlier, Obadiah would have undoubtedly refrained from allowing himself to reach this juncture. He did not contemplate his own shortcomings. In his view, it was solely Tony Stark's actions that had led him to this predicament. "What do you wish for me to do?" he queried, gazing at Romlo, fully aware that this group possessed power far beyond his reach. Upon hearing Obadiah's inquiry, Romlo revealed a sinister smile, albeit one that was quite unsettling given his terrifying countenance. "Do not be alarmed. I assure you, we are here to assist you." Nick Fury's maneuvers had been closely monitored by Pierce, who found Fury's attempt to rescue Tony Stark to be particularly irksome. Under Pierce's relentless pressure, Fury's financial resources were rapidly depleting. If this stalemate were to persist, Fury would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage in the conflict against Hydra. However, with Tony Stark's backing, Fury would gain greater maneuverability. Pierce had never underestimated Nick Fury, his chosen successor. Were it not for the apprehension regarding Leech's potential intervention, Pierce would have contemplated another assault on Tony Stark. Yet, Leech's presence in New York rendered Pierce cautious, as the head of Hydra could not afford to act recklessly. The formidable strength displayed by Leech had become a frequent topic of discussion within Hydra's ranks over the past few years. It was precisely Leech's existence that prompted the various leaders of Hydra to collectively advance the Super Soldier Serum project. The allure of such power was irresistible. Had they possessed it, Hydra would not have remained in the shadows for so long. The decision to assist Obadiah was not solely to vex Nick Fury. It also stemmed from a desire to seize the arc reactor technology, which was exceedingly advanced. "Tony has already begun to doubt me. How do you intend to assist me?" Obadiah inquired, regaining his composure as he looked at Romlo. Now that Tony no longer trusted him, even Obadiah himself was at a loss regarding how to counter Tony's forthcoming moves. "We shall aid you in gaining control over the other shareholders, thereby expelling Tony from the board," Romlo replied. Obadiah's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the brazen nature of Romlo's scheme. The following day, Leech awoke in his villa and immediately proceeded to claim his daily rewards. With the distribution of rewards, 5 uniquely shaped bat-shaped projectiles materialized before him. Leech surveyed these bat projectiles with satisfaction. As Batman's quintessential weapon, the technology embedded within them was far from lacking. The analysis reveals potential for innovation in weaponry for Umbrella. With the intention of gifting the bat darts to Yuri at an opportune moment, Leech has pressing matters to attend to today. After a prolonged search, he has finally pinpointed the location of the Dragon Bone. Utilizing the Ninja Clan's prowess, he has navigated through various locales in Manhattan, ultimately discovering the site of the Dragon Bone. This artifact, rumored to bestow the gift of longevity, piques Leech's curiosity. Although Danny's Iron Fist may be lacking, it would be unjust to dismiss the legacy of Kunlun entirely. Both the Longevity Elder and the subterranean Dragon Bone possess formidable power. Despite Leech's possession of the Ice Fruit abilities, he remains cautious about competing against the ancient beings that have thrived in the shadows for millennia. "Wanda, you shall accompany me this time." Considering the Dragon Bone's location, Leech intends to limit the number of companions. Although the so-called seal requires Iron Fist strength to activate, Leech is confident that any seal can be shattered with sufficient power. With his Ice Fruit abilities combined with Wanda's Chaos Magic, he is uncertain of any seal that could withstand their combined might. Upon hearing Leech's words, Wanda promptly rose to her feet. This time, Leech refrained from allowing Wanda to use her teleportation magic. Instead, he summoned the Shadow Legion, stealthily infiltrating the realm of shadows alongside her. The sky and earth were painted in crimson, interspersed with the obsidian structures that defined the Shadow Dimension. It is within such an environment that the Ninja Clan and the Night Bat Society were born. The Shadow Dimension continuously absorbs and releases darkness. The more darkness it consumes, the greater its architecture and territory. Consequently, the quantity and quality of the Shadow Legions born from this dimension improve. In the Shadow Dimension, Leech and his companions moved swiftly, arriving at the Dragon Bone's location in merely 3 minutes. As the master of the Shadow Dimension, Leech can traverse it at will, while Wanda, without the guidance of the Shadow Legion, risks being eroded by the dimension's power, ultimately becoming assimilated by its forces. Within the subterranean expanse of Manhattan, as Leech and Wanda emerged from the shadows, Wanda's gaze fell upon a colossal bone from years past. "What creature does this bone belong to?" she inquired, astonished by the sheer size, dwarfing her own arm. "A dragon," Leech concluded, perceiving through his observation the vitality imbued within the bone. Were it not for the knowledge of the dragon's undeniable demise, he might have doubted its lifelessness. The vitality contained within was so robust that it could indeed extend one's lifespan or even resurrect the deceased. As Leech approached to touch the Dragon Bone, he sensed a resisting force emanating from it. Clearly, the seal that required Iron Fist strength was indeed formidable. With a forceful press, A golden energy surged through the rock wall in response. No wonder those fellows were unable to unlock the seal. Li Qi also sensed the formidable power of this seal, which could indeed be considered quite powerful. However, it was not insurmountable. With sufficient strength, this seal would merely be a mere ornament. Wanda. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Wanda ceased her examination of the dragon bones and approached him. Let us strike together and obliterate this seal. As Li Qi spoke, he unleashed the power of the Ice Age toward the dragon bones, but the chilling energy was instantaneously neutralized by the aura emanating from the bones upon contact. Chapter 67. The extraction of the dragon bone and a brief interlude with the release of a frigid aura from Li Qi. The energy sealing the dragon bone began to resist vehemently. Wanda, witnessing this spectacle, concentrated her chaotic magic and unleashed it upon the wall. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar, causing the energy surrounding the dragon bone to tremble, triggering a minor earthquake. As Wanda felt the tremors, she lowered her hands and glanced at Li Qi, uncertain whether to proceed. Continue, Li Qi urged, fully aware that the earthquake was imminent. This dragon bone had been buried for an indeterminate time, becoming one with the subterranean depths of Manhattan Island. The tremors were merely a prelude. The true seismic upheaval would occur once Li Qi extracted the bone. Receiving Li Qi's encouragement, Wanda persisted in her chaotic assault on the wall. With their combined efforts, the energy sealing the bone could not withstand for long. As the ethereal energy dissipated, Li Qi distinctly sensed the resistance waning, with a series of cracking sounds. As one of the dragon bones was frozen, the sealing enchantment was entirely shattered. Gazing at the bone within arm's reach, Li Qi summoned the night bats to commence their excavation. What purpose does the dragon bone serve? Wanda mused. While the bone was indeed remarkable, she believed its utility for them was limited. After all, both she and Li Qi were still quite young. The bone's longevity-enhancing properties held little significance for them. Only its rumored ability to revive the deceased piqued her interest for further exploration. The power contained within the dragon bone was intriguing, and Wanda was curious about any other potential uses beyond the known. The comic books provided scant information regarding the dragon bone, and Li Qi sought to uncover any additional mysteries it might hold, even if no further capabilities were discovered. The mere possibility of resurrection was sufficient to captivate Li Qi's attention. If he did not claim the bone, it would inevitably fall into the hands of others, be it the hand or that wretched iron fist. It was better for him to possess it than to let it be squandered. The night bats worked swiftly, their ability to emit beams of energy enabling them to excavate the dragon bone with greater efficiency than conventional machinery. Within an hour, a veritable mountain of dragon bones lay before Li Qi as the last fragment was unearthed. The remnants of sealing energy completely vanished. Without that support, the subterranean chamber began to tremble ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Let us depart, Li Qi announced, observing the absence of any remaining bones. He turned to Wanda and instructed, grab hold of me. Wanda extended her hand, and as Li Qi grasped it, she instantly cast a teleportation spell, whisking them back to the villa. Share some of those dragon bones with me. I wish to see if I can uncover anything of significance. Wanda has now mastered magic to a remarkable degree, which has piqued her curiosity about these extraordinary powers. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qi agreed to Wanda's request. Even if all the dragon bones were delivered to Yuri's laboratory, it would take considerable time to yield any results. It would be more prudent to entrust them to Wanda, to see if she could uncover anything through her magical studies. Within the Stark villa, Tony was rendered speechless upon receiving news from the board. Are you saying that Obadiah and the board have ousted me from my position? Tony inquired, gazing at the troubled expression on Pot's face. Tony, your previous remarks have not been well received by the board, she replied. In her view, the reason for Tony's dismissal stemmed entirely from his decision to shut down the weapons division. As a military-industrial enterprise, such a declaration was tantamount to career suicide. Even without Hydra's involvement, the board would still harbor significant grievances against Tony. Rest assured, these are mere trifles, Tony Stark responded with a nonchalant demeanor. For Stark Industries, Tony could never consider relinquishing control. Although he had abandoned weapons manufacturing, he had simultaneously prepared a monopolistic clean energy initiative. In Tony's estimation, presenting the arc reactor to the board would surely win back their support. This time, it's different. Tony, they genuinely want to expel you, Potts insisted, observing Tony as he continued to refine the mark suit. I can see that the board is backing Obadiah. The mention of Obadiah caused Tony to furrow his brow, as he had already suspected his former mentor was up to no good. Since returning, Tony had been preoccupied with developing the mark suit, paying little heed to Obadiah's machinations. For Tony, dealing with Obadiah was hardly a daunting task. However, he was taken aback that before he could confront Obadiah, the latter had already launched an attack against him. Mr. Stark, Mr. Coulson has requested an audience, Jarvis announced as Tony pondered Obadiah's audacity. Coulson? What does he want? After a moment's contemplation, Tony decided to permit Coulson's entry. Let us see what our agent has to say. Tony held a favorable view of Coulson, despite both being agents. Coulson's demeanor was far more agreeable than that of the FBI. As Tony exited his laboratory, he found Coulson engaged in casual conversation with Ethan. Coulson, what brings you here? Tony inquired, mixing himself a glass of chlorophyll while unceremoniously questioning him. Obadiah. I came to discuss Obadiah. Coulson spoke while handing a document to Tony. Overnight, Obadiah had acquired the shares of several minor stakeholders in Stark Industries. However, our investigation reveals that the funds for this transaction did not originate from Obadiah's account. Tony abruptly interrupted Coulson, saying, Are you suggesting that someone is backing Obadiah? Upon realizing Tony's insight, Coulson nodded and replied, Indeed, not only is there substantial financial support, but there is also formidable military backing. A few shareholders who were originally in your favor encountered an unfortunate incident on their way to the office this morning. They are currently hospitalized, and those attending the meeting are merely their representatives. Chapter 68. The Reluctant Hand Association. Though Coulson did not explicitly state it, Tony could discern that the so-called agent was merely a puppet. Thus, who might be the mastermind behind Obadiah? Tony was acutely aware that Coulson's extensive discourse with him was undoubtedly driven by a purpose, which clearly related to the individuals lurking behind Coulson. According to our investigations, the forces backing Obadiah are Hydra, Hell's Kitchen. Within the factory of Madame Gao, the 5 fingers of the hand gathered rarely together. Have you all heard about the earthquake in Manhattan? Madame Gao inquired directly, surveying the others with intent. I am aware of what transpired there, replied Alexandra. Another founder of the hand, her confusion palpable. She could not fathom the reason for Madame Gao's summons. Fools, is there anything about Manhattan that escapes your understanding? The gambler interjected, chiding Alexandra for her enduring ignorance. Madame Gao, is there an issue with the dragon bones? At this moment, Murakami, too, pondered the subterranean secrets of Manhattan, feeling a surge of anxiety. Not only Murakami, but Alexandra and Sowand also shared in the escalating tension. At their advanced age, without the dragon bones to extend their lives, they were acutely aware that their days were numbered. The dragon bones they had brought from Kunlun were now alarmingly few. It is indeed a problem with the dragon bones. By the time my people arrived, it was too late. The bones had already been taken, Madame Gao disclosed. The hand had been entrenched in America for many years, fully aware of the dragon bones buried beneath Manhattan. However, lacking the might of Iron Fist, they were powerless to break the seals binding the bones with their mere 5 fingers. Thus, for years, they had sought a method to unlock the seals while awaiting the emergence of the Iron Fist successor. Now, with the successor still absent, the dragon bones had inexplicably been removed. That cannot be. The Iron Fist has yet to appear. How could the seals have been broken? Alexandra was unwilling to accept Madame Gao's assertion that the bones had been taken. Despite appearing youthful, Alexandra had lived for countless years. Without the dragon bones, his lifespan would be tragically short. There is no doubt the dragon bones have been removed, and that space has completely collapsed. Seeing Alexandra's reluctance to believe, Madame Gao produced photographs taken by her subordinates and distributed them among the group. The recent earthquakes in Manhattan were likely triggered during the removal of the dragon bones. Without the Iron Fist, it was evident that another method had been employed to extract them. As everyone scrutinized the images with great seriousness, Madame Gao remarked, The underground dragon bones, those bastards left us not a single one. At this moment, after reviewing the photographs, Sowanda turned to Madame Gao and inquired, Madame Gao, are you aware of who currently possesses the dragon bone? Those so-called 5 fingers are merely cowards. Otherwise, they would not have fled from Kunlun and dared not return to the Dragon Kingdom. Their fear lies in the possibility of being purged by those in Kunlun. They have survived thus far by relying on the power of the dragon bone, yet now it is nearly depleted in their possession. The dragon bone, which they had so painstakingly sought, has been seized by another. How could Sowanda and the others not feel anxious? According to the remnants of energy, the one who took the dragon bone should be Li Qi. Madame Gao pronounced Li Qi's name with clarity and precision. Upon hearing his name, the expressions of the other 4 grew notably grim. If it were anyone else or another faction that had claimed the dragon bone, they would not hesitate to sacrifice everything to reclaim it. However, the strength exhibited by Li Qi left them devoid of confidence in their ability to triumph. No matter your thoughts, I shall not relinquish the dragon bone, declared the gambler, observing the silence of the others. The gambler possessed the least amount of dragon bone and thus yearned most for that which Li Qi held. Though Li Qi is formidable, we are not without opportunities to seize the dragon bone from him, Sowanda asserted in quick succession. With so many dragon bones in existence, Li Qi cannot possibly carry them all. Our alliance has numerous ninjas, and there will surely be an opportunity. Alexandra also spoke up. Clearly, everyone present, including Madame Gao, shared a consensus. Although they could not best Li Qi, they were unwilling to abandon the dragon bone. Very well, let us meet with Li Qi. Meanwhile, At the other end of Hell's Kitchen, Murdoch was summoned by his master, the Staff Elder. Murdoch, are you aware of the events occurring on Manhattan Island? The Staff Elder stood surrounded by a group of true Purity Society ninjas, and upon Murdoch's entrance, he directed his inquiry toward him. Manhattan Island? Murdoch, preoccupied with his case all morning, was oblivious to the happenings on Manhattan Island. Noticing Murdoch's ignorance, the Staff Elder scoffed. I have mentioned it numerous times. Manhattan Island harbors what the Hand Alliance has long coveted. Today's earthquake is connected to that. Our True Purity Society ninjas have discovered that something the Hand Alliance protected has been taken. Surely their 5 fingers are in a state of chaos now. As the arch-rival of the Hand Alliance, the Staff Elder may not fully understand what they safeguarded on Manhattan Island. Yet he was acutely aware that whatever the Hand Alliance valued lay buried beneath the island. Master, are you contemplating an assault on the Hand Alliance? Murdoch, clearly well acquainted with the Staff Elder, discerned his intentions from the words spoken. Indeed, although I am not fully aware of what lies beneath the island of Manhattan, it is evident that this entity holds extraordinary significance for the Hand. This is undoubtedly a time of great tension for Lady Gao and her associates. The thought of potentially delivering a devastating blow to the Hand, or even eradicating them entirely, fills the old man with a sense of exhilaration. After years of opposition against the Hand, they have finally uncovered a vulnerability. Master, what do you wish for me to do? Murdoch harbors no objections regarding the annihilation of the Hand. Thus, he directly inquires of the old man what he requires from him. I hope you will summon your superhero companions, for this offensive against the Hand may very well lead to their total destruction. We must mobilize all available forces. The old man is aware of the Hand's hidden power known as the Empty, and thus he hopes Murdoch can enlist Jessica and the others as well. Chapter 69. The characteristics of Dragon Bones and the Soaring Mark III. Upon hearing the words of the stick, Murdoch comprehended his mentor's intentions. He fully supported the notion of involving Jessica and the others. The recent upheavals in Hell's Kitchen had made it abundantly clear to Murdoch that relying solely on himself was insufficient to eradicate the gangsters entirely. It was likely that the Hand would employ all their hidden cards this time, and we too must muster our full strength to confront them. As someone who had been closely monitoring the Hand, the stick understood the formidable power of their 5 fingers. It would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate the Hand relying solely on the Purity. This was precisely why the stick had chosen to train Murdoch and Erica. Thus, due to Leech's acquisition of the Dragon Bones, the Purity had resolved to launch a full-scale assault on the Hand. The following day, Leech arrived at Umbrella. As he stepped into the laboratory, he immediately heard Yuri's dispassionate voice. The serum was already halfway to success. The next step was human experimentation. Leech approached and observed Yuri lecturing a group of researchers under his command. What new serum have you developed, Yuri? Leech inquired, acknowledging Yuri's research capabilities. However, not every serum produced in the lab yielded satisfactory results. Several previously developed serums only managed to enhance skin quality or improve digestive capabilities. Each of these serums was costly, yet their impact was rather lackluster. This led Leech to understand that Yuri's pursuit of serum research was not a blind alley. Rather, he explored various ideas as they arose. Upon noticing Leech's presence, Yuri gestured for the surrounding researchers to disperse. He then approached Leech, holding a bag of serum, and explained, "This is a tragic new generation of our previously developed serum. Its efficacy is now remarkably close to the super soldier serum injected into Captain America. Moreover, due to the properties of the blood orchid, this serum will grant the user a longer lifespan and enhanced recovery abilities." Yuri spoke with measured enthusiasm about the red serum in his hand. The effectiveness of this newly developed serum surpassed its predecessors, as Yuri had seamlessly integrated the characteristics of the blood orchid into the formulation. "Is that so?" Leech responded, now aware of the serum's excellence. It was evident that this serum had transcended the influences of the previous Hydra serum and the super soldier serum, forging a new path. Compared to other serums, Yuri's research yielded a gentler solution. "Chief, did you come with a specific request?" After introducing the serum, Yuri inquired about Leech's purpose for visiting. "I brought you something valuable," Leech replied, waving his hand to reveal several pieces of dragon bone. "These are dragon bones, possessing miraculous effects of prolonging life and resurrecting the deceased. But the specifics of these effects will require your investigation." Upon hearing Leech's words, Yuri's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. This dragon bone appeared to be a product of even greater sophistication than the blood orchid. "I shall study it meticulously," he thought. As he directly accepted the dragon bone from Leech, Yuri had always harbored a profound interest in such enigmatic artifacts. Much like the previous blood orchid and this dragon bone, the allure of these objects surpassed that of anything else in his life. Placing the dragon bone upon the experimental platform, Yuri quickly entered a state of focused analysis. This, though it outwardly resembled a bone, it differed fundamentally from all conventional bones. It seemed more akin to a confluence of elemental forces. After placing the dragon bone under the observation apparatus, Its unique properties soon revealed themselves. Although it shared the appearance and texture of bone, it was not a genuine bone. Rather, it was a manifestation of energy, a novel accumulation of elements. Listening to Yuri's analysis, Li Qi nodded in agreement. The energy contained within the dragon bone had already been palpable to him when he first held it, and Yuri's insights further corroborated this realization. I possess many more of these dragon bones. You may commence your research, he stated, before entrusting Yuri with all experimental and investigative responsibilities and turning to depart. With recent events being sparse, Li Qi found himself in a rare moment of relaxation. He remained oblivious to the intentions of the Hand Association. And even if he were aware, it would not weigh heavily on his mind. Apart from the formidable demon, the Hand Association's other entities, including the seemingly immortal ninjas and the 5 fingers of the hand, were insignificant as mere insects. Meanwhile, within Tony Stark's villa, the revelation of Obadiah's allegiance with Hydra spurred Tony to intensify his efforts in developing the Mark suit. Although Obadiah had seized control of the company's decision-making, Tony remained the largest shareholder. It would be exceedingly difficult for Obadiah to eliminate Tony, as vanishing him would be the only viable option to remove him from Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries was not akin to Osborn Industries. As the principal shareholder, Tony Stark could not be easily eradicated. Is it complete? Ethan inquired, gazing at the assembled Mark III with admiration for Tony. From the rudimentary Mark I created in the cave to the recently flawed Mark II, and now to the remarkably refined Mark III, the evolution of the armor unfolded before Ethan's eyes, making him the most knowledgeable about Tony's remarkable talent. Indeed, it has been accomplished. Upon saying this, Tony eagerly stood up, requesting Jarvis to assist in donning the Mark III. Mechanical arms extended from all sides, meticulously enveloping Tony Stark in the armor piece by piece. As the final piece of armor was affixed, Tony's voice resonated from within the suit. Jarvis, activate the flight path. Upon receiving Tony's command, a flight pathway gradually opened. In the next instant, the thrusters on Tony's hands and feet ignited, propelling him skyward in a breathtaking ascent. Meanwhile, in New York, Li Qi had just savored an authentic Chinese meal at a local restaurant. As he stepped outside, the roar of engines resonated from above, and he glanced up to witness a fleeting red figure soaring through the sky. Had he succeeded? Iron Man. Observing the arrival of Iron Man, Li Qi felt it was time to initiate his own plan to become a star hero. With this thought in mind, he retrieved his phone to notify Ellie and Natasha. Chapter 70. The Hero Association. Upon receiving the command from Li Qi, Aaron immediately sought out Wanda, who was engrossed in a book. Wanda, Li has instructed you to return and bring Ginny and Jet with you. Setting down her tome of magic, Wanda responded promptly, understood. With that, she employed her teleportation magic and vanished. When Wanda reappeared, Jet and Ginny had already materialized behind her. How are things in Serbia? Aaron inquired, directing her question toward Ginny. Although Ginny was a superhero, she also possessed exceptional management skills. With both Li Qi and Aaron absent from Serbia, the affairs of the nation were now entrusted to Ginny and her associates. Everything is progressing well. The individuals the president has recruited are quite talented. And with the country's infrastructure, the new city has fully restored all essential facilities. Reflecting on the rapid infrastructure development of the Eastern Power, Ginny was astounded. In her view, such speed of construction would typically require mages skilled in earth-shaping magic. Yet this Eastern nation had achieved this remarkable feat merely through the efforts of ordinary citizens. Meanwhile, Jet had undergone significant transformation compared to before, particularly with his arm now equipped with the 4th-generation Death Gatling. Not only had it incorporated advanced technology, but Jet's own abilities had also seen a considerable enhancement following the serum injection. Is the president's plan about to commence? Ginny clearly understood the purpose of their summons. Indeed. Your profiles have been registered with the Hero Association, Natasha remarked, handing over a tablet. The Star Hero initiative orchestrated by Li Qi included a segment dedicated to the Hero Association. However, unlike the Hero Association from the world of One Punch Man, Li Qi's version would be entirely commercialized and under his control. As Ginny accepted the tablet, she immediately noted her own image alongside her codename, Mechanical Queen. The display illustrated her appearance post-receiving the soul of machinery, alongside her efforts in saving Serbia. Further scrolling revealed her interests, making the dossier strikingly similar to those of idol celebrities. Turning to the next page, Ginny encountered Jet's profile. He retained the codename Death Gatling, yet his status had elevated to that of a national hero in Serbia, a clear enhancement of his character's narrative. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Natasha led the pair to the headquarters of the Hero Association, while Wanda remained behind. Having acquired magic from the vampire, Wanda had made significant progress and was now thoroughly engrossed in her studies, a rare moment away from being entangled with Li Qi upon arriving at the company. Natasha discovered that Jessica and Luke Cage had been waiting there for quite some time. Transforming superheroes into celebrities is a notion that only you could conceive. Jessica remarked to Natasha, her incredulity palpable as she reflected on the initial revelation of this plan. After all, they are superheroes, and the prevailing powers would undoubtedly desire their allegiance. It is only here, with Li Qi, that they are regarded with such indifference, even to the extent of celebrity status. The president's intentions leave us no choice. Natasha effortlessly persuaded both Jessica and Luke Cage to join. With Jessica, still in her youth, a blend of grand promises and moral persuasion swiftly led her to the Hero Association. As for Luke Cage, the allure of wealth and fame rendered him incapable of uttering a refusal. In the conference room, Li Qi sat composedly at the head of the table, observing the newcomers. He spoke directly. The world is on the brink of transformation. An influx of superheroes and supervillains will soon emerge like a bursting dam. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, both Jessica and Luke Cage displayed expressions of disbelief. While there are certainly numerous superheroes and supervillains in the world today, most operate in the shadows, with few aware of their existence. The vigilantes active in Hell's Kitchen rank among the most visible. Noticing the bewilderment on their faces, Li Qi opened a nearby computer and projected satellite images onto the screen. Behold, he urged. The display revealed a scene of Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit, battling a group of terrorists. Tony Stark, the renowned playboy, is destined to become a celebrated superhero. Seeing the confusion linger, Li Qi continued to elucidate. The emergence of Tony Stark signifies that superheroes will soon operate in plain sight, inevitably giving rise to more supervillains. Though his explanation was somewhat cursory, the group grasped that a new era had indeed arrived. At this moment, Jessica recalled something and quickly interjected. Murdoch contacted us yesterday, hoping we could collaborate with the Purity Society against the Hand. Initially, Jessica perceived no issue, but upon hearing Li Qi's comments, she sensed that the Purity Society's involvement against the Hand might carry deeper implications. The Hand, you say? Li Qi expressed mild surprise at the Purity Society's intentions, for the Hand overwhelmingly outmatches them in every regard. The Purity Society might pose minor inconveniences, but the notion of their annihilating the Hand is utterly unrealistic. Should we intervene? That Stick fellow has always struck me as unreliable, Luke Cage remarked, voicing his skepticism regarding Murdoch's mentor. Despite Stick's formidable prowess, he often appeared rather unhinged. Why not? This occasion shall undoubtedly present an opportunity for your ascendance to fame. In Li Qi's perspective, when compared to other superheroes, Jessica, Luke Cage, Ginny, and Jet possess a distinct advantage. They engage in battle unencumbered by tight-fitting costumes or masks. Jet and Ginny have never adopted such habits, while Jessica and Luke Cage find them unnecessary. Other superheroes harbor fears of their identities being unveiled, with concern for the safety of those around them. In contrast, both Jessica and Luke Cage stand alone, bereft of living kin. Thus, they are liberated from the burdens of others. Consequently, their remarkable personal images are poised to attract a devoted following. Chapter 71. The inaugural mission of the Hero Association. This time, it is imperative that you confront the Hand Alliance, and it presents a splendid opportunity for you. Leech gazed at Jessica and her three companions, and spoke. The Hand Alliance's strength is not overly formidable. As long as they refrain from summoning malevolent deities, your capabilities remain sufficient. Murdoch has informed us that an assault on the Hand Alliance will commence in 2 days. We merely need to thwart the 5 fingers of the Hand. Upon hearing Jessica's words, Leech nodded in agreement. After imparting some crucial considerations to Jessica and Luke Cage, Leech dismissed the two. Although they are heroes of the Hero Association, Leech typically refrains from intervening in their personal lives. It is only during occasions that necessitate collective action that he gathers them, as he has done today. Ginny, engaging in combat with the Hand Alliance does not require you to exert excessive force. After Jessica and Luke Cage departed, Leech cautioned Ginny. Should Ginny unleash her full power from the outset, the members of the Hand Alliance could be annihilated in an instant. Those 5 fingers hardly constitute worthy adversaries for Ginny Reelite. I understand, replied Ginny, a luminary of the magical realm, instantly comprehending Leech's intent. While an overwhelming victory may be exhilarating, it is the evenly matched battles that incite greater discussion among the populace. Such dynamics align with Leech's strategy of elevating superheroes to star status. Natasha, if you wish, you may also join them. Merely serving as a CEO seems a waste of your talents. After conversing with Ginny Reelite, Leech addressed Natasha. Since departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had not engaged in combat for quite some time. Aside from her regular training with Eileen, she had been preoccupied with corporate affairs. Natasha paused upon hearing Leech's words. As she had grown accustomed to a stable existence, she was nearly oblivious to her former life of perilous encounters. Perhaps not, with Ginny and the others. My presence is unnecessary. I shall act when the time arises, Natasha reflected, content with her current lifestyle. If her involvement was unwarranted, she found pleasure in her present circumstances. Observing this, Leech ceased his persuasion. Natasha's combat prowess was not essential in this context. Rather, Leech valued her managerial skills. 2 days swiftly passed, and photographs of Iron Man proliferated across the internet. The relentless Iron Man, combating terrorists, garnered significant attention during this period. Meanwhile, Leech's recent sign-ins had been rather unfortunate, yielding nothing of value. Aware that today marked the day the Purity Association would take action against the Hand Alliance, Leech deployed the previously acquired spy satellite to monitor Ginny Rhea Light and her team. Within the Hero Association, reports from the Purity Association indicated that the 5 fingers of the Hand Alliance were currently situated in Hell's Kitchen. Today, Murdoch will join Jessica and others in action. This time, in addition to the 4 members of the Hero Association, there are also Erica and the 3rd-generation White Tiger, Ava Ayala. How extravagant this place is. Ava Ayala gazed in astonishment at the opulent headquarters of the Hero Association, finding it strikingly different from her preconceived notions of superheroes. Her mentor had mentioned that the Hand Association had been up to something peculiar lately, gathering most of its members. Erica, however, was not preoccupied with the Hero Association's affairs. Instead, she relayed the message from the old man to Ginny and the others. The Hand Association seemed to be investigating the items they had lost on Manhattan Island, which rendered them more aggressive. Upon hearing Erica's words, Murdoch remarked that in recent days, all the drug manufacturing facilities in Hell's Kitchen operated by the Hand Association had been shut down, indicating that they were indeed aware of their movements. Murdoch, unaware of the situation with the Dragon Bone, merely assumed they wanted to know about the actions of the Hand Association. Their mission involved the 5 fingers of the hand, while the remaining members would be handled by the Pure Innocence faction of the Hand Association. Murdoch held a deep trust in his mentor. As the signal from the old man arrived, everyone boarded the armed helicopter that had been prepared in advance. This helicopter served not only as a means of transport for a few, but also as a mechanical entity powered by Ginny's magic. In Hell's Kitchen, within the factories belonging to the Hand Association, Lady Gao and Murakami had gathered. According to their investigations, it had been confirmed that the Dragon Bone was indeed in the hands of Umbrella. Lady Gao, whose demeanor had grown despondent, voiced the news. If it weren't for the dire necessity of the Dragon Bone for survival, she would have no desire to oppose Li Chi. Damn it. How could that guy know about the Dragon Bone? Despite having mentally prepared herself, Alexandra was still reluctant to accept this reality. There was no choice. Without the Dragon Bone, their time was limited. This time, if they managed to seize the Dragon Bone, they would leave the country for a while. Soyanda also chimed in, asserting that as long as they were alive, the Hand Association could be re-established no matter how many times it was dismantled. Although Lady Gao was a woman, she exhibited more decisiveness than the others. Despite the immense effort they had invested in the Hand Association, it paled in comparison to their own lives. As long as they could seize a portion of the Dragon Bone from Li Chi, Lady Gao would not hesitate to sacrifice the ninjas of the Hand Association. However, before that, they would likely need to deal with those pesky mice first. At that moment, Boda entered, dragging a corpse behind him. Pure innocence, huh? Upon seeing the individual clad in white, Lady Gao and the others realized who had been lurking around them lately. To the members of the Pure Innocence Society, Lady Gao and her associates regard them with the same disdain as Li Chi holds towards the Hand Union. In their eyes, aside from the formidable presence of the old stick, the remaining members of the Pure Innocence Society are merely inept pretenders. Even the ninjas dispatched casually by the Hand Union can effortlessly vanquish several members of the Pure Innocence Society. It appears that our recent activities have emboldened these little rodents to perceive an opportunity. Murakami and his companions have also sensed an unsettling quietude surrounding the factory, clearly. This Edian is part of the military. Let us first deal with this group. With Sawanda's command, the ninjas of the Hand Union sprang into action. Chapter 72. Confrontation of 5 Fingers. As the Hand Association's ninjas engaged in combat, Jet had already piloted the armed helicopter above the factory. Once the helicopter was set to autopilot, Jet and his companions leapt directly into the fray below. Inside the factory, the ninjas of the Hand Association clashed violently with the members of the Innocent Society. In terms of individual strength, the members of the Innocent Society were no match for the ninjas of the Hand Association. Fortunately, with the formidable presence of the Elder Bastion, who relied on his exceptional combat skills, he single-handedly held off dozens of Hand Association ninjas. Upon landing, Jet promptly extended his arm, unleashing the deadly Gatling gun from his right limb. A barrage of bullets erupted forth, instantly shredding a group of Hand Association ninjas and clearing a space for Jessica and her companions who were descending shortly thereafter. Jessica and Luke Cage landed with little finesse, relying solely on their formidable defenses as they plunged into the crowd like cannonballs. The moment they hit the ground, they were met with fierce attacks from the surrounding Hand Association ninjas. Yet, the ninjas' weapons, ninja blades and tridents, failed to inflict even a scratch on them. Conversely, any strike they delivered sent the ninjas flying far away. In contrast, Murdoch, Erica, and the White Tiger displayed a more graceful descent. Though not superhuman, They employed their remarkable skills to navigate the factory structure as they descended rapidly. Meanwhile, the last to remain on board the helicopter, Ginny, harnessed her magic to channel the power of the mechanical soul, gaining capabilities from the armed helicopter. Mechanical parts swiftly enveloped her body, and the rotor blades behind her provided astonishing propulsion, transforming her hands into heavy artillery. Inside the factory, Madame Gao and her associates were taken aback by the commotion outside. It was inconceivable that the innocent society alone could create such a ruckus. Suddenly, the gambler seized a katana and charged outside, prompting Madame Gao and the others to exchange glances before following suit. Upon emerging, they beheld Murdoch and his allies engaged in fierce combat with numerous hand association ninjas. These superheroes were no strangers to Madame Gao. Had it not been for their intervention, she might have succeeded in usurping Kingpin and becoming the new underground emperor. "We need to deal with that one first," Savanda declared, having identified Jet as the greatest threat among them. A moving bastion of firepower posed a significant danger to the ninjas armed with cold weapons. "Damn it!" exclaimed Alexandra as she charged toward Jet. The energy within her exploded forth, instantly tearing apart the innocent society members standing in her way. As a disciple of Kunlun, the Five Fingers wielded the power of Qi. The gambler swiftly approached Jet and, with a swift motion, aimed to strike directly at Jet's face. A mechanical sound echoed, as the deathly Gatling transformed instantaneously from its conventional form into a device reminiscent of a sonic weapon. A low-frequency wave erupted, rendering Alexandra momentarily incapable of controlling her body. Fortunately, the presence of Qi enabled her to break free from this predicament within a few breaths. Jet gazed at the weapon in his grasp, a flicker of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. The sonic weapon was among the latest modules installed, designed specifically to counter foes that encroach upon his vicinity. Provided the adversary's physique was not overwhelmingly formidable, this device could effectively restrain them. In this brief pause, the White Tiger seized the opportunity. Adorned in a sleek White Tiger suit, Ava Ayala, the current incarnation of the White Tiger, possessed formidable prowess. Not only did she wield extraordinary magical abilities, but her combat skills were also exceptionally refined. Upon reaching Alexandra, Ava's form transformed into a terrifying weapon. Her hands, elbows, knees, and feet were poised to strike Alexandra from intricate angles. "Who is Hector Ayala to you?" Alexandra inquired, recognizing the familiar techniques. The power of the White Tiger stemmed from a jade pendant of Kunlun, and the original White Tiger, Hector, was also a descendant of Kunlun. Having once been part of Kunlun herself, Alexandra had crossed paths with Hector. "He is my brother." Ava Ayala's voice grew fiercer upon hearing her brother's name. Based on her investigations over the years, she believed her brother's demise was inexorably linked to the Hand and their criminal enterprise. As Alexandra initiated her attack, the remaining fingers of her hands swiftly joined in. Mrs. Gao single-handedly confronted Jessica and Luke Cage, possessing enough confidence from prior encounters to believe she could vanquish them. The gambler faced off against the duo of Stick and Murdoch, while Soanda was chosen by Erica and the emerging Jet, leaving Murakami to be intercepted by Ginny. "Who are you?" "New York should not harbor your kind," Murakami questioned, gripping his katana and casting a glance at Jet, who was suppressing Soanda with overwhelming firepower. "We are members of the Hero Association, here to eradicate your band of criminals." On a burgeoning forum online, images and short videos circulated rapidly, showcasing the conflict between the Hand and the Purity Society. The arrival of Jenny and her compatriots shifted the focus of discussions from the Hand to these newly emerged superheroes. Daredevil, Murdoch, had gained a modest reputation in New York, and his appearance elicited immediate recognition among forum participants. However, the subsequent arrivals, including Jessica, remained an enigma to the online audience. It was only when Ginny mentioned the Hero Association that they became aware of this superhero organization under the umbrella. Clearly, this forum was also the handiwork of Li Qi. It was he who prompted Natasha to establish it and guide the discussions within. Otherwise, how could the photographs and videos have been so vividly clear? Within the forum, aside from Li Qi, there was also a ghost in the network who made a discovery. In Stark's villa, Tony Stark, who was developing the fourth generation of the Mark suit, was suddenly alerted by Jarvis, who remarked, "Sir, I have uncovered something that I believe will pique your interest." As he spoke, the information regarding the Hand and the Pure Heart Society, along with the Hero Association, was projected onto Tony Stark's workbench. Chapter 73, The Battle of Five Fingers, Part 1. Where is this? Observing the images and videos presented before him, Tony Stark found himself intrigued. Hell's Kitchen. Based on the architectural details revealed, Jarvis swiftly conducted a comparison. It was soon confirmed that this place was indeed Hell's Kitchen. How fascinating. Since becoming Iron Man, Tony Stark had researched various materials, even uncovering the recent vampire incident through Jarvis. This Hero Association appeared to be a formidable organization of superheroes. Tony Stark, being exceptionally astute, deduced from the information compiled by Jarvis that the mechanized woman must have deliberately mentioned the name of the association. It seemed the members of the Hero Association were currently in Hell's Kitchen, observing this battle. Within the factory, Madame Gao initiated her assault against Luke Cage and Jessica. With a flick of her mind, Luke Cage was instantly propelled backward. The sheer force shattered the ground beneath him. As Jessica charged forward, Madame Gao effortlessly deflected her attack. Despite the considerable disparity in strength between Jessica and Madame Gao, the latter neutralized Jessica's assault solely through her superior technique. What manner of ability is this? Reeling from the impact, Jessica glared at Madame Gao, her frustration mounting at such tactics, though she had previously experienced Madame Gao's power. Facing her again made Jessica feel increasingly constrained. Within the Hero Association, Leech observed Jessica's performance and shook his head. It appeared that she had not heeded his guidance. From the outset, Leech had recognized Jessica's shortcomings. She possessed immense strength, yet lacked the knowledge to harness it effectively. Presently, Jessica boasted 100 units of power, but could only exert around 60. In contrast, combat masters like Madame Gao could inflict damage exceeding 100 with merely 50 units of force. This highlighted the chasm between Jessica and Madame Gao. This child, for reasons unknown, seemed to oscillate between drinking and nursing hangovers. Natasha, too, found herself at a loss on how to instruct Jessica. Currently, Jessica lacked the ambition to strengthen herself. Without Leech's prior assistance, she would not have emerged as a hero at all, likely drowning her sorrows in a bar every day. Let us wait and see. It would not be an easy task for Madame Gao to contend with both of them. Suddenly, Wanda felt that defeating Madame Gao was not entirely out of reach for Jessica and Luke. In the factory, witnessing her attacks failing to yield results, Jessica stomped the ground, sending shards of debris hurtling toward Madame Gao. With the force of Jessica's immense strength, the fragments flew forth like cannonballs aimed at their target. This compelled Lady Gao to release Luke Cage, who had been suppressed by her telekinesis, and instead respond to the barrage of debris hurled towards her. With a surge of mental energy, the flying stones came to an abrupt halt before her. However, this momentary distraction afforded Jessica and Luke Cage the opportunity they needed. Seizing the chance, they charged forward, and their fists successfully struck Lady Gao, leaving 2 stark white imprints on the ground as blood spilled from her mouth. Had Lady Gao not employed her protective aura, those blows might well have been fatal. Underestimating them had been a grave mistake. Rising once more from the ground, Lady Gao summoned the full extent of her internal energy. In an instant, both her speed and strength surged dramatically, covering several dozen meters in a single stride. She unleashed a palm strike upon Jessica, the energy coursing through her arm and into Jessica's body. The overwhelming force injured Jessica's internal organs, causing her to spew blood. Just as Luke Cage attempted to intervene, Lady Gao retaliated with a powerful strike against him. In terms of defensive capability, Luke Cage was somewhat inferior to Jessica. Yet, despite the impact, he bravely clutched Lady Gao's arm. With a crack, Luke Cage exerted his strength, shattering Lady Gao's arm. Humph! Lady Gao let out a muffled grunt, shaking off Luke Cage's grip with a flick of her shoulder. Swiftly, she enveloped her injured arm in energy, which rapidly accelerated its healing process. It seems your abilities are limited to this. Jessica, clutching her chest, managed to rise again, casting a smile at Lady Gao. Though she and Luke Cage appeared somewhat disheveled, Lady Gao was not in much better shape. As the battle between Jessica, Luke Cage, and Lady Gao reached a stalemate, Jenny Lilet was already overpowering Murakami. Possessing the advantage of flight through her propeller, Jenny was in an overwhelmingly favorable position. Clash! The sound of Murakami's katana colliding with Jenny's arm echoed. Yet even with the added force of his energy, he failed to leave a scratch on her. Who are you exactly? Murakami realized that this woman before him possessed strength far beyond their own. For reasons unknown, she appeared to be holding back her true power, even during their confrontation, displaying a disinterested demeanor. Did I not mention that I am Jenny Lilet of the Hero Association? As she spoke, her arm transformed into a cannon aimed directly at Murakami, unleashing a powerful shot. Boom! At such close range, although Murakami attempted to evade, half of his body was still caught in the explosive aftermath of the missile, leaving him bloodied. Damn it! In the face of weaponry like missiles, even energy proved to be less effective. 2 poison darts were hurled at Jenny Lilet by Murakami, who then turned and walked away. Sodium acetate, feeling despondent, had no intention of fighting to the death here, having acknowledged that he was no match for Jenny Lilet. Murakami's desire to engage in battle evaporated in an instant. Ignoring the other combatants ensnared in the fray around him, he paid them no heed. The darts struck Jenny Lilet without any effect, and she remained unfazed by Murakami's retreating figure. Raising her arm, her original cannon transformed into a machine gun. A rapid succession of bullets erupted forth towards Murakami, prompting him to hasten his escape even further. Chapter 74, The Battle of Five Fingers, Part 2. Jenny truly revels in the thrill of combat. As Li Chi observes the clash between Jenny Lilet and Murakami, It becomes evident that Jenny is merely toying with him. If she desired a more evenly matched confrontation, she could easily orchestrate one. The prowess of the Five Fingers is not to be underestimated. However, the foes they face are indeed formidable. Natasha is somewhat taken aback by the power exhibited by the Five Fingers, as the previous records from S.H.I.A.L.D. only noted their exceptional combat abilities. It is apparent now that those records merely skimmed the surface, neglecting to mention the enigmatic energy they wield. From Natasha's perspective, confronting the Five Fingers with such strength would undoubtedly require significant resources from S.H.I.E.L.D. This energy is remarkable, surpassing even a number of magical abilities. Wanda, watching the footage of the fingers unleashing their energy, expresses her admiration for this capability. How is your research on magic progressing? Li Qi inquires, turning his attention to Wanda. Very well, she replies, extending her right hand as a surge of crimson magic envelopes her arm. Red bats swiftly emerge from the aura. The vampire magic she acquired is indeed quite impressive, boasting a broad range of practicality. Wanda has fully mastered the spellbook obtained from that vampire, channeling chaotic magic to enhance these vampiric spells, yielding results even more exaggerated than the originals. Excellent, Li Qi affirms, unwavering in his support for Wanda's development. The number of spells she has now acquired is considerable, and she no longer finds herself in situations where she relies solely on chaotic magic as mere telekinesis during battle. You need not worry about magic. I will continue to seek out other spells for you. As he gazes at Wanda, Li Qi recalls that the White Tiger seemingly possesses magical abilities as well. All right. It appears that Alexandra is on the verge of defeat. Upon hearing Natasha's remark, Li Qi and Wanda redirect their focus to the screen. Inside the factory, Alexandra is in a dire predicament as she confronts the White Tiger, Ava Aya, and Erica. Unlike Jessica and her companions, who are unaware of the intricacies of energy and lack sufficient skills, both Erica and Ava Aya are experts in their respective fields. Despite it being their first encounter, the two women exhibit an uncanny synergy against Alexandra. Just as Alexandra deflects Erica's trident, she finds herself marked with several lacerations from Ava Aya's strikes. Attempting to retaliate against Ava Aya, she is thwarted by Erica. Damn it all. Frustration boiling over, Alexandra unleashes her full energy in a frenzied assault against Ava Aya and Erica. Although her attacks possess considerable power, they lack structure and finesse. Ava Aya seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Alexandra's head, leaving her momentarily dazed. Erica took advantage of the moment, thrusting her steel fork into Alexandra's chest. However, in her stupor, Alexandra retaliated, inflicting a deep gash in Erica's abdomen. Had Erica not reacted swiftly, her internal organs might have spilled forth. I never imagined I would fall at the hands of you two, Alexandra thought, feeling the life within her ebb away, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. There was no time for further words. The power of the dragon bone within her dissipated entirely. In the next instant, before Ava Aya and Erica, Alexandra transformed into a cloud of ashes. At that moment, Jet switched his death-dealing Gatling gun to a flamethrower, forcing the menacing Soanda to retreat, while tossing a vial of potion to Ava Aya. This is our association's healing potion. Use it quickly to bring her back. Without a moment's hesitation, Ava Aya took the potion and assisted Erica, injecting the remedy into her body. Alexandra's final strike had been devastating, and without intervention, Erica would not survive long. As the potion entered Erica's system, her damaged organs began to mend, and the wound on her abdomen started to sprout granulation tissue. At this rate, she would soon be restored to her former self. You go help out. I can manage here. Upon hearing Erica's words, Ava Aya turned and charged towards Soanda. Meanwhile, Murdoch, unaware that Jessica had been rescued, was focused solely on defeating the gambler. Sensing Erica's severe injury, Murdoch's strikes became even more ferocious. The Stickmaster, a martial arts expert, could defeat the gambler one-on-one, and with Murdoch's support, the gambler was pushed to the brink. If it weren't for the multitude of henchmen and ninjas surrounding them, the duo would have already triumphed. There's quite a commotion here. Mind if I join in? At that moment, a flippant voice echoed from above. Tony Stark, donned in his Mark III suit, flew in from the villa, intrigued by the Hero Association and eager to see what it truly entailed. Observing a lone figure overpowering Jessica and Luke Cage, Tony rushed towards them, relying on his iron armor without a thought of ranged attacks. Watch out. Luke Cage shouted at the reckless Tony. Watch out for what? You don't think I could possibly get hurt? Before Tony could finish his sentence, a resounding slap from the formidable Madame Gao struck him. The energy blast pierced through the steel, striking Tony Stark directly, causing considerable damage to several components of his armored suit in the process. Sir, the system has sustained a 3 damage, reported the interface. Momentarily blinded, Tony Stark swiftly piloted the Mark III suit into the sky. After catching his breath, he regained his composure. observing the chaotic scene unfolding among Jessica and the others. He was filled with bewilderment. What kind of power is this? He pondered, astonished by the ability to penetrate his steel armor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jenny noticed Tony Stark's arrival and, recalling her leader's assessment of him, casually eliminated Murakami before soaring towards Tony. Chapter 75. The Dead End of 5 Fingers Within the Villa. Wanda observed Tony Stark, who had been forced back, and remarked, Tony Stark's strength seems though her words trailed off. The implication was unmistakable. It was evident that Tony Stark was struggling against Madame Gao, leading Wanda to perceive him as unworthy of such attention from Li Chi. For someone who relied solely on his iron suit, Wanda believed it would be exceedingly simple to eliminate him. Tony Stark's true power had never resided in his armor. It lay in his keen intellect. Upon hearing Wanda's assessment, Li Chi felt a twinge of hunger. Tony's capability to rapidly innovate his suits was remarkable, enabling him to tailor them to counter various foes. In response to Li Chi's comment, Wanda shrugged, clearly unimpressed by any formidable qualities Tony Stark had demonstrated thus far. In the factory, Jenny Liolette, having dispatched Murakami, swiftly turned towards Madame Gao and Jessica. The factory was now under siege, with countless hands and ninjas struggling to hold their ground, while the remaining 5 fingers approached their demise. The gamblers were no match for the duo of Matt Murdock and Stick, holding out only due to their sheer will. Without that strength, they would surely fall to their adversaries. Wanda found herself managing against Jet, whose combat prowess was concentrated in his arm-mounted death Gatling gun. By closing the distance, Wanda could leverage her skills and experience to subdue him. However, with the White Tiger now entering the fray, boasting superior fighting techniques and experience, Wanda knew she could not afford to underestimate the situation. Though White Tiger might not best Wanda in a one-on-one encounter, he could still effectively entangle her. Move aside, Jet shouted at Eva Ayala, who was entangled with Wanda. At that moment, Jet's arm had transformed into an anti-tank weapon. Hearing his command, Eva Ayala absorbed a punch from Wanda before swiftly retreating. Bang! Just as Eva Ayala distanced herself, Jet fired a round. As an anti-tank weapon, it was particularly effective against human targets. Wanda, perceiving Eva Ayala's retreat, unleashed her energy to evade, but her speed could not outmatch that of the weapon. Half her body shattered in an instant. The strength Wanda prided herself on never had the chance to fully manifest before she met her end. With the power of the dragon bones dissipating within her, Wanda turned to ash. Following Wanda's demise, Jet and Eva Ayala preserved their combat effectiveness remarkably well. The two swiftly engaged in the battles of others. Eva Ayala rushed to assist Murdoch and the old Stick in confronting the gambler, further exacerbating the already dire situation faced by the beleaguered gambler. However, Jet did not move to aid Jessica and her companions against Lady Gao. Instead, he turned his attention to eliminating the hand ninjas. It was evident that the members of the Pure Innocent Society were rather inept, requiring the combined efforts of 3 or 4 individuals to contend with a single hand ninja. Currently, within the factory, the number of hand ninjas evidently exceeded that of the Pure Innocence members. Were it not for the occasional need of these ninjas to assist 5 fingers, the members of the Pure Innocence Society brought along by the old Stick would have likely perished entirely. After reconfiguring his arm into the Death Gatling, Jet swiftly pivoted to unleash an assault on the hand ninjas. A terrifying storm of bullets instantly suppressed the ninjas, particularly focusing on those who dared to raise their heads. Meanwhile, Lady Gao observed her once comrade in arms falling one by one. She realized that this time the Pure Innocent Society had come prepared, and the organization they had previously looked down upon was poised to annihilate them completely. A surge of fury erupted from Lady Gao, sending Jessica and Luke Cage, who were closest to her, flying before they could react. At present, Lady Gao appeared utterly wretched, her attire stained with blood and one arm grotesquely twisted. The elegance she once exuded was now a distant memory. How infuriating. Watching Jessica and the others, Lady Gao's heart brimmed with resentment. She had never anticipated reaching such a juncture. This move was originally intended for Leech. With a fierce glare, she directed her wrath towards Jessica and her companions. It was evident that the person she loathed the most was still Leech. After all, had he not taken the dragon bone, they would not have been compelled to gather here in such haste, leaving many of their hand members unmobilized, not to mention lacking sufficient heavy weaponry. Had they been equipped with such firepower, confronting the current predicament would have been considerably easier. With that thought, Lady Gao disregarded Jessica and the others, instead beginning to chant an unknown incantation. Within the Hero Association, Natasha, observing Lady Gao's actions, inquired curiously of Leech, President, do you know what means the hand is preparing? It seems they are confident in using this power against you. In response to Natasha's question, Leech replied, it is a demon called Beast, which has become the faith of the hand. Its strength is rather unremarkable. Leech held a dismissive view of the demon known as Beast. In his estimation, if Beast were a dimensional demon, it would warrant little concern. With the Ancient One present, no matter the strength or weakness, a dimensional demon could not descend upon Earth. Conversely, should it be a demon from hell, its power would not be significantly formidable either. Even Ghost Rider Johnny is capable of handling the situation. Although the current Ghost Rider has yet to fully unleash 1/10 of his potential, he is undoubtedly equipped to confront demons, his specialized adversaries, with ease. Demons? What is their power? Upon hearing that the trump card of the Hand Association is a demon, Wanda immediately became intrigued. After all, the vampires they had previously encountered had already mastered a plethora of magic, and it was only logical to assume that this impending demon would wield an even greater mastery of the arcane arts. Within the factory, as the onlookers observed Madame Gao's actions, they realized that she was up to something. Tony Stark promptly raised his hand and launched a missile. Chapter 76. The arrival of the Black Void. As the missile launched from Tony Stark's arm, a hint of mockery flickered in Madame Gao's gaze. The demon summoned as a sacrifice was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Just as the missile approached her, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being. In the next moment, the missile was consumed by an inexplicable force. Madame Gao had undergone a complete transformation. Her eyes glowed a vivid crimson, and lines etched their way across her face. The arm she had lost was violently torn away by the Black Void, and a new demonic arm sprouted from her shoulder. What is this? Tony Stark stared in disbelief at Madame Gao, now transformed into the Black Void. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon, even now. He was uncertain whether to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the gambler, observing Madame Gao's metamorphosis into a vessel of Black Void, could not suppress his laughter. Ha! Even if we lose, you shall not fare well either. To him, with the Black Void's arrival, the heroes brought by the stick would certainly not escape. You should focus on your own survival. Hearing the gambler's taunts, the stick struck him across the head with his staff. As the battle raged on, the gambler had nearly exhausted his energy. When attacked, he could only gather what little remained to shield his head. Jessica and Luke Cage, oblivious to the nature of the Black Void, charged once more, relying on their immense strength. However, Black Void effortlessly deflected their fists with a mere raise of her arm. In terms of power, Black Void was not inferior to Luke Cage or Jessica. As an ancient demon, Black Void was hindered from descending in its true form for various reasons. Yet, through Madame Gao's vessel, it could unleash a greater extent of power than an ordinary body. Madame Gao's energy-infused form acted as a conduit, enabling Black Void to manifest a significant portion of its strength. Dark energy enveloped Black Void's arm, and in the next instant, a powerful shockwave sent both Jessica and Luke Cage flying. Just arriving on the scene, Jenny Lilet was taken aback by the immense power radiating from Black Void. Unsure of its nature, however, Madame Gao reminded her of someone who could also harness the power of demons. Is this your ability? It looks quite impressive. Tony, soaring in the sky, praised Jenny Lilet. From the Hero Association's official website, Tony had gleaned some insights about her. Witnessing her combat stance now surprised him. Conversely, Jenny Lilet, gazing at the armored figure before her, activated the power of the mechanical soul. In the next moment, the components reminiscent of an armed helicopter vanished from Jenny, only to be replaced by those of Mark III. Thrusters manifested upon the limbs of Jenny Lilet, and in an instant, she bore a striking resemblance to Tony Stark. However, in contrast to Stark's impeccably fitted iron suit, Jenny Lilet adorned merely the combat and functional parts. What on earth is this ability? Observing Jenny Lilet transform before him, resembling his Mark suit, Tony Stark could not help but exclaim in frustration. He found it difficult to accept that the painstakingly crafted Mark III could be so easily replicated with just a glance. Although the nature of Jenny Lilet's powers remained unclear, it was evident that the title of Mechanical Queen was well-deserved. Jessica was once again sent flying by the entity known as Black Void, prompting Tony Stark and Jenny Lilet, suspended mid-air, to shout in unison, "If you're not here to help, could you kindly step aside?" Hearing Jessica's words, Tony realized the gravity of the situation. Despite his resolve to decipher Jenny Lilet's abilities, his reaction was swift. The missile bays on his shoulders opened, and a barrage of missiles was launched forth. While Black Void could withstand a single missile, Stark was confident that it could not endure such a multitude. As Tony had surmised, Black Void's power, derived not from a true form, was indeed limited. Dark energy re-emerged, yet this time it failed to consume all the missiles. The entity was directly struck and severely injured. Nevertheless, its formidable regenerative abilities became evident. In the blink of an eye, the previously battered body restored itself, albeit with some demonic remnants. It was clear that the current Black Void had diverged significantly from Madame Gao. Witnessing Black Void rise once more, Jenny Lilet mimicked Tony Stark, activating her shoulder missile bays to unleash a massive volley of missiles. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst the explosions, Tony Stark gazed incredulously at Jenny Lilet beside him. "Jarvis, if I'm not mistaken, those missiles are the very ones I just developed, correct?" "Indeed, sir," Jarvis confirmed. These compact yet potent missiles were Stark's latest invention, and he was astonished to see them wielded by another. Within the Hero Association, Wanda observed Black Void, seemingly overwhelmed by the dual missile strikes, and began to suspect she had overestimated the opponent's prowess. Do not underestimate this being. Its inability to manifest its true form speaks volumes. Li Qi observed that the beast possessing Mrs. Gao undoubtedly wielded power comparable to that of a dimensional demon. Otherwise, its true form could not have been restrained. However, in its current state, even Tony Stark might be capable of vanquishing this dark entity. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Li Qi felt a sense of helplessness. Although Wanda and Pietro were not trapped underground for days due to Stark Industries missiles, the siblings harbored an inexplicable aversion towards Tony Stark. This was precisely why Wanda directed her words at him. The inability to manifest its true form limited the beast's full potential. Yet defeating it would not be a trivial task. Concerned that Wanda might be overly arrogant, Li Qi earnestly offered his explanation. Chapter 77. The inauspicious end of Black Void within the factory. Following 2 rounds of missile bombardment, even the formidable Black Void bore grievous wounds. The characteristics of a demon became increasingly pronounced upon his form. Jessica and Luke Cage, having been hurled aside, charged back into the fray, their fists swiftly raining blows upon the body of Black Void. Aware that this entity was no mere human, both Jessica and Luke Cage exerted their full might. Their strength was nothing short of extraordinary. With each punch that landed on Black Void, even his partially demonic physique was shattered. Yet, in the next moment, his injuries began to heal anew, and his demonic transformation intensified. The remnants of Madame Gao were scarcely discernible, giving way to the visage of a wild beast. With a sweeping gesture towards Tony Stark and Jenny in midair, Black Void unleashed a powerful shockwave, though devoid of much rational thought. He instinctively recognized that Tony and Jenny posed a greater threat than Jessica and Luke. As the shockwave surged forth, the thrusters on Tony and Jenny's suits roared to life at maximum capacity. The increasingly demonic Black Void exhibited an even greater display of power. In an instant, he had ascended to the sky, his monstrous arms swinging violently towards Tony Stark's head. Buzz! The arc reactor on Tony Stark's chest surged to full power, emitting a brilliant blue beam of energy that struck Black Void midair. The resultant force sent the airborne creature plummeting to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Jessica and Luke Cage surged forward, their resilient bodies weathering the impact with only minor discomfort. This time, they quickly subdued Black Void, whose chest bore a gaping wound from Tony Stark's attack, desperately attempting to mend itself. However, restrained by Jessica and Luke Cage, he found himself unable to escape. Observing this from above, Tony Stark and Jenny descended, energy accumulating within their arc reactors until they reached critical levels. Jenny shouted to Luke Cage and Jessica, "Scatter." Heeding her command, they swiftly distanced themselves from Black Void. In the next instant, 2 beams of energy enveloped him. As the energy surged forth from the arc reactors, Black Void emitted a painful howl. Ultimately, the capacity of Madame Gao's form to contain the beast's power was finite, and her regenerative ability was not inexhaustible. With the relentless assault from Tony Stark and Jenny Lilet, Black Void's corporeal form began to be gradually extinguished. With the demise of the Black Void, the remaining members of the Hand Association dwindled significantly. The gambler who fought alongside Murdoch and his apprentice was recently slain. Just wait. I shall never again allow you to usurp my abilities. After vanquishing Madame Gao, Tony Stark's gaze turned once more towards the woman who had pilfered his powers, Jenny Lilet. In Tony Stark's estimation, his latest suit must have lacked adequate anti-theft measures, which allowed Jenny Lilet to replicate it with her mysterious methods. Once he upgrades his armor, he is confident he will be able to withstand Jenny Lilet's inexplicable abilities. Unbeknownst to Tony, Jenny's prowess was not derived from superhuman abilities, but rather from magic. Thus, his technological barricades would ultimately prove futile unless Tony Stark were to delve into the arcane arts himself. Only then would he possess the means to counter the power of the mechanical soul. Having spoken, a mortified Tony chose not to linger any longer, soaring into the sky. As Jenny Lilet touched down, she was left pondering Tony Stark's true intentions. With her landing, Jet and the others approached. Thanks to the special effects potion concocted by Yuri, none had sustained significant injuries. The most grievously affected, Erica, who had been disemboweled, was now on the mend. "I truly appreciate your assistance today," said the Stick Elder as he moved beside Jenny Lilet to express his gratitude. The Stick Elder, having been thoroughly frightened by the explosive confrontation, had not anticipated the sheer power unleashed by the quintet's full-force assault. This ambush had taken them by surprise. Had the Hand Association been prepared, the chances of their success would have been negligible. In the Elder's view, the wisest decision made was to summon these champions of justice, who had illuminated the shifting tides of their era. If confronted with a creature as fearsome as the Black Void, the toll of victory would have been steep. Yet, Iron Man and Jenny had effortlessly vanquished the Black Void using merely their technological weaponry. As they exchanged pleasantries, Li Qi turned off the satellite feed. It seemed the Hand Association would soon cease to exist. With the loss of the five fingers and the extraordinary dragon bone, this organization, rooted in Japan, would find no fertile ground for survival. The local gangs would not permit the Hand Association to continue thriving in their territory. The Black Void struck me as less formidable than the creatures conjured by vampires, Wanda mused, observing the video of the effortlessly dispatched Black Void. The Hand Association had prepared far too hastily. Neither the finest gems nor the shells were optimal vessels for beasts. Li Qi, however, felt the Black Void was not weak. The two factions were simply not on the same level. The adversaries of the Hand Union are merely Murdoch, Luke Cage, and other sporadic street heroes capable of extraordinary feats. In contrast, the vampires contend with a plethora of dark heroes replete with glitches. Moreover, even the most formidable beast pales in comparison to Dracula, the very progenitor of vampires. Now, as events unfold, I must devote some time to affairs in Serbia, Li Qi remarked as he stood, addressing Natasha with a note of caution. Presently, a city has been established in Serbia, and Li Qi must return to oversee the situation. Concerning the 6th Navy technique and breathing methods, Erin finds herself uncertain about the best way to impart this knowledge, especially with the individuals summoned by Li Qi and the influx of local Serbian residents and others who have drifted in from various countries. Chapter 78. The issues in Serbia within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had become acutely aware of the tumultuous events transpiring in Hell's Kitchen. The emergence of the Hero Association had particularly vexed this usually inscrutable leader of operatives. Although Nick Fury remained entangled in a struggle against Hydra, he had not relinquished his deep-seated ambitions for the Avengers. Previously, through Coulson, he had enabled Maria Hill to uncover traces of Hydra's presence within S.H.I.E.L.D. Initially, the situation seemed manageable, however. Maria Hill subsequently unearthed evidence of Fury's embezzlement, transforming her from an ally against Pierce into a formidable independent force. Crucially, she wielded the support of the Council. While her grasp on S.H.I.E.L.D. was tenuous, her external influence was undeniably potent. The intricacies of this situation were truly confounding. Fury couldn't help but voice his frustrations, recalling the enigma that was Li Qi in merely an hour. The online discourse surrounding the Hero Association had burgeoned significantly, Director Coulson remarked, examining the browsing statistics in his hand. The commercialization of superheroes, was this not how it all began? Despite his outward indifference, Fury harbored an undeniable envy for Li Qi. The quartet of heroes within the association each possessed extraordinary abilities, superheroes whose prowess would undoubtedly eclipse that of Barton and his comrades within S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, it appeared that such talent was not being given the due reverence it deserved under Li Qi's stewardship. What of Tony Stark? Ever since discovering Stark's creation of the iron armor, Fury had become increasingly invested in him. Stark has shown considerable resistance to our overtures. Multiple attempts at engagement have yielded no inclination for collaboration, Coulson replied, clearly at a loss. Stark's personality was notoriously idiosyncratic, and his repeated rejections had been disheartening. Meanwhile, Hydra had already allied with Obadiah, and Stark appeared unfazed by the looming threat. Fury surmised that Stark's confidence stemmed from his iron armor. We must secure Tony Stark's allegiance. His significance rivals that of Li Qi. Upon hearing Fury's declaration, Coulson nodded in agreement. Serbia. Upon returning from New York, Li Qi wasted no time and proceeded directly to the town hall to meet with Aaron. What is the current situation in the new city? He inquired, casually sipping the coffee Aaron had prepared for him while seated on the sofa. In the days since his departure from Serbia, the new city had undergone substantial transformation. With reconstruction efforts well underway and a burgeoning population, it now resembled other nations to a significant extent, as Europe's demographic density has always been relatively low. During this period, our region has witnessed an influx of refugees and illegal immigrants. Erin set down the documents in her hands and gazed at Li Qi, initiating the conversation. It seems that neighboring countries are deliberately directing these refugees and illegal immigrants towards our nation. As she spoke, Erin exhibited signs of agitation, after all. These refugees and illegal immigrants starkly contrasted with the ordinary residents. Chaos, filth, violence, theft, an array of undesirable traits can invariably be found among this group. Perhaps it is unjust to cast all individuals into the same mold, yet it would be entirely reasonable to exert control over the situation. Have no measures been deployed at the borders? Li Qi harbored a similar disdain for the refugees. His country did not require an excess of inhabitants. Measures had indeed been taken, but the current influx of refugees has already caused considerable trouble. In recent days, the crime rate in the new city has surged alarmingly, with incidents of robbery, theft, assault, and homicide occurring daily. Upon hearing Aaron's words, Li Qi's expression darkened significantly. Summon Pietro, he commanded. In his anger, Li Qi's tone left Aaron no room for further discussion, prompting her to swiftly reach for her phone to call Pietro. Upon learning that it was Li Qi seeking him, Pietro hurried back before Aaron could even lower her phone. "What on earth has been occupying your time?" Li Qi inquired. As he had entrusted much of the nation's affairs to Aaron and Pietro, leaving Aaron to manage a multitude of tasks. The domestic security issues were primarily assigned to Pietro, who, as a speedster, found this responsibility rather effortless. "I have been preoccupied with confronting another speedster. This individual seems quite intrigued by our nation." Upon hearing Pietro's words, Li Qi furrowed his brow. Pietro had previously mentioned a character known as the Wind Speed Hero, and now they were engaged in a direct confrontation. "Have I not instructed you on how to deal with speedsters?" In Li Qi's view, defeating a newly emerged speedster should not pose a significant challenge for Pietro. The techniques Li Qi had imparted would suffice to overcome such an adversary. "Not yet. My speed surpasses his. He cannot defeat me. However, I wish to ascertain his intentions towards us." Pietro's response left both Li Qi and Aaron somewhat incredulous. It appeared that Pietro was beginning to think critically. Traditionally, he had been perceived as a reckless brute. Now, it seemed he was starting to employ a more strategic mindset. "So, do you know his intentions?" Li Qi pressed. Feeling somewhat bashful, Pietro replied, "I have only discovered that this Wind Speed Hero is associated with an organization called the Ultimate High School Team, which seems to have been recently established." The Ultimate High School Team? Upon hearing this name, Li Qi suddenly recalled why he had found the Wind Speed Hero familiar. This organization was merely a counterfeit of the neighboring Justice League. The majority of the members within are mere imitations of the Justice League, such as the parody of Superman known as Hydra, the mimic of Wonder Woman called Princess of Might, the amphibious creature resembling Aquaman, and the entire replication of the Flash known as Velocity. While these individuals embody the essence of the Justice League, their prowess pales in comparison to the authentic heroes. It is unclear how this relatively recent formation of the Supreme High School Team has come to possess several members. The velocity observed now is significantly inferior to the Flash, and the timeline of his appearances diverges from what Li Qi recalls. Clearly, this Supreme High School Team diverges from Li Qi's previous impressions. Chapter 79, The Boundary Wall. In Li Qi's view, the so-called Ultimate High School Team possesses both remarkable upper and lower limits. Among its members are formidable individuals like Hydra and Dr. Spectrum, who can rival members of the Justice League, yet there are also less impressive beings, such as amphibious creatures. It remains uncertain what kind of being Pietro currently encounters. Next time, he should not let that speedster escape. Capturing him first is imperative. Li Qi perceives that this so-called Ultimate High School Team presently lacks substantial strength and does not warrant excessive attention. At this juncture, Iron Man has only just emerged, and the more powerful super beings have yet to make their debut. It is likely that this Ultimate High School Team does not have many members. Understood. Pietro nodded in response to Li Qi's words. He felt quite confident in his ability to defeat the speedster. In terms of speed, Pietro, having honed his skills over the years, far surpasses the newly empowered speedster. As for law enforcement, he suggested delegating that responsibility to the Valoran group, equipping them with the breathing techniques and the 6 styles of the Navy to address issues concerning illegal immigrants and refugees. After contemplating the security issues within the new city, Li Qi decided to entrust them to the Valoran group. These individuals were summoned by him and could be wholly trusted. Moreover, the overall physical prowess and innate abilities of the Valoran people exceed those of the average individuals in their world. They would quickly master the 6 styles of the Navy and the breathing techniques, demonstrating a superior aptitude compared to ordinary people. Although Eileen was unaware of the origins of the Valoran individuals, much like her ignorance regarding the so-called imposters, her unwavering trust in Li Qi meant she never questioned such matters. While the responsibility for maintaining order was assigned to these individuals, Eileen recognized that without proper control at the borders, refugees and illegal immigrants would continue to flood in. She understood that the Valoran group could uphold the security within the new city, but as long as the surrounding nations remained unchanged, the influx of refugees and illegal immigrants would persist. The area was currently vast and sparsely populated, with government oversight, making it an ideal destination for immigrants. "Leave this matter to me," Li Qi confidently declared after Eileen spoke. With his ice fruit successfully awakened, constructing a wall of ice that would not melt at the border would prove to be remarkably simple. Those makeshift barriers and walls pale in comparison to his ice walls. Li Qi firmly believed that illegal immigrants and refugees would lack the capacity to withstand the harsh conditions necessary to scale the ice barrier he would create. Should they manage to do so, integrating them into the new city would not be out of the question. After all, anyone capable of overcoming the ice wall would undoubtedly possess exceptional strengths in some regard. Such talents would not be dismissed by Li Qi. "Then it shall be entrusted to you." Eileen was uncertain about what Li Qi intended to do, but out of trust in him, she entrusted the matter entirely to his discretion. After departing from Eileen, Li Qi swiftly traversed to the border through the Shadow Kingdom. What followed was, Li Qi gazed upon the abandoned checkpoints and sentry posts along the frontier and activated the power of his freezing fruit. The Ice Age. The chill erupted within Li Qi's being in an instant. A towering ice wall extended from beneath his feet, and within mere seconds, a magnificent wall stretching thousands of meters and soaring 100 meters high was erected. Observing his creation, Li Qi felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the border was still extensive, necessitating the continuous application of his powers. Fortunately, the existence of the Shadow Kingdom allowed Li Qi to traverse swiftly across various locales. Otherwise, the mere act of traversing would have consumed an inordinate amount of his time. As the ice wall was completed, Li Qi also concluded the influence of the spy satellite over the others. The situation in Serbia was captured by the satellites of other major powers. In response, aside from a few individuals who expressed surprise, most remained unperturbed. The formidable power possessed by Li Qi was hardly a secret among these great nations. It was primarily because Li Qi seldom concealed his abilities when exercising them. This transparency had led to his identity being laid bare on the desks of various intelligence organizations. It was precisely due to Li Qi's immense strength that the establishment of a nation proceeded with such ease. A powerful individual under the constraints of a nation is a vastly different concept from one unbound by such constraints. The vampires initially supported Li Qi for this very reason. S-H-I-D-L-D. How exaggerated. Nick Fury observed the ice wall at the Serbian border, gaining a fresh understanding of Li Qi's abilities. Such earth-shattering power was, in Nick Fury's recollection, something only another being not of this world could achieve. In just one night, the Hero Association amassed nearly 1 million followers, indicating that Li Qi's plan appeared to be remarkably successful. Coulson had been monitoring the developments surrounding the Hero Association all night. As the first hero organization aimed at the public, albeit unofficially, the Hero Association attracted considerable attention. The military, under the influence of hawkish figures like General Ross, exhibited unprecedented friendliness towards the Hero Association. Especially after Yuri agreed to create a superhero for General Ross, these hawkish military factions became staunch supporters of the Hero Association. Moreover, Yuri's claims were not deceitful. He could now casually produce a super soldier serum devoid of side effects. After extensive research on the Dragon Bone, Yuri had indeed managed to extract some semblance of superpower. Yuri uncovered the most enigmatic force within the Dragon Bone and found a way to fuse this chi with the serum. When injected into the human body, it bestowed the user with the ability to harness chi. However, the drawback was that chi existed in finite quantities, and once depleted, it required replenishment. Yuri is also investigating ways to increase the quantity of gas extracted. Currently, the gas derived from a gram of dragon bone can only sustain use for 10 days. This is evidently inadequate, for even the military would not invest in such a half-finished product. In Yuri's perspective, it is essential that the gas extracted from a gram of dragon bone be capable of supporting a month of combat to be deemed satisfactory. Meanwhile, Coulson gazes enviously at the array of hero merchandise displayed by the Hero Association. These individuals, lacking in renown, surprisingly have merchandise that rivals that of Captain America. As a devoted admirer of Captain America, Coulson finds himself quite envious of the explosive popularity enjoyed by Jenny and her companions. Nick Fury, overhearing Coulson's remarks, also falls into a contemplative silence. Chapter 80. The impatient Obadiah Nick Fury now finds himself pondering whether to leverage Leech's power to dismantle Hydra. It has become increasingly apparent to Fury that persuading Leech to join his Avengers is nearly impossible. The notion of employing justice or righteousness to morally coerce Leech strikes Fury as a farce. If Leech were truly a virtuous individual, he would not have instigated a massacre in Serbia. Fury possesses records indicating that the casualties from this slaughter far exceed those from a year of conflict in Serbia. Although he is yet to engage Leech directly, Fury understands that enlisting Leech's aid would undoubtedly require considerable sacrifices from S.H.I.L.D. Currently, Fury is contemplating the balance of gains and losses. Continuing the stalemate with Hydra not only threatens to stall the progress of S.H.I.L.D., but also risks eroding the Council's trust in their organization due to ongoing internal strife. At Stark Industries, within Obadiah's office, it has been confirmed that this Iron Man is none other than Tony Stark. Crossbones hands Obadiah a dossier containing footage of Stark neutralizing terrorists in the Middle East and battling the Black Sky in Hell's Kitchen. To his astonishment, Obadiah realizes that Stark has indeed succeeded. As he watches the footage of the Iron Suit, his expression is one of utter dismay. Since obtaining partial blueprints of the Mark I from Crossbones, Obadiah has instructed his scientists to commence development. Yet, now that Stark's evidently superior Iron Suit has emerged, his team has yet to produce even a single prototype of their initial version. Clearly, Stark has triumphed. If Obadiah does not accelerate his efforts, even with their assistance, he risks losing his wealth and status. Crossbones silently chuckles at Obadiah, whose frustration is palpable. To Crossbones, the man valued by peers seems hardly worthy of Hydra's investment, a mere capitalist obsessed with power and profit. not deserving of respect. Obadiah perceives the mockery in Crossbones' words, but finds no retort. Rising, he disregards Crossbones and strides toward the elevator. Stark's success has made Obadiah acutely aware of the urgency of time. He believes that if he were in Stark's position, he would never allow his company to languish in the hands of outsiders for so long. Upon entering the elevator, Obadiah arrives at his laboratory, where a towering suit of armor stands prominently in the center, surrounded by a group of scientists engaged in fervent discussion. How much longer until my ironmonger is ready? Obadiah inquires of the lead scientist, Tachiya Jugo. The overall structure has been fabricated according to your specifications and various weapon interface ports have been reserved. However, the most pressing issue remains energy. Upon hearing that the ironmonger could not be activated due to energy issues, Obadiah could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "The arc reactor is right there, and you dare tell me energy is a problem?" The arc reactor was far too large to be installed in the armor. In response to Tachiya Jugo's words, Obadiah promptly played a video of Tony Stark. "Look, my nephew has managed to miniaturize the arc reactor within an abandoned cave. And now you are telling me that it is too large in the finest laboratory in the nation." With that, Obadiah seized Tachiya Jugo by his frail frame. He refused to accept the notion that Tony Stark, a single individual, could surpass the entire team of scientists he had recruited. "We have conducted insufficient research on the arc reactor. To miniaturize it, we must start from scratch, which will take at least 6 months. That is impossible. Think of another solution." Upon hearing that it would take half a year, Obadiah instantly rejected the idea without a second thought. He simply did not have that much time. Not even with Hydra's assistance, as he could not afford to postpone for 6 months. Tony Stark would never grant him such an opportunity. "If we could obtain a prototype, we could replicate it within a week," Obadiah asserted. Upon hearing this, Tachiya Jugo reconsidered. If they could acquire a miniaturized arc reactor, they would be able to decipher its technology. The ironmonger was designed to be even more massive than the original, requiring more energy than a single arc reactor could provide. In terms of design, at least 3 would be necessary to power the ironmonger. Obadiah listened grimly to Tachiya's words. He had already severed ties with Tony Stark, making it implausible to acquire an arc reactor. Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Initially feeling hopeless, he suddenly recalled Hydra. With so many talented individuals within Hydra, perhaps one of them could accomplish the task. When Obadiah shared this notion with Crossbones, the latter also thought of someone. Indeed, there was one individual capable of infiltrating Tony Stark's residence. Eagerly, Obadiah inquired, "Who is it?" "Chameleon Dmitry Snegakov," Crossbones replied. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Obadiah questioned, "Dmitry Snegakov, who is he?" "A genius active in the underground world. His disguises are impeccable, and he has accomplished many tasks for us." Crossbones held a high regard for Chameleon's talents, possessing his own methods for finding him. "How do we locate him?" Obadiah asked, now aware of Chameleon's formidable abilities. "As long as you have the funds, it can be arranged." Chameleon is not a member of Hydra but operates more like a mercenary. As long as Dmitry Snegakov possesses wealth, he is capable of undertaking tasks for anyone. This is quite advantageous. Within Obadiah's mind, a candidate for the chameleon disguise has already emerged, rendering him incapable of entering Tony Stark's villa. Presently, only 3 individuals are permitted entry: Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts, his benefactor, Ethan, and his close friend, James Rhodes. Regardless of which persona the chameleon adopts, these 3 are the only ones who can access Tony Stark's abode. Chapter 81. The actions of the chameleon in Serbia. Li-Chi remained oblivious to the happenings in New York, unaware that Spider-Man's adversary had emerged far sooner than anticipated. As Li-Chi released the Valoran individuals, the previously unrestrained miscreants in the new city faced a formidable challenge. The group from Valoran, summoned by Li-Chi, executed his commands with unwavering precision, as Li-Chi had envisioned. Although these individuals from the Valoran continent lacked the extraordinary talents of figures like Garen, their abilities far surpassed those of the average inhabitants of this world. For instance, warriors trained in the Navy's 6 styles, who had undergone serum injections, required an entire year to master a few powerful techniques. In contrast, those hailing from the Valoran continent could exhibit such prowess within a mere month, demonstrating an astonishing grasp of breathing techniques. At the community center, a gathering of African Americans lamented the increasingly stringent regulations of recent days. "Isn't it said that the government has just regained control?" one tattooed individual remarked to his companions. "The rulers of this nation are quite formidable if things do not improve. Perhaps we should return to France. Their racial discrimination is appalling. Upon my return, I shall expose this country." Another individual echoed his sentiments, noting the stark difference in the nature of the combatants emerging from the base. Unlike the police of yore, some of these new enforcers executed individuals for petty theft without hesitation. This blatant discrimination left the group feeling marginalized in Serbia. Indeed, they chorused, believing that as people of color, they ought not to be subjected to such treatment. As they conversed, a group of imposing figures, each towering over 2 meters and clad in police uniforms, approached them. "Identification," called out Eddie, a police officer from the Valoran continent now stationed in the new city. "What identification?" The African Americans were momentarily taken aback, before recalling that the so-called identification must be the residence permit for Serbia. Clearly, as illegal immigrants, they possessed none of these documents. Realizing this, one individual turned to flee. In an instant, Eddie and his colleagues sprang into action. They were undeniably more formidable than the fleeing individuals. Within moments, the African Americans found themselves pinned to the ground. "It appears you lack identification," Eddie remarked with a playful tone as he regarded the subdued individuals. "You are fortunate. Our king deems your crimes not worthy of death, provided you undergo labor reform. You may become residents of the new city." "How does that sound? Happy, are we?" The group of African Americans, upon hearing Eddie's words, exhaled in relief, grateful that their fate would not mirror that of their companions from days prior who had met a far grimmer end. "Commander, may I inquire about what labor reform entails?" "We are utterly inexperienced," a black man, having sensed the absence of immediate danger, ventured to ask. "Rest assured, you are undoubtedly adept, for your ancestors engaged in this very work." Before Eddie could respond, a base member returning from the border directed his words at the black man. This statement incited an uproar among the group, leading them to unleash a torrent of curses towards Eddie and his companions. Accusations of racial discrimination and violations of treaties filled the air. Observing the most vociferous among them, Eddie delivered a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, rendered unconscious by the blow. Eddie's strike effectively extinguished the defiance within the group, silencing them altogether. Witnessing their subdued demeanor, Eddie and his companions realized the truth in their king's words. Dealing with such expendables did not necessitate viewing them as human. Back in New York, Leach remained oblivious to the extent to which Eddie and his compatriots from the Valoran continent would execute their orders. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. The fate of this group bore no significance for him. Should anyone accuse him of racism, he would readily concede to their assertion. Within Stark's villa, Potts entered Tony Stark's laboratory. "Miss Potts, the gentleman has yet to return. You may wait in the living room." Jarvis's voice resonated as Potts pushed open the laboratory door. Paying little heed to Jarvis's words, she began to survey the surroundings. Observing her actions, Jarvis promptly relayed the information to Tony Stark. Potts, watching the video feed of her, Tony Stark felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Nevertheless, trusting Potts, he instructed Jarvis to disregard the matter. Subsequently, he turned his attention to neutralizing the group of terrorists before him. With Tony Stark granting Potts access, Jarvis no longer impeded her exploration of the villa, allowing her to roam freely within the laboratory, where Tony had been diligently researching the next generation of Mark armor. Finding nothing of particular interest to take with her, Potts began her search for items related to the arc reactor. After a thorough search, she stumbled upon the arc reactor Tony had utilized upon returning from the desert. This must be it. Securing the item, Potts swiftly turned and departed. Jarvis attempted to intervene, yet Tony Stark, engrossed in combat, remained unaware. It was only after he concluded his task that he grasped the unfolding situation. "Jarvis, call Potts." More than the arc reactor, Tony Stark's foremost concern lay with Potts' safety. If the individual in the video was not Potts, then where could she possibly be? The call connected swiftly. "Tony, what's the matter? Are you there?" Upon hearing Pepper Potts' voice, Tony Stark exhaled in relief before inquiring. "I'm at the hospital. What happened?" The revelation of Pepper being at the hospital instantly heightened Tony's anxiety. "I accidentally hit a child while driving. I've been here with her all afternoon." As she spoke, Pepper lamented about her vehicle, asserting that had the brakes not malfunctioned, her driving skills would have prevented such an incident. At that moment, Tony Stark comprehended that Pepper's predicament was likely the result of the individual masquerading as her. Chapter 82. An analysis of the impersonator. Upon Tony Stark's return to the villa, he once again summoned the surveillance footage. The individual, both in appearance and behavior, bore an uncanny resemblance to Potts. Who could this person be? As he scrutinized the video depicting Potts disguised as a chameleon, even Tony Stark found it challenging to discern any differences from the genuine Potts. Just as Tony was engrossed in the analysis, Potts entered the room. "Tony, what is the urgency in summoning me?" Potts, clearly familiar with Tony, had already sensed something amiss through their phone conversation. "Take a look at this." Tony beckoned Potts over. As she approached, Potts was confronted with the footage of someone who had stolen the arc reactor, appearing identical to her. "Who is this?" she exclaimed, perplexed by the sight of her doppelganger. Had she not been certain of her presence in the hospital all afternoon? Potts might have doubted her own consciousness and suspected she had sleepwalked into Tony's villa. "This person impersonated you this afternoon to steal the arc reactor I created in the cave. Interestingly, I have extracted their fingerprints, and they match yours perfectly," Tony remarked, his curiosity piqued by the astonishing ability to impersonate another person so convincingly. What could their motive be for stealing the arc reactor? Didn't you say it has minimal energy left? Potts, noticing Tony's inability to analyze the impersonator, shifted her focus to the arc reactor. It seemed that the primary objective of the impersonator had indeed been the reactor, with previous actions merely ancillary. Otherwise, they would not have made a hasty exit after acquiring it. This must be the work of Obadiah. He is likely the only one with such a keen interest in the arc reactor, Tony deduced after a moment of contemplation, recognizing Obadiah's penchant for exploiting the reactor's potential. Obadiah, our company is currently embroiled in arms dealings in the Middle East because of him, Potts interjected, revealing that she had not been idle during this time. Her investigation into Obadiah's dealings had been ongoing, uncovering his clandestine sales of weapons. Indeed, that scoundrel. Tony seethed, having long been aware of Obadiah's illicit activities. Yet each revelation intensified his fury. Stark Industries. Seated within the confines of his office, Obadiah gazed upon the arc reactor resting on his desk, and he could not help but extol the virtues of Dmitry Snelbikov, remarking, "I never anticipated you would achieve this so swiftly. You truly embody the moniker of a chameleon." Dmitry's visage appeared strikingly pallid, reminiscent of a malevolent specter. Clearly, at that moment, Dmitry's countenance was not representative of his true self. Perhaps only the hunter Klavan had glimpsed Dmitry's genuine appearance. As he toyed with a coin in his hand, Dmitry addressed Obadiah, saying, "Let us dispense with these trivialities. What of my remuneration?" He had long grown weary of such accolades. In comparison, tangible currency was far more gratifying. "Rest assured, your payment shall be ample," Obadiah reassured him. Observing Dmitry's demeanor, Obadiah bore no resentment. He aspired to cultivate an alliance with such a capable individual. Having pilfered the arc reactor from Tony today, he could very well rely on Dmitry to procure other valuable items tomorrow. With a swift maneuver, Obadiah transferred the funds to the account Dmitry had designated. Upon seeing the funds deposited, Dmitry turned on his heel and departed. This solitary figure had no intention of binding himself to any employer. Such a commitment would only render him a target for rival factions. Dmitry was acutely aware of this reality. Obadiah, witnessing Dmitry's unhesitating exit, felt a flicker of frustration. He had not anticipated that his overtures would bear no fruit, prompting him to question his own allure. In his estimation, it seemed implausible that he could not entice a mercenary. Had Dmitry been privy to Obadiah's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have laughed at the absurdity of a weapons dealer attempting to recruit a master of disguise. Setting aside thoughts of Dmitry, Obadiah took the arc reactor to the laboratory. "Dr. Suchiya, here is the arc reactor you requested." As Obadiah presented the reactor, Dr. Suchiya Yugo's face lit up with surprise as he eagerly accepted it. "Now that I have fulfilled my end of the bargain, I expect no further excuses from you," Obadiah declared, casting a final ultimatum toward the towering Iron Tyrant. Compared to Tony's Mark series, Obadiah harbored a greater fondness for the robust and imposing Iron Tyrant. As a weapons dealer, he took particular pride in his Iron Tyrant, outfitting it with an array of armaments, ranging from the fundamental Gatling gun and grenade launcher to an assortment of larger missiles. Coupled with exceptionally heavy armor, the Iron Tyrant resembled a veritable fortress of war. Not only did it boast overwhelming firepower, but its defensive capabilities were also second to none. Perhaps the Iron Overlord is somewhat deficient in power, for even with the installation of 3 or 4 arc reactors, it is unlikely that such a colossal mech could achieve remarkable speed. Unbelievable, simply astonishing. While Obadiah was observing the Iron Overlord, the scientist Toya Jugo gasped in amazement. The arc reactor crafted by Tony Stark in the cave pales in comparison to the exquisite one he currently employs. Both its materials and design are rather crude. Yet the ingenuity of its construction left Toya and his fellow scientists in awe. "So, is it now possible to create this?" Upon hearing Toya's exclamation, Obadiah turned to him. "Indeed, with this prototype, we shall soon be capable of manufacturing it," Toya affirmed, nodding as he examined the arc reactor in his hands. Chapter 83. The arrival of General Ross. Obadiah was quite pleased with the response from Dachia 15. After offering a few words of encouragement, he turned and departed. The Iron Tyrant was nearing operational readiness, and once again, a surge of murderous intent towards Tony Stark arose within Obadiah. In his eyes, as long as Tony remained alive, his position would never be secure. Only with Tony Stark's complete demise could Obadiah feel at ease. Meanwhile, within the Umbrella Corporation, Natasha was reporting to Leach about the Hero Association's affairs. In recent days, the association had garnered a substantial influx of fans, with the merchandise we launched generating a wealth of $30 million. Although Natasha had contemplated the profitability of commercializing superheroes, she had not anticipated such staggering success. Merely posters and shirts, which cost little to produce, were selling for hundreds of dollars with ease. Jenny's poster photo book, for instance, was being fiercely sought after at prices exceeding $1,000. Indeed, one should not underestimate the power of fan economy. Idol groups manage to amass fortunes through their fans, and our superheroes are no exception. Leach was entirely unsurprised by the lucrative potential of superheroes. He noted how the world of the boys had transformed a corporation into a colossal entity merely through superhero marketing. The moment Tony Stark publicly acknowledged himself as Iron Man, Stark Industries stock soared dramatically. This clearly illustrated that the commercialization of superheroes was indeed a profitable venture. Among the four of them, Jenny and Jet stood out as the most popular, while Jessica and Luke Cage lagged considerably behind. Natasha had also assessed the commercial value of the four superheroes. Jenny, already a major star in the magical realm, naturally attracted a large fan base after just a few appearances. Jet's cool, tough guy persona also endeared him to many urban women. In contrast, Luke Cage and Jessica appeared rather ordinary by comparison, both in character and image. While Luke's persona was unchangeable, Jessica had the potential to undergo a transformation. In Leach's view, Luke Cage was destined to remain a less popular hero. It would be better for him to adopt a more down-to-earth approach. Jessica, being younger, still had room for improvement. Additionally, the Hero Association's growth had attracted the interest of some underground heroes seeking to join. Natasha took out a list and handed it to Leach, detailing individuals who wished to become part of the Hero Association. As the only existing superhero organization, the Hero Association held considerable allure for these heroes, not to mention the logistical support, salaries, and intelligence assistance it provided. Upon receiving the list, Leach recognized several familiar names: White Tiger Ava Ayala, Gunslinger Matthew Hawke, Erica, and the Siren Melissa Joan Gold. The remaining so-called superheroes are still a mystery to Leach, who is quite curious about the current status of the four he recognizes. For instance, the dual-gun kid, Matthew, has recently become the second-generation dual-gun kid. His abilities remain unknown. Meanwhile, Melissa Joan Gold's vocal cords remain intact, yet she is incapable of harnessing her voice into energy as before. A further assessment of these individuals would suffice for their acceptance. Leach does not intend to hinder those aspiring to join, as the more superheroes the Hero Association has, the better. By the way, General Ross is expected to visit today, and Yuri has already given his consent. Natasha's reminder prompts Leach to recall the importance of entertaining his significant partner today. Currently, Umbrella is closely tied to General Ross, with a substantial portion of the Blood Orchid Serum and Superman Serum being distributed to the military. It can be said that military funding constitutes a significant portion of Umbrella's revenue each month. In the afternoon, General Ross, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at Umbrella's headquarters, where Leach personally welcomed him. "Mr. Leach, this marks our first face-to-face meeting," General Ross remarked, reflecting on their previous dealings and communications, which had all been conducted through Kyle. "Indeed, I understand your purpose for being here. Yuri will arrive shortly." As they spoke, Leach observed the two individuals trailing behind General Ross. One was Kyle, while the other appeared to be Blonsky. Currently, it remains uncertain whether Bruce Banner has transformed into the Hulk, but Blonsky has yet to become the Abomination. While Leach and General Ross engaged in casual conversation, Yuri entered the room, appearing somewhat drowsy. "Greetings, Chief and General Ross," he said directly to Ross. "I have two proposals, one pertaining to biology and the other to mechanics. I wonder which one piques your interest." Yuri has successfully resolved the Dragonbone dilemma, and the serum for super soldiers capable of harnessing energy has been developed. After testing, users of the Dragonbone serum demonstrated remarkable strength, with not only enhanced defense but also significantly increased destructive power. Thus, Yuri elaborated on the Dragonbone serum to General Ross and presented a video showcasing combat footage of individuals post-serum injection. Watching the battle on the tablet, General Ross expressed satisfaction with the Dragonbone serum. However, upon learning that the energy would require monthly booster injections, he frowned and inquired, "I have seen the biological option. What type does the mechanical one entail?" In response to General Ross's question, Yuri opened a nearby case and revealed a pair of enormous gauntlets. "Exoskeletal armor," Leach exclaimed, taken aback by the complete set presented by Yuri. This artifact was acquired by Leach a few days prior during a sign-in event, originating from the realm of battle of the Twin Cities as the Hextech Atlas gauntlets. However, the pair that Leach obtained was damaged, prompting him to hand it over to Yuri. Upon inspecting the gauntlets, Yuri expressed considerable satisfaction. Although the gauntlets bore significant damage, they possessed numerous redeeming qualities. Leveraging his research on Jet's death and the Gatling arm, along with the technology of the Atlas gauntlets, Yuri crafted a brand new pair. Moreover, due to their detachable nature, utilizing the Atlas gauntlets did not necessitate a complete mechanical transformation of the arm. However, the absence of the Hex Gem as a power source meant that they could only rely on batteries developed by Yuri, significantly complicating the operation of the Atlas gauntlets. In Chapter 84, titled Modification, General Ross gazed at the gauntlets before him, his mind conjuring images of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. The military harbored considerable envy towards Stark's possession of such advanced technology, yet Tony Stark was no mere entrepreneur lacking any substantial background. Howard Stark bequeathed not only immense wealth to Tony, but also a vast network of relationships across various sectors, which constituted an equally vital asset. However, Ross discerned that there were distinctions between the Atlas gauntlets and the Iron Man suit. I desire both. What terms can you propose? Upon reviewing the two options presented by Yuri, Ross found himself unable to relinquish either. The military's yearning for such supernatural capabilities was palpable. Countless resources were invested annually. Yet successful projects remained scarce. It could be posited that the investments made in Umbrella yielded the highest returns for the military thus far. Do you wish to acquire both? Certainly. This time, it was Li Chi who spoke, as such matters fell under his purview. For him, both the Dragonbone Serum and the Atlas Gauntlets were not of paramount importance. If he could barter with Ross for additional assets, it would be most advantageous. I wonder what Mr. Lee desires, Ross mused, appearing more akin to an esteemed gentleman of a bygone era, a far cry from the typical image of the Thunder General. Supernatural artifacts were presumably collected in abundance by the military. Rather than allowing them to languish unused, it would be more prudent to entrust them to us for research. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could amass such an extensive collection of supernatural items, Li Chi found it implausible that the U.S. military had none. After some deliberation, Ross acquiesced. As Li Chi had suggested, they indeed possessed a variety of supernatural artifacts, yet little progress had been made in the research. Let the Dragonbone Serum be given to Blonsky and the Atlas Gauntlets to Kyle. Blonsky was a valued subordinate of Ross, while Kyle was his trusted aide. Compared to the Dragonbone Serum, the Atlas Gauntlets, which would not affect the user, were evidently of greater significance to Ross, hence the decision to assign them to Kyle. Is that agreeable? Li Chi, upon hearing Ross's words, turned his gaze towards Yuri, who nodded in affirmation. No problem, everything is prepared. With that, Yuri rose and led the group into the underground laboratory. Kyle's Atlas Gauntlets were relatively straightforward, requiring only minimal adjustments for operation. In contrast, the Dragonbone Serum was far more complex, necessitating specialized equipment for injection. Once in the research facility, Yuri confined Bronsky within a vast incubation chamber. A syringe filled with the Dragonbone Serum was inserted into Bronsky's body, and as the serum was administered, his vitality surged dramatically. Observing the rise in Bronsky's body temperature, Yuri promptly activated a lever nearby. In an instant, a substantial quantity of cooling nutrient solution flooded into the chamber. With the infusion of the nutrient solution providing cooling, Bronsky's body temperature stabilized within a safe range. As his temperature gradually decreased, the rhythm of Bronsky's heartbeat grew increasingly pronounced, indicating the remarkable transformation occurring within him. The ability to harness internal energy without arduous training was no trivial feat. It is essential to recognize that whether through fingers or iron fists, these superheroes underwent rigorous cultivation and trials before mastering the power of Chi. Now, with merely a vial of Dragonbone Serum, one could surpass years of grueling training, underscoring the terrifying nature of Yuri's invention. As the nutrient solution was consumed, Bronsky's physique became increasingly robust, his height surpassing 2 meters, and his muscles distinctly pronounced. Such a metamorphosis might rival even that of the legendary Captain America. General Ross, clearly familiar with the tales of Captain America, marveled at the extraordinary transformation unfolding before him. That's enough, Yuri declared, observing the absorbed nutrient solution, as he pressed the button to open the incubation chamber. With a puff of white steam, the chamber was unveiled. Bronsky emerged, stretching his limbs as he stepped out. How do you feel? Ross inquired, approaching Bronsky. Feel? I feel incredible, Bronsky exclaimed, overwhelmed with an inexhaustible surge of energy within him. As he clenched his fist, a golden aura enveloped his knuckles. I feel as though I could overturn a tank. He swung his fist, intoxicated by the power coursing through him. Mr. Li Chi, I've heard tales of your formidable strength. Allow me to witness it. Bronsky, filled with exuberance, charged towards Li Chi. However, before he could close the distance, a chilling wave instantly encased him in ice. The swiftness of the freezing took even Ross by surprise. He merely observed as Bronsky, having taken just 2 strides, transformed into a solid block of ice. This also afforded Ross a newfound understanding of Li Chi's formidable power. Blonsky, having recently acquired his strength, was somewhat reckless. One should not stoop to his level. Observing Blonsky encased in ice, Ross could only implore Li Chi to spare him. With a crack, as Li Chi's abilities waned, the ice began to fracture. Emerging from the icy prison, Blonsky regarded Li Chi with eyes full of dread. He had no desire to endure once more the sensation of having his very thoughts frozen. Let us proceed to see if Kyle has completed his task, Ross suggested, concerned that Blonsky might stir up further trouble. The installation of the Atlas Gauntlets was no trivial endeavor. After all, wielding such colossal apparatus required additional mechanical assistance. Although the Atlas Gauntlets had undergone modifications by Yuri, rendering them less agile than originally intended, The electrical stimulation of muscles and nerves enabled the user to wield them with surprising ease. Prolonged use of the Atlas gauntlets also served to enhance the user's physical capabilities. Upon arriving at another laboratory, they found Kyle had successfully donned the Atlas gauntlets. In addition to the fundamental gauntlets, he was also equipped with armor on his torso and legs. The batteries integrated within the gauntlets and armor could sustain the gauntlets' peak performance for up to 10 hours. Chapter 85. Bronski's debut. Once Kyle donned the Atlas gauntlets, he realized they did not impose any significant burden upon him. Instead, they facilitated his combat, and the subtle currents coursing through them brought no discomfort. As he swung the formidable gauntlets, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. The thought of becoming a superhero had never crossed Kyle's mind in his previous existence. "How do you feel, Kyle?" Ross observed Kyle's enthusiasm with a hint of surprise. Previously, Kyle had always maintained an aloof demeanor, rarely revealing such emotions. On the other hand, Bronski eyed the Atlas gauntlets with a tinge of envy. He believed that with such power, acquiring the gauntlets would certainly augment his strength. However, having witnessed Lee's formidable prowess, Bronski hesitated to voice his ambitions. Yuri, glancing between Bronski and Kyle, suddenly proposed, "Why not have a match to see who is stronger?" Upon hearing Yuri's suggestion, Bronski and Kyle exchanged glances, both eager to gauge each other's capabilities. Ross, recognizing their mutual curiosity, interjected, "In that case, let us discover who possesses greater strength. Umbrella has a dedicated training facility that will suffice for your bout." As they made their way to the training arena, they encountered Kayla and others taking a break. Spotting Lee, they hurried over. "Leader, it's been a while," they exclaimed, elated to reunite with him. "Please, take a moment to rest. Our guests wish to utilize the training grounds." Lee was pleased to see Kayla and her companions adapting well to life in New York. Many children from the base struggled to acclimate to the urban environment, and the indifference towards laws made it challenging for them to navigate modern society. Had it not been for the existence of Serbia, Lee pondered how he would have managed the children from the base. Soon after clearing the training area, Bronski and Kyle stepped forward. With a hum, Kyle activated the Atlas gauntlets just as Bronski launched an aggressive strike. Energy coalesced in Bronski's arm, and he unleashed a formidable attack towards Kyle. In response, Kyle raised his arms, shielding himself with the gauntlets. The clash resonated with a sharp sound as Bronski's fist met the gauntlets. Under the influence of energy, Bronski's once mortal arm now rivaled steel in durability. As a seasoned fighter, Bronski possessed formidable combat skills. When his initial attack failed to yield results, he quickly opted for a different strategy, delivering a swift kick aimed at Kyle's lower body. In Bronski's eyes, the primary weakness of the Atlas gauntlets was their top-heavy design. Compared to the armor adorning the upper body and the formidable Atlas gauntlets, the armor protecting the lower half appears rather inadequate. Should Kyle be struck by Bronski's attack, it would be utterly unavoidable. With a sudden realization of Bronski's intentions, Kyle swiftly activated the charging mode of the Atlas gauntlets. A surge of gas was expelled from the gauntlets, propelling Kyle's fist toward Bronski with astonishing velocity. Although the charging duration was less than a second, the force generated was sufficient to send Bronski soaring through the air like a volleyball. Boom. It was not until he collided with the wall that Bronski's body finally ceased its motion. Had he not fortified himself with gas in time, Kyle's punch could have easily shattered several bones. Remarkable. Ross observed the brief skirmish between Bronski and Kyle with great satisfaction. Even though the confrontation lasted but an instant, both fighters showcased their unique attributes. The versatility of gas and the might of the Atlas gauntlets were vividly displayed in this fleeting encounter. Bronski rose from the ground and charged at Kyle once more, while Kyle readied the Atlas gauntlets for another charge. Just as Bronski was about to close the distance, Kyle unleashed another charge punch aimed at him. Having learned from his previous encounter, Bronski remained vigilant and, upon noticing the gas expelling from the gauntlets, adeptly maneuvered behind Kyle like a nimble monkey. The unguarded back became Bronski's prime target for attack. Enveloped in gas, Bronski's right arm descended with tremendous force, delivering a crushing elbow strike to Kyle's back. Boom. With that blow, Kyle crumpled to the ground. The vulnerability of his back constituted the only weakness of the Atlas gauntlets, and even Yuri could not provide superior defensive equipment to enhance this aspect. That will suffice. Observing the fallen Kyle, Ross called an end to their bout. In comparison, Ross discerned that the effects of the Dragonbone serum appeared to be significantly more potent, were it not for the necessity of monthly booster injections. The serum could surpass even that of the Super Soldier serum. Nevertheless, in Ross's eyes, the Atlas gauntlets were equally formidable. Had Kyle's combat skills been a touch stronger, Bronski might not have triumphed so effortlessly. Regrettably, Kyle had been primarily engaged in administrative duties, excelling in various fields but still falling short against a seasoned warrior like Bronski. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. With plans to showcase Kyle and Bronski, Ross extended his hand toward Lychee. A pleasant partnership. At S.H. H-I-E-L-D. In Nick Fury's office, Coulson presented a handgun to Nick Fury. Sir, it seems Hydra is about to make a significant move. These are items discovered by Barton. Fury's expression darkened with fury upon seeing the handgun. Damn it, I never anticipated that even there they would have their agents. Nick Fury has been diligently researching the Tesseract, aspiring to create energy weapons. Especially after witnessing the formidable powers of Leech and his allies, Nick Fury, feeling increasingly insecure, intensified the development of the Tesseract. As of now, a pistol-shaped energy weapon has been developed, yet it has not yet been deployed in actual combat. However, in a surprise attack on the Hydra base, Barton unexpectedly encountered Hydra operatives wielding this energy weapon. How could this not incite fury in Nick Fury, who has invested substantial resources without seeing the energy pistol implemented in the field? Yet, that clandestine Hydra has managed to achieve this ahead of him. I have already detained all the researchers within the base. Observing Nick Fury's troubled demeanor, Coulson spoke up. Chapter 86. The restless Jessica and unexpected surprises. Ever since Nick Fury became aware of the presence of Hydra within S-H-I-E-L-D, his scrutiny regarding the identities of his subordinates has intensified significantly. He has taken it upon himself to investigate the lineage of the scientists and researchers in the laboratory with utmost diligence. Despite his stringent measures, Hydra managed to elude his vigilance and successfully pilfer energy weapons. The occurrence of such an event has left Fury incensed, compelling him to conduct a thorough investigation to ascertain the identities of Hydra's operatives. In this moment of clarity, Fury understands the urgency of eradicating Hydra swiftly. Prolonged engagement with such an adversary would only serve to empower them further. Resolving to strategize, he contemplates the forces at his disposal. The number of Hydra affiliates that have been exposed is alarmingly high, including several prominent government officials. If he cannot promptly neutralize leaders such as Pierce, the repercussions from Hydra's counterattack would be dire. Had Maria Hill aligned herself with Fury, his urgency might have been mitigated. However, at present, Hill has chosen to confront both Fury and Hydra, bolstered by the Council's support, which renders her formidable. Although Hill does not wield significant influence within S-H-I-E-L-D, her impact remains considerable. Given the current circumstances, Fury resolves that as long as the demands from Richard are reasonable, he shall acquiesce. Prolonging this conflict risks fracturing S-H-I-E-L-D irreparably. The Hero Association, currently modest in number, occupies a rather spacious building that feels somewhat desolate. Recently, New York has witnessed an increase in criminal activity, with the absence of the hand leading to the emergence of a new gang, further complicating the situation. Jessica reclines on the sofa, reflecting on recent events. Her involvement with the Hero Association has markedly transformed her previous existence. Although Jessica has lost her family, the backing of the Hero Association and Umbrella has ensured that the insurance claims previously denied have now been settled, rendering her a modestly wealthy individual. However, perhaps due to her origins in Hell's Kitchen, Jessica continues to operate predominantly in that vicinity. Yet, her activities now extend beyond those confines. This is an inevitable reality. Just as the Hand's downfall created a power vacuum, new factions will invariably rise to seize their territory. The allure of profit drives countless individuals to take reckless risks. Luke Cage, observing Jessica's despondency, comprehends the source of her malaise. Before acquiring her superpowers, Jessica was an ordinary student, largely unaware of the darker facets of society. In contrast, Luke, having navigated the streets since childhood, possesses a profound understanding of such realities. Unless these gangs are decisively defeated, new forces will inevitably arise to fill the void. Listening to Luke Cage, Jessica chose to remain silent. She understood the essence of his words. Instead of pondering these trivial matters, it would be more productive for the two of you to engage in some training, lest you find yourselves incapacitated when faced with formidable foes. Jet, having entered, observed the quiet duo and spoke to them. He had witnessed their previous encounter with Madame Gao, and it struck him that Jessica and Luke possessed immense power yet failed to realize their potential. Under normal circumstances, either of them should have been able to hold their own against Madame Gao. However, the reality was that even together, they could not best her. The root of the issue lay in their lack of combat techniques, which paled in comparison to the mastery of a fighter like Madame Gao. Understood. Jessica reclined on the sofa, appearing somewhat listless, showing little enthusiasm for the practice of combat techniques. Currently, the gang members in Hell's Kitchen posed no significant threat to her and Luke. They had not encountered enemies of Madame Gao's caliber in recent days. There are some newcomers joining in the next few days. You might consider teaming up with them. Jet also recalled the impending addition of White Tiger and others to the Hero Association, which, at present, consisted solely of the four of them. Given the myriad issues plaguing New York, they had more than enough to keep them occupied. Finally, newcomers are arriving. Otherwise, I would have thought the Hero Association comprised only as few. As Jessica spoke, she noticed Ginny returning from an outing and inquired, "How did it go? Did you find what you were looking for?" Ginny shook her head in response. Unlike the other three, Ginny had been preoccupied with the legacy of the hand. The most crucial information pertained to the methods of utilizing the dragon bones and matters concerning the Black Sky. The hand, as a transnational organization, operated beyond Hell's Kitchen. Each of the 5 fingers wielded significant power, and their subordinates extended beyond mere hand ninjas. However, their utmost trust lay with the hand's ninjas. "I found part of what I needed, but there is no necessity to pursue the rest. The place I visited today has already been ransacked, and unfortunately, we could not breach that final wall. Had we succeeded, I wouldn't have been able to acquire today's findings. Nevertheless, I am quite satisfied with the outcome, particularly in utilizing the sealing techniques of Qi, akin to binding the power of the dragon bones beneath Manhattan's underground." After organizing these discoveries, Ginny returned directly to the villa. Inside the villa, Li Qi was engaged in conversation with Aaron. "Li, the talents of those individuals are indeed astonishing. After Yuri administered the dragon bone serum to them, they remarkably managed to cultivate their Qi." Aaron gazed at Li Qi's face, brimming with excitement. Such a valuable substance as the dragon bone serum should undoubtedly be reserved for one's own people, aside from the earliest members of his base. Li Qi also bestowed the dragon bone serum upon several individuals from Valorant. However, he had not anticipated that those individuals would demonstrate such exceptional aptitude, enabling them to harness the power of Qi after being stimulated by the serum. It is noteworthy that this capability had not manifested in others. This implies that Li Qi will soon have a substantial number of Qi practitioners under his command. Chapter 87. Yearly sign-in with the ice wall you have erected and the Valorant warriors. The domestic environment has significantly improved. Aaron couldn't help but smile as she thought about those labor-reformed individuals. They are now contributing to the construction of the city. Li Qi chuckled at Aaron's words. He felt no sympathy for these illegal immigrants and vagrants. However, their presence has drawn some unfavorable international attention. Aaron, alive with curiosity, pulled out her phone and showed Li Qi several news articles. These reports primarily discussed issues of racial discrimination in Serbia and various political correctness matters. Upon reading these articles, Li Qi scoffed, suggesting, "Let Pietro handle this. These individuals seem to have grown too comfortable." He found it perplexing that the media dared to report such matters, considering the imposing ice wall at the border should have made it clear that Serbia is a formidable power. After their discussion about Serbia, Wanda approached them. She felt a profound sense of boredom. Whether in New York or Serbia, life had become monotonous. Having mastered all the magic at her disposal, Wanda found herself yearning for excitement. "Rest assured, this world will soon come alive," Li Qi reassured her, observing her ennui without concern. The shadow ninja under Li Qi's command had proven to be the finest of operatives. The news of the Iron Overlord's assembly reached Li Qi through the hidden ninjas within Stark Industries, signaling that Tony Stark's identity as Iron Man would soon be revealed to the public. It remained uncertain whether the emergence of the Hero Association would diminish the uproar surrounding Stark's revelation. "Well then," Wanda replied, resigned to wait patiently. "If you're truly bored, you could seek out Jenny and the others." "I would rather not," Wanda replied, feeling averse to spending time with the alluring Jenny Lilet, who overshadowed her in charm. Whenever Wanda encountered Ginny in Li Qi's presence, she would discreetly withdraw. Although she typically held confidence in her own figure, Ginny's exaggerated form left her feeling insecure. "Then, why not stay by my side for the next few days? Perhaps something intriguing will unfold," Li Qi suggested, noticing Wanda's demeanor. According to the intelligence from the Shadow Ninjas, a confrontation between Obadiah and Tony Stark was imminent. Wanda's expression brightened at the prospect of staying close to Li Qi, clearly revealing her true intentions. Li Qi, aware of her thoughts, recognized that he had been ensnared by her charm. Yet, this amused him rather than bothered him. The following morning, Li Qi unexpectedly rose early. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of Li Qi's arrival in this world, presenting him with the opportunity for both a monthly sign-in and an annual sign-in. Unlike the daily and monthly sign-ins, the annual sign-in guarantees valuable rewards. After a brief morning routine, Li Qi did not rush into the annual sign-in but opted instead to complete 3 daily sign-ins first. Rewards obtained. Armory 1. Rewards obtained. 100 fuel card. Rewards obtained. Mechanical crossbow 100. Observing the rewards from the 3 daily sign-ins, Li Qi remained emotionally indifferent. Among the rewards, only the armory held some utility, while the remainder was of little significance. The fuel card, especially with a mere 100 limit, was of no concern to Li Qi. Similarly, although the mechanical crossbow was well crafted, it too lacked value for him. Nevertheless, the armory was indeed a treasure, containing a plethora of weaponry. It boasted an array of light firearms, as well as heavy artillery such as armed helicopters and tanks. It seemed that fortune favored him. Gazing at the armory, Li Qi felt fortunate indeed. Acquiring such a valuable item from merely 3 daily sign-ins was an extraordinary stroke of luck, even for him. Without hesitation, He proceeded to the monthly sign-in. Reward obtained. Zoan type, dog fruit, mythical beast form, great mouth, true god. Upon witnessing the reward from the monthly sign-in, even Li Qi was taken aback. It is worth noting that his current development was reliant on the nature type, ice fruit. Yet, this single monthly sign-in had granted him the Zoan type, dog fruit, mythical beast form, great mouth, true god. This was no ordinary animal fruit. In the continually evolving realm of One Piece, the mythical Zoan fruits had become even rarer than the nature-type fruits. This particular Zoan type, dog fruit, mythical beast form, great mouth, true god, also devoid of the debilitating effect of losing strength in seawater, boasted terrifying capabilities. Li Qi delved into his memories to recall the description of the abilities associated with the Zoan type, dog fruit, mythical beast form, great mouth, true god. He remembered that this fruit had been the result of Kaido's considerable efforts and was forcibly consumed by Yamato. This devil fruit allowed its user to transform into the legendary wolf deity of ancient lore. Endowed not only with formidable regenerative abilities and the strength of a beast, but also the capacity to generate cold air within their body, which could be unleashed as a chilling breath for attacks. Consuming this devil fruit would undoubtedly mark one as a powerful being. As for the fruit's intended recipient, Li Qi had already made a decision upon acquiring it. Among the core members under his command, only Eileen lacked the means for self-preservation. Thus, this devil fruit was directly reserved for her. Surely, Eileen would be overjoyed to consume this remarkable fruit. After carefully stowing away the devil fruit, Li Qi took a deep breath. As his will solidified, the system confirmed his successful registration. Reward acquired. Dimensional teleportation. In that fleeting moment of receiving the reward, Li Qi felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his entire being. An abundance of knowledge regarding the capabilities of dimensional teleportation flooded his mind. This revelation elucidated that dimensional teleportation was not merely a conventional means of travel, as Li Qi had initially presumed, but rather a profound ability that enabled passage to various distinct worlds. This immense power not only allowed him to traverse the myriad parallel universes of Marvel, but also to venture into realms intricately linked to the Marvel universe. Presently, with a mere thought, Li Qi could sense the presence of dozens of universes. Chapter 88. The fruit of the great mouth deity in this vast cosmos. Some realms resonate closely with the Marvel universe in which Li Qi currently finds himself, while others emanate entirely different auras. Li Qi understands that the worlds more similar to his own possess a higher degree of resemblance, whereas the dissimilar ones present a stark contrast. However, he remains uncertain about the temporal flow in these varied worlds, which inhibits him from recklessly traversing into unfamiliar territories. Nonetheless, this year's sign-in has brought him considerable satisfaction, as such abilities enable his rapid growth. It could be asserted that he has been exceedingly fortunate with this year's sign-in rewards. Otherwise, no other rewards could compare to the potency of this dimensional transfer. Having exhausted his opportunities for further draws, Li Qi turns his attention to the devil fruit. With all rewards now received, he plans to present the great mouth deity fruit, a mythical beast-type devil fruit, to Eileen. As it happens, Eileen has yet to return to Serbia, making it an opportune moment for Li Qi to bestow this gift upon her. Upon entering the living room, Li Qi finds Eileen and Wanda engaged in conversation, oblivious to his arrival. When they notice him, they greet him warmly before resuming their discussion. Observing Eileen's demeanor, Li Qi takes the initiative to speak. Eileen, I have procured something remarkable for you to use. At his words, Eileen swiftly raises her head, curiosity piqued. What is it? In response to Eileen's inquisitive gaze, Li Qi produces the great mouth deity devil fruit and inquires, Eileen, have you heard of the great mouth deity? Unlike the ill-informed Pietro and others, Eileen has a broad literary interest, particularly after Li Qi mentioned the existence of beings and entities from legend. She actively sought out numerous mythological tales. The great mouth deity, isn't that a legend originating from Japan about the Japanese wolf? Eileen recalls. I remember that the great mouth deity is depicted as quite ferocious, tasked with protecting crops from destruction by boars and deer. It seems to embody traits of discernment between right and wrong, punishing evil and promoting virtue, as well as averting disasters like fire. Li Qi is pleasantly surprised that Eileen remembers this somewhat obscure deity. After all, even in Japan, the name of the great mouth deity pales in comparison to that of more prominent gods like Sisanil. Truth be told, had it not been for this devil fruit, Li Qi himself would have been unfamiliar with this so-called deity. Since you are familiar with it, that simplifies matters, he continues. This fruit is known as a devil fruit, and it contains the power of the great mouth deity. As she gazes at the intricately patterned fruit in Li Qi's hand, Eileen struggles to comprehend how such an object could contain divine power. You are aware of my abilities, after all. As Aaron and Wanda looked on with puzzled expressions, Li Qi began to explain. It was by consuming such a devil fruit that I acquired the power of ice. Would you care to try it? Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Aaron sprang into action. She seized the devil fruit from the table, and without a moment's hesitation, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite. The instant the fruit's flesh entered her mouth, Erin's expression soured dramatically. Fortunately, Li Qi was quick to cover her mouth, preventing her from spitting out the fruit she had just bitten into. Swallow it quickly, it must be consumed for it to take effect. Hearing Li Qi's urgent tone, Erin could only grimace as she reluctantly swallowed the fruit's flesh. Observing Erin's slightly purple face, Wanda grew curious about just how unpalatable the devil fruit could be. Once Erin managed to swallow the fruit, Li Qi removed his hand. With a grim countenance, Erin picked up the remaining devil fruits, believing she needed to consume them all to gain the ability. That's unnecessary. Only the first bite has any effect. However, if you enjoy the taste, you may indulge further. Upon realizing she did not need to eat all of the devil fruits, Erin discarded them as if they were contaminated. Now, pay attention to any changes within you. This particular devil fruit was the Inu no Mi, mythical beast type, in the form of the great mouth true god, possessing 3 forms: human, human beast, and beast. Just as Li Qi finished speaking, a transformation began to unfold within Erin. White fur suddenly covered her body, her hair turned white, and canine features appeared on her face, complete with a pair of beastly ears that rendered her exceedingly adorable. Even Wanda couldn't resist reaching over to pat her head. Don't be silly. Erin shot a glare at Wanda, her voice chiding. However, the moment she spoke, a wave of icy air erupted from her. But Wanda swiftly countered it with chaos magic. You possess the same ability. Witnessing Erin exhibit powers strikingly similar to Li Qi's, Wanda felt a pang of imbalance within. Had he known the ability would resemble Li Qi's so closely, he would have certainly contended with Erin. Even if Erin ultimately obtained this devil fruit, Wanda would not have remained idle. Is this truly my power? Startled by her own transformation, Erin began to comprehend the strength surging within her. With a gentle exhale, she released a chilling breath that instantly froze the table into a massive block of ice. This ability is remarkable. Erin could sense that she had yet to fully unleash the power of the great mouth true god. You have another form to explore. At Li Qi's encouragement, Erin stood up, ready to embrace her newfound abilities. In this instance, Erin has come to comprehend the true essence of the power bestowed by the devil fruit. In an instant, her form has transformed into a colossal entity. By the time she reaches the ground, she has completely morphed into an immense white Japanese wolf, accompanied by a grand ring of cold air encircling her. The temperature radiating from this icy ring has drastically lowered the ambient temperature in the vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, Wanda finds the devil fruit to be truly extraordinary. At this moment, Erin reverts from her beastly form back to her hybrid state. However, this time, the substantial ring of cold air remains suspended behind her. It seems that this form allows for an even greater manifestation of power. Chapter 89. The abduction of Potts. Eileen compared the strengths of her 2 forms, finding her hybrid form to be significantly more comfortable than her beast form. Li Qi was not surprised by Eileen's conclusion. The mythical beast type was fundamentally different from ordinary animal-based devil fruits, with a plethora of unique abilities. The power exhibited in her hybrid form far surpassed that of her beast form. Moreover, as a modern individual, Eileen was evidently unaccustomed to the wildness of her beastly shape. Li, do we still have that devil fruit? Wanda inquired, her curiosity piqued by the power Eileen had just demonstrated. She was eager to know if Li Qi had any more devil fruits at his disposal. Currently, there is only this one. But we should be able to acquire others in the future, Li Qi replied, igniting Wanda's anticipation for what other fruits might be in store. At that moment, Eileen reverted to her human form, though her attire was tattered and revealing due to the transformation. Wanda, noticing this, swiftly conjured a trench coat using chaos magic and draped it over Eileen, denying Li Qi any further opportunity to gaze. With this ability, Eileen, you must train diligently. The potential of this devil fruit is no less than mine, Li Qi remarked. He believed that the strength of animal-based devil fruits remained formidable, not only being more convenient to awaken but also granting recovery abilities that would enhance the user's survival. Eileen nodded, fully aware of Li Qi's prowess. The prospect of her devil fruit enabling her to ascend to Li Qi's level motivated her to devote more effort to her training in Serbia. Just as Li Qi intended to elaborate further, a shadowy ninja emerged from his own shadow, delivering urgent intelligence. Are you saying that Obadiah intends to make a move against Tony Stark? Li Qi took the information seriously. Meanwhile, within Stark Industries, Obadiah, clad in his ironmonger's suit, coldly addressed Crossbones, who was observing from below. Has that woman been captured? Crossbones, pleased with Obadiah's ironmonger, believed that while the suit was currently in Obadiah's possession, it would ultimately return to their hands within Hydra. However, he lamented the fact that the scientist responsible for creating the arc reactor had been hidden away by Obadiah. She has indeed been captured, Crossbones stated, gesturing as Potts was brought forth by a group of individuals. Obadiah, what are you planning to do? Potts exclaimed, her pupils constricting at the sight of Obadiah's colossal steel armor. She had not anticipated that he would quietly construct such a massive machine. Ha 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 ha. What is it that I wish to do? Naturally, I long to reunite my dear nephew with his parents. Observing Potts. Obadiah no longer conceals his murderous intent towards Tony Stark. In Obadiah's eyes, it is fated that Tony Stark shall perish today. Noticing Potts' apprehension, Obadiah retrieved his phone and dialed Tony Stark's number. At that moment, Tony Stark received the alarming news of Potts' abduction. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tony commanded JARVIS to infiltrate multiple satellites in search of Potts' whereabouts. Upon seeing Obadiah's name flash across the caller ID, Tony instantly deduced who had orchestrated Potts' kidnapping. Obadiah. Once the call connected, Tony shouted into the receiver, "If you dare harm Potts, I will ensure your utter destruction." Obadiah, reveling in Tony Stark's fury, chuckled. "Ha ha ha, I await your arrival. Tony, if you fail to come, I shall have no choice but to eliminate Potts." With that, Obadiah decisively ended the call. Meanwhile, Tony forcefully suppressed his inner rage. Fully aware that unbridled anger would serve no purpose. "Sir, Obadiah is currently at Stark Industries." Upon hearing JARVIS words, Tony wasted no time in donning the Mark IV suit. The recent encounters with Madame Hydra and Jennifer had sparked a wealth of inspiration within him. The Mark IV now boasted significantly enhanced firepower compared to its predecessors, along with numerous protective measures to prevent a repeat of the previous incident where Madame Hydra nearly incapacitated him with a single blow. Once fully suited, Tony soared towards Stark Industries. Simultaneously, he dialed Agent Coulson's number. "Coulson, Obadiah and Hydra have already made their move. You previously assured me that Potts would be safeguarded. Yet it appears I placed too much faith in you." Ever since learning of Obadiah's alliance with Hydra, Tony had been deeply concerned for Potts' safety, especially after discovering that someone had masqueraded as her. At that moment, Coulson approached Tony, promising that SHIELD operatives could covertly protect Potts. However, to Tony's dismay, merely days had passed before Obadiah managed to capture her. It was evident that even Tony had not anticipated SHIELD's utter ineffectiveness. On the other end, as Tony voiced his grievances, Coulson retrieved information regarding the team assigned to protect Potts. Unfortunately, the news was unexpected. "I regret to inform you that all members dispatched to safeguard Miss Potts lost contact 6 hours ago. The assailants are likely formidable. We will send personnel to assist you in the rescue." Before Coulson could finish, Tony Stark abruptly terminated the call. Despite some disdain for these agents, Tony understood the formidable strength of an individual capable of silencing an entire team before they could even convey a single message. Meanwhile, at SHIELD, Coulson promptly informed Nick Fury of Tony Stark's abrupt phone disconnection. It appeared that Hydra held Obadiah in high regard. Obadiah's abduction of Potts indicated his belief that he could eliminate Tony. Nick Fury swiftly deduced that Obadiah possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to kill Tony, or else he would not have acted so recklessly. He instructed Barton to assist Tony and reached out to Natasha, enlisting the help of the Hero Association, offering compensation in return. Chapter 90. The Iron Tyrant Unleashed. Although Nick Fury was reluctant, he understood that the only way to ensure the defeat of Obadiah and the Hydra lurking behind him was to seek the assistance of Li Chi and his team. "I understand." Upon hearing Fury's words, Coulson promptly turned to contact Li Chi. Coulson and his team had always kept a close eye on Li Chi, aware that the heroes of the Hero Association under his command possessed formidable powers. Among them, the most popular was the Mechanical Queen, Jenny Leorit, whose strength rivaled that of Tony Stark's armored suits. At home, monitoring Stark Tower via satellite, Li Chi was somewhat taken aback by Natasha's sudden entrance. "Coulson's calling for us to assist Tony Stark against Obadiah and the Hydra supporting him." Li Chi was surprised to hear this. He did not expect Nick Fury to seek his help. Their relationship had never been particularly amicable, largely due to the influence of Hydra. Moreover, Li Chi and Fury had always viewed each other with a degree of animosity. Thus, it was unexpected for Fury to request his assistance. It was unlikely that Fury would come empty-handed. Li Chi understood Fury's character well enough to know that if he sought out his help, he must be prepared to make significant concessions. Fury claimed that he would agree to any request that wasn't excessive. Listening to Natasha's recounting, Li Chi was already aware that Fury was not entirely forthright. After all, what Fury deemed as not excessive was entirely subject to his own interpretation. Li Chi believed that if Fury deemed something excessive, he would certainly attempt to impose it. "Tell Nick Fury that I seek only a few items classified as 084 in exchange for my assistance." 084. As a former SHIELD agent, Natasha was well aware of what 084 entailed. She felt that Fury would most certainly refuse this request. In her memory, Fury was notoriously stringent about the handling of 084 items, akin to a dragon guarding its treasure, impenetrable and unyielding. Regardless, you should ask him. Li Chi felt there was a strong possibility that Fury would acquiesce, as the current Nick Fury was no longer the all-powerful director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The control over 084 items could not solely rest in Fury's hands. Both Hydra and the Council would possess their own shares. Moreover, even if Fury declined, it would not result in any loss for Li Chi. When Coulson conveyed this message to Nick Fury, Fury did not immediately dismiss it, just as Li Chi had surmised. Fury's grip on 084 items had significantly weakened. Were it not for the presence of the mimicry bird guarding subject 084, Pierce and Hilmaria's associates would likely have succeeded in swiftly relocating it. I can concede to Li Chi's request, but shall only provide him with 2 items, handpicked by me. And I shall refrain from offering anything too mundane. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury ultimately resolved to acquiesce to Li Chi's demand. The S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed a considerable number of objects classified as 084, thus parting with 2 was a bearable concession. Within the villa, Natasha, having ended the call, gazed at Li Chi with astonishment, exclaiming, "It is truly remarkable that Nick Fury actually agreed to your request." Natasha had never anticipated such an outcome. In her experience, such events had never transpired before. Now that Fury had acquiesced, I shall take action. I am equally curious to discover the identity of the Hydra operatives connected to Obadiah. Li Chi harbored similar intrigue regarding the Hydra faction led by Pierce, which was currently at an impasse with Nick Fury. It was improbable for other Hydra heads to appear in New York at this juncture. Li Chi began to suspect that Fury had activated the Winter Soldier. This would explain the sudden escalation in Obadiah's strength. Regrettably, Obadiah's communications with Hydra were shrouded in secrecy, and even the Shadow Ninjas were unable to ascertain the identities of the Hydra members. At the moment Li Chi and Nick Fury were engaged in negotiations, Tony Stark had already infiltrated Stark Tower. Thanks to JARVIS, the security system remained dormant. Ultimately, it was a Hydra lookout that detected Tony Stark's presence and reported it to Crossbones. "Tony Stark has arrived. What are your intentions?" Upon hearing Crossbones, Obadiah revealed a cruel smile. "I will make today Tony's day of reckoning. Your task is merely to hold off those agents. Leave Stark to me." With that, Obadiah sealed the Ironmonger's hatch. As the arc reactors activated one by one, the cables and supports surrounding the Ironmonger began to collapse. "Tony, I'm here for you." The thrusters ignited, and the Ironmonger shattered the ceiling, bursting forth. Upon entering, Tony immediately sensed the commotion below before he could react. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. Cracks appeared in the floor, and in the next instant, a colossal figure ascended from beneath. Upon spotting Tony, Obadiah decisively adjusted his flight path, charging towards Tony Stark. The Ironmonger, towering 3 to 4 stories high, momentarily disoriented Tony Stark. Fortunately, with JARVIS's assistance, he swiftly evaded Obadiah's onslaught. "Ha ha ha, Tony. Look at your oversized toy. It pales in comparison to my Ironmonger." Mark IV stood before Iron Tyrant like a finely crafted figurine. "I concede that you are a genius, surpassing the vast majority. Yet you are as naive as your father." Obadiah raised his right arm, equipped with a Gatling gun. In the next instant, a torrential storm of bullets erupted from the Gatling gun. The custom Gatling gun from Stark Industries, who would have imagined its inaugural use would be against its very creator. Observing the metallic tempest unleashed by the Gatling, Tony felt a pang of regret. The Gatling gun outfitted by Obadiah was merely a product Tony Stark had casually developed. In comparison to a standard Gatling, this Stark customized version boasted a higher firing rate, greater power, and the capability to accommodate various types of ammunition. Chapter 91, Tony's Defeat. The S.H.I.E.L.D. assault. How the laughter of Obadiah echoed as he observed the frantic evasion of Tony Stark. The tension that had built up within him was unleashed amidst the tempest of bullets. Damn it, how many rounds does this guy have? As Tony dodged and retaliated with missile strikes against Obadiah, he realized that despite the superior defensive capabilities of his Mark IV suit, it was still unable to prevent dents from the relentless barrage. At that moment, Tony regretted not equipping his suit with a greater arsenal. The ordinary missiles proved ineffective against Obadiah's iron behemoth, leaving only a few scorch marks on its formidable armor. "Tony, your attacks are rather impudent," Obadiah exclaimed. And from behind him, 2 massive cannons emerged. The powerful grenade launchers unleashed a barrage towards Tony's position. Boom. The grenades detonated mid-air, sending Tony crashing to the ground. As he fell, the repulsors in his palms flared to life, propelling him back into the air. Fortunately, the enhanced defenses of the Mark IV shielded him from further harm. Shaking his dazed head, Tony felt grateful for the upgrades he had made. Without them, facing Obadiah, a veritable arsenal, would have been exceedingly difficult. Seeing Tony unharmed, Obadiah charged at him with surprising agility. The ironmonger, contrary to its imposing size, moved with unexpected grace. Faced with the colossal figure of the ironmonger, Tony harbored no desire to engage in combat. However, Obadiah's next move caught him completely off guard. As he advanced, Obadiah's left hand shot forward, seizing Tony in an instant. "Ha ha ha, Tony. Let us see how you escape now." Obadiah roared with laughter, believing that Tony, now in his grasp, was as good as defeated. Through the cockpit window, Tony glimpsed Obadiah's menacing visage. Meanwhile, in the basement, Potts and Crossbones observed the unfolding battle, their expressions revealing skepticism. It appeared that Tony Stark's intellect was not as formidable as rumored. Witnessing Obadiah easily subduing Tony, Crossbones concluded that Stark's ingenuity was perhaps overstated. At least from his perspective, Stark's armored suit seemed trivial compared to the might of Obadiah's ironmonger. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. Tony would surely triumph over Obadiah. Although Potts was internally concerned for Tony Stark, she continued to voice her unwavering support for him. Just bear with it. In Crossbones' estimation, as long as Obadiah was not a fool, he would swiftly eliminate Tony Stark. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted outside, prompting the previously seated Crossbones to swiftly grab a nearby weapon and crouch down. "Stay alert," Crossbones commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing his orders, the other Hydra members hurriedly sought shelter. A loud thud resounded as an arrow pierced through the heavy iron door. It was Hawkeye. The moment Crossbones saw the arrow, he recognized the identity of the assailant. Beep, beep, beep. The arrows shot by Hawkeye glimmered with a red light, and in the next instant, the iron door was blown to smithereens. "Open fire." As the door exploded, Crossbones seized his weapon and initiated an attack. A blue energy beam shot forth from the muzzle, instantly melting the wall behind the iron door. Clearly, Crossbones wielded a newly developed energy weapon from Hydra, which had been modified to fire like a machine gun. "Watch out." Outside, Coulson noticed the energy weapon and shouted to Barton and the others. Meanwhile, Crossbones and his men, engaged in their counterattack, remained oblivious to a few figures silently descending from the shattered ceiling. "Be careful." Suddenly, Crossbones felt a sharp pain. Turning around, he pulled the trigger at the figures behind him. Several Hydra agents, unable to dodge in time, were shot through, though some managed to drop to the ground. With the unexpected arrival of Hydra agents, Coulson and Barton outside felt their pressure significantly reduce. The Hydra agents, led by Barton, were hesitant to fire recklessly due to Potts' presence. They sought to contain Crossbones while searching for Potts' whereabouts. Spotting Coulson, Potts called out, "Coulson, I'm here." Hearing her voice, Coulson swiftly directed his team to rescue her. After eliminating a few Hydra agents, the muzzle of Crossbones' weapon began to melt. This instability was precisely why Nick Fury had refrained from arming them with energy weapons. Discarding his firearm, Crossbones charged out from his cover, and with a tactical dagger in hand, swiftly dispatched 3 Hydra agents. Recognizing Barton as the greatest threat, Crossbones rushed towards him after dealing with the nearest enemies. Romulo? Upon seeing Coulson rescue Potts, he also caught sight of Romulo. Although he could not see Romulo's face, Coulson recognized the figure's form and movements as that of Crossbones, who was supposed to have perished in Serbia. A deceased individual has astonishingly returned to life. Due to Natasha's influence, SHIELD had confirmed Crossbones' demise early on. Now, witnessing the resurrection of Crossbones, Coulson finds it hard to believe. Meanwhile, Barton remains unfazed by the identity of his opponent, relentlessly releasing arrows from his bow. Several unprepared Hydra agents are immediately struck down. Ramlo narrowly evades Barton's arrows and rushes to confront him, brandishing his dagger aimed at Barton's head. In response, Barton raises his bow to block the attack. Although Barton has always been recognized as a master archer within SHIELD, his close combat skills and proficiency with blades are equally of the highest caliber. Faced with Ramlo's assault, Barton holds his ground without yielding. Chapter 92, the instantaneous defeat of Obadiah. The specially crafted longbow in Barton's hands relentlessly struck against Ramlo's form. Following his resurrection, Ramlo's strength had significantly increased. Several of his attacks landed on Barton, inflicting considerable pain. However, vanquishing Barton was no simple task for Ramlo. Without Ramlo, the Hydra forces were swiftly eradicated by Coulson and his team. Observing the situation, Ramlo hurled a flashbang and made his escape. "Quickly, we must assist Tony." After the bindings on her body were released, Potts urgently spoke to Coulson. "Rest assured, Mr. Stark will be fine," Coulson reassured the anxious Potts. Although he was uncertain why Leech and the others had yet to arrive, Coulson had unwavering faith in their abilities. Within the estimations of S.H.I.E.L.D., even a 1,000-strong army would pose little threat to Leech or Jenny Liolet. Unless they employed partner-type missiles, conventional weaponry would be ineffective against them. On the ground, Obadiah had already devised a lethal fate for Tony Stark after capturing him. Tony, prepare to meet your end. A long tube extended from Obadiah, aimed directly at Tony Stark. A fierce blaze erupted from the tube, enveloping Stark in flames. The searing heat was palpable, even with the fireproof measures of his suit. Sir, if this continues, the cooling system will fail in 30 seconds. Noticing the internal changes within the suit, Jarvis alerted Tony Stark. The Mark IV was equipped with temperature monitoring and circulation systems. But Tony had never anticipated being held captive and roasted like this. Divert all power to the reactor. Realizing that he was on the verge of becoming a charred relic, Tony Stark commanded Jarvis to redirect all power to the arc reactor in his chest. He intended to use the reactor to shatter Obadiah's grip and escape. Obadiah reveled in Tony's struggles, relishing this moment. He had envisioned this scenario countless times in his dreams. The thought of Tony Stark meeting his demise at his hands, and Stark Industries soon becoming his own, elicited a sinister laugh from Obadiah. Amidst the flames, a blue light suddenly emerged. In an instant, Obadiah's mechanical arm was pierced by a beam of blue energy. The next moment, Tony Stark broke free from Obadiah's grasp and soared into the air. High above, Tony Stark lifted his visor, and a thick mist billowed from the mech. Just as Obadiah was preparing to launch another assault on Tony Stark, a surge of red energy suddenly manifested upon the ground. Leech, Wanda, and Natasha emerged from this crimson glow. Is this the Ironmonger? How extravagant. This was Leech's first encounter with the Ironmonger of this world, and it was indeed more formidable and imposing than the one he had witnessed in his previous life. One could say that the colossal Ironmonger crafted by Obadiah perfectly aligned with Leech's aesthetic sensibilities. Who are you? Obadiah exclaimed. Startled by the unexpected appearance of Leech and Wanda, he aimed his Gatling gun directly at them. The calm demeanor of Leech and his companions unsettled Obadiah. At that moment, Coulson and others, along with Potts, emerged from the gaping hole below. Potts, come here. Tony Stark breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Potts. His greatest concern had always been her safety. With her rescue, a significant weight lifted from his heart. Natasha. Barton was equally astonished to see Natasha. This was their first encounter since she departed from S.H.I.E.L.D., realizing that the trio before him was allied with Tony Stark. Obadiah's expression shifted as he aimed his Gatling gun towards them. Before Leech could react, Wanda stepped forward. The chaotic energy in her hands surged forth, disintegrating bullets mid-flight. In the next instant, a sound akin to metal being crushed resonated as Obadiah's arm twisted grotesquely. Tony Stark, witnessing this, glanced at his own arm. Though he was unaware of Wanda's abilities, he understood the necessity of devising a countermeasure. Otherwise, he would find himself as restrained by her as he had been with the previous adversary, Jenny Lyrat. Seeing his arm so effortlessly incapacitated, Obadiah immediately activated the missile launcher behind him, intent on annihilating Leech and his companions. Noticing Obadiah's movement, Leech raised his arm. A wave of frigid air erupted from his palm, enveloping the colossal Ironmonger. In the blink of an eye, the chilling aura dissipated, leaving behind a frozen statue of the Ironmonger. In the depths of this extreme cold, even the arc reactor upon the Ironmonger's chest ceased to flicker as it once had. This power. Tony Stark gazed in astonishment at the frozen Obadiah below. Jarvis analyzed the temperature surrounding Obadiah. Realizing that Obadiah was still wide-eyed within the icy prison, Tony was eager to ascertain just how low the temperature of Leech's unleashed cold truly was. It is essential to recognize that both his armored suit and Obadiah's Ironmonger are equipped with temperature regulation systems, ensuring that even if the exterior becomes frozen, the interior remains largely unaffected. However, at this moment, Obadiah, along with the Ironmonger, has inexplicably transformed into a block of ice. Nearby, Pepper Potts and Clint Barton, rushing towards Tony and the others, are equally stunned by the spectacle before them. Only Agent Coulson, who has previously witnessed the situation at the Wilson Tower and is familiar with Leech's capabilities, remains composed. Nevertheless, being so close to Leech's demonstration of his powers elevates Coulson's perception of the threat level significantly. At this juncture, Jarvis has also roughly assessed the temperature surrounding Obadiah. Sir, the temperature near Mr. Obadiah has plummeted to minus 200 degrees Celsius. Is it approaching absolute zero? No wonder the arc reactor is being affected. Observing the dim glow of the arc reactor, Tony Stark begins to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Chapter 93. The despair of Obadiah upon learning of this temperature. Tony Stark gazed at Leech with a look of profound curiosity. He was eager to uncover the secret behind Leech's ability to unleash such a near-absolute zero temperature in an instant. To his astonishment, the Ironmonger proved to be remarkably ineffectual. Leech, observing the frozen Ironmonger, reflected on the overwhelming strength he now possessed. This colossal figure appeared quite impressive. Yet it was proving to be somewhat of a hindrance. Wanda regarded the towering ironmonger with admiration, but upon seeing the figure trapped within, her brow furrowed as she prepared to use her chaos magic to eliminate Obadiah. Witnessing this, Coulson hurried over, imploring, "Please spare Obadiah's life." As a shareholder of Stark Industries, he cannot simply perish in silence. Observing Wanda's intent to kill Obadiah, Coulson quickly interjected, aware that the demise of such a public figure would undoubtedly stir chaos. Despite Coulson's words, Wanda did not relent, instead directing her gaze towards Leech. "Bring Obadiah out," she commanded. Following Leech's instruction, Wanda waved her hand, and the previously confined Obadiah was brought forth before the group, were it not for the ice encasing him. One might question whether he had ever been inside the ironmonger at all. Would he ever return to his normal state? Tony Stark descended from the air, eyeing the encased Obadiah, and inquired of Leech, "Can he be restored?" "Of course," replied Leech, employing his freezing fruit ability to thaw Obadiah. "You, what manner of creature are you?" Obadiah's eyes were filled with despair as he witnessed this scene. The exhilaration he once felt when contemplating Tony Stark's demise was now replaced by utter hopelessness. "You are simply too weak," Leech remarked, glancing at the ironmonger, lamenting that it was indeed a pity for Obadiah to possess such a feeble machine. "Wanda, do not forget our spoils," Leech added. Coulson, having heard Leech's comment, opened his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained. "Understood," Wanda affirmed, and her chaos magic enveloped the massive ironmonger, causing it to vanish in an instant. Spatial ability. Tony Stark realized, observing the formidable individuals surrounding Leech. Without uttering a word, he directed JARVIS to compile data on Leech. At that moment, Leech approached Coulson. "Please ensure that Nick Fury delivers what he promised without delay. I harbor no trust in that unscrupulous character." Coulson maintained his smile despite Leech's candid admission of distrust towards Nick Fury's credibility. Coulson possesses a profound understanding of his superior. He firmly believes that, if given the opportunity, Nick Fury would undoubtedly retrieve the 084 he had previously promised. "Natasha, if you have anything to discuss with Coulson and the others, feel free to converse. Wanda and I shall take our leave." At present, Leech harbors no intentions of engaging with Tony Stark. The current Tony Stark has yet to transcend into a true Iron Man. It is only when he removes the arc reactor from his chest that he may truly embody the essence of the Iron Man. Through Wanda's teleportation magic, Leech and Wanda returned to the villa. To his astonishment, the Iron Tyrant had fallen with such ease. Initially, Wanda was quite intrigued by the Iron Tyrant, as she had observed Leech's concern for Obadiah. "Unlike before, my current power has surpassed the majority of individuals on Earth." The awakening of the Ice Fruit has instilled in Leech a formidable confidence. He perceives that very few can contend with him on this planet. Among the Eternals and Inhumans, there may exist a handful of exceptional beings capable of engaging him in battle. Beyond that, only entities of divine or totemic significance could pose a threat to him. Characters like Obadiah are utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Leech. Is that so? Then what level does my strength equate to? Upon hearing Leech's self-assessment, Wanda grew curious about her standing in his estimation. "You should rank within the T1 echelon." Currently, Wanda not only wields chaos magic, but also possesses vampire magic and teleportation magic acquired from Hearthstone. With the formidable offensive capability of chaos magic, combined with the utility of her other spells, Wanda has indeed ascended to the status of a T1 level powerhouse. However, as the Earth becomes increasingly tumultuous, if Wanda fails to grow stronger, she risks slipping from the top tier. After a brief session of physical training, Leech took a seat to rest. Not long after, Natasha entered the room. "Did Coulson not invite you back to SHIELD?" Leech inquired, observing Natasha's return. "He did. But I have decided against going back. Barton advised me not to return." Natasha was somewhat taken aback by Barton's counsel. However, upon hearing about the current turmoil within SHIELD, she resolved to remain closely aligned with Leech. "Do you know who led the Hydra team to support Obadiah this time?" Natasha then revealed a piece of information Leech was eager to learn. "Who is it?" Leech inquired, genuinely curious about the identity of the Hydra leader. "Crossbones Rumlow." Upon hearing the name Rumlow, Leech's brow furrowed. Has he not already been eliminated by Pietro and me? Wanda, upon hearing the name Rumlow, turned her gaze towards Natasha. Indeed, it was Rumlow, a fact confirmed by both Coulson and Barton. Natasha was taken aback by the news of Rumlow's resurrection. However, having accompanied Leech for so long, she had developed a remarkable capacity to accept various peculiarities. At this moment, Leech recalled the so-called Tahiti project initiated by SHIELD. This initiative, which utilized the corpses of Kree to achieve the power of resurrection, left a profound impression on him. After all, Coulson, who had been slain by Loki, was brought back to life through this very Tahiti project. How intriguing. The possibility that Romlo might have been resurrected through the Tahiti project also implied that the bodies of the Kree had indeed been discovered by the agents of Hydra. Chapter 94. One of the most significant projects. Upon learning that the leader this time was Romulo, Li Chi ceased to concern himself further. Although Romulo's resurrection was peculiar, Li Chi remained indifferent. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there exists a plethora of forces capable of bringing individuals back to life. The Hand Association, which Li Chi had previously obliterated, possessed a power of resurrection, though the precise method of its application had yet to be discovered. However, after Yuri assembled a research team to investigate, they uncovered certain peculiarities. Regardless, all forms of resurrection carry certain side effects. Thus Li Chi did not place much weight on these matters. While Li Chi and his companions were resting, Agent Coulson, returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., reported the day's events to Nick Fury. "Sir, Mr. Li Chi asked me to remind you not to forget the items you promised." Upon hearing Coulson's words, Nick Fury's already dark expression grew even more ominous. Yet, being well acquainted with his own reputation, both internally and externally, he understood Li Chi's implication. "Tomorrow, you will retrieve those 2 items and deliver them to Li Chi this time." Nick Fury had no intention of scheming. Through this collaboration, he resolved to continue seeking Li Chi's assistance against Hydra. During Li Chi's confrontation with Obadiah, Nick Fury had come to realize many things. As long as Hydra was dealt with, regardless of the losses incurred during this period, they could be compensated for later. Since Li Chi had an affinity for these extraordinary artifacts, he could continue to employ Li Chi and his associates. As long as the lost items did not include the Tesseract, Nick Fury could accept the losses internally. As the king of spies, Nick Fury was resolute once he made a decision. What about Natasha? After addressing the matter of 084, Nick Fury inquired about Natasha. He held a considerable regard for her, having once considered her a trusted subordinate. Natasha had conveyed that she no longer recognized the current S.H.I.E.L.D. and found her place with Li Chi quite satisfactory. Coulson understood Natasha's perspective, and Nick Fury did as well. "Very well, then. And are you certain it is Romulo?" "Absolutely." Listening to Coulson's affirmation, Nick Fury remained silent. However, once Coulson departed, Nick Fury's countenance darkened significantly. He toyed with the communicator in his hand, seemingly contemplating reaching out to Carol, who was far away in the cosmos. The Tahiti project was one of Nick Fury's most crucial endeavors, a project known only to those truly within his inner circle. Even Coulson, Barton, and others were unaware of the intricacies surrounding Tahiti. However, with Romulo's resurrection on Hydra's side, Nick Fury instinctively thought of the Tahiti project. If Romulo had indeed been revived through this initiative, it was highly probable that the traitor involved was not human. Yet, he kept his suspicions to himself. Currently, mere suspicion does not warrant Nick Fury to summon Carol back from the cosmos. Of utmost importance is the fact that Nick Fury's attitude towards Carol mirrors his stance on Lee. He holds faith in Carol's character. Yet the sensation of such immense power eluding his grasp is something Fury finds unsettling. This apprehension is the primary reason behind his reluctance to recall Carol. Early the next morning, Lee casually posted a daily check-in and acquired a wand from the world of Harry Potter. Uncertain of its efficacy for Wanda, he nonetheless entrusted the wand to her. After advising Wanda to heed the counsel of Eileen and Natasha during this period, Lee resolved to harness the power of dimensional transportation. As this force surged forth, Lee felt himself soaring through a remarkably wondrous realm, immersed in the essence of countless worlds within infinite space. At the very moment Lee tapped into this ability, the Ancient One atop the Himalayas opened her eyes. Truly, an unobservable entity, the multiverse had begun to establish connections. As one of the 5 eternal deities, the Ancient One possessed profound insight into the multiverse. She was acutely aware that their world had tenuous ties compared to others in the multiverse. Only through a series of unfolding events in the future would this change, allowing their world to forge closer bonds with the multiverse. However, due to Lee's emergence, their world had already begun to intertwine with the multiverse. The Ancient One had taken notice of Lee from the moment he appeared in this realm. Because of Lee, she could no longer freely utilize the Time Stone to glimpse into future occurrences. Yet, this did not weigh heavily on her mind. She had already chosen her retirement path. Once the time came to pass on the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme, she could peacefully embark on a journey to deepen her understanding alongside the Eternal God. The identity of her successor held little consequence, as long as they could contend with the dimensional demons. It could be Strange, Wong, or indeed Wanda or Lee. Unbeknownst to the elderly figure yearning for retirement, Lee was currently meandering through boundless space. However, upon making contact with a luminous orb, he swiftly began to descend. In the universe of mutants, due to the machinations of the Black King, Sebastian Shaw, the current American government was in search of individuals capable of confronting him. Charles Xavier, the foremost proponent of mutant theory, emerged as the ideal candidate. CIA agent Moira MacTaggart had successfully persuaded Charles and intended to collaborate with him in forming a team to counter Sebastian Shaw. They were now en route to a temporary base when suddenly, a beam of light descended from the heavens, striking directly in front of Charles's vehicle. The two individuals in the vehicle mistakenly believed that Sebastian Shaw had arrived, hastily seizing their weapons in preparation for a counterattack. However, as the radiant light dissipated, it revealed an oddly dressed young man within. What kind of world is this? Li Qi had not anticipated that his teleportation would create such a commotion. It was also his first time, and he had clumsily emerged within the atmosphere. He mused that with greater proficiency in his next traversal, he should avoid such a ruckus. Who are you? Although Moira McTaggart was a woman, her courage as a CIA operative was commendable. Beside her, Charles immediately activated his mutant abilities, but in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Chapter 95, A Conversation with Charles in the presence of Li Qi. Charles found himself utterly devoid of thoughts. The moment his mental energy brushed against Li Qi, it was met with a fierce backlash. Charles, Moira McTaggart exclaimed, her concern evident as she noticed the blood trickling from Charles's nostrils. Standing before the group, Li Qi merely felt as though someone had struck him on the head. Observing Charles, now collapsed on the ground, Li Qi comprehended the underlying cause. If his assumptions were correct, the individual before him, still possessing hair and the ability to walk, was the youthful Professor Charles Xavier. The woman standing beside him was likely his companion and lover, Moira McTaggart. Greetings, I am Li Qi, a traveler from another world. Inside Charles's estate, he was taken aback by the realization that the theory of parallel dimensions was indeed true. Should this information be revealed, it could potentially drive many into a frenzy. Charles regarded Li Qi, seated before him, taking considerable time to accept the notion that Li Qi hailed from another world. Does your world also harbor mutants? Charles inquired, curious about the existence of mutants in Li Qi's realm. No, while our world possesses numerous supernatural abilities, mutants as you know them do not exist, Li Qi responded, elucidating the absence of mutants in his reality. Although there were inhumans in his world, they differed significantly from mutants. Hearing this, Charles felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that Li Qi's world would also feature mutants, providing a reference for the future development of mutant kind. Moira, on the other hand, was consumed by deeper thoughts. As a CIA operative, her immediate consideration revolved around future technological advancements and intelligence regarding major events. However, Li Qi paid her inquiries no heed. Among the agents he had encountered, Moira was the least competent. Unlike Nick Fury, Natasha, or Coulson, who managed to conceal their emotions, Moira revealed her innermost thoughts plainly on her face, making her intentions glaringly obvious. She appeared far from being a proficient operative. Mr. Li Qi, might you assist us in confronting Shaw? Charles discerned Moira's thoughts and noted Li Qi's lack of fondness for her, although he was unaware of the reasons behind it. Charles sought to prevent the atmosphere from growing cold by initiating a new topic of conversation. During their earlier dialogue, Charles had learned that Li Qi was a formidable superpowered individual. However, whether Li Qi was benevolent or malevolent remained uncertain for Charles. Shaw? Li Qi mused, recalling the profound impression left by Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. The ability to absorb all forms of energy and utilize them is a power that would undoubtedly secure a significant position even in the world inhabited by Li Qi, alas. Charles's telepathy is exceedingly overpowered within the realm of mutants. Sebastian Shaw, upon removing his helmet, finds himself utterly defenseless against Charles. Were it not for Shaw's inherently proud disposition, Li Qi would have considered recruiting him for his own purposes. I apologize, but I have no interest in meddling in the affairs of your world, Li Qi declared. For he is no superhero, swayed by a few words from Charles to fight for their cause. In contrast to their plans for forming the X-Men, Li Qi holds a greater fascination for Sebastian Shaw's Hellfire Club. Upon hearing Li Qi's refusal, Moira furrowed her brow and spoke with righteous indignation. Sebastian Shaw and his Hellfire Club are on the brink of instigating a war, even for the sake of current peace. We must unite to eliminate Shaw, this terrorist. Li Qi silently chuckled at Moira's words, entirely indifferent to such moral coercion. This is your matter. It bears no relation to me. Moira, disconcerted by Li Qi's nonchalant demeanor, was about to retort when she found herself unable to control her actions. Very well, since Mr. Li Qi is unwilling to assist us, we shall proceed with our original plan to resist Sebastian Shaw. With that, the mutants prepared to confront Shaw. Now that Li Qi had no intention of aiding, Charles resolved to invite those candidates who had already been chosen. After conversing with Charles for a while, Li Qi understood that this world diverged somewhat from the mutant universe of his memories, while it largely adhered to the worldview of the X-Men. The number of mutants was indeed greater. Magneto, Eric Lensher, was currently recruiting other mutants and was not present at the mansion. Upon grasping this information, Li Qi bid farewell to the two and set off to explore this world, seeking promising mutants to recruit. After Li Qi's departure, Moira also took her leave from Charles. Observing Moira's hurried exit, Charles frowned, having sensed her thoughts through his telepathy. However, due to their relationship, he refrained from stopping her. Soon, upon returning to the CIA headquarters, Moira approached her superior, Colonel Hendry, and relayed the situation regarding the traveler named Li Qi. Are you saying that this Asian individual, Li Qi, hails from a parallel universe similar to ours? Colonel Hendry, upon hearing Moira's account, recognized the significance of Li Qi. Indeed, sir. The individual known as Li Qi appears to have traversed from a distant future. Should we procure insights from that era, it would undoubtedly elevate America to a position of unparalleled supremacy. As a CIA operative, Moira is undeniably highly competent. Colonel Hendry, upon hearing Moira's words, felt a profound satisfaction. Thus, the next step is to ascertain Li Qi's whereabouts and discreetly retrieve him. Colonel Hendry harbors no desire to make this matter public. He lacks Moira's fervent dedication to sacrifice everything for the nation. In Colonel Hendry's view, the optimal path to wealth and power lies in controlling Li Qi and utilizing him for his own ends. Surrendering Li Qi would merely benefit others. A prospect that does not align with Colonel Hendry's interests, a nuance that Moira evidently overlooks. Following Colonel Hendry's directives, preparations were swiftly made to embark on the mission. Chapter 96. Moira of the Dim Palace. At this moment, Li Qi, meandering through the streets, was blissfully unaware that he had become the target of Colonel Hendry and Moira. Even if he were aware, it would hardly concern him. In this era, Li Qi could scarcely fathom any weapon capable of inflicting harm upon him. Relying solely on the missiles of this world, he would likely have departed long before any could reach him. In this rather peculiar time, Li Qi found himself intrigued. The diverse array of individuals around him vividly showcased the unique characteristics of this era. Simultaneously, his observation hockey detected numerous mutants concealed in the shadows. Lacking the prowess of Charles and his ilk, many even bore grotesque appearances, a primary reason for the discrimination faced by this group. As Li Qi wandered the city, he soon became aware of a throng of soldiers surrounding him. Leading them was Moira, who approached Li Qi and proclaimed, "Colonel Hendry invites you to join us for a conversation. I trust you will not refuse." In Moira's eyes, even if Li Qi possessed the ability to traverse worlds, it was of little significance. After all, within their understanding, most mutants wielded only a singular power. Thus, Li Qi's ability to traverse realms was perceived as merely that. Though Li Qi's observation hockey did not grant him the power to read minds, it allowed him to discern Moira's superficial emotions and underlying thoughts with ease. "Is your confidence derived from the army behind you?" he remarked, gazing at her intently. Moira did not deny his assertion. Even the most formidable mutants would hesitate before a 1,000-strong battalion. It was fortunate that Sebastian Shaw had yet to invade their CIA headquarters. Otherwise, their confidence would surely wane. "Ice Age," Li Qi murmured softly. "What?" Moira, unable to comprehend his words, felt an icy chill traverse her body. "Turn around and see if your confidence still stands," Li Qi stated, his gaze indifferent. Faced with such a look, Moira trembled. She swiftly turned, only to behold the soldiers she had brought with her transformed into exquisite ice sculptures. As a gust of wind swept through, several soldiers, struggling to maintain their balance with RPGs, fell to the ground. Crack! The frozen bodies shattered upon striking the hard surface, splintering into countless pieces. Witnessing this scene, Moira's mouth fell agape, yet no words emerged. "Well, it seems your confidence has proven rather ineffective," Li Qi remarked, finding amusement in her predicament. When she had sought him, she had exuded an air of superiority, as if a mere refusal from him would result in his immediate capture. As the soldiers fell victim to a single strike, their expressions morphed into a state of bewilderment. "How could you do this? They are soldiers meticulously trained by our nation." Moira, regaining her composure, glared at Li Qi with indignation, exclaiming, "If you are unwilling to return with us, you could have simply stated it. Why resort to such lethal measures?" Li Qi, observing Moira's aggrieved demeanor, scoffed dismissively. "Firstly, I am not one of you Americans. Your soldier's fate holds no significance for me. Moreover, it is only through such actions that you shall grasp the meaning of respect." With that, Li Qi unleashed his conqueror's hockey. An overwhelming aura erupted, enveloping the entire city under its formidable presence. Individuals, whether ordinary citizens or non-psychic mutants, succumbed to unconsciousness. Moira, nearest to him, was particularly affected, collapsing to the ground, shuddering as if trapped in a nightmare. Meanwhile, the ice-sculpted soldiers shattered under the weight of his hockey. Within the suburban Xavier Manor, Charles sensed the surging energy radiating from the city. However, he remained oblivious to its nature, feeling a mix of curiosity while conversing with Eric Lenshare. "Is he a being from another realm?" Charles pondered aloud, sharing his thoughts on Li Qi with Eric. Eric, in contrast, was deep in contemplation. He questioned whether Li Qi was the sole individual capable of traversing worlds, or if such a phenomenon was widespread in his realm. If it were the latter, their world would be in peril. "It seems that only Mr. Li Qi possesses such abilities," Eric concluded. "During our interaction, he revealed little. Yet it was evident that even in his world, he ranks among the most formidable." Charles, a mutant and a prodigy, utilized his telepathic abilities to excel as a psychologist. He perceived Leech's inherently dominant character during their exchange. Is that so? Eric, trusting Charles's judgment, accepted this assessment. I had intended to invite him to assist us against Shaw, but he declined. A hint of regret tinged Charles's voice. Yet, Eric held a contrasting perspective. Recognizing that in their world devoid of mutants, there would be no empathy for their struggles against Shaw. In Eric's perspective, the world inhabited by Leech and his companions was devoid of mutants, and thus, absent of the predicaments faced by mutants from their side. The reason Charles and his allies intended to assist the CIA in confronting Shaw was not merely to avert the outbreak of war, but also to endeavor to alter public perception of mutants. Indeed, just as Charles concluded his statement, his phone began to ring. Hello, Charles. Moira has been injured and remains unconscious. Would you care to come and see her? Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Charles swiftly inquired, Hank, what exactly transpired? The voice belonged to Hank, a mutant currently working with the CIA, who would later be known as Beast. I'm not sure. All I know is that she went to carry out Colonel Hendry's orders, but she returned alone, while the other soldiers seemed to have encountered trouble. As a mutant, Hank did not hold a high position within the CIA, and thus his knowledge was somewhat limited. Chapter 97, The Hellfire Club's Concern After Hanging Up the Phone. Charles wore an expression of deep concern. His relationship with Moira had always been strong, and hearing that she had been in a coma for half a day filled him with anxiety. What had transpired? Eric, observing Charles's troubled demeanor, inquired about the situation. Moira had gone on a mission, and it was unclear what danger she had encountered that led her to this state of unconsciousness. Although worried, Charles took a moment to explain the circumstances to Eric. Moira had been primarily focused on matters concerning Shaw. It was perplexing that she would suddenly undertake a mission. Eric was acutely aware that Moira's foremost objective was to assemble a team of mutants to counter Shaw's warmongering ambitions. Why would she embark on a mission at this juncture? Suddenly, Eric recalled their earlier conversation regarding Leech. Could Moira's mission be connected to him? Prompted by Eric's reminder, Charles began to reflect on the thoughts he had sensed from Moira when she departed. The issue likely stemmed from Leech. Moira had intended to delve into his affairs and the events of an alternate timeline. Charles made an effort to present Moira's intentions in a more flattering light, though Eric understood the underlying complexities without further elaboration from Charles. You should go see what has transpired, he suggested. Upon arriving at the hospital, Charles learned that the entire city had inexplicably succumbed to paralysis. Most individuals had fallen into unconsciousness simultaneously, though most regained consciousness after approximately 10 minutes. Currently, only Moira remained unresponsive. Upon entering her room, Charles spotted Hank, who was anxiously awaiting news. Hank, how is Moira? He asked. It was peculiar, under normal circumstances. Moira should have awakened by now, yet no method had proven effective in rousing her. Hank had tried numerous approaches before Charles's arrival, all to no avail, leaving him perplexed. Is that so? Charles mused, realizing that Moira's predicament likely resided not in her physical state but in her mind or spirit. With this insight, Charles settled down and utilized his telepathic abilities to enter Moira's inner world. Charles had traversed the minds of many, yet he had never encountered a mental landscape as tempestuous as Moira's current condition. Soon, he discovered her huddled in a corner of this chaotic realm. Moira, is that you? He called out. At the sound of Charles's voice, Moira lifted her head from her curled position. She no longer exuded her usual poise. Instead, she appeared timid and withdrawn. The turmoil she had been experiencing began to ease with Charles's presence. What exactly transpired? Observing Moira in her current state, Charles too yearned to comprehend the events that had unfolded. Why had Moira, after departing from him for such a brief period, allowed herself to deteriorate to this extent? I had informed Colonel Hendry of the situation regarding Leech, who then instructed me to retrieve him. Little did I anticipate, the mere thought of Leech's methods instilled a profound sense of dread within Moira. Witnessing her distress, Charles promptly harnessed his abilities to soothe her. Under the influence of Charles's formidable mutant powers, Moira's mental turmoil began to stabilize. The tempest that once raged within her gradually subsided under his calming presence. As Moira's emotions settled, her fear of Leech diminished considerably. I sought out Leech, but perhaps due to my less-than-ideal demeanor, I incited his fury. He ruthlessly eliminated all the soldiers I had brought. The image of those soldiers turned to ice sculptures filled Moira with insurmountable regret. Had it not been for her own arrogance and greed, those valiant soldiers would surely not have perished so easily. It is not your fault. Charles discerned Moira's guilt and offered words of comfort. With Charles's guidance, Moira recounted the events that had transpired, culminating in the shocking revelation of Leech's instantaneous annihilation of over 1,000 soldiers. This revelation astonished Charles, for he too possessed such capabilities, leading him to recognize Leech as an extraordinarily powerful individual. Even among mutants, Leech stood as an Omega-level mutant. Let us exit this space for now, Charles declared, employing his powers to lead Moira out of the mental realm. Upon awakening in the hospital bed, Mora approached Charles. "Thank you, Charles." A nearby officer expressed gratitude as he observed Mora's recovery. Charles, however, paid little heed to the officer's thanks. In his view, it was their own greed that had provoked Leech's wrath. Initially, Charles had believed he could persuade Leech to ally with them, but after the chaos they had caused, he could only hope that Leech would not side with Sebastian Shaw. The mere presence of Sebastian Shaw, coupled with the Hellfire Club, already posed a significant challenge. Now, with Leech, who had once leaned in their favor, becoming an unpredictable force, Charles felt an even greater sense of unease. As Charles had surmised, members of the Hellfire Club indeed had an informant within the CIA, who reported today's events to Sebastian Shaw. Upon learning of Leech's capabilities, Sebastian Shaw immediately dispatched a message to invite him to join the Hellfire Club. A being capable of annihilating an army of over 1,000 was not one to be taken lightly, even by Sebastian Shaw. "How do you intend to invite that unfamiliar mutant?" inquired Emma Grace Frost, the White Queen, as she regarded Sebastian Shaw before her. Although they were acutely aware of Li Chi's formidable achievements, they remained oblivious to the fact that he was not of this world. Indeed, that individual possessed such power that relinquishing the identity of the White King would pose no challenge for him. Emma was somewhat taken aback by Sebastian's evident concern for Li Chi. Meanwhile, the torrent, having received Shaw's command, unleashed its abilities and swiftly departed. The location of Li Chi had already been uncovered by an undercover agent within the CIA. Chapter 98. The position of the White King. The entity, known as Title, originally named Genos Questi, was once a member of the mutant team known as the Marauders. However, he has since aligned himself with the Hellfire Club, under the leadership of Sebastian Shaw. Title possesses unique abilities compared to other mutants. He can generate tornadoes through his own body for both offensive maneuvers and swift movement. Additionally, his skeletal structure can produce calcifications that are released through his skin, exhibiting force even greater than that of bullets. Thanks to his exceptional agility and formidable combat prowess, Title has secured a position as a mid-ranking member within the Hellfire Club. Although he does not rival the leaders like the Black King, his status remains significant, particularly in the absence of a chosen bishop. Upon determining the whereabouts of Leech, Title swiftly began to rotate his body, conjuring a towering tornado that seemed to elevate him as if he were riding upon it. With adept control over the vortex, Title ascended rapidly into the air. Meanwhile, Leech, having gathered a wealth of intelligence through his shadow ninjas, was becoming increasingly aware of the intricate dynamics between humans and mutants in this era. Although the relationship was strained, it had not yet devolved into the mutual animosity that would later ensue. It could be argued that without Charles' mutant theory, mutants might merely be regarded as aberrant humans. It was Charles, through his singular efforts, who extricated the mutant populace from the larger human community. Leech instructed his shadow ninjas to pay particular attention to mutants with extraordinary abilities, as he sought to cultivate a cadre of subordinates in this burgeoning world. Before receiving feedback from the shadow ninjas, Leech was unexpectedly approached by Title. "Are you Mr. Leech? Our Black King has requested a meeting with you." Title, fully aware of Leech's significance to Sebastian Shaw, regarded him with utmost respect, knowing that his own strength would be no match for Leech's. "Sebastian Shaw, you say?" Leech's interest was piqued upon hearing the invitation from Sebastian. As previously mentioned, he held little curiosity regarding the conflict between Charles and Sebastian. However, the Hellfire Club presented a different scenario. While Sebastian was indeed the Black King, it did not imply that the entirety of the Hellfire Club was under his dominion. It was essential to note that the White Queen, Emma Frost, was equally an ambitious mutant, possessing telepathic abilities that were nearly on par with Charles. Moreover, the Hellfire Club was not merely a mutant organization, it included many affluent and influential humans as well. Let us proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Leech resolved to meet Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. Upon hearing Leech's agreement, Title extended his hand, eager to escort Leech along the way. However, the moment Li Chi contemplated being swept away by the tornado, he swiftly retreated a step. "Just provide me with the address. I can make my way there on my own." Possessing the power of dimensional teleportation, Li Chi was capable of ordinary transportation as well. Upon receiving the address from the torrent, he vanished from the spot in an instant. Witnessing this scene, the torrent was reminded of the Red Devil, who also resided within the Hellfire Club. This teleportation ability rendered the Red Devil an immensely significant figure within the club, considering the strategic advantage of such a capability. The nations were powerless against Sebastian Shaw precisely because of the Red Devil's abilities. Even missile strikes could not eliminate Sebastian Shaw. The Hellfire Club, outwardly resembling a private theater, concealed a lavish interior. However, on this day, few patrons graced its halls. Black King Sebastian Shaw, White Queen Emma Frost, and Red Devil Azazel were present. With a brilliant flash, Li Chi materialized within the Hellfire Club. He found the dazzling light somewhat overwhelming, akin to the signature instantaneous movements of the devil. The sudden appearance of Li Chi took Sebastian Shaw and Emma by surprise. They had not anticipated that Li Qi possessed abilities reminiscent of the Red Devil, further heightening Sebastian Shaw's interest in him. Greetings, Mr. Li Qi. As the current most formidable villain in this world, Sebastian Shaw exuded the air of an ancient gentleman. Beside him, the White Queen Emma resembled a refined matron. So you are Shaw. I wonder what business you have with me. Glancing around at the opulent surroundings, Li Qi casually selected a chair to sit upon. Kid, you're rather arrogant, aren't you? A tall, slender man glared at Li Qi, incensed by his demeanor towards Sebastian Shaw. And who might you be? Li Qi regarded the man, struggling to recall any semblance of recognition. I am Frenzy. With that declaration, Frenzy activated his mutant abilities. In an instant, flames enveloped him, transforming his clothing and flesh into fire. Initially, Li Qi instinctively presumed this individual to be a version of Ghost Rider from this world. However, once Frenzy completed his transformation, Li Qi discerned that the flames emanating from him were merely ordinary organic fire, lacking any unique attributes. It could be said that he was a weakened iteration of a firestorm, with his skeletal structure visible through the flames. This prompted Li Qi to remember that this individual was also known by a name reminiscent of a matchstick. Ice Time Capsule. A surge of frigid air shot from Li Qi's palm, encasing Frenzy in ice upon contact. Ordinary natural fire stood no chance against Li Qi's fruit-based powers. Li Qi's remarkable move transformed the onlookers, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, into a more serious assembly. Even Shaw found himself taken aback. It was Emma, standing nearby, who took the initiative to speak. This time, we wish to extend an invitation for you to become the White King of the Hellfire Club. Perhaps Frenzy harbors a touch of jealousy, leading to her ungracious remarks. Upon hearing Emma's words, Li Qi turned to glance at her. He had to concede that Emma was undoubtedly the most astute individual he had encountered since arriving in this world. Unlike Charles, who had sought to probe him through telepathy upon their first meeting, Emma had chosen to showcase her sincerity directly after Frenzy's outburst. Indeed, the position of White King at the Hellfire Club had remained vacant for an extended period, and we would like to invite you to assume this role. Sebastian Shaw, regaining his composure, also extended his invitation to Li Qi Chapter 99. The original X-Men listening to the words of Sebastian Shaw and Emma. Leech pondered whether he should accept their proposition. Joining the Hellfire Club presented both advantages and disadvantages for him. The benefits included the opportunity to leverage the club's resources for his own endeavors. However, becoming a member would also transfer the troubles inherent to the Hellfire Club onto his shoulders. Observing Leech in contemplation, Sebastian Shaw and Emma remained patient. They believed that joining the Hellfire Club would yield only benefits for him. Furthermore, their invitation was not for Leech to become a subordinate like the ones in the inner circle, but rather to ascend to the position of White King, which stood second only to Sebastian Shaw's Black King. After careful consideration, Leech resolved to accept the role of White King, confident that with his abilities, he could manage any challenges that might arise within the Hellfire Club. Should he encounter insurmountable obstacles, he could simply transition to another world. As this realm of mutants was not his original home, Sebastian Shaw and Emma expressed their delight upon Leech's agreement, recognizing that his strength would enhance the club's standing and influence. Let us welcome our White King, Shaw proclaimed, raising his glass in celebration. Emma took the opportunity to introduce Leech to the assembled mutants, many of whom he recognized, though a greater number were unfamiliar to him. In this era, the population of mutants had grown considerably. Meanwhile, as Leech reveled in his new affiliation, Charles and Magneto gathered a group of fervent mutants, including Charles's friend Mystique, Hank McCoy, and Magneto himself, Eric. They were joined by Siren, Alex Summers, Darwin, and Angel, all summoned by Charles. Colonel Hendry observed the mutants showcasing their powers in the lounge with a sense of envy. These mutants truly possessed extraordinary gifts. Moira nodded in agreement with Colonel Hendry's sentiments. As someone who had closely interacted with the mutant community, she too admired their abilities. While many mutants had lesser powers, the emergence of a formidable one like Sabretooth could demonstrate their immense potential. Were it not for the relatively small number of mutants, the world might not remain under human dominion. Had it not been for the looming threat of Sebastian Shaw, Colonel Hendry would never have allowed Charles and Eric to wield such considerable power. In Hendry's eyes, the mutant populace is inherently uncontrollable, although he appreciates Charles' ideology. As an ambitious individual, Hendry believes that mutants akin to Sebastian Shaw represent the most numerous segment. That cannot be true. Charles and his allies are striving for peace. Moira interjected quickly upon hearing Hendry's words. Having engaged with Charles frequently, Moira has embraced his theories to a considerable extent. Perhaps, Hendry mused, reluctant to delve further into the topic. Yet, gazing down at the assembled mutants below, he was reminded of Leech, who had once obliterated one of his battalions. Powerful mutants like Leech are precisely what Hendry desires to control, though he currently lacks the strength to do so. However, he can leverage the mutants present to realize his ambitions. Charles, situated below, remains oblivious to Hendry's intentions. Fully aware of the peril his abilities pose in the eyes of these officials, Charles refrains from exercising his powers within the confines of the CIA base. He fears that revealing his abilities would intensify their disdain for mutants. Nevertheless, to utilize these mutants, he must first divert the attention of the two men. In Henry's perspective, including Raven, only Charles and Eric merit concern, the others are merely tools in his eyes. Meanwhile, Alex, donned in a specific uniform, gazes in astonishment at Charles and Hank. This is simply extraordinary. Alex's abilities are undeniably formidable, yet he once struggled to harness them. However, now, wearing the designated uniform, he is finally able to control his powers. What immense strength. Nearby, the angelic Salvatore gazes at Alex's prowess with envy. While her abilities are diverse, they pale in comparison to Alex's straightforward might. Indeed, compared to you all, my abilities are the least impressive, admitted the African-American Amon, who overheard the angel's remarks. In contrast to their experiences, Amon's life has been the most dismal. As a black individual, he has endured significant discrimination, and after becoming a mutant, his inability to control his powers has led many to view him as a monster. This has rendered even the aspiration to live as a normal person unattainable for Amon, as his mutant abilities are perpetually at play. Observing the others flaunting their powers, Eric expressed his concerns to Charles. Can we truly defeat Shaw with only them? Eric remains skeptical of the mutants before him, believing they hardly qualify as exceptional warriors. Their abilities may be commendable, yet how effectively they can be utilized remains an uncertainty. Certainly, it is possible. Not all individuals on Shaw's side are mutants. Due to Emma's influence, Charles possesses limited knowledge regarding the Hellfire Club. He remains unaware that the current incarnation of the Hellfire Club stands as the largest organization of mutants. In Charles's estimation, Sebastian Shaw's entourage consists merely of the likes of Toad, the Red Devil, and Emma, the White Queen. Consequently, Charles believes that overcoming Sebastian Shaw would not prove to be excessively challenging. Each of them is exceptionally gifted. With proper training, they will all evolve into competent warriors. Upon hearing Charles's words, Eric chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, Raven, intrigued, engaged in a discussion with Hank regarding the matters concerning Leech. Chapter 100. The revelation from Emma. Throughout the night, Leechy found himself immersed in the Hellfire Club, deepening his understanding of this formidable organization. In the present era, the Hellfire Club has grown immensely powerful, its influence permeating various sectors across multiple nations. To Leechy, it resembles a serpentine entity operating in a gray area. Yet unlike Hydra, the Hellfire Club relies heavily on a select few leaders: Black King, White King, Black Queen, White Queen, 2 bishops, and 2 rooks. However, this current generation of the Hellfire Club predominantly comprises mutants, leaving only 1 rook as a human, while the others remain unassembled. The most substantial faction within the Hellfire Club comprises arms dealers, which elucidates Sebastian Shaw's motivation to incite warfare. In addition to seeking the unparalleled power derived from nuclear energy, financial gain is also one of his objectives. Upon awakening in the morning, Leechy encountered Emma, who had evidently been waiting for some time. Observing her, he couldn't help but marvel at her uniqueness. Possessing 2 mutant abilities, Emma held a rather special status within the Hellfire Club. Her telepathic powers enabled her to manipulate numerous officials and politicians to serve the club's interests. Nevertheless, her formidable abilities also rendered her somewhat isolated, as the ordinary individuals within the organization were wary of becoming ensnared in her mental grasp. After all, not everyone could fashion a helmet akin to Sebastian Shaw's, which shields against psychic influence. Thus, the common folk could only ensure their safety by maintaining distance from Emma. Emma's heightened concern for Leechy stemmed from her perception of an underlying danger. It seemed that any attempt to probe into his mind through her telepathic abilities would result in dire consequences. Although the reasons remained elusive, she was inclined to trust her instincts. Shaw's grand scheme had commenced, and the CIA's interference was ineffectual against their plans. If you wish, you may join in. Sebastian Shaw's endeavors could be deemed the most significant operation within the Hellfire Club to date. It must be acknowledged that Shaw possesses a certain charisma, as numerous mutants within the club are drawn to him. When Emma extended an invitation for Leechy to assist Sebastian Shaw, he promptly declined. In his estimation, Shaw's overconfidence had led to his downfall against Charles and Eric. While the mutants summoned by the CIA may not have exhibited substantial strength, Shaw had overlooked the leadership prowess of Charles and Eric, 2 prominent figures among the mutants. Had it not been for the helmet aiding Sebastian Shaw in resisting Charles' mutant powers, he would have been vanquished long ago. It can be asserted that Charles' ability is exceedingly overpowered. Even Leech lacks effective means to counteract it, except for ensuring his own immunity against such psychic abilities. Otherwise, upon first encountering Charles, Leech would have opted to eliminate him. Emma displayed little reaction to Leech's refusal. The Hellfire Club, in essence, is a rather loosely organized entity. Numerous individuals oppose Sebastian Shaw's plans, yet no amount of dissent can deter him. After all, Sebastian Shaw's prowess is undeniable. The club members merely voice their objections without taking any substantial action. Furthermore, the personnel from the CIA have not abandoned their intentions towards you. Their mutant task force appears to have set you as their target. Emma was somewhat taken aback upon receiving intelligence reports that morning. She did not anticipate the CIA's unwavering tenacity. It seems that Leach's displayed power has sufficiently awakened the operatives there. The CIA is merely a spy organization, fundamentally different from a military force. The thousands of agents eliminated by Leach have already inflicted significant damage on the CIA. Surprisingly, they still seek to provoke Leach further. Upon hearing that the CIA intended to confront him through this so-called mutant task force, Leach found it rather amusing. The mutant squad that was effortlessly dispatched by Sebastian Shaw, apart from the likes of the Marauder and Darwin, is largely composed of inept individuals. Leach is quite impressed that Charles and his allies managed to assemble such a collection of incompetents. Among these mutants, Leach holds particular regard for the Marauder, Alex, and Darwin. It remains uncertain whether this Alex Summers is related to Cyclops, as Cyclops' brother, also named Alex Summers, is known as Havoc, not the Marauder. While their abilities share similarities, there are indeed distinctions in their nuances. The Marauder unleashes high-energy beams from within his own body, whereas Havoc absorbs cosmic energies from his surroundings and converts them into energy shockwaves. In terms of capability, Havoc is evidently more versatile, as his powers are not confined to a singular source. As for Darwin, Leach perceives his potential as surpassing that of all other mutants. The ability of survival of the fittest sounds straightforward, merely adapting to external environments through automatic mutation. However, in the realm of scientific research, this ability becomes extraordinarily remarkable. Rather than manifesting adverse side effects, it evolves into its optimal form in response to varying stimuli. If such power were wielded by geniuses like Yuri or Bruce Banner, its impact would be nothing short of 1,000-fold. Yet, in Darwin's hands, it can only be employed passively, truly a testament to his unique lineage. Within the confines of a CIA base, Emma received information that was strikingly accurate. Colonel Hendry, aware of his limited authority, reported the situation regarding Lee to CIA Director McEwen, who comprehended Hendry's intentions. Consequently, he requested Moira to persuade the mutant team to confront Lee. Following their previous encounter, Moira was already filled with trepidation towards Lee. Upon hearing McKeon's directive, she cautioned, Lee possesses immense power. Relying solely on these few mutants would be utterly inadequate. Chapter 101. The Conspiracy of McKeon. Upon hearing Moira's words, both McKeon and Colonel Hendry appeared unmoved. Moira, gazing at the silent duo, continued to implore. These mutants have yet to undergo any training. Their innate abilities remain largely untapped. Engaging in combat with that monster could very well lead to their demise. Much like what transpired with the previous soldiers, that man exhibits a profound indifference towards life. It was only later that Moira comprehended the reason behind Li Chi's decisive actions. As someone not of their world, the lives of its inhabitants held little significance for Li Chi. Witnessing Moira's demeanor, McKeon interjected, whether battling Sebastian Shaw or that Li Chi, sacrifice is inevitable. Colonel Hendry chimed in, if you genuinely concern yourself with their safety, you might consider having Charles and Eric join the fray. It would also allow us to gauge the capabilities of this mutant squad. Upon hearing Hendry's remark, a chill ran down Moira's spine. It became evident to her that they cared little for the lives of Alex and the other mutants. Their intention to pit them against Li Chi was merely to observe how Li Chi would fare against Charles and Eric, regardless of which side suffered losses. The CIA stood poised to reap the benefits from the sidelines. As a member of the CIA, Moira was not devoid of intellect, though she had often displayed unwarranted foolishness in the past. Faced with the two officials, she found herself at a loss for how to refuse. Seeing her reaction, McKeon swiftly altered his stance, saying, given your unwavering position, let us postpone this matter for now. You may leave. Relieved by McKeon's directive, Moira promptly turned and departed. As Moira exited, Hendry turned to McKeon and inquired, is that it? Observing Hendry's discontent, McKeon began to question his initial decision to bring this foolish individual into his fold. Not at all. Moira's close ties with Charles necessitate her involvement. However, for these newly recruited mutants, Moira is merely a standard CIA member, McKeon explained. Hendry's eyes brightened as he grasped the implications of McKeon's words. Moira's special status with Charles compelled their reliance on her, but for the fresh recruits, she was nothing more than an ordinary operative. Simply select someone familiar to send over. We must ensure that Li Chi remains under our control. With McKeon's guidance, Hendry understood precisely how to proceed. Throughout the course of a single night, several more mutants had gathered in the lounge. However, in stark contrast to the previous individuals, these newly recruited mutants appeared significantly inferior. Not only were their abilities less remarkable, but they also bore numerous physical flaws. The most striking among them was an individual who possessed 3 arms. Greetings, I am Agent Reyna from the CIA, announced one of the agents chosen by Hendry. who strode into the room just as the mutants were engaged in discussions about their future. Compared to Mora, Reyna exuded a sense of familiarity. Within moments of conversing with the mutants, he seamlessly integrated into their midst. Only Salvatore, the angel, maintained a degree of wariness towards Reyna. While the others were eager to divulge their secrets during their conversations with him, Reyna complimented this batch of mutants with subtle praise. Is our enemy the one known as Sebastian Shaw? Does he intend to incite war? Sean Cassidy, the Siren, inquired curiously upon hearing Reyna's mention of the despicable Sebastian Shaw. Indeed, Sebastian Shaw is scheming to instigate a new wave of conflict. Our mission is to thwart his nefarious plans, Reyna confirmed. The mutants present were youthful individuals whose powers had long gone unrecognized. Now, under Reyna's persuasive words, they were aflame with righteous indignation, eager to embark on a mission to eliminate Sebastian Shaw. Only Salvatore and Alex maintained a composed demeanor, unaffected by the fervor that swept through the others. Can our abilities truly confront him? Adu expressed his self-doubt, feeling that his powers were utterly insignificant compared to those of the other mutants. Indeed, from your description, Sebastian seems formidable. Can we genuinely contend with him? Another newly arrived mutant echoed, sharing the same apprehension regarding their capacity to face the seemingly terrifying Sebastian Shaw. To combat Shaw, you may need to undergo a period of training. However, dealing with another individual is feasible at present. At Reyna's suggestion, even Alex's interest was piqued. Surveying the mutants gathered around him, Reyna recognized that his plan had succeeded to some extent. Who is this individual? He was asked. He is a mutant named Lich, who, despite his brief presence, has already claimed the lives of thousands, and even more has suffered considerable injuries at his hands. Thousands? How is that possible? Is he a murderer? The mutants were incredulous at Reyna's declaration regarding Lich's grim record. They struggled to fathom how he could have killed so many. Reyna refrained from revealing the full truth to the mutants, instead emphasizing Lich's malevolence and ferocity in his recounting. The mutants, filled with righteous indignation, were taken by surprise when a CIA agent, conveniently arranged by Commander Reiner, walked in at that moment. Commander Reiner, Colonel Hendry has ordered you to apprehend the nefarious mutant, Li Chi. Upon hearing the agent's words, Reiner did not rush into action. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Alex and the others, inquiring, I do not wish to pressure you. Since you have yet to undergo systematic training and education, if you feel that you are not capable of confronting Li Chi, we can afford to wait a little longer. That is unacceptable. Who knows how many more lives that villain will take if we delay? Alex, momentarily bewildered by Reiner's approach, stepped forward to express his determination to capture Li Chi. The other mutants, inspired by Alex's initiative, eagerly voiced their desire to partake in this mission.